Good morning and welcome to the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. We are here for some of the best racing of the entire season. This course has a little bit of everything to test an Ultra4 car to its limits. And this is Ultra4 USA Racing at its finest. I am Miles Haswis alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and it's about to go down.
Yes, it is, Miles. It's a beautiful day out here in Davis, Oklahoma. The racers with the drivers meeting this morning are excited to get this day started, and we've already done our Youth 170 qualifying, so next up will be our Youth 1000 qualifying. But again, beautiful day. It's a little breezy, but the
you
race.
Keep saying beautiful. This wind's killing me.
well, the racers are excited about it and the breeze, because obviously there hasn't been any rain out here, which we don't want to say the rain word either, but the breeze is definitely going to help them when they're out on the course to help keep the dust out of their faces. Yeah,
it's been very dry, just like you said, so the wind is a racer's friend. It's going to be very interesting to see how this all shakes out. This morning is qualifying, getting everything set up for the rest of the weekend, so let's go over that. We are just qualified the Youth 170s, now we're going to do the Youth 1000, and then we'll qualify the rest of the field throughout the day. Right around 11:30 we should kick off the Youth 1000 race. That's an hour race. They'll do 1 to 2 laps is my guess, and then at 1 p.m., as long as we can stay on schedule, it's going to be a little tricky, will be the 4900 stock and open. They'll do 3 laps, and then tonight at 5 p.m. till 8:30 the 4900 UTV Pro Mod, they'll do 3 laps, and they're going to need some lights.
Yes, they are.
And then tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. sharp, is the limited class races. The 4600 will do 2 laps, the 4500 and 48s will do 3 laps. Then at noon, we'll race the Youth 170s on this mile short course here. And then at 1 p.m., we'll do the 4400 Unlimited with 4 laps. And then we'll have our after party. Tribe 16 is going to cook a bunch of food for everybody. So a huge shout out to Tribe 16, Adam Shear, and his whole team for that.
Yes, it's going to be some barbecue. But Miles, let's talk about a little bit of what's going on behind the scenes. This is a Warren Racing sponsored event out here. And what they're doing over there right now, or what they've been doing all morning, because our recovery crews are all out on race course, they've been outfitting all of our recovery crew with the proper Warren equipment, working hard all morning to do that. But it's going to be a great day. So you're talking about the course and 4 laps for our 4400 classes. Those 4 laps are going to be tough laps.
It's going to be hard, because this, like we were saying earlier, this course will have a little bit of everything. It's got some go fast, it's got some trees, it's got some legit rock crawling, it's got a waterfall, it's got a Warren's Gate.
Yes,
we call it Hell's Gate, but we're giving Warren Racing a little love, because just like you said, they're helping us out in every way they can, and it's going to be a great show. The race course is 27 miles for all the big cars. The main qualifier today is 1.4 miles. Tomorrow's race for the Youth 170 is 1 mile, and the Youth 1000 is 10.3 miles. We have a few different courses, but the main course is a 27 it's 27 miles per lap.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's in the Youth 170, of course, we're not going to put them all through all of the technical stuff that our larger vehicles go, because they are still learning. It's a great class for our youth to be learning with. They do have co-drivers in there with them. Some of them, it's their parents that are riding with them.
A lot of them is their dads, and I absolutely love that. It's the future of our sport, like you're saying, and that's how you learn. Where'd all these guys that are racing with us now start? They didn't have this option back in the day, so they've learned as they went. So give them all this extra practice at a young age. They're going to be superstars in no time.
Well, that, and also the knowledge. I mean, for instance, you have Jody Ford riding in with his daughter, so it's like you have the knowledge of these racers that have been racing for quite some time, passing it on to their kids, because now, like we always say, like you just said and I've said already this morning, it's the future of our sport. But this morning, when we get started with our Youth 1000 racers, we do have 8 drivers that will be taking the green flag for qualifying. We do have the number 12 of Mason Dowker out there, the number 2 of Dylan Trent.
We have Brian Folger, Aiden Gilbert.
And then we have Bailey Ford in the number 5, Eli Harris in the number 6.
Then Peyton Dumford, the Dirt Princess, and Jet Full Throttle Chambers making his Ultra4 rookie debut.
Yes, Jet Chambers, he's a rookie here with Ultra4, but that is not a rookie driver whatsoever. That kid has great seat time under his belt already. So for him to be out here racing with us out here at Crossbar Ranch for the first time Ultra4 racer is awesome. He will also be racing King of the Hammers as well.
Yeah, it's really cool. And that was a great shot of Bird down there getting ready to wave that green flag, and our USAC rep Liam O'Donnell out there chatting, make sure everything's running smooth. But qualifying is about to kick off. I can't quite tell who the first car going out is going to be, but we'll keep you as honest as we can. Again, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we have here in the Warren Racing Studio.
Yes, and there also is a live race map as well. If you go to Racing Tracks, it's Racing Tracks, RACINGTRAX. You can go and you can see the live map where they're on course as well. That will be later on, of course, not for
it in qualifying, but it doesn't really matter quite as much. But during the main race, make sure you go to check out Racing Tracks. It's a great feature to keep you all fans back at home in the know, and it's an excellent safety feature out there because it's got a system where it can tell if it comes to a stop hard. It's got the G-forces. It can tell if it's upside down. So David Clay with Racing Tracks is going to keep all our racers safe and sound out here at the Crossbar Ranch. It's an amazing place out here. 6,500 acres, over 150 miles of trails. The park is ran by Justin Ramsey, but it is actually owned by the city of Davis. They average about 3,000 people a weekend. The park is open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, except for a small window for deer hunting. They close it down and they do their thing here. But there's unlimited dry camping. They've got 28 camp spots with water and electricity. And we're just outside of Oklahoma City and not too far from Dallas.
No, we're not. I mean, flying into Dallas, it took about an hour and 40 minutes roughly to get here. So, and we're about, I think, 45 minutes to an hour south of Oklahoma City, but it's a gorgeous area out here. The windmills in the background and the beautiful terrain. Look, you were talking about the race course earlier on. We can't forget about that prairie area as well.
It's going to be fun.
That prairie is normally a pretty fast section, and talking to the drivers that have raced with us before, they're like, we don't remember that many rocks out there.
Well, it's because it's been raced on enough that the dirt's kind of gone and the rocks are coming up.
Yes.
And right out by that area is Turner Falls, one of the state's tallest waterfalls. It's 77 foot tall. It's an amazing place. The elevation's roughly 850 feet. Population of Davis is 2,800 people.
Catch your papers, Miles. Catch your papers.
The office is a little windy today.
Yes, it is. But again, that's the racer's friend. They want to keep this breeze going. As long as it keeps going in the direction that it's in, you and I will be safe.
Yeah, we'll see how that shakes out as we're just kind of dotting our I's and crossing our T's. But it's about to get this party started here for the 2024 Warren Racing National Championship. We will be giving away our trophies for this race this weekend, tomorrow night at the Tribe 16 party, and we'll crown the East and Western Series champions as well tomorrow night.
Yes, it's going to be a good time as always. We have a big white tent that we'll all be underneath hanging out and everything else, but we do see they are over there still getting everything all lined up. But right now, the Youth 1000 class, as we already went through, we have 8 drivers that will be taking the green flag for qualifying this morning. And talking with a lot of the drivers that are coming. We have drivers all the way from Arizona that came out to race with us, but it's going to be a great weekend out here. Eli Harris, let's talk about Eli Harris for just a minute. His dad, Will Harris, has been racing out at King of the Hammers for quite some time. Now he is riding shotgun with Eli, passing down the reins, but I have to tell you a little bit, they also race at a race course in Georgia called Durhamtown, and there's an endurance race that they do after short course racing during the day. It's pretty cool to be a part of that because Eli and Will race against each other. So it's so fun to hear the father and son completely in separate cars talking smack to each other, who's going to win, making bets or whatnot. But those two right there are 2 peas in a pod.
Yeah, and Eli made his Ultra4 King of the Hammers rookie debut this year earlier at King of the Hammers.
Yes.
And seeing these young guys and gals hopping in these Youth 1000s, and like you said, you have to have an adult co-driver. The age limit is 12 to 16. The responsible adult, we quote that a little loosely, but they have to be 18 years or older to be the co-driver, and it's a great way to keep everybody growing. And I was talking to Lauren Healy at Crandon about that, and he said we were just chatting. I was like, Crandon's awesome. It's a bucket list. It's amazing here. I was like, but what's one of your favorite things about it? He's like, racing with my son at Crandon. I'm able to give him the coaching that I never got. So Lauren Healy, a King of the Hammers champion, giving his son the tips that he never got. I mean, he's leaps and bounds ahead of where Lauren started.
Exactly.
It's pretty incredible.
And that's what's so awesome about this class. And then you have Peyton Dumford. Her dad rides shotgun with her as well, getting great seat time and knowledge from him. But let's go up here to Mr. Peanut Fulcher. Peanut Fulcher, now you said the age limit's 12, but they have to be approved by race director and race and USAC to be able to race at an age if they are experienced. So Peanut Fulcher, known as, his name's Brian Fulcher, but we call him Peanut. He's only 11 years old, and let's talk about Vegas to Reno. He went and raced Vegas to Reno with the young gentleman of Nathan Parker. Nathan Parker, a very well-seasoned racer, was able to be his co-driver, even though Nathan is only 15 years old.
Pam, we got our first one. That's Aiden Gilbert heading out there, number 618 out of Fenton, Michigan, with Gilbert Brothers Motorsports, with Casey Gilbert riding shotgun. With Gilbert Brothers Motorsports, Polaris, Nitto, Brannick, CA Technologies, RCV, Big B, Nacho Lights, and this biggest sponsor is Mom and Dad with Alliance Tree Services.
Yes, and then let's talk about another well-seasoned passenger, his dad, out there in his co-driver seat with him, Casey Gilbert, in the number 618 in our 4400 class that we'll see later on qualifying.
And look at that. He just sends it on that back section. Aiden is really pushing strong on this 1.4-mile qualifying course. The dust is going to be thick, so we're going to probably stick to one car at a time. We'll see if we can sneak another car in there or not, but I believe we'll start with one car at a time out on this qualifying course. And Aiden and Casey Gilbert out there running strong.
Yes, they are. And he, again, getting lots of seat time as well. He has actually been passenger for his dad at one point in his larger vehicle as well. But Aiden Gilbert, 14 years old, as you were saying, out of Fenton, Michigan, making a great run for himself. But going back into kind of a little bit of a woodsy areas where he's going to make this right-hand turn into before he comes in for that checkered flag. But Aiden Gilbert right here is a fun little jump as well that he gets to go over. And there you see going into the trees. It's not much of a tree section they go into.
Oh, and we are sending two cars out at a time. So that is Peyton Dumford at 14 years old. The Dirt Princess 7 herself with her dad, Jarrell, riding shotgun out of Hamilton, Ohio with Bandit Off-Road and Dunford Racing. They want to thank Polaris, Mom and Dad, Bill Stein, HP Tuners, MRT, Ultimax Belts, HCR, MWAC, Down to Fab, JP Scale Graphics, Beard Stitch, All Things UTV, Tire Spine, and Bullet Wheels. As we should get a time for Aiden Gilbert here in just a moment. Should be right around that 2-minute mark.
We will see here just a moment.
A 1:58. That's our first qualifier of the day. I think that's going to be a very good time. Is it going to be beat? For sure by the bigger cars. So I'm going to guess that the fastest time of the day today is going to be a 1:35. I'm going with it.
1:35.
That's unofficial.
Okay, so you're saying 1:35. I'm going to write this down, Miles, because we always do this. We actually had people last night asking us what our guesstimation was going to be for race day. So 1:35 for the bigger cars. I'm going to guess maybe, I'm going to say 1:26. So 1:26.
All right, I got it wrote down, so when you're wrong, I can prove it. But if I'm wrong, I'm going to scratch it out.
What's really fun, too, you guys at home, I mean, you guys are watching it, give us what you think their times are going to be. It's fun to see what you guys all think as well. So let's write this all down. But Aiden Gilbert with a 1:58.768. But right now, it's all about Peyton Dumford out on course, and we do have now the 7:21 starting of Bailey Ford.
With her dad, Jody Ford, riding. She's only 13 years old, out of Markle, Indiana, with Brannick Motorsports, with CA Technologies, Can-Am X3, Brannick, MRT, CA Technologies, and Raceline. Her Ultra4 rookie debut in this car was at Visions 2023. So we'll get a time for Peyton Dumford of a... Well, we have a little goof up on our timing because I show it as Eli Robbins, but he has definitely not taken the track yet.
I wonder if they could have possibly mixed up their timers.
So Eli Robbins is in the stock 170 class. This is all me guessing. So I bet you Peyton Dumford is actually Eli Robbins on our timing. We'll make that all official later. But I believe, there it just They're fixing it as we speak.
There we go, because he's listening to us, and he's right here to our right as well. But now, we do have Bailey Ford making a great run for herself. And you, Miles, you are well-seasoned in the encyclopedia of Ultra4.
Uh-oh.
Who is in there with him? Or with her?
Oh, that's her dad, Jody Ford.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you have more history on Jody Ford, but another well-seasoned racer.
Absolutely, yeah. He's raced UTVs. He's raced 4,800. He's raced 4,400 last year in Pennsylvania for a little bit. And here comes Eli
Yes, we do.
Harris.
The 49.03 of Eli Harris. With Will Harris is not actually in shotgun right at this moment, though.
Out of Pendleton, South Carolina, with Underdog Racing and a Polaris Turbo S with residential grading and septic. MRT, Raceline Wheels, G-Force, Epic Race Chassis, 5-star tuning, and Team DFS. With his rookie debut this year at King of the Hammers, just a few months back. It's weird to say a few months back because we're about to kick off King of the Hammers in less than 100 days.
98 days.
Oh,
we actually,
boy.
The other day, a post went up that it was 100 days to King of the Hammers. So the household I'm in, last night we were talking about it, 99 days. Now 98 days. It's going to be here before we know it. So everybody at home listening, if you have not got on and purchased your tickets for King of the Hammers, make sure you get on and do so. All right, Bailey Ford coming through with a 2:11.411.
And again, we don't have Peyton Dunford's time yet officially, but I'm gonna guess it's gonna be right around that 150 mark.
Yes, and we shall see here in just a moment. But let's see who we are going to have taking that green flag here in just a moment. Because we do have, again, 8 racers that will be out here qualifying for today. And there we do, the young Mr. Peanut Fulcher in the number 180 of Team Momentum.
And I was talking to Nathan Parker. I don't know if it's Nathan Parker or Brian Fulcher riding shotgun. They hadn't quite made up their mind yet, so we'll see who's out there riding.
If I had to guess, it's going to be Nathan, if I had to guess. But we'll find out.
Brian Fulcher at 11 years old out of Fayetteville, North Carolina with Team Momentum Racing. In his Can-Am with Performance East, High Lifter, Pocket Change Fab, CT Raceworks, Carolina Customs ATV, EFX Tires, KMC, Gator Waders, SD Lighting, and Air Dam Clutches. He has won in Rush. He's won in Montana. He's won in Disney, Havasu. He was the National Western Series champ. This kid has done a little bit of everything.
He has done a little bit of everything, and then he doesn't only race with Ultra4 USA. He also races in the Southern Bounty Series, which is mud racing. He races in the mud. He's well seasoned, but there we do have Eli Harris coming through with a 2:10.584. So Aiden Gilbert still holding that number 1 spot.
1 second faster than Bailey Ford, but like you said, the pole position right now is Aiden Gilbert. And the top setter in each class does get 7 important extra points for the series championship. So right now, that 7 points is looking like Aiden Gilbert. We still have a few yet to go. And out on course is Brian Fulcher, and now the number 12 of Mason Dowker with his dad Tad riding shotgun out of Elk Rapids, Michigan with North Shore Raceworks. He's in a Polaris Turbo Razor, and his favorite sponsors, Mom and Dad. I was talking to Tad. I always do my homework. I was like, anything new with your program? Do you have any sponsors? So he gives me his. I'm like, so you want to use the same sponsors for your son? He's like, oh, no, that's just out of my pocket.
Yeah, definitely. Mom and Dad are the biggest sponsors for these kiddos, as we know. But yes, there he is on course, making a great run already. You know what I noticed, though? Eli didn't have his co-driver with him, and that's another little bit of a strategy because of lighter weight during the qualifying. All right, and here comes through the 180 Peanut Fulcher, taking that number 2 spot with a 2:07.577. All right, and there we have the number 12, as you were saying, Mason Dowker out there on his qualifying loop.
And I love that the dads, it's a family affair out here with Ultra4. It's the best off-road family out there. And Tad's actually riding with his son and getting seat time on the qualifier. I mean,
exactly.
It's absolutely amazing.
All right, now we have the 95-13 taking the green flag. That is Jet Full Throttle Chambers.
With his dad, Jared Chambers, riding shotgun out of Corydon, Iowa, with Jet Full Throttle Racing. in his Polaris with CW Motorsports, Whiskey Biz, Wool Welding and Fab, Jim Trainery Motorsports, and Trail Addiction Off-Road, making his Ultra4 USA rookie debut.
Yes, and that kid, he's another one that has some seat time under his belt. We don't have all of his history quite yet because he is new here with us with Ultra4 USA, but another one that is out there that is another well-seasoned racer. So we will only have one left to take a green flag, but right now Mason Dowker coming through, sitting in the number 5 spot with a 2:16.7.
I see Kendall Glines and Garrett Phelps are tuned in. They usually come racing with us, but they couldn't quite make this one. Hopefully, I know they're busy building their new-to-them Ford Bronco for the stock class, so they got their hands full. Wish they were here, but hey, it's all part of the game.
Exactly. At least they're at home watching. You kind of get that FOMO, though, when you're at home watching, especially when you're normally used to being out here with us. They had a very successful season, though, with the NorCal Rock Racing Series.
Absolutely.
That one just wrapped up, I believe, just a few weeks ago. But now we have on the course the number 14 of Dylan Trent.
Our Western Series champion with Elvis riding shotgun out of Lake Tahoe, Nevada with Trent Fabrication. And that Brian Tilton Racing Can-Am with Nexen Tires, Raceline Wheels, FK, Brannick, Yukon, and Meekum Alternators. He's won at AOP. He's won at King of the Hammers. He's won at the Stampede. This kid is on a mission. And you've heard of Trent Fabrication, right? Derek, Trent, and Lisa, they are Trent Fab.
Whoa.
And out here
that was a nice
supporting
send.
their dad.
Sorry.
Oh, all good. That's a great
jump.
jump.
Really awesome on that one. Yes, definitely. They build great cars as well. But right now out there, Dylan making a great run. He's gonna be pushing right up there with the Aiden Gilbert time.
And we'll get a time for Jet Chambers of a 2:12. Jet full throttle Chambers. Very respectable run, but almost just shy of 10 seconds fast is Aiden Gilbert with that 1:58.
Okay, let's see what we do end up. I don't know. Aiden Gilbert has that 1:58, but Dylan's got a great run going. I'm going to guess he's going to be within a few seconds or right close to Aiden's time. As long as he doesn't do any hiccups or any bicycles or anything like that, he's got a great run going for himself. Making his way back into the little tree section that we have here on our qualifying loop. He'll be coming around here in just a moment to get the checkered flag.
What a great day of qualifying this morning, and it's only going to get better as the cars get faster, and then we go into race mode, Pam.
Exactly.
It's going to be a good time. Again, thank you, everybody, for tuning in back home to the 2024 Warn Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch. Beautiful 6,500 acres out here, 150 miles of trails, and Dylan Trent getting a little slideways is heading towards the Warn Racing finish line.
Oh, a little small bicycle there, but he's really pushing it hard right there. And Trent, let's see, Dylan Trent coming through in that number 3 spot with a 2:09.2.
So Aiden Gilbert, I believe, is going to be our fastest one of the Youth 1000s. So unofficial, obviously, but it's looking good for Aiden and Casey Gilbert, our fastest qualifier for the Youth 1000.
Yes, and then we'll go into Mr. Brian Peanut Fulcher into that number 2 spot, and as we just saw Dylan Trent coming through in the 3rd spot.
And then we have Eli Harris and then Bailey Ford.
And then in that 6th spot, Jet Chambers. In 7th position, Mason Dowker.
And Peyton Dunford did qualify. We don't have her on our system. They will actively fix it. So everything is unofficial because I think she was
pretty fast.
I at a quick glance,
150.
She might have that fast. I don't know. This is all unofficial.
Yes.
We'll have to let timing do their thing.
That's why it is unofficial until made official. And you can see our next class is all lined up over there, getting ready to start their qualifying. So we're going to be going right into our 4,900 qualifiers, and then what we'll be doing, the Youth 1000, once we're done, as we already talked about earlier, Miles, the Youth 1000 will be the first ones to race later on today as soon as we're done with all of our qualifying. Working with papers in the wind is always so fun.
No doubt. Oh, boy.
Did you ever catch your one that flew away earlier?
Luis did.
Oh,
I did.
Nice. he must have ran faster.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, goodness gracious.
So up next, we are doing our UTV qualifying. We have the stock, the open, and the modified. They'll all qualify as first come, first serve. But then we will split them up. The first race this afternoon for UTVs will be the stock and the open, and then this evening will be the pro modified class.
Yes, so qualifying and racing all in the same day for our UTVs, except for our 170s, like we were saying earlier on. But yes, we will be going live qualifying again here in just a moment. Got spectators lining up over here to watch, and teams over here as well. There are a couple spectator areas out there. I believe one of them is you went out on the course. I didn't actually make it out on course.
I went out on part of the course. Yeah, they have Rock Face that I was out a few years ago, and then this year I got to see Hell's Gate. So there's two back in the two main rocks obstacles. Awesome place, and the picture does not do it justice. Hell's Gate is absolutely insane. It's a kind of a V-notch, very steep, very straight up, and it's an either-or, but it's the shortcut, and you can probably save yourself a minute. But if you don't make it, you're in trouble.
I believe a couple years ago, I think it was Blyler's
Rusty
were the only one.
Yep.
Yes, so I actually went up Hell's Gate when we were marking race course that year, and somebody was like, I can't believe you went up that. I'm like, it was fun. I had 100% trust and went up Hell's Gate. But that year, we also had a decent amount of water in the bypass where you could go around Hell's Gate.
And I believe it was Cole Clark that was hitting it in the UTV.
Yes. Oh, and there we do have...
So we were talking about that earlier. So her transponder, this is Peyton Dunford heading out now. I do believe her transponder must have been goofed up, so they did get it fixed apparently. So she is out on course doing her rerun because we had a timing malfunction. So Peyton Dunford and Jarrell Dunford heading out.
All right. Extra seat time.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so they do have it fixed on our timing. So at home as well, if you would like to see what the times are, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com. You can also go to Racing Tracks and also see the live map when we are racing later on. But for the live timing, you will see exactly what we are seeing here, like I said, at live.ultra4racing.com. And that is a great view of our lineup over there, our white tent where we will be doing all of our drivers' meetings and our awards tomorrow night, dinner by Tribe 16. The pits are pretty packed out there.
Yeah, it's great. They started showing up midday Wednesday. We got half the field parked, and then the rest of them showed up Thursday, and now it's Friday. It's qualifying. It's race day.
Exactly.
I love it. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in to the 2024 War Racing National Championship here at the Crossbar Ranch, just outside of Davis, Oklahoma.
Yes, as we see Peyton Dunford, she's a little over halfway through the qualifying loop, so she'll be coming around to finish up her lap here in just a moment. Like you were saying earlier, though, Miles, when she was on course, it was a really fast time, so let's see, if it's close to that time or if there might have just been a hiccup completely with her timing earlier on. Otherwise, she would be out again if it was all okay, but here she is out on course. And there are you and I right there underneath that Ultra4 USA Easy Up, and you can see the breeze blowing in the background, all of the windmills working as well. But it's not only windy out here, Miles, it's chilly.
It's chilly. It's 45 degrees. When I left the house this morning, it was 39 on the Jeep.
Oh, my goodness.
And the wind's blowing. This place, they won't turn these big fans off. I don't know why.
I asked yesterday, I wanted to know who turned the fan on high and all the way on cold. Peyton Dunford coming through for the checkered flag in the number 7007 in the 7th position at a 2:15.4.
So very solid run by that young gal. What a great run we have. We are a little bit behind schedule, but we will do our best to keep the action flowing. Looks like Chuck Mays is tuning in. Thank you, buddy.
Lots of people tuning in to watch the live racing for today. 2 days of racing out here at Crossbar Ranch. It's going to be 2 full days of fun for us. All right. Again, you can go to, let's see here, livemap.racingtracks.com to see our live trackers when they're out on course. Again, so let's talk about Racing Tracks. You did brush on it, Miles. So it's good for safety purposes. It's good for everybody at home, but a couple other great features of Racing Tracks. is if a car is broke down on the side of the track, you can push a button, or it tells you if a car's stopped. It tells the cars coming up, hey, there's something going on. There's a car stopped. So, or, you're changing a tire, or, whatever. It tells you there's something coming up.
It tells the person behind
right,
you. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. And there's a push to pass you can hit. So say, hey, I'm on your heels. Instead of me giving you a little love tap and let
nudge.
you know, you can hit that button so that person can acknowledge and pull over. Like you said, Pam, it's got the medical.
Yes.
It's got a wrench. It's not a microphone. It's a wrench saying you're working on your car.
I was thinking of that this morning whenever in the driver's meeting, and they were explaining all the buttons to everybody again, because I know they do it when they also put the racing tracks on there. But I was thinking, that looks like Miles's wrench. We should just call that Miles' wrench.
There you go. But yeah, that just lets somebody else know that you're stopped on course, you're working on your car, so it gives them a little heads up. Because again, this dust is going to be thick. But Justin Ramsey and his team got the water going. But it's only going to last about 37 seconds, and it's going to be dusty again.
Right, exactly. I mean, they're going to do all that they can. We can't help dust, and Mother Nature has not given any water to this area any times. I mean, we haven't had it here, so we're just a little bit dry out here, but that's okay. But you know what, Miles? Let's touch on this since we're here and we're sitting here waiting for our next classes to go. Your wife and your sister-in-law. Let's talk about the hurricane for a minute. The hurricane back in North Carolina that has affected so many people, and so many amazing people have gone out. Oh, let's go to qualifying really quick. So the 113 taking off the line. That is the 113 of Eric Gilbert.
With Joe Fabrizio riding shotgun out of Mulvane, Kansas with Gilbert Racing, part of the stock class, and that's CT Raceworks in his Can-Am X3, Artistic Builders, JSR Performance, Method, MRT, Sandcraft, Demon Axles, Hess Motorsports, Double E Racing, and Evo. His first Ultra4 race with us was this year earlier in Bowling Green, Kentucky.
All right, so I'm going to try to keep track on my own papers here of everybody that we have come through. But, yes, Eric Gilbert and Joe Fabrizio out on course.
So we'll see what kind of time. Our fastest time of the day thus far is Aiden Gilbert with a 1:58. And JB Scales Graphic has a guess. Let me get it pulled back up. He's thinking fastest could be a 1:28, so he's right between us, Pam.
Yes, it is. Okay, so let's see here. Obviously, you were just saying making some quick time. I was just signed on to our YouTube for what everybody's watching at home. Lots of people checking in, saying, hey, Miles and Pam, looking forward to watching all of this. So great for all of you checking in and watching the live. We will be live all day long. Next up is the 6422 taking the green flag. The 6422 of Caleb Rupp.
And he's got John Cahy riding shotgun with him out of Sturgis, South Dakota with Hit List Motorsports. And his Can-Am Maverick R, Maxxis, KMC, Texera Tech, ZRP, and Evolution Power Sports. This is his first race with Ultra4 USA. He comes from Yellowstone Off-Road Racing, and he is their heavy hitter. So we were talking earlier this season, you should come check out an Ultra4 race. And I told him Crossbar would be a good one. Here he is. So he could put a little mix-up with our racers. This dude is fast, and he knows how to push that Maverick R to his limits.
Yes.
And he's got a great co-driver of John Cahy.
Right. So we were talking, because I was in registration with Roxy, her and I'm like, I know your name, but I haven't seen you at a race. And he's like, because I've never raced here before. And I was like, that's why. But I do watch the Your series as well.
And speaking about Yellowstone Off-Road Racing, Erin is tuned in watching one of her racers out on course.
Yes.
Mixing it up with the big dogs.
All right, so we got to talk about something really, really fast. Brian Trimp.
He's still on his way.
He's on his way. He said, let's go.
So let's talk about him, talking about all the hurricanes, all that's going on. He's been in Florida for 3 weeks straight working. He went to work. He wasn't going racing.
Right.
Well, 3 days ago, they let him off, so he had to drive like 30 hours home, then put his race car together because he wasn't racing,
right,
and then drive here 20-plus hours. He'll be here about noon today, so he's going to miss qualifying. He'll take a rear start, but he gets to race tomorrow morning in the 4,800 Everyman Challenge class.
Well, and it doesn't matter about where you start, it's about where you finish.
100%. There's Benji, one of our core Ultra4 recovery guys, making sure everything's going. So we'll get a time here for Caleb Rupp.
Losing it right here in the clear.
All right, here in just a moment. Go to show all here. Caleb Rupp coming through, getting a time of 1:54.349.
1:54. So new fast of the day is Caleb Rupp for his Ultra4 USA rookie debut. Making my notes to see who's going to be faster. He's extremely fast, so I think our time's a 135, 126. That's going to be tough to beat those.
I agree with you on that.
You agree that you're wrong? Or that we're wrong?
I'm looking at timing. I don't know.
There's Benji. It looks like somebody's broken off course. Looks like that's Jeremy Dickinson giving him a hand.
Did we have 2 cars take off? I think we had Eric Gilbert and we had...
Yeah, Eric Gilbert.
So we have Eric Gilbert. That must be recovery over there because we have not seen Eric Gilbert come through, but they did take the green flag and they were running a great pace. Because Eric Gilbert's time is actually still running here.
I do have physical eyes on Eric Gilbert. He is off.
Okay.
He is hooked to the rope of shame. So Eric Gilbert will take a rear start. Yeah, remember, you do not have to qualify, but if you don't, you take a rear start. So Eric Gilbert will start in front of anybody that chooses not to qualify because they did start. They just have a DNF.
Correct.
Not a DNS. We got a perfect view of the Warren Racing start-finish right in front of us. And then we have the big Brannick jump just to our left right at the start of the race. We have the PCI pits that we'll be using later on. We have the Warren Racing rocks. And the Metal Cloak backstretch.
All right, I'm looking at all of our UTV stuff, just trying to get everything all in line here because we have 3 different classes that are actually out qualifying right now. Our 4900 Pro Mod, our 4900 Open, and our 4900 Stock, and they don't have to go in any way, shape, or form in order. So we do have 3 classes that will be out there. But yes, we do see Benji pulling off the course of Eric, which is such a bummer. Eric Gilbert, like you were saying, you had perfect explanation of what their options are of starting. But again, a 1:54 fastest time right now.
And that time.
What did you say? What did you say your fastest time was?
I guessed 135. You guessed 126.
Yes.
So I don't know if we're going to shave 20 seconds off of Caleb Rupp. We might, but he's quick.
Yeah, he is quick, and having the smaller vehicle 4-wheel drive, I'm not sure. I mean, the only thing is these single seat boys that are coming out here to race is the only option right there. But there we do have the 304 of Gavin Smith taking the green flag.
And he does have a fill-in driver of Reed in a Hurry Murnham driving for him in this car out of St. Albans, West Virginia with Smitty Racing and his Can-Am with Lynchworks, CT Raceworks, MRT, Raceline, ZRP, Can-Am Off-Road, KWI Clutching, Double E, Tire Spine, Simpson, Rugged, Evo, Red Bull, and Leonard Electric. So Reed in a Hurry. Murnahan, a fill-in driver for Gavin Smith. And that is in the open class.
Again, like we were saying, 3 different classes out here qualifying at the same time. Ooh, nice little hop, skip, and a jump over that little hiccup. Oh, a nice little bicycle getting into the silty turn there. That caught him. I think it actually made him bring the car back down. That's how hard you push it. Oh, and here we have the number 140 right there of Jody Ford, fresh off the course with his daughter, out qualifying, and man, he is already a man on a mission.
With Corey Day riding shotgun out of Markle, Indiana with Brannick Motorsports and that Can-Am X3. Brannick Motorsports, MRT, CA Technology, and Raceline Wheels. His first Ultra4 race was King of the Hammers 2018 and hasn't missed a season yet. So I do suspect a very fast time with Jody Ford. I was talking to him in the pits last night, and he is not in the hunt for the national championship. So he is a checkers or wreckers this weekend. He doesn't need the finish, so he's going to give it all he's got. So we'll get a time for Gavin Smith.
153, 175. But look at Jody Ford on that screen. He is hauling the Mel. I am going to have to say Jody Ford's going to be in at least the 140 marks.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to say at least a 145 because he is sitting. As long as the rest of his run is clean, he's going to have a super fast run and more than likely be our top qualifier. Well, for now anyways. All right, so Jody Ford out on course that we are watching, and we do have another one taking the green flag at number 304 as well. So we have 2 304s.
So Gavin Smith has 2 cars.
Yes.
He has Reed and Hurry Murnahan driving his backup car in a different class. So we'll have to, once the race starts, we'll be able to tell a little bit more who's and who. You do see the passenger window net is open. That's okay. He is running solo.
Right.
So you don't have to have a window net on the passenger side if you don't have a co-driver. Otherwise, we would have to stop his run. But again, he's solo, so that is okay. You do not have to have a window net on that passenger side.
Jody Ford. What is he coming through with? Let me see here. Oh, I lost all my... Oh, we have a rollover on course of the 304.
So I believe that's Reed Murnahan. So out back. So we got him flopped over. We'll get recovery back there as we look for Jody Ford's time.
I got to figure out how to get all of these. Jody Ford coming.
149.
Oh, I was thinking like a 145.
So new fastest time of the day. Jody Ford with a 149.850.
All right. There we did see Gavin Smith's car. We're not sure which one is in that driver's seat on their side. That was a nice little tumble. We'll get a thumbs up here hopefully in just a few minutes. But such a bummer. In qualifying, you're pushing it. You want to get that top spot. You do not want to be back in the dust. So that goes to show you just how hard our drivers are pushing it.
So tough break for driver record is Gavin Smith, but I believe Reed is driving that one. Well, they're both Gavin Smith's car. They both have the same number. They both say his name, so I can't tell which one's which. We will once the race gets underway later on. We'll be able to tell a little bit better who is who. But yeah, the Gavin Smith car is on its side. And we need to give a huge shout out to the Area 51 guys. This is their local track. They've got their little compound. It's their own little area, but it touches the crossbar here, so they got a great little hangout. We went there for dinner one night, hung out with their crew. Great job. They've been helping Trouter for the last couple of weeks lay out the course, mark everything, and now they're out there doing recovery for us. So again, Area 51 crew, kudos to them. Thanks, guys.
Exactly, and as you can see, our recovery crew coming up with all of their worn equipment to recover all of our vehicles out here that need it this weekend.
And one of our good buddies, Jim Marsden, is across the pond tuning in.
Nice.
And we'll see you just in a couple months, buddy. He'll join our live production team there at the 2025 King of the Hammers.
Oh, that sounded weird.
Man,
yeah, it's 2025.
It's going to be here before you know it.
Sorry, you just really made reality hit that 25 is almost here. Oh, goodness gracious.
You got some really dark blonde hair, Pam.
I do. Oh, goodness gracious. Good times, Miles, good times.
Absolutely. So again, thank you to all of our volunteers, Area 51's here on site, the entire Ultra4 USA staff, all the media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and our marketing partners of PCI Racing, Warren Racing, Metal Cloak, and Brannick Motorsports. Help support Ultra4 USA.
And as you can see why they're trying to do the recovery here, the way that he is in that turn, it's kind of dragging his car around, so they're going to do a little reset so it's not dragging the car completely while they bring it over.
And if you remember a few years back, we did have some a rock section in qualifying.
Mm-hmm.
We opted to take that out just to save the cars and save time because we're on such a tight schedule.
Right.
So it's mainly just the short course here. So we'll get him flopped over and keep it rocking and rolling. They're doing a great job of keeping everything run smooth. We've had one car, what was it? Gilbert.
Joe Fabrizi, Eric Gilbert.
Yeah, Eric Gilbert broke down. Now we see Gavin Smith on his side. But everything else seems like it's been running pretty smooth for qualifying for the 2024 Warren Racing National Championship.
Except for the breeze.
And let's talk about the championship. this year we tried something a little different where you could use your points from King of the Hammers 24 or your King of the Hammer points from 25. So we will not be crowning a national championship at this race. We'll be doing that at the 2025 King of the Hammers. But we will be announcing who is our Eastern and Western Series champs.
Exactly, and that is what a lot of people are excited for here tomorrow night as well. But yes, King of the Hammers is going to be a busy, busy race, doing all of the, like you said, the national champions as well as our kings and our winners there as well. But it's always such a good time.
I'm covering all the way, right?
And it's going to bring out a lot more people, again, as every year it seems like our counts grow.
Okay, all right.
King of the Hammers has become a bucket list race for a lot of people.
It's still a bucket list race.
It's still a bucket list race for me.
I told my wife, I guess that would have been 17 years ago, it was a once-in-a-lifetime trip, and then I haven't missed one yet.
Here you are.
Oh, so let's go back to that. You were affected by the hurricane.
Yes.
And, yeah, my wife, Bailey, and her sister, Marcy, delivered a U-Haul truck full of stuff from good old Paola, Kansas.
Yes.
It was an 18-hour drive. They loaded up the U-Haul and took it to some locals up there. I don't remember the names, but they unloaded it into their drag racing trailer.
Okay.
And now they are going to take it up the mountain. One UTV load at a time to the people that need, because
it's
give
a
us,
mess.
You've been there. I haven't. I've just seen the news.
It's a mess. The surrounding cities that are west of me were the ones that were mainly affected.
In North Carolina area.
In western North Carolina. I actually live 45 minutes from Asheville, but the lake that is across the street from my house is where a lot of the water went to, so we had a lot of flooding. But a lot of destruction, and there's so many people that are always in our thoughts and prayers up there right now, because there's so many people still without power, without heat, without, and it snowed, Miles. Two or 3 days ago, it already snowed there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So
that's terrible.
It's terrible for all the people that are still up there that can't get out of their areas because their roads were completely washed away. But
then you go to the other side of it, and it's amazing seeing fellow Americans helping out fellow Americans. There's been so much volunteer work up there. And then a couple of our racers, Brian Trimp, Justin Myron, are down, Brian Trimp's on his way here, but Myron's still in Florida helping out with that hurricane, doing storm duty down there. So,
but we also have racers that are here right now that just left working in the area. Like Matthew Walraven has been working 20 minutes from my house.
Brian Fulcher was down there helping out.
Yes,
a lot of our people are helping out our own.
And I have to give a shout out to our racers, and this is kind of emotional for me because all of them have became like my friends and my family and my racing family. I mean, I had racers from all over reach out.
To make sure you're all right.
Yep. Is there anything you need? I mean,
I know you were in contact with Bailey off and on.
And Abby, and Josh Smith, they actually offered to come all the way from Colorado and bring heavy equipment to come help out to our area.
Yeah, it's amazing.
The racers are truly,
it's an off-road family.
And it's an off-road family for sure. But I have to give a shout out to my husband. My husband has been there. I obviously am traveling for work, but he has been helping so many people in our area, and we still have our property completely full of people that they don't have anywhere to take their boats and stuff. So huge shout out to him for what he has done. He's kind of been a local hero for our little area there, and I've been off working, not playing but working, and while he's holding down the fort there. But your wife, that was awesome of your wife to go do that. She was asking me if there's anything in need that I knew of, and then that's when I had personally let her know that what I was hearing was blankets and sleeping bags and stuff that needs to keep
water
you warm.
And I mean, there's just and clothing. Well,
Jeremy Dickinson. Let's talk about Jeremy Dickinson. He lives up not an hour and 40 minutes from me.
Johnson City, Tennessee.
He's in Johnson City, yes, but he was actually out
mapping roads, right?
Mapping roads for people to get in and out of.
He was using Lead Nav, what we use for off-road racing, to map the roads that are passable or not. And he drove around for a few days, and I followed on social media, and it was it used to be a highway, but now it looks like a one-lane back road. It's incredible. So
there's some that are not even one lane. You have to have a quad to get in and out of a lot of the areas. So very unfortunate, but here we do have Gavin Smith's car of 304. Not sure who's in the driver's seat.
It looked like that was Reed Murnaghan, but I couldn't quite tell. But We'll
So
have to
who
guess
would have
it.
been in the other one?
Gavin Smith.
Gavin Smith
Yeah,
is in the
it's
other
both
one. Okay.
Gavin Smith's cars, but he has a fill-in driver for one of his other classes.
Gotcha.
Because you can
Okay.
have one fill-in driver per season unless it's a medical reason. So it
All
looks
right.
like we are back in action with the 717 of Mark McCleary and Tyler Nowak, Mr. CA Technology riding shotgun out of Reddick, Florida, with Turned Up Racing. And the stock class in that Can-Am X3 with CA Technology. Wayland Speed, PATV Power Sports, Raceline Wheels, Demon Power Sports, and Morimoto Lights. His first Ultra4 race was Visions 2023, and he won this year at Vegas to Reno.
Yes, he did. And let's talk about Mark McCleary. He races another style of racing as well. He did a 12-hour race back in June, and this car that he's in actually caught fire, and he ended up winning the race.
It's the audacity of these race car drivers. They don't know how to give up.
Well,
it's amazing.
Here's what I have to say, though. If it wasn't for the crew, his crew being experienced, the crews around them with fire extinguishers, and that's why we're always so on it with safety equipment, there's no way his car would have ever even finished the race. But it's a no-give-up team, that is for sure. Mike Park was a part of his driving with that race as well. So Mark McCleary. But here we have Jeremy Blackburn in the number 40 taking the green flag.
Out of Pikeville, Kentucky with On the Gas and that Polaris RS1. His main sponsors are Jesus Christ, Nitto Tires, Valor Off-Road Wheels, HMF, Off-Road Beast, Alba, All Things UTV, and Zamp Racing Gear. He's won at Rush and AOP and at Legends. He was the 2022 Eastern Series champion. He is in an naturally aspirated machine.
Whoa.
And the wind is blowing. Boy, howdy.
Miles.
It's everywhere. Just about lost
You
our whole
almost took
office.
me out with your
That was, yeah.
your clipboards. All right, checkered flag coming out for Mark McCleary, and let's see, his time is let me see here. Mark McCleary, I've got to find him. I've got all of these different classes on here. Mark McCleary with a 1:55.755. So Gavin Smith in the Pro Mod class still holding the fastest time as a 1:53.255. All right, here
and
we
we're
go.
sending them out. Now we have Nathan Parker, the number 150, with Alex Reed riding shotgun out of Fayetteville, North Carolina, with Team Momentum Racing and his CT Raceworks Can-Am, Performance East, High Lifter, Pocket Change Fab, Carolina Customs, EFX Tires, KMC, Gator Waders, SD Lighting, and Air Dam Clutches. His first race with us was Rush 2023, but he's won at Montana and at Disney, and was the Robert Parker Rookie of the Year just last season. He got second at King of the Hammers and first this year at Crandon. This young man has it going on. Brian Fulcher's really taking him under his wing, and I think he's got a bright spot in the future.
All right, here Jeremy Blackburn coming through, taking the checkered flag.
With a 158. So Nathan Parker out there, and this is going to be a fast time. So we are trying to speed up qualifying just a little bit. And we got another one heading out. It is the 928 of Jason Mills, driver of record, but it's Andrew Shipman behind the wheel. He just bought that car from Mills out of Cattlesburg, Kentucky with Mills Racing. And that Can-Am X3, McCoy Motorsports, CA Technology, G-Force Racing, MRT, Rugged, Gear Grabber, Hess, and Evo Power Sports.
All right, here we have over with the drone on top of them, the Nathan Parker getting ready to come in for the checkered flag here in just one moment. Right now he's sitting with a 127. Let's see what Nathan Parker comes through. Nathan Parker making his way through with...
It's not showing up on mine, but
All
I
right,
think that was a fast time.
He was there and then he disappeared on my side, but I gotta find him here.
We do have 3 different classes that are qualifying all at the same time.
Nathan Parker coming through in that number 2 spot behind Jody Ford in class with a 1:50.963.
So 150 got a 150. I love it. You can't make that up.
No, you cannot.
So Nathan Parker with a great run, 1 second behind Jody Ford, who is our new fastest qualifier of the day. So Jody Ford with that 1:49.850 time to beat. Make sure you tune into our YouTube on the TV, and then go over to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing.
Okay.
So it looks like Jason Mills, driver of record, is Andrew Shipman. You recognize that name from Jason Shipman, who's raced King of the Hammers in Ultra 4 for such a long time. Looks like maybe something may have happened on course. Maybe give him a rerun. We're trying to get that figured out.
Yes, because he was making a great run, and then all of a sudden, not sure what happened, but he is right there talking with Bird and John Goodby right there at the start line.
Well, Pam, it's been a great year, and we are winding down. But next year, look at the schedule. It's absolutely incredible. We're going to start out the year with King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley, California, January 23rd through the February 8th. And I'll go through the Western Series schedule. We're going to start out at the NorCal Stampede in March, Area BFE outside of Moab, Utah in May, Vegas to Reno in August, and then the Joker once again at NorCal in September. And then our Central will be here at the Crossbar in April. We'll be at Badlands Off-Road Park in Attica, Indiana in June. And then Daring Bike Week will be back at the Buffalo Chip in Sturgis, South Dakota. And then the Joker for the Central is Crandon at the Big House over Labor Day weekend. Then our Eastern Series is going to be in Pennsylvania at Roush Creek, our first King of the Hammers qualifier. When was that? Back in 2011, 2012?
I'm not sure about that.
And then we're going back to Beach Bend Raceway in Bowling Green, Kentucky in May. And then we're going back to AOP, and we skipped that course for a few years, just outside of South Pittsburgh, Tennessee in June. And then back to the Beach Bend Raceway during LS Fest for the Joker in September. And then our national championship, teaming up with Best in the Desert, will be the Laughlin Desert Classic in October.
Okay, so it looks like the 928 of Jason Mills is out on another run.
He just bought, Andrew Shipman just bought that car from Jason Mills, so Andrew is actually in the car. So Andrew Shipman driving for Jason Mills is getting a rerun. Missed the course just a little bit. So we are blocking off a corner because this is the qualifying, but this is also part of the main track. So he had his GPS set to race course, not the qualifying course.
Yes, definitely have a little bit of a different course. It was talked about this morning, but you know, once you get out there and you put on that brain bucket, as I call it, it's, you know, all bets are off at that point.
So Jason Mills' car is out there running along, but the fastest time of the day thus far is Jody Ford, Brannick Motorsports, with a 1:49.850.
That was a smoking fast time. You could see he came out of the gate so fast. All right, now next up on course, the 3:23 of Ian Parker.
This is making his rookie debut with Ultra4 USA with Eric riding shotgun out of Mulvane, Kansas. The Flying Farmers in his Can-Am with MRT and Raceline. He used to race motocross, but I was chatting with him doing my homework a week ago, and he told me the good old saying, with age comes the cage. So the Flying Farmers are out there on course.
All right, making a quick time around. We have multiple turns. It's so cool to watch the live map of this as well, because it's so back and forth everywhere. But we do now have the 928 of Andrew Shipman just made his way through.
And Ian Parker is out on course. About the halfway mark. This is a 1.4 mile qualifying loop here at the Crossbar Ranch during the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals.
All right, so the Andrew Shipman in the 928 actually qualified with a 2:03.336.
And on the course now is Brandon Caveman Anderson and his wife Jess riding shotgun out of Stacy, Minnesota with Caveman Racing. And his Polaris with Caves Customs, RCV, Sandcraft, Rugged, Minnesota Marshmallow, HCR, Aftermarket Assassins, and Freedom List. He's Ultra4 USA debut was at AOP back in 2020. That was our first race after the pandemic, so he came out with a bang. And he actually works for Polaris, and he kind of gets the lemons of those cars and takes them back and figures out what the dealership couldn't figure out. So this guy knows these machines like the back of his hand.
Yeah, it's really awesome to have people like in the industry that works in the industry out here, racing the vehicles, putting them to the test, and a lot of the builders that come out and race with us as well, because it's really a true test to the product of what they're building. All right, the 3:23, let's see what his time was. And taking the green flag right now, the 23:40 of Perry Mahaney out of Arlington, Texas, with Riley Nelson.
With Beard and Boosted in his Polaris, Bearded Stitch, Starwood Power Sports, Love That Door, Dirt Monkey, Raceline, Maxxis, Boostane, UTV Race Shops, Texas Concessions, and Country Fair Foods.
All right, trying to get that time for the 3:23. And here we have Brandon Anderson in the 2:25 coming in for their finish. So Ian Parker, that's who I was trying to find. Ian Parker.
Now we have Justin Barth heading out.
Justin Barth, another well-seasoned racer as well, but out here in the number 417.
With Paul Geisenhagen riding shotgun out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing. He's in a Can-Am Maverick R, MRT, Raceline wheels, ZRP, RCV, Factory UT, and Fox.
Okay, so Brandon Anderson, he came through in the number 4 spot, you already said. Jeremy Blackburn sitting in that number 3 spot. These are all in the UTV stock class, but right now on course for the stock class, Justin Barth, like you just said, in the 417.
So Justin Barth out there running a smooth race. These new Can-Am Maverick R's are incredible. They debuted those this year at King of the Hammers, and they've really started to develop them, and what a great car they have. So we'll get a time for Perry Manahe. He's in the Pro Modified class with a 2:11.
All right, that puts him sitting in the number 5 spot. Gavin Smith is still sitting in the first position in the Pro Modified class. And now we have on course the 3:11 of Dustin Robbins.
Out of Decatur, Alabama, with all things UTV, with his Can-Am, all things UTV, Power Throttle Power Sports, all things Bronco, Apex Powder Coating, Schofield Performance, Wayland Speed, MRT, Vision Wheels, and Double E Racing. He'll be racing in the open class, the Pro Modified class, and making his 4400 debut here. He's got the Red Dragon that he bought from John Moole about a year ago. He kind of worked through some kinks. He tried racing it last year at Rush, tried racing it a couple times this year, but I think he's got the car dialed.
Yes, he does. I think he's going to be super stoked about it as well, but making great time, as you see. And then we now have Justin Barth coming in, getting the checkered flag. Dustin Robbins out on course, making a super fast time, and we shall see shortly who is going to make the green flag.
Justin Barth with a 2:01, and Dustin Robbins looks like he is on a mission.
But will he beat Jody Ford's time?
We
Now
have
the T717 of Mark McCleary.
With Tyler Nolek riding shotgun, with Turned Up Racing in his Can-Am X3, CA Technology, Wayland Speed, PATV Power Sports, Raceline Wheels, Demon Power Sports, and Morimoto Lights. His first Ultra4 race was 2023 at Visions and won at Vegas to Reno earlier this year. He's pulling double duty, racing in the Pro Modified and the stock.
I knew he was racing in 2 classes, but I was just like, man, we just talked about him.
We sure did.
So I'm not sure which one of his cars it was that actually caught fire a couple months back during the race, but here he is out on course. Dustin Robbins getting that checkered flag. Let's see where his time is going to be. Mine has not updated yet.
Dustin Robbins, first in class, 11th overall with a 150 even. So just barely behind Jody Ford, fastest of the day thus far with that 149.850 time to beat.
All right, great footage right there of Mark McCleary. About halfway through the course, and we have the 49.11 taking the green flag of Trent Roberts.
With Tyler Gayton riding shotgun out of Clarksburg, California with TWC Racing. In his Can-Am with Vision Wheels, Mickey Thompson, Factory UTV, KWI Clutching, Hen Racing, Warren, and Factor 55. His first time racing Ultra4 in a UTV was King of the Hammers this year. But his first race with in the EMC class was San Felipe back in 2021. Well, qualifying is going down, and it is going to be an awesome day. Looks like Justin Hall's tuned in.
Mark McCleary coming through just now in the T717 is that number for him with a 153.800, putting him in that number 3 spot for the modified class. All right, the 49.11 is kind of taking it a little bit slow. Not sure what is going on with Trent Roberts, but not pushing it as hard as he was at the beginning.
You can hear in the mic just a little bit. That wind is kicking. I'm going to guess it's up, 15, 20 miles an hour. For dust reasons, it's amazing. For our reasons, sitting here in the Ward Racing Studio, it's not so ideal.
Not so ideal whatsoever. Not quite sure. I did not see the number on that car, but I believe that is a Kawasaki.
I believe that's Mike, the YouTube. He's a new
Mike
guy.
Sabo.
Mike Sabo. Let me try to find a number on him.
His number is a 167.
Yep, 167. He's got Liam Dickey riding shotgun out of Norfolk, Nebraska with Businessmen Who Race. And that Kawasaki KRX, Power Sports Nation, Double E Racing, Sedona Wheel and Tire, and Brute Performance. Making his Ultra4 rookie debut here at the Crossbar. And again, check out Michael Sabo on YouTube. He's got a lot of fun stuff out there. And now he's going to be adding some Ultra4 USA to his YouTube channel.
Yes, exactly. Great content that's coming out. He's going to be running GoPros all over his car as well, so it'd be very interesting to get his input on what he thinks of this after he's done racing tomorrow.
He'll be done racing tonight,
no,
right?
That's right. It is tonight.
It's all kind of a blur, isn't it?
It's cold, it's windy, and dusty. I'm doing everything I can to stay warm right now.
Like
yeah,
Trent Roberts has just got his time done, but he is definitely off pace, like you said, Pam.
Yeah, he definitely turned it down a few notches, I should say. All right, let's see who we have coming up now. Another Nav R, I believe that is 64. Is that Dickey?
That is Kurt the Rocket Mackey out of Omaha, Nebraska, with TR Racing, running in his stock class with that Can-Am Maverick R, Concrete Supply, Mackey Construction, and TR Racing. His first Ultra4 race with us was Rush, Kentucky last year, and I believe he's been in a RS1 Polaris for quite a while, so he is stepping up to the Mav R. We'll get a time for Mike Sabo here in just a moment.
All right, let's see what we have here. We got 5 different screens going here, trying to keep up with YouTube and qualifying times. But let's look at Michael Sabo in the number 167. We shall see here shortly what his time is. All right, there we have the number 118 of Matthew Walraven and another Mavar taking the green flag.
With Brett Bryan riding shotgun out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina with 118 off-road. We saw his son earlier today in the Youth 170. He is racing his Can-Am Maverick R, Builder's First Source, Transit Site Solution, CT Raceworks, Simpson, Stylo, PPEI, Murray Powersports, Rival Can-Am, Hess Motorsports, Raceline Wheels, Double E Suspension, Rigid, Red Winchins, and S3. He's won it at Visions. He's won it at Sturgis. Let's see what he can do here at the Crossbar Ranch for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. And he's got a great run going with that Maverick R.
All right, let's see what we got for Kurt Mackey coming through. Trying to keep up with all of
So
these.
Kurt Mackey got a 154, puts him 4th in class.
All right, another one taking the green flag, the number 529 of Cody Willenborg.
With Randy Dessenbach riding shotgun out of Effingham, Illinois with CW Motorsports. And that Polaris Pro R, AMS, All Balls, High Lifter, Hot Cams, Tire Spine, Seismic, Cylinder Works, PPEI, PRW, and Factory Polaris. His first King of the Hammers was 2022, and he just sends it.
Yes, he did.
Off that Metal Cloak backstretch.
That's a nice little jump back on that side. Going into that nice tight right-hand turn, as you see. Throwing that silt dust up in the air. But here we have Cody Willenborg making a very quick time so far. And Matthew Walraven coming through with a 157 flat.
Wow, what a great run by him. That puts him 4th in class. And Pro Modified is racing all by themselves. As you can see, Willenborg kind of lost in the dust. That's how dusty it is with only one car at a time.
Yes, exactly. All right, now taking the green flag again here. That is another Kawasaki.
I believe that's one of the Dickey brothers.
Cameron Dickey, possibly.
It's either Cameron or Ian.
Cameron's in a Kawasaki, so that would be Cameron Dickey and the number 69.
Out of Norfolk, Nebraska with CD Racing. And that Kawasaki with the Craftworks Supercharger. Power Sports Nation, Brute Performance, Mickey Speed and Fab, and Sedona Tire. His first Ultra4 race was at Visions 2022.
All right, and Cody Willenborg coming through, getting a time here. Let's see, it is a time of 154.600, putting him 2nd in class.
That's pretty good, part of that open class. So Pam, are you just going under show all and scrolling through?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to switch between classes. It's a little tough.
It's not working for me, so I'm just going to show all, going down and trying to follow along that way. But here we now have the number 24 of Cole Clark.
So Cole Clark was signed up under Pro Modified, but that looks like an open car, so he must have did a little late register and pulling double duty on us, I believe.
Will he be doing triple duty in general? Because is he racing 48?
He is not.
Okay.
That car got sold.
Okay. And that's why you're the encyclopedia, Miles.
Well, I do my best. So Cole Clark is out on course number 24. Out of Cortez, Colorado with J4 Racing. With the Slightly Heated Podcast, CRP, Elevated Smoke, KMC, Rugged, and PRP. His first Ultra4 race was King of the Hammers 2018. He's won in Moab, he's won in Reno, won in Oklahoma, and he's won at the Stampede. We'll see if he can add the Crossbar Ranch to that list.
All right, here we do have, actually, you know what, Miles? That would be that was actually Ian Dickey in that Polaris. That's not a Pro R, though.
We'll have to get that one squared away later.
Yeah, we can't see the numbers on those cars at all. But yeah, that is Okay, so here we now have the 195 of Todd Rimreed taking the green flag.
Turbo Todd out of Bennington, Nebraska with TR Racing in that Can-Am. Maxxis, TR Construction. Ultra4 USA, Mackey Construction. Maxxis and G-Force. His first Ultra4 race was Crandon back in 21. He's gotten second place at MAO and first place at Crandon just a couple years ago. His son Tyler Rimreed races all over the nations with Champ and with Ultra4. This weekend they overlap, so Todd and Kurt Mackey are out representing for TR Racing.
All right, so that was Cole Clark coming through in the number 24 with a 154.626, putting him number 4 in his class. And as we're watching Todd Rimreed making a super quick run right here.
This qualifying course is 1.4 miles. We will be racing into the night tonight with the Pro Mods. We have the Youth 170s. We have the Stock, the Opens, and the Pro Mods. So we got a lot of racing yet to go today. So be sure to stay tuned in to the King of the Hammers and Ultra4 USA YouTube. Go to the live.ultra4racing.com website for the same live timing we have here in the Warren Racing Studio.
Oh, and here we have a very well-seasoned racer right here, Mr. Rodney Van Eperen making his green flag start.
With Luke Stubbs riding shotgun out of Freedom, Wisconsin with Van Eperen Racing. Part of factory Yamaha Racing and that R-Max with Power Sports 1, Weller Racing, Yamaloop, GYTR, and GBC Tire. Their first King of the Hammers was 2023. They come from the short course world, but they've really enjoyed Ultra4 USA.
Yes, and Rodney Van Eperen out at Crandon this year. He won the Crandon Cup on Sunday, racing against his son. But here we have Todd Rimreed coming through, getting the checker flag at a 158.836, putting him 8th in spot in P8 in class. As we were watching Rodney Van Eperen, a little bit different kind of setup with these guys. These guys are a little bit more higher center.
It's definitely a sport machine, but it's more of a utility as well. So
exactly.
Yamaha's kind of using them with Ultra4 to kind of develop that car, because it is a slightly of a utility car, but it can also go fast. So to take a utility vehicle out there and run that kind of a pace is pretty impressive.
Yes, and now the number 5, his son, Owen Van Eperen, making his green flag start as well.
O-Show out on course out of Freedom, Wisconsin with Van Eperen Racing, part of the stock class in that very similar Yamaha Racing R-Max with Power Sports 1, Weller Racing, Yamaloop, GYTR, and GBC Tire.
It's pretty fun to see father-son out there racing against each other. They race against each other in Champ as well, like you were saying earlier on. So very competitive between father and son out on the course. And Rodney getting ready to come around to take that checkered flag. As you can see, that's the last right-hand turn. Then he makes a little jog to the left and gets the checkered flag. Oh, got a little bit of a bicycle. That's the second one I've seen a bicycle just a little bit. So Rodney Van Eperen with a time of 2:06.641, putting him in that number 10 spot in class.
So we have Owen Van Eperen still out on course. Pushing that Yamaha R-Max to its limits. And now it looks like Nick Anderson, I believe.
That might be that is...
oh, that's Brandon Davis.
Yeah, Brandon Davis.
Similar looking cars. So Brandon Davis out of Huntsville, Alabama comes from the rock bouncing world with Brandon Davis Racing in that Can-Am X3 Miller Brothers built car with Raceline wheels, Mickey Thompson, gear grabbers, and Team Pay Dirt. His first Ultra4 USA race was Crandon this year in that car, and he is doing all he can to prepare for King of the Hammers 2025.
Well, at least he comes from the rock bouncer world, so Hammers might, now I can't say it'll be easy for him, but rocks, that's his background. Brandon Davis is another one that's been a very fast racer out here as well, but right now Owen Van Eperen taking the checkered flag for his qualifying time.
So Brandon Davis in that Can-Am pushing strong. He will have his wife Cheryl riding shotgun during the race, but during qualifying, I have noticed a lot of open seats in that passenger side, just saving a little bit of weight. every second counts for qualifying.
Exactly.
But then during the main race, you want that qualifier for navigating.
Owen Van Efren, he made his way through, wins the number 11 spot in class with a 2:07.
So here we go. Now we have Ian and Katie Dickey out there out of Norfolk, Nebraska with Ian Dickey Racing and that Polaris Pro R with Power Sports Nation, All Balls Racing, Double E, X Travel, PPEI, Octane Inc., Sedona, RPM, Open Trail, Cylinder Works, Hot Cams, and Wrench Rabbit. His first Ultra 4 race was 2022, and he got first place at Visions 2023.
All right, Brandon Davis coming through, taking that checkered flag. I believe he's going to have a super fast time as well. So Brandon Davis right now sitting in. Let me find him here. Brandon Davis in number 2 spot in class with a 1:52.759.
What a great run by Brandon Davis. Just 3 seconds off the fastest lead of Jody Ford. Jody, I believe, is in the stock class. Let me verify that.
All right, taking the green flag, the 2:32 of Curtis Boone.
With Josh Whitney riding shotgun out of Mohammed, Illinois, with Boone Racing in that Can-Am with Creative Dust Powder Coating, Beck's Fabrication and Motorsports, Soar Construction, Wayland Speed and RD, Murray Power Sports, J. Boone Farms, HCR, CW Motorsports, FB Racing, and Raceline Wheels. He made his Ultra 4 rookie debut this year at Bowling Green, Kentucky. And I believe he's got James Boone, his dad, making his rookie debut this weekend as well.
Lots of rookies this weekend. I like it.
Lots of newcomers joining the Ultra 4 USA family.
Yes, it's great to see so many racers coming out and joining us out here racing with Ultra 4 USA and planning on racing King of the Hammers as well. But there we have the 2:32 of Curtis Boone making a fast run down that straight section that we have, the 2:11.
We'll get a time on here shortly.
2:11 of Ian Dickey, yes. Man, we were all off on those cars earlier on. We apologize to everybody at home that's watching.
So Ian Dickey with a 2:07 puts him 5th in class.
All right.
Pam, that wind's brisk.
So, Miles, I'm looking here. It looks like we have a total of, 110 racers that entered this weekend. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I was over 100 on my list, so 110 sounds very realistic. So, making his Ultra 4 rookie debut is James Boone out of Mahomet, Illinois, with Boone Racing in his Can-Am with Beck's Fabrication and Motorsports, Soar Construction, Wayland Speed and RD, Murray Power Sports, J. Boone Farms, HCR, and CW Motorsports. So great to see James Boone enjoying what his son likes to do as well. Curtis. He's definitely taking it easy on his first qualifier.
All right, the 2:32 coming through, getting their checkered flag as well. Let's see what their time will be. 2:32 of Curtis Boone with a 2:03.846. Yes, definitely being a little bit easy on their qualifying loop. It's not always about speed, but also about finishing. So it looks like they're going to definitely keep taking it easier. But again, so far the fastest time of the day with a 1:49.850 has been Jody Ford. We always take our bets to see what the fastest lap time is going to be, so we shall find out later on if any of our bigger cars, any of our Ultra 4 4400 cars can beat that time. But the UTVs are sometimes more versatile in these little short course style qualifying loops with the four-wheel drive, shorter wheelbase. But then again, we have the horsepower in our 4400s, and we have another car taking the green flag again. Here is Cole Clark, fresh off of course, stepping into his pro modified car. Cole Clark out of Cortez, Colorado. His team name is J4. RMS build custom Polaris RS1 turbo Razor, Slightly Heated
Audio
Podcast,
bars?
ZRP, Elevated
It is.
Smoke,
The
KMC
internal
Wheels,
mic was working
Rugged
all year.
Radios, and PRP. We talked about him earlier on, but his first race with Ultra4 was King of the Hammers in 2018. He won Moab in 2020 and 2022, Reno in 2019. He's won here in Oklahoma twice. His first, and he got first in the Stampede in 2022. So Cole Clark, another one that's always out here, always stepping up the game as much as possible, making a quick run. He also made a debut earlier on this year at the Stampede in a 4,800 class. As Miles said earlier on, that car did sell, so he won't be racing that one. Now we do also have the 999 taking the green flag of Jim Flory. So we have Jim Flory out on course right now. We also have Cole Clark out on course again, but Jim Flory in the 999 out of Pennsylvania with Flory Racing.
Had to step away for just a moment, Pam. Thanks for carrying the show. Looks like I didn't miss too much. We saw James Boone come through.
Yep.
Cole Clark's out, and now Jim Flory.
Yes, they are all out. I went through all of Cole's information for you, but Jim Flory, he's in the pro modified class in a Can-Am with MRT, Raceline, and Double E shocks. And Cole Clark coming through hot.
Yeah,
I wonder if his brakes were a little...
Cole Clark was going to give it his all. He is trying to chase down Jody Ford's time.
Well, he just came through with a 626. So Cole Clark fresh off of his last run into this new run. So let's...
And remember, he just ran his open class car. And now, look who it is. None other than Paul Wolf. Number 1018 out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing. And his Can-Am X3, Ditto Tires, RCV, HCR, Raceline, Alltech, Radflow, VP Racing, Wheelwood, Project X, FK, Halo, JB Scale Graphics, Evo Power Sports, ZRP, Rugged, CBR Radiators, Holly Performance, and First Form. And Paul Wolf is racing every single race of the weekend except for the youth races.
Right.
He'll be
He definitely does not qualify for youth.
He'll be co-driving and possibly driving an EMC. He'll be racing both UTV classes and the 4400. He is definitely one to watch. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he wins at least one race this weekend. He's got a great shot.
Quick update really quick. Cole Clark racing in 2 different classes, qualifying in 2 different classes. He just came off the course in his Pro Modified. He took over the #1 spot with the fastest time of a 1:44.293. So Cole Clark right now the fastest qualifier so far of the day. But we got Paul Wolf out on course. We know that he knows what Cole Clark's time is.
And that's something I was going to say is with him out on the open class and then hopping that pro mod, I assumed he would have been faster, and there it is.
Yes, exactly. But a 1:44.293, awesome
racing.
We just had another car take a green flag. I missed the number.
It may have been Nick Anderson.
I believe you are correct on that.
A lot of stuff going on. This wind is not being helpful either.
No, it is not. We will find out here, obviously, soon who that is, but let's see. Paul Wolf coming through, taking the checkered flag. Let's see what his time was, because we do know, like we were saying, Cole Clark had it, but definitely right now it is
Paul Wolf, the new fastest. No,
it's not. Fastest in his class.
Yep, you caught me, Pam.
But a 1:46.157. So in reality, Cole Clark, #1 in his class. Paul Wolf, #1 in his class. But Cole Clark, 2 seconds lead.
Wow, so Cole Clark fastest of the day with that 1:44. Looks like that was Robert Liebel taking off. There's
not a one. That was 1:44 that just took off.
There's too much going on here.
Yeah.
Sorry. Let me get regrouped here.
The wind is messing with us.
Oh man, it's awful out here.
Can somebody turn off the fans, please?
Yeah, Robert Liebel, number 441.
441. See?
There we go. Getting it right
Dyslexic.
now.
I'm dyslexic a little.
So out of Quinlan, Texas, with Liebel Racing, part of the open class in that Can-Am. Rigid Excavation, Dallas Karting, Scott's Custom Cabinets, CT Raceworks, UTV Race Shop, Double E Racing, Skinny Metal Works, and Blue Fab Tire.
All right, so that was Anderson at the 34.22 that just came through, taking the checkered flag. And And let's see what the time is. His car's sputtering quite a bit.
I think that's that tune those Cameron Mavars have.
That's a little bit different.
Nick Anderson, the number 3402 out of Canton, Georgia, with Anderson Racing in that Maverick car with Southern Eastern side-by-side, X3 Life, 530 Club, and G-Force.
All right, Nick Anderson coming through. Now Nick Anderson is number 1 in his class with a 147.017. So, man, things are just switching back and forth all over the place.
So taking the green flag here is AA Dan Hill with Tranny Tom riding shotgun, the number 888 out of Omaha, Nebraska with FP Racing. And that Can-Am with FP Racing, CT Raceworks, Spider Graphics, MRT, Tire Spine, Power Sports Nation, Dr. Power Sports Racing, KWI Clutching, G-Force Racing, and Can-Am.
All right, the 441 just now taking the checkered flag with a 151.348, making him P3 right now in qualifying. Next one taking the green flag, that is the 4932 of Lesage.
That is an absolute beautiful car. He's been working on that thing for quite a while. So Scott Lesage out of Syracuse, Utah with Sage Alternatives, part of the Pro Modified class, and a completely custom single-seat Polaris Razor with Craftwork Supercharger, Maxxis tires, Fox, X-Travel, RCV, Maximal Oils, Cryo Heat, Impact, and Tire Spine. His first Ultra4 race was 2018, and he won that race there at Ridgecrest. And he raced almost every single mile in 2020. And again, if you have a time to go look at that car, it's an absolute work of art.
It definitely is a different look compared to everybody else out here, for sure. But Scott Lesage making a great time, going over a little hop, skip, and a jump there, as I keep saying. But you can see how different his car looks compared to everybody else. But what's really cool about these guys that have the single-seat center of gravity cars, it kind of looks like a mini Gomez car. But
it really does. That single-seater is incredible.
It does. But yes, being center of gravity is definitely a different feeling than you have these two-seat cars. But we do have the 888 just now coming through, taking the checkers of Dan Hill with a 206.559, or 599, excuse me. All right, now we have on the course the 998, taking the green flag, the 998 of Roger Merrifield. Running solo, it looks like, out of Sweetwater, Oklahoma, with Ryan Rockhold Racing. He's in a Polaris Pro R, Rockhold Racing, Maxxis, Tusk, Fox, and Shock Therapy. His first race with Ultra4 USA was in 2023 in Disney, Oklahoma. Scott Lesage coming through and taking the checkered flag in the number 4932, putting him in P4 in class with a 155.540. So lots of action going on the race course here as we are now watching the solo driver here. I lost my name here.
Roper Merrifield.
Roper Merrifield.
That's Ryan Rockhold's cousin, I believe.
Okay. So family member taking a nice... and here we have again the 311 of Dustin Robbins taking the green flag once again. He's another busy man out here. He's racing in
2 UTV classes,
yes,
and the 4400.
And his child Eli had just earlier qualified as well. So lots of action out here.
So Dustin Robbins out of Decatur, Alabama would team all things UTV. And that Can-Am. Full Throttle Powder Sports. All things UTV. Apex Powder Coating. Schofield Performance. Wayland Speed. MRT. Vision Wheel. And Double E Racing.
Let's see what we have time-wise here in just a moment. But Dustin Robbins making another super fast run as we're watching the amazing drone footage of Dustin Robbins goes off the cup. Now you can see he does not have his navigator in with him right now, and his window net is down as well. So hopefully they don't lose their little window net bars. That's what's not fun to lose. But 998 coming on through, taking that checkered flag. Roper Merrifield, get his number, his 158.004, putting him sitting in that, in that number 6 spot in class. And here we have again Mr. Paul Wolf out on course in the number 1018 once again.
Out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing. And I love that he rebranded this just I think it was last year, the 1018. That's his daughter's birthday, October 18th. That's near and dear to my heart. When I was racing, I was 10-10. Jade's birthday, my daughter, was October 10th. So it's just really cool that he brought that to the table. And, love watching all his social media out there. He does some great things.
All right, so Dustin Robbins coming on in just now, taking that checkered flag. Let me find him in the 311. I believe, because he's racing into a couple different classes, all of them are running the same numbers in different classes. But right now, P2 with a 152.90.
Yes, Dustin Robbins, double duty.
All right, here's Anderson once again.
So Nick Anderson and Anthony Dene out of Georgia with Anderson Racing. And that Can-Am Maverick car with Southeastern side-by-side, X3 Life, 530 Club, and G-Force. He was a King of the Hammers rookie this year.
All right, making a super fast run. The dust is blowing away from us, thank goodness, but out there on course, these guys are getting in it just a little bit.
And hey, look at the date. It's 10/18.
Oh, how funny.
It's little Lainey's birthday today.
Well, happy birthday, Lainey.
Happy birthday, Lainey. How cool is that? Thanks, Chip, for catching up.
I don't even know what today
Ooh,
is.
Nick Anderson with a huge wheel stand was able to keep it under control.
That goes to show you just how hard these drivers push it. All right, so here we have Paul Wolf coming through in the 1018. Second, P2 at a 147.159.
You talk about smooth and consistency. His pro mod and his open run were within 1 second.
Exactly.
That's pretty impressive, ma'am.
Yeah, that is definitely consistency is key. Smooth is fast. I don't know how smooth some of these guys are out there, but they are smoking fast.
Well, they're smooth, but the course is not. Again, if you're just tuning in, we are qualifying for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals just outside of Davis, Oklahoma, here at the Crossbar Ranch. It's a beautiful place out here. 6,500 acres, over 150 miles of trails. Turner Falls is right down the way. An absolutely beautiful area out here. Unless it's, it's a little windy today. So I'm gonna.
All right, so Anderson, this is his open car, or is this his mod car?
I honestly don't know. They're telling them in staging, not us.
Okay, so Nick Anderson has two different times. One of his times is a 147.017. His open time is a 147.160. So Nick Anderson sitting in great positions so far in both classes. But still, so far, the fastest time of the day has been Cole Clark with a 144.293.
What a great run that was. And I think that was strategy at its finest, running his open class first, getting a lay of the land, getting it memorized, and then hopping in the hot rod with methanol injection. I saw when he was sitting in tech yesterday. I was checking it out. I was like, what is this deal? I'm starting to chase it. Methanol injection. All right.
There we
go.
go.
Build a hot rod motor for that thing, and it's something to do. It keeps the intake temperatures down to keep that engine alive.
Okay.
And obviously it adds about 30 horsepower, I believe.
All right, so Miles, I think that might have wrapped up our UTV qualifying. I'm not. Looks like it has wrapped up our UTV qualifying for this morning, because it looks like next up we will be going in to our EMC classes. Woo! Little breezy, Miles.
It's the wind is blowing.
Hold on to your hats.
Which is good for the racers, not so good for us here in the Warren Racing studio. And I am getting confirmation from Gavin Smith that he's in the green car, and Reed Murnaham is in the teal car that flipped. So Gavin did not flip, Reed did flip.
Okay,
so
you were right.
That.
You were right
yep,
on that.
I was right, for once. So let's switch over to the Everyman Challenge classes. We'll have the 4600 stock class going first, and then we'll have the 4500 class qualifying second, and then the 4800 class qualifying third. They will all be racing at the same time tomorrow morning, but scored separately. During qualifying, the 4,500 and 4,800 will be intermixed. We will start the stock class at the rear of the field.
Okay, so.
Well, I still got to flip one more sheet. Yeah, this wind is definitely a little bit goofy today, but we're making the best out of it. Again, it's great for the racers. Looks like Alex Fleming is going to be our first qualifier, then Derek Ausler, Tom Biddle, Albert Contreras, John Rance, Diesel Krentz, John Schaefer, and Mick Henson. Look at that. That was pretty good.
Good job. I'm sorry. I had my microphone off there for just a second.
Having the sniffles, huh?
Sniffles. This cold is not being so friendly to me. But no, that is a perfect visual of our lineup, and we have another one coming up to the lineup.
Looks like that's Corey Day.
Perfect, Miles.
Perfect. Hey, say that again. I love it.
No, once is enough.
That's all I need.
Oh,
so Cole Clark,
gracious.
our fastest of the day, with a 1:44.293.
So far. But you know, I keep saying this, Miles. I kind of think the UTV is going to hold it, and the reasoning behind that is the shorter wheelbase, the
power to
four-wheel
weight
drive.
ratio.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, everything's four-wheel drive out here, Pam. This is Ultra4 racing.
Well, I think that he definitely will have the benefit, though. So there we have, taking the green flag, the 4628 Sherpa right there of Alex Fleming.
With Hayden Deathridge riding shotgun out of Berthoud, Colorado with Sherpa Motorsports. And that 2004 Toyota 4Runner IFS with the stock V8, Sherpa equipment, Doug Thorpe headers, Kenda tires, Yukon, Icon, Baja Designs, Hal Campfires, and Garmin. His first King of the Hammers was 2021, and you can hear that V8 roar. I think he's got the most horsepower out of the 4600 stock class. You know what? Doug Langford has a 392 in his Jeep, so
yes, he does.
He takes the cake on that one.
Definitely.
So second biggest horsepower. But Sherpa's running IFS compared to the straight axle. Let's talk about that. IFS, independent front suspension, solid axle in your standard Jeep or your old school pickup. And then there are definitely
different rules to different classes. All right, Derek Ausler now taking that green flag, and the number 674, Derek Ausler out of Alabaster, Alabama with Rusty Nell Racing. Justin Reese is riding shotgun with him.
Justin Reese has won King of the Hammers in the stock class multiple times, so great to see him out here still supporting.
And Derek Ausler is one of our KOH rookies here in 2024, but he's running in that 07 Toyota FJ Cruiser with Warren Racing, Project X, Raceline Wheels, Full Flame Fame Fab, LFD Off-Road, Yoda Mafia, Max Tracks, Ultra4 Racing, and Coyote Tire Liners.
Ultra4 Racing, I love it. So what is a stock class? Well, you have to have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. You have to run a factory engine, but may be replaced with any available engine the same make, year, and model. Factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tires, single 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of a travel, factory-style suspension, leaf springs, coil springs, TTB, etc., mechanical steering. And you heard me say DOT tire. What's that? Department of Transportation.
Yep.
So that is the same tire that goes on your tow rig, your Jeep, your truck, whatever. It is not a race tire.
Nope, exactly. You can go down to the tire store and buy it if you need to, but Alex Fleming coming through with a 207.577 as 46.53 of Tom Biddle takes the green flag.
With Joe Fabrizio riding shotgun out of Longmont, Colorado with Trail Rig Racing. And that 1986 Toyota pickup with a 22RE. Trail Gear dual T-case, Mickey Thompson tires, Raceline wheels, rugged radios, Skies off-road design, ADS, iRate 4x4, Yukon, and Filthy Motorsports. He's been racing with us at King of the Hammer since 2020.
Well, let's talk about who his co-driver is. He has Joe Fabrizio, who was also in earlier on in the UTV class.
Yeah, he's been racing with a lot of guys and gals out there. We'll see how it shakes out. So what did we get a time for Alex Fleming?
Yes, we did. It was a 207.577.
There's a UTV got a little hectic on me, so I apologize
goodness, yeah.
if we misread a few things there or not, but it got busy.
It got busy for sure. I mean, we're trying to get the cars all off the line because we are going to be racing all night long. But Derek Alsler coming through just now, taking the checkered flag for his qualifying run. Let's see, he is at a 2:41.602. So on course is Tom Biddle. Let's see, we have some recovery. I think they must just be coming off of course. Not quite sure. He might have to be going to recover. Did Tom
I have not
Biddle?
seen
I
Tom
haven't
Biddle
seen
yet.
him, and recovery's going out and about. So let's see if we can find him out here on course. He's definitely not going to be coming around the finish line turn right now. He was a little squirrely when he went over that first jump right here.
I think he's a great guy.
He's a great guy.
I'm just joking. The
Yeah,
car
we
was
lost-
a little goofy.
The car was a little goofy, a little squirrely, and we lost sight of him. But it does look like just on the other side of the jump here, right after they take the green flag for the start, that must be where he is at.
So we have 3 of our stock class cars out there.
All right, let's see here. So Tom Biddle, we do not see, like we were just saying.
We will have 9 in the stock class. So we're waiting on.
We're waiting for Tom Biddle. Not sure where he's at again, like we were saying. We have a camera over on our last turn before the finish line, but right now it is all about Tom Biddle over on the other side of the hill where we cannot see it right now because that is where our recovery crew went. And it looks like maybe just pulling off course as he said.
Oh, there he is. So he had some issues, but back underway. Oh, and it looks like the front hood's a little floppy.
I think he tumbled or
so he
something.
may have took a little rollover, a little dirt nap, we like to call it.
A cat nap.
There he is. There's old Tom Biddle and Joe Fabrizio. The little Toyota that could. I love him and Mick Henson's old Toyotas. I mean, that's where rock crawling started right there with these little trucks.
The little Toyotas that are still going. You can't say that could because they're still canning. All right,
Canning. I like that.
The 4605 of a lot of people's favorite driver out here, Mr. Albert Contreras.
With Bruno Pinillos riding shotgun out of Compton, California with Jeep Thrills Off-Road. And that Jeep JL factory engine with an Atlas, King Shocks, Torco, Mickey Thompson, Raceline Wheels, Coyote Beadlocks, Race Choice, Yukon, PCI, Artec, Ginrite, Eldebrock, AFE, PRP, PSC, Warren and Factor 55, Ballistic Fab, KP Fab, and Tune. His first Ultra4 race was back in 2023. He was the Ultra4 National Championship in 2016 and the Ultra4 USA Sportsman of the Year in 2018.
And again, Albert Contreras, always with a smile on his face, always brightening up all areas that he goes into. Such a great attitude all the time.
And brings lots of his family to a lot of the races. Great to see them all out here enjoying themselves. And Albert Contreras getting a little hang time there.
And he has, a little bit higher center of gravity, so they got to, check up just a little bit more in these tight left-hand turns. These vehicles definitely have a higher chance of rolling over if they take these turns too hot.
That wind is still blowing, in case anybody's wondering. But again, thank you for tuning in. We do have a time for Tom Biddle and Joe Fabrizio. Yeah, they definitely took a little tumble. That thing's seen some better days.
Definitely a little tumble. It looks like his time is a 5. Is it 5 minutes? There's no way it's a 5-minute lap.
It was over for a little bit.
So 5 minutes. What I'm reading is 5:09.5.
I have him on my screen.
He's way down.
I'm in the stock class. We got something a little goofed up.
I'm not even going by that, but Albert Contreras making his way through. He should be coming through for that checkered flag here in just a second. That's the last little left-hand jog as Chris Elrod waving that checkered flag. So Here we have Albert Contreras with a 2:41.602.
So Tom Biddle did pop up and then got refreshed. So I think the timing's going through because, yeah, it keeps my screen keeps updating. Well, up next is John Rance, the number 431, with Drew Anderson riding shotgun out of Farmington, New Mexico, with Mudnut Racing. And that 2021 Ford Bronco with a 2.3 EcoBoost, 310 horsepower, a 7-speed manual transmission, running an Atlas, 74 weld portals, Milestar tires, Raceline wheels, Rough Stuff Specialties, Ballistic Fabrication, RPM, Brannick Motorsports, Fun Haver Off-Road, Ford Performance, and Super Winch. He's been racing with his dad, John Rance Sr., his entire life. Has been racing Ultra4 since 2012, when EMC was debuted with King of the Hammers.
Such a great class.
Oh, yeah, it's great. We'll see his dad, Sean Rance Sr., racing his old school, I'm going off the top of my head, 1976 Ford Bronco. Been racing that for 10-plus years with Ultra4. So John Rance in that newer Bronco, making the best of it.
Yeah, he took a gnarly tumble up in NorCal.
Stampede, yeah. Completely tore it up.
Oh, and here we have Mr. Diesel Krantz out there. That's
Doug
Langford.
They look similar. They're teammates.
That's right. I totally threw, when I heard the 392, I instantly was correcting myself.
So Doug Langford and Rob Craven riding shotgun out of Greensboro, North Carolina, with Outlaw Off-Road. And that 2021 JL with America's Most Wanted 392. Hemi with 625 horsepower. Outlaw Off-Road, Rock Crawler suspension, Next Venture Motorsports, Mickey Thompson, Raceline wheels, American Iron Off-Road, Baja Designs, Warn, and Factor 55. His first Ultra4 race was Rush, Kentucky, 2023. So Doug Langford out there with all the horsepowers in the stock class. He could probably outrun about 3 of those little Toyotas.
Oh, right, exactly. And then they would hear him definitely coming through. Miles, did you play baseball when you were a kid?
Oh, I threw the ball around, yeah.
Well, you're catching your your stuff really quickly. Okay, so there we do have the 431 of John Rance coming through, sitting P2 right now in class with a 2:16.689. As Doug Langford about halfway through the course here. Just a few minutes, but taking the green flag. The 46.88 is normally going to be John Schaefer. John Schaefer had to have a backup driver this race, but we do have Mr. Sergio, who won the championship in 2023 in that Jeep. So Sergio is running strong in John Schaefer. John Schaefer is actually standing here right next to us, doing some videoing. We should get him over here if you wanted to come over and chat with us for a minute after Sergio's run.
He's supposed to be driving, but he's got a little medical issue there. Hate to see that, but he'll be back with us.
You know, he went out and tried, ran a couple laps on the qualifying course yesterday, and it just was not good for him. So it was an executive decision he had to make. But here we have Doug Langford coming through P2 with a 2:09.349.
Yours is updating way faster than mine, man.
Don't do the individuals. All right, so Sergio Pinillos making his way through his qualifying loop as now Mick Hinson, the little Toyota that could, making his green flag start.
So Mick Hinson and Mike riding shotgun out of Tehiltwa, Oklahoma with Rusty Nail Racing in that 1981 Toyota with a DAO racing engine, 22RE, Diamond axles, Warren Racing, Factor 55, Yukon, Milestar tires, Raceline wheels, and trail gear. So let's run through the timing on the 4600 stock class. Alex Fleming with a 2:07, Doug Langford with a 2:09, John Rance with a 2:14, Albert Contreras with a 2:19, Derek Auschler with a 2:26, and Tom Biddle with a rollover, but a 5:09. And now we should be getting a time for John Schaefer, but driving for him is Sergio Pinillos, and on screen is Mick Hinson. part of Rusty Nail Racing.
You know, Mick Henson, that truck just keeps on trucking along. The thing, I love seeing it out here. Okay, let's see. Sergio just came through, driving for John Schaefer. Let's see what his time is going to be. Sergio Canellos, where are you at on my screen?
Remember, it's going to say John Schaefer.
Yes, it is. In that number P4 spot with a 2:08.03.
John Schaefer, I have a 2:15 on my screen. Okay,
racer clock, I've looked at the wrong one. So racer clock and lap time, corrected time. That's his corrected time. So good job on him. And now taking the green flag, I believe that was Corey Day taking the green flag.
So car number 326 of Corey Day with Jonathan Terahune riding shotgun out of Uniondale, Indiana with Day Racing. In that 2001 Jeep Cherokee with Brannick Motorsports, Mickey Thompson, Raceline Wheels, Ironman 4x4, ACNS ANC, Cutting and Fab, Hunt's Auto Salvage, Team Indiana, and Ford Excavation.
Man, he is on it. He was going through that corner like he's been out practicing drifting.
Well, when we raced at Badlands in Indiana, he races part of the Trek Series,
yes,
and he is a champion up there. So he's no slouch behind the wheel of that Cherokee, and he has given it his all.
He knows what the limits are and how hard he can actually push it, because he's kind of drifting through these corners. There we see Mick Henson coming through, taking the checkered flag as well. So Mick Henson done with his qualifying loop. Let's see where he is now sitting. As you can hear Corey Day in the background. So, and there now is the 4500 taking the green flag. The man with the huge smile, Diesel Krentz.
So now we are moving into the 4500 modified class of Diesel Krentz and Jake Glazier out of Lincoln, North Carolina with Team Stacked. Stacked off-road built 2012 Jeep JKU with a 360 Magnum V8. Curry, Rockcrawler, Bilstein, Cool Kids Club, Nitto, Dirty Life Wheels, Adams Drab Shafts, Stacked Off-Road, Red 5 Graphics, Savvy Off-Road, Mass Acceleration Motorsports, Howard Place Jewelers, Brown and Miller Racing Solutions. So Diesel is out there, our first one in the 4500 modified class. You can have two 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. You have to have some kind of mechanical steering. Maximum of 37-inch DOT tire, so non-race tire once again. Front-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower.
All right, Miles, the 326 of Corey Day came through. Now he's sitting in the P1 spot at a 2:09. So Corey Day in that number 1 spot, but right now I believe that was Miss Megan Miller making her debut in her brand new to her race vehicle.
What's that number? I missed it.
Megan Miller in the 3105.
With her husband Derek Miller riding shotgun out of Shingle Springs, California with MDM Motorsports. Like you said, Pam, just picked that truck up from Rick Levezzo. It is a Get Bent Fab Metal Cloak Ford Bronco with an LS7. JR's Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Milestar Tires, Metal Cloak, Raceline Wheels, JR's Transmission, Redline Oils, and MDM Construction. So great to see her stepping from 4,600 up to 4,500. And Metal Cloak, one of our main sponsors, is the big logo on the hood. Great to see them out there.
Yes.
She's getting her feet wet for
right.
the 4,500 class.
Awesome. All right, we're getting a little horn honk over here from our 4,500 of Diesel Krentz. I'll get his time for you in just a second. I've got to find him in my timing area. But again, Megan Miller, like you were saying, out on course. And there we have the 218 of Dan Wyrick.
And we're not sure if it's Dan Wyrick or Paul Wolf behind the wheel. They still didn't know as of last night. So Dan Wyrick out of Santa Rosa, California with DW Racing and a beautiful 2024 UFO built by Joe Thompson Toyota Tacoma. LS7 with 600 horsepower. ATO Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Tubeless, Raceline Wheels, King, OMP, Proper Tuning, Rugged, Off-Road Patriot, FK, Brannick Motorsports, Warren, PRP, DW Acoustics, and MPI. He is racing in memory of his son. His first race was in Reno 2015 and got first place this year at Bowling Green, Kentucky.
All right, Megan Miller coming through and taking the checkered flag. But first off, Diesel Krantz was before her at a 2:07.882. But Megan Miller, her time of a 2:08.03. Oh, and there we have the 45-17 of Jesse Oliver taking the green flag.
With Randy Cole riding shotgun out of White Lake, Michigan with Oliver Racing. In that Oliver Racing chassis with Mass Motorsports LS 427, Edmunds Turbo 400, Atlas, Ironman Off-Road, Mickey Thompson Tires, Raceline Wheels, Brannick Motorsports, Magnitude Suspension, Warren, Edmunds Speed Shop, Dynamic Motorsports, Off-Road Anonymous, and Rugged Race Radios. His first Ultra4 race was King of the Hammers in 2013. He was in 2021. He was second in Eastern Championship. He's won at AOP, won at Pennsylvania, won at Rush, and at the Badlands. And he's got a trick up his sleeve. He's built a new chassis.
Oh,
can't tell you what it is.
All
Uh-oh. And
right.
we'll get a time for Dan Wyrick here in just a moment.
And that looks like Wyrick. That does not look like Wolf in that driver's seat.
I think you're right. And we have a new pole setter, Dan Wyrick, with a 154.252. So 12 seconds faster than Diesel Prince. So Dan Wyrick and that UFO, top of the box for qualifying for now.
Wow, great run time.
Jesse Oliver halfway through this 1.4-mile course. And now Ricky Bobby, Dwayne Garrettson, and Jeremy Tipton riding shotgun out of Alma, Arkansas with Come Get You Some Off-Road. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 Bronco with a Limitless Performance LS, BTE Turbo 400, Atlas, Yokohama, Raceline Wheels, Yukon, Optima, PRP, PSC, Steinjager, Brannick, Warren, Custom Splice, Radflow, Spider Tracks, Willwood, Extreme Diesel, Sewing Machine Center, CDL Academy, Patterson Wellhead, Tom Woods Custom Driveline, Jimmy's 4x4, SCP, Sign Planet, and Daily Meats Processing.
All right, Jesse Oliver coming through with a 157.700. For 45-17, as we're watching Dwayne Garrettson go over the little hop, skip, and jump, as I keep saying.
And we give a huge shout out to PCI Race Radios, Warren Racing, Metal Cloak, and Brannick Motorsports.
As Sean Rance now taking that green flag.
The number 4531 of Sean Rance and Chuck Register riding shotgun out of Farmington, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing. And that 1976 Ford Bronco, Jesse Haynes Fabrication chassis, Richardson Performance 455 small block, 700 horsepower, ATI Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Rough Stuff Mega High 9s, Milestar, Raceline Wheels, RPM Automotive, Super Winch, Ford Performance, and Ballistic.
All right, so two of our fastest drivers out on course right now. Dwayne Garrettson getting ready to take the checkered flag as we are watching Sean Rance about halfway through the qualifying course right now. And there we have Chris Elrod waving the checkered flag, and Dwayne Garrettson coming through with a 2:06.599. All right, we will have who taking the green flag this time?
It's Cody St. Clair, the Texas kid, with Tyler Haggard riding shotgun, number 4561 out of Ponder, Texas, with SCR Motorsports. Tribe 16 chassis, Thompson LS 408 stroker, Turbo 400, Atlas, Raceline Wheels, Cooper Tires, Torco Oils, Full Throttle Batteries, Dave's Off-Road, Factor 55, Warren Racing, Brannick, PSC, and Rufus Racing. You you a huge shout out to Jake with Believe Camp, chasing down these racers and doing a great job. We'll get a time for
Sean Rance. Sean Rance at 157.700.
Awesome. What a great day of qualifying. And we're just getting started.
All right, as we're watching Cody St. Clair, he's got to love this race. It's so it's only a few hours away, a couple hours away for him.
Yeah, around the Dallas, Ponder, Texas,
Yes.
so just outside of Dallas.
Yes.
Cody St. Clair, the Texas kid. His dad, Anthony's running the pits for him, the PCI pits. So we are obviously a little bit off schedule. We were supposed to be starting the Youth 1000s right about now, so I'm going to say we're going to be about an hour behind schedule already. We'll see how that all shakes out.
Racing. It's racing. Racing happens.
Just part of it. Again, thank you to each and every one for tuning in to the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch, just outside of Davis, Oklahoma. The Crossbar Ranch has 6,500 acres, 150 miles of trail, as Cody St. Clair crosses the checkered flag. Pam will get us a time here in just a moment.
Yes, let's see here. Cody St. Clair in the 45.61 with a 158.695.
It is going to be a long day, but a great day of racing.
All right, so it looks like we're getting ready to throw a little bit of water down once again.
So I'm going to guess we're getting ready to start up the 4,800 class. A 4,800 car. You have to have, you can have a front or rear mounted engine, unlimited horsepower. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side with a single shock per quarter. Maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire. Solid axles only. This is a great place to retire a 4,400 car, but they are building a lot of specific cars for this class.
Yes, it's another great class. All of them are great classes, but yes, pretty fun to watch all these classes grow and how much they've grown over the past few years. And UTVs, we got to talk about the UTV classes. Those seem to be the fastest growing classes still.
Oh, I mean, they're the most accessible.
Right, exactly.
I mean, you can go run down to your local power sports store and buy a Can-Am, buy a Honda, buy a Kawasaki, buy a Polaris. I mean, we have almost every single manufacturer out here racing with us.
Right.
And it's really great to see. You know, the Singleton bunch is teamed up with Segway. I haven't really seen much of those yet, but it's really cool to see all the different, we have Yamaha. I mean, they're all here racing with us.
Right.
It's a great place for all these manufacturers to test their vehicle to the limits.
Yes, they actually, I believe, they came to, I can't remember which race it was they came to, but they were actually at the UTV takeover this weekend with all the Segways. But yes, out here in Davis, Oklahoma, another great weekend out here. Excuse me. It's been a couple years since we've been here, but the racers were excited about it because, like we were talking earlier, Miles, all the different terrain out here. You have a prairie with rocks in it. You got the short course, you got the waterfalls, you got some creeks, all kinds of different terrain out here for our racers, just to put their cars to the test.
It's been a great start to the weekend, and we are just getting going. This coverage of Ultra4 USA for the 2024 Nationals is presented by Warren Racing and is brought to you by our official sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, by PCI Race Radios, by Metal Cloak, and by NorCal Rock Racing. So please support who supports the sport. Without all of those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today at the Crossbar Ranch. So I was doing a little homework last week. Back in 2021 was the last time we raced here. Let's go through who won those races. The stock class, the 4600 stock class, was Brad Level 1. John Schaefer, who is here but has a fill-in driver, Sergio is in that second position. John Snell was in third. He is not racing. In the 4,500 class, we just saw qualify, it was Dwayne Garrettson on top of the box. He's here. Cody St. Clair, number 2. He's here. And then tuned in from back home is, oh my God, Justin Hall in that third position. In the 4,800 class, who has moved up, is Casey Gilbert. Second was Steve Graff and Jeremy Jones in that third position. So nobody that's racing 4,800 is racing in that class this one, so it's wide open. And then in 4,400 Unlimited was just Josh Blyler on top, not here. Vaughn Gittin Jr. in second, not here. Rusty Blyler in third, not here. So we're going to have a fresh winner in the 4,400 class as well. And then back in that year, in 2021, we only had one UTV class, and that was Josh Smith, not here. Shannon Campbell, not here. Brian Stone, not here. So we're going to have some new winners out there. So we'll see how that plays out, but it's going to be fun.
It's always fun.
Oh, yeah.
Miles, I see that you're using the local terrain to hold down your stuff.
I'll promise you one thing. Crossbar has plenty of rocks, so I got paperweight for days.
That is so true. And that's what they were talking about. We don't remember the rocks being everywhere, but you know what? They're hiding. We always jokingly say they're jumping out and catching these tires and everything else, but yeah, lots of rocks out here in this area. Lots of breezes, too. Heavy breezes, as I'm going to say.
So I believe we still should have the 4,800 Legends class and the 4,400 class.
All right, Miles, I'm going to step away. You're going to have a guest come in here, so I'll be back here in just a little bit.
Thank you, Pam. Let's take a little bit of break, and we have our pole sitter for the 4,600 class. So we have Corey Day with Brannick Motorsports. How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good, pretty good.
All right, well, that little Cherokee did pretty good out there. And I have a vivid memory of qualifying in Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Yep.
You came through on 3 wheels. This time you got all 4. That helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's no big rocks out here. Bowling Green, I clipped one and broke the axle clean off the wheel. Everything left the chat. So it was a lot of fun out here. Man, this course is fun. I'm excited for tomorrow.
You take off tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., correct?
Yep. The course is so brutal. This Cherokee does really good on this stuff because it doesn't weigh a lot. Out there in the rocks and on the wide open stuff, it's so rough. You're just skating around, and so we'll see how my pace is tomorrow. Hoping to clean the 2 laps that they're requiring, just safe and sound, and make it across the finish line. So.
Yep, and you got Jonathan Terhune riding shotgun.
Yes,
see
sir.
him over in the distance.
Yep.
It's going to be a good time, and Brannick Motorsports, Team Indiana is here in full effect.
Yes, sir.
I've seen you guys over there, got the compound all set up, and it's all smiles, always having a good time. Thanks for being a part of the Ultra4 and supporting us for so long.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I can't wait to see the 4,400s take off here soon.
It's going to be a good show for
sure. The lap
sure.
times are definitely getting dwindled down and a little shorter. So
yeah, Cole Clark has a 1:44.293. Which is, I think, super fast for a UTV. I don't know if we're going to be able to beat that or not. We'll see how it shakes out. And my timing's still a little goofed up, but you are our pole setter.
I think right at the 2-minute mark, 2-minute flat.
Yeah, Corey Day, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 0.9. So
yeah, the old Cherokee's got some torque, I guess.
Yeah, and like I said, you've done good things with Trek there at the Badlands.
Yep.
You've won a lot of races there, and you've been coming around with Ultra4 for a very long time. So it's exciting to see you get behind the wheel because you've co-drove off and on forever.
Yeah, I've started at Hammers in 17 and totally enjoy Hammers. I'll never miss it ever again. Go every year. I really enjoyed co-driving. Grew up dirt bikes, so my memory of a track.
So how do you have a co-driver on a dirt bike?
Well, you don't, but my memory of a track, I'm judging between trees and everything else. So when we get on a course like this, a long course especially, if I get a lap or 2 in, it's kind of burnt my skull. So I have that talent to where, being a right-hand guy, the drivers can focus on pushing themselves, pushing the car.
Because you know where they're going.
And I can keep them on the course. So it's a lot of fun jumping in the driver's seat. Team Indiana, we got so many guys, so many great guys
and gals,
and yeah, the girls now racing. But it's so much fun racing with those guys, and we haven't had a stock class car, and I totally enjoy it.
Now.
Yeah, so yeah, here we are. So
no, it's great seeing. I mean, yeah, so you're running stock class, you're running 4800, you're racing 4400, all of the youth classes. Jody's in the UTV, so yeah, you've got a representative in almost every single class. Not 4500, if I'm thinking right.
Nope.
Okay.
Haven't rode in a 4500 car, but EMC normally we got one of the cars.
Yeah, you got one,
covered,
and now you got two.
Right.
With Jeff Martin and yourself.
Yep.
So let's talk a little bit about strategy on race day. Now you're sitting pole position, but you're going to be starting behind the 45 and 48s.
Yep.
But strategy, I mean, obviously 2 laps. This is a 27 miles, so what's that, 54 miles of racing?
Yeah.
That's a long time on this brutal course.
Yep. Our pre-run didn't go very smooth. We were kind of Miss Daisy in it, but it was still just a leisure pace. It took us about 2.5 hours.
Oh, boy.
And I'm sitting there thinking, we got a 3.5 hour window. You know, how do I trim 45 minutes off my somewhat decent pace for race day? So I think my goal right now is just run a clean first lap and second lap and turn it on.
All right, well, we'll see how it all shakes out, because strategy goes out the window sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So on the line now is Jonathan Bell with Michael Cathy riding shotgun, the number 4899 out of Weatherford, Texas, with Throttled Out Racing. And that Jimmy's 4x4 48P chassis with an LS7, Turbo 400, SCS, Crossbar Off-Road Park, Bell Electric, Mike Cathy Foam, Weatherford Sign Company, and NTX Mobile Repair. This is his rookie debut with Ultra4 USA. We'll see how Jonathan Bell can take it out. So let's talk a little bit about the course as we were watching Bell out there. I mean, we got the prairie, we got the woods, we got the rocks. What do you think?
To be honest, it's got everything we need. This is
I love it.
True endurance, true hard race here. Even what we're calling the Prairie Loop, it's not something that we're going to be doing 60, 70 mile an hour on.
Do you think the fast guys will?
I mean, there's going to be some.
I'm joking.
But it's just there's so many gotchas, there's so many switchbacks.
I think the attrition's going to be high.
It's going to be huge. I really feel in the first 3-4 miles we're going to see a bunch of cars pulled off, changing tires right away.
I think tires are going to be a huge situation out there.
Yep.
We'll see how it all shakes out. I can't wait to see how race day goes, and your entire team out there is going to be fun. Looks like it's Tom Van Shake, if I'm looking right, and it is, with Zach riding shotgun out of Ontario, Canada, with Van Shake Racing in his TMR chassis with an LS6 liter, Turbo 400, Atlas, D3 Fabrication, Motive Media, A Media, and that's EHA. And then Radflow and Yukon. His Ultra4 rookie debut was Disney, Oklahoma last year. So it's great to see the Canadians come down having some fun. We'll see Glennie Page, Bill McGibbon running the 4400 class, and we got another Canadian racing in the 4800 class for the EMC, the Everyman Challenge.
Yeah, the dust will be effective.
Oh, well, this wind sucks.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
But it's good for you, right?
It is great. Yeah, no, even out here on the short course, we got some corners that are still a little chalky, and it's turning up pretty good.
We have Bell in the 4800 class with a 217. We'll see how that shakes out against the 45s and 48s. Tom Van Shake still out running strong, so we should have another one getting ready to hit the green flag. And there they go. Running those ORI struts, the 48-18 of Brian Moore with his nephew David riding shotgun. Fairly local out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, with Moore Racing. And that old Blue Torch Fabrication chassis, LS3, Maxxis, Vision. And he just wants to give a huge shout out to ORI and the Jensen Brothers Racing Team. Without them, he would not be here racing. His first race was Crandon 2 years ago and was part of the KOH rookie program in 2023. My buddy Kelly Kaiser actually used to trail wheel that Blue Torch car, so it's came full circle. It's been around for 10, 15 years.
Looking good out there.
He's putting it down, and those ORI struts are pretty impressive. I'm more of a parts changer, not necessarily a mechanic per se. You probably understand the ORIs a little bit better because they're internally valved.
Yeah, they're a really elaborate air shock.
It's pretty. Yeah, it's an air shock, but they have all the different valving.
Yep.
And the Jensen brothers raced Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series earlier. I had a fun chat with them, and they're incredible. And the 869 of Jeff Flanagan riding solo out of Disney, Oklahoma with Flanagan Motorsports with a bent fab chassis, LS3, Turbo 400, Phenom T-Case, Yukon, FOA shocks, Milestar, Raceline wheels, Max Motorsports, Kenny's Island Spirit, Mooney's Bar and Grill, Schultz Creek Campground in Disney, Rocks and Docks Rentals, and CMT Trucking. He made his rookie debut in Disney, Oklahoma 2 years ago. So Jeff Flanagan out there. He was a huge help when we've raced at Disney, Oklahoma a few times. So a great supporter of Ultra4 and out there enjoying himself. So during qualifying, are any of these corners a little tricky, or is the course still pretty burned in?
It is quite interesting. I walked it this morning before the 170s went out, and
I didn't think you walked anywhere.
Yeah, they did a good job watering it last night, but it soaked it right up. So I was nervous about a couple of the corners being a little too loose, some of them being slick, hard pack, but it's honestly shaping up really, really good.
Okay, well that's good to hear. And then obviously race day, we'll see what happens. It's like Brian Moore just came through. There's a lot of racers. There he is, second in class with a 214. And here goes Jeremy Brown, number 50, with Bryce riding shotgun out of Rio Linda, California, with Brown's Motorsports. And that Trent Fab chassis with Mass Motorsports LSX 463, 750 horsepower, ATO Super 80, Atlas, Sierra Gear and Axle, the Grateful Ones MC Club, Mickey Thompson, Brown's Heating and Cooling, Warren, Rock and Road Performance, Nacho Lights, Gower Construction, and Pioneer Feed Pet Supply. His first Ultra4 race was King of the Hammers 2017.
Oh no, we got a fire.
Oh, it looks like, yeah, came to a complete stop, a little bit of fire. We'll have to get our safety crew over there. Looks like Flanagan will get a time. I always hate to see this on a race car. Jeremy Brown is out of the car. So race, grabbing fire extinguishers off the side of the car. We'll get that out as fast as we can. Trotter, our race director, is right there and ready. Tough, tough, tough break for Jeremy Brown. But hey, racing happens. But hey, I'm glad to see the car. He's going to have his work ahead of him, because I'm sure it burned up some wiring and possibly it didn't go all the way up. So I don't know if I doubt it was fuel, because usually fuel is a lot scarier than that.
Could have been power steering or something burping, getting on the header.
Well, you can see the disappointment in the body language of Jeremy Brown. He came ripping out of there in that Trent Fab car. But that's why we are all about safety out here. You have to have all the safety equipment, because anything can happen. And you can hear in the headset that wind is still ripping. I'm guessing, what, 20-mile-an-hour wind?
It feels pretty good. Watching the windmills in the background here is pretty cool.
Yeah, they need to turn those things off, right?
Turn them the other way. Blow it the other way, yeah.
We got our Area 51 recovery crew. We'll get Brown off course and back to qualifying. So we're going to be at least an hour behind schedule. So just stick with us. We'll do the best that we can. Looks like Foss and Karen are tuned in back home. Thanks for checking this out. Jeremy Brown's getting recovered.
Yeah, that's a tough break. Good thing that he's racing tomorrow morning. He's got the rest of the day to try to get some bugs worked out.
And speaking about that, that's why we put the Youth 1000s out first, because they race here in a little bit. Supposed to be racing now, but obviously we're behind. But yeah, so we're we put them out qualifying first. So if they had an issue, they had a little time to fix it.
Right.
And yeah, your car, anything going on with that, or are you just gonna do a nut and bolt check and be ready for tomorrow?
Yep. Do a quick top off on all the fluids, make sure everything's full and tight, and go for it.
Heck yeah! And you put a new engine in that thing this year, didn't you?
I did. I ended up building a stroker motor for it.
You start off with a stock class, a stock motor, and then it just goes from there, right?
Snowball effect.
Yeah, snowball, 100%.
Yeah, you want to get into it and do it cheaply as possible, and then you realize that doesn't cut it anymore.
Well,
so.
you can't say cheap and racing in the same sentence.
No,
it's illegal.
No, but it doesn't matter. It's been a ton of fun with the old junkyard motors and this stroker motor. It does put a smile on my face, have a little bit more torque, but it's honestly still probably only 238 horse maybe. It's got enough. My Jeep is light, so that does help.
And they're pretty nimble in the woods, so you have that advantage as well.
Yep. So I honestly I don't think I have anything to check over too well or too much. Just a quick general check over, and like I said, just
hey, don't forget to put some fuel in.
No, we got to put fuel in.
I've seen that mistake, not by you, but by many.
Yeah. And that's something fun to talk about too. That this course is long enough, and it takes long enough, and there's some grueling spots we're going to be throttling down, and with the time of the race. That's going to be some strategy, trying to get your fuel figured out. If you can push the full 3.5 hours, especially with like a V8 engine or something that's going to be sucking it down, or if you're going to have to pull over and stop it at lap 1 or lap 2. Or
what do you think? What do you think you're going to be able to do? Because
I think
always
with my small motor, I think I should be able to go the full, but I have a 26-gallon cell, so I should be good on the 3.5 hours.
Do you have a fuel gauge that's accurate?
I don't have any sort of gauge.
So you're going to be guessing the whole time.
Yeah. I can just. I'll base my pre-run and then my qualifying run here. Again, some of my woods pace yesterday was probably close to my race pace. It's pretty nasty out there in a stock class car. It'll be really exciting to see the UTVs, see what kind of lap times they do, and kind of judge. I know that does nothing for my class or for me, but it'll be fun to see some lap times. But I really do think that's going to become a factor of who does come in and get fuel, and if they don't, are they going to make it to the finish?
Yeah, it's all about strategy there, and man, it's going to be tough. And I love talking strategy, and I've kind of forgotten about that angle of fuel. I just assumed everybody would stop, but you only doing 2 laps, I guess that is a possibility.
Yeah, but again, my 2 laps I still think is going to be about the time the 48 and 45s do 3. We'll see how that works.
Okay.
I just, pre-running, if it took me 2.5 hours, if I shave an hour off there, we're still pushing that 3-hour mark to get my 2 laps in, and we have a 3.5-hour window-ish. So it'd just be interesting to see, like I said, some of the bigger cars with V8s and what they do as far as if they're going to come in and say they kill a tire on lap 1. Do they limp it all the way to the pit, get fuel, top off full and a tire, and then go back out and try to make the last 2, or do they wait for this end of the second lap and get fuel, and then can they make it the full time?
And having a flat tire makes you have worse fuel mileage, because it takes that much more to push you through.
Right. I think if you're coming into the pit for any mechanical,
you might as well
fill
top
up
off.
with fuel.
Yep. Or at least top off.
Yep.
I just lost my complete train of thought there. What was I going to go with? Well, anyways.
Yeah, I think.
Fuel mileage.
Yeah.
What kind of fuel mileage do you get? Are you in the 5-6 mile?
I think I'm higher than that.
Oh, really?
Again,
Okay.
Low horsepower straight 6 engine. I think I'm probably 6 to 7, maybe even 8. I really don't think.
So you got a full-on commuter then, huh?
Yeah.
Because some of these guys are literally getting 3 miles to the gallon.
I don't think I'm that bad.
Yeah.
But I do think that it would change if we were full short course, or if I was full wide open throttle a lot more. That number would obviously go down. But with this course and how technical it is, again, I don't think the average mile per hour is going to be that fast. That's going to come into factor too. So it'll be fun to see what everybody does for fuel strategy.
Well, I see Jeremy Brown is getting dropped off by our race director, Brian Trotter. So everything's okay. We see his car is off course in a safe location. Tough break by Jeremy Brown, but hey, like we always say, that's racing. So it looks like the course is getting cleared. We should be back in action here in just a moment. And if you're just tuning in, we are qualifying for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch, just outside of Davis, Oklahoma. And the green flag is flying, and here goes Greg Neff, number 73, I believe. Yes, it is. Old Greg Neff with Eric Rusco riding shotgun out of Denver, Colorado with Neff Motorsports. He's got a Neff Motorsports chassis with an LS 525 horsepower, 6L90 transmission, Hero T-Cage, Sherpa equipment, Kenda tires, Raceline wheels, Rough Stuff, Warren Racing, Factor 55, Yukon, Coyote Enterprises, Baja Designs, and Redline Oils. He's been co-driving Ultra4 for a long time, but started driving back in 2017. And he's an engineer for ball, like ball jars. Mm-hmm. And he's the one that kind of engineered the aluminum cup. Wow. So we were talking at a race a while back, and that came up, and I was like, I've actually have a set of those because I went to the bar once, got one. I thought they were cool. And he's like, yeah, it took me 3 years to design it, but they've launched it, and it's really cool to get the behind the scenes of what everybody does. He's an engineer for Ball Jar, and you're an equipment operator for Ford Excavation,
yep.
And a race car mechanic on rain days.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So Jody Ford is, you work for him, and he'll be racing UTV later, and both of his girls were racing earlier.
Yep. Yeah, I'll actually be riding with him.
Okay. Yep. And so off the line, there's the 417 of Justin Barth and Paul Geisenhagen out of Springfield, Missouri, with Barth Racing, and that Jimmy's 4x4 48P chassis, LS3 427 with 700 horsepower, Turbo 400, Atlas, King, Nitto, Raceline wheels, and RCV. And that's the same car that got wadded up in Crandon a year ago. He sent it back to Jimmy's, and they straightened it out, and it's a work of art. And here comes Greg Neff. We'll get a time for him here in just a moment. Part of the 4800 class. So Greg Neff with a 159 bumps out Jeff Flanagan with his 208. Tom Van Schaik with a 208.8. Brian Moore with a 214, and John Bell with a 217. And here's another fast one, part of Team Indiana. Sean Reisky, Ricky Bobby, and Rick Murray, Cal Ott Jr. out of Mishawaka, Indiana with 866 Motorsports. He built that chassis in-house. He's got an LS3, Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, PRP, JKS, Brannick, Fox, Dirty Life Wheels, Mickey Thompson Tires, Warren, East Coast Gear, Steinjager, Mishwana Auto Pros, and Engine Ice. And he's part of one of your teammates out there, so right. I see the smile on your face. We see old Sean Reisky out there pushing strong.
He is on the move right now.
Oh, he's checkers or wreckers all the time,
right.
isn't he?
Yes, sir.
He is sending it here on this 1.4 mile qualifying course.
Looks like Barth had a flat left front there.
But even with a flat tire, here's our new pole setter with a 156.9. We'll see if Sean Reisky can beat that time. And we got another car heading our way. Scott Farley. Uh-oh. Having some issues. I don't know if he was in the right gear or what happened, but 48.24 of Scott Farley with Littlefoot riding shotgun out of Irving, Texas with Rufus Racing in that Tribe 16 chassis with a Thompson 427, Fritz Turbo 400, Maxxis Tires, Vision Wheels, Texas Dent, Precision Design, Atlas, Spider Tracks, PSC, Warren, and Mama Ange. Making his 4800 debut, he stepped up from the stock class, so great to see Farley out there. We'll try to get a time on old Sean Reisky. A 151, just
nice. Shaved
off 5 seconds off of Justin Barth. And I smell a little brakes.
Yeah, he's
so
probably hard on him.
Reisky was giving it all he had. here goes Jesse Lee, the 48-19, with Dan English riding shotgun out of Prather, California, with J. Lee Racing. And a Toyota-based buggy with a junkyard supercharged V8. Nitto, ADS, Trail Gear, Yukon, Warren, Yoda 1 Performance, Dombacher Construction. He's been racing with us since 2017. So Sean Reisky putting down a heater with that 151, setting the pole for the 4800 class thus far. We still have a couple more to go. Brian Tripp is not going to make it, but we should have Jeff Martin and Chuck Crossland. Brian Tripp is still actively on his way.
Yes, sir.
He was down in Florida working on a storm cleanup. He drove, I think, 30 hours home, rebuilt the car, and drove 20 hours here. And he'll be here anytime, actually.
Yeah, he should be here really soon, but he's still got his work cut out. He's still got to put shocks on the car, a third member.
The rear diff?
Yeah, he's got all kinds of stuff to go yet.
So Scott Farley started a little slow, but ended up fast there. So not sure what happened with him at the start, but Scott Farley is back in action. See if I can find a time for Farley, and he got a 2:09, 6th in class. Yeah, that's brakes, I believe.
Yeah.
Another Team Indiana, 1470 of Justin Martin, with Justin Sherwin riding shotgun out of Martinsville, Indiana, with Martin Racing. And that Miller Motorsports chassis, LS7, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Brannick, Mickey Thompson, and Method Race Wheels. And he is representing the United States Navy Seabees. And Jody Ford raced that car in 4400 last year, did well for a race or two, but with his shoulder issues, the doctor said, you better slow her down a little bit. And then what's he do? Starts racing UTVs again. He just can't quit.
Yeah, I actually got the opportunity to ride in that.
At Pennsylvania, right? And you guys were in the lead for a little bit, if I remember right.
It was very short-lived, but we were right there battling.
You were in the lead.
Yeah.
Until you weren't.
Yeah. We ended up third, though. It was a lot of fun. Those Miller cars
they're amazing, aren't they?
Oh, man. And ironically, Jeff, he's come a long way. He's really turned it up in the last couple of races.
Oh, yeah. He's starting to get her felt out as Chuck Crossland, number 4869, out of Los Molinos, California, with Crossland Off-Road Racing. And that Liberty Mountain Fab chassis with a Brian Tooley twin-turbo LS 6-liter with, I think, the most horsepower out here. 1,150 horsepower with a huge Turbo 400. Behemoth 205, Mickey Thompson, Brannick Motorsports, Dirty Life, Yukon, FK, Torco Oils, Renegade Race Fuel, South Bay Driveline, Tire Spine, All Terrain Concepts, and Holly EFI. And that car has all the horsepower.
Oh, you can hear it out there.
It's pretty fun to watch, that's for sure. Chuck Crossland.
Here comes Jeff.
So we'll get a time for Jeff Martin here in just a moment. Jeff Martin moves into that second position, 2 seconds behind Sean Reisky.
Very nice.
With a 153.
Very
so
nice.
Team Indiana 1-2 in the 4800 class and 1 in the stock class. And Jody Ford's first in his class. So, man, Team Indiana showing out here.
Yeah. Hopefully we remember how to party.
Oh, you will. That's like riding a bike with you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, we keep getting better. Going to bed earlier and all these things.
Oh, that's no fun.
Oh, we still tire on.
Tonight? Oh, not tonight. Tomorrow night. Tomorrow night.
Oh, I'm guaranteeing it'll happen tonight, too.
Oh, yeah. No rest for the wicked, right?
That's right.
Too dumb to quit. So Chuck Crossland still pushing Stallings.
Here he comes.
With Believe Cam chasing him down. So we'll get a time for Chuck Crossland, see if Team Indiana stays on the pole. And they don't.
Ooh, he knocked
Chuck
him
Crossland with a 149.
Very nice.
2 seconds faster over Sean Reisky. Great run by the entire 4800 field. And the Crossbar team is on it quick. They're going to give us a little bit of water right at the Warren Racing start-finish, and then we'll start qualifying the 4400s. And Brian Tripp must be listening to us. He says he's only 107 miles out now.
All right.
He'll be here in just a couple hours.
Keep her rolling. Maybe get some sleep if you can, Brian.
Well, not while he's racing, not while he's driving. I think he's driving out solo because the rest of his team's here.
Yeah, I think he's got a couple guys.
Oh,
with
you know
him.
what? He does because they finished up the car.
I hope so. He needs some sleep.
Yeah. No rest for the wicked.
Yeah.
Again, I'm Miles Hasquist. Alongside me is my good buddy Corey Day, the pole setter in the 4600 class for Brannick Motorsports, here for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. It's been a great time. It's been a lot of fun. Pam's over here getting caught up on some things. We'll throw her back here in the booth for a little bit, but thanks for joining me, buddy.
Yeah, hey, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks to Brannick Motorsports. I see their flags out here everywhere. They help me. They help all of us.
They've been one of the OG sponsors of Ultra4. So Brannick and Brandon, they're awesome.
Yes. Yep. Well, thanks again.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you go do your thing. Thanks for joining me, Corey.
Yeah. Thank you.
So Corey Day out here having some fun with us. Pam got some timing for us because online it's a little bit hard to follow, so she went in there and printed off so we have our hard facts.
Well, here's what I have, Miles. I have our starting orders.
You have dirt on your nose, what you have.
Oh, my gosh. Everybody keeps telling me I have dirt on my nose. No.
You got mud on your face. You're a big... Oh, never mind.
That's a song, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm not
know.
a good singer, though.
Hold on, I got to put my glasses on.
Your old lady eyes.
Okay, now my spectacles.
You can see the Warren flag right there. It's still blowing.
I need to let our lineup people know I have our starting order for the afternoon, but I have lineup. I have results for our races that we are going to start here in just a little bit for our 4900 classes. But Miles, you had Corey in here, Corey Day over here chatting.
Yeah,
and,
he's our pole setter in the stock class.
Yeah. So I obviously wasn't listening because I was multitasking as I do. What was he talking about? Did he have any strategies going into his qualifying today?
Yeah, just talked a little bit about everything. We talked about the course, talked about race strategy. He thinks he can make both laps without fuel. And yeah, just fun getting caught up. You know, Team Indiana is representing. They're racing every single race out here, and they're out here to have fun. And it was great to have Corey Day in here.
Yeah, it's awesome to see him out there and get that top qualifying spot for sure. But yeah, we're on to the big boys.
4400s are about to throw down.
So I actually Justin with Crossbar, I was just chatting with him, and he has a guest out here from the Chamber of Commerce. So she's
cool.
never been out here for our races, so she's checking it out. So I was welcoming her in here and everything. But yeah, we have a great lineup coming up. I don't have anything else printed for us right now, Miles, but our staging order for later on. So how many do we have in our 4400 class? Do you know right off the top of your head?
20-ish.
20-ish, okay. So that's a great count of our 4400 cars. And here we are starting with the number 911. Mr. Taylor out on course.
I should have been flipping my papers instead of running my lips.
We're sitting here chatting and everything else, and here we are getting started. So the 911 there, though, of Kevin Taylor taking the green flag for his qualifying run. First one out for our 4400 class.
With Heath Day riding shotgun out of Texarkana, Texas with .1 Racing. And that Dazed Fabrication Porsche themed machine with an LS3 416, Fritz 4L80, SCST case, ORI struts, Brannick Motorsports, ball joint eliminators, and Jensen Brothers Racing. I believe Kevin Taylor is running the newest version of the ORI struts from the Jensen Brothers Racing with ORI. They debuted those shocks at Yellowstone just a month ago or so. So Kevin Taylor's running those similar shocks as well. They're pretty impressive.
Kevin Taylor, always his race vehicle is such a unique look. I love seeing it, and it's definitely recognizable out on course as well. Out there in the 911. Still trying to organize my papers. Man, this wind needs to stop.
It's rough, isn't it?
Oh, there we go.
out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama with 47 Motorsports. And that single C IFS chassis with a Schofield Performance LSX 454. He's got a Hughes Tubero 400, Hero T-Case, Southern Tire Mart, Pilot and Flying J. Recently switched to Yokohama tires, Vivid Lumen lights, and Radflow. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2016. He's also raced in ARCA with Craftsman Truck series with NASCAR before, and he won in Pennsylvania last year.
Yes, that was his first win with us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was an emotional win as well. I remember that was a very emotional because his girlfriend Amanda always rode co-driver with him, and at that race she did not, and it was a very emotional finish. It's always, I say it's fun, but it's not fun, but it's like always getting those emotions on the finish line is so awesome to see. All right, so live scoring here. Let's see what we have going on for our 4,400 here.
Kevin Taylor just got a 158, and I promise you, Philip McGilton's going to beat that time. He is on a heater.
Yes, he is. All right.
He is ripping and roaring out there. Again, go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we have in the Warren Racing Studio.
I saw Chad Hunt getting ready to go towards staging when I was on my little tiny snack break, I should say.
So Chad Hunt and Rick Murray out of Plymouth, Indiana with Hunt's Motorsports. And that Miller Pro chassis with a supercharged Mass Motorsports LS 427, 4L80E. SCS, Brannick Motorsports, Mickey Thompson Tires, and Indiana Muscle Car with Nacho Lights. His first Ultra 4 race was Badlands back in 2013, and he is our current Sandy Willems Sportsman of the Year that will be giving that trophy away tomorrow night. And we should have a time for Philip McGilton. Yes,
we will. Right now, Kevin Taylor is at number 2 spot with a 158.674. But Philip McGilton, let me see where he's at here.
A 145.
145. That is still not a faster.
1 second off of Cole Clark.
Yeah, we still are waiting for a fast time.
So a great start today.
Speaking of Philip McGilton, the previous car owner, Mr. Brian Cross, is staying right
Cross
here to the right.
In, huh?
Yeah.
He's out here supporting his brother-in-law, Waylon Campbell.
Waylon will be coming up here in just a little bit for his qualifying run, but look like we are going to be doing some kind of recovery.
Chad Hunt. I see Area 51 guys heading out to recover.
Not sure what happened as we can't see over, we can't see over that hill right there. But Chad Hunt not moving right this moment.
Every once in a while, with that supercharger, the belt will, I don't know, too much horsepower or something, but the belt will kind of
He was kind of popping a little bit, it sounded like, whenever he was going, so I'm wondering if that was it, like you're saying.
So, tough break for Chad Hunt. He took off like a rocket, but...
like a rocket ship.
So Philip McGilton in the 4,400 class with that 145.334 in that Campbell car. Cole Clark is the fastest of the day in his Pro Mod UTV with a 144.293, so 1 full second faster. We'll see. I think we're going to get faster than that, but we are not going to make it to Pam and I's guess earlier on today.
I mean,
but
you're closer.
I'm closer,
you're
so
closer.
I'm going to win this one.
We did talk about full lap times yesterday, but we didn't write those down. So
we were off because it's going to be around an hour.
Yeah, exactly. I think I said 45 minutes or something.
Yeah, we were off on that one too, but all part of it.
Well, we haven't raced yet, so we don't know.
Yeah, you're right.
Not yet. All righty. We are not seeing what's going on with Chad Hunt over there on the other side.
But there's a great shot of the spectator area where our Warren Racing booth is in that Ultra 4 USA tent at the bottom left of your screen. There's Roxy slinging all the merch, so go check her out. She's got all the... Today, I'll bet you she's going to sell some hoodies.
Yeah.
She's got event shirts and a little bit of everything, so make sure you go to see Roxy at Big Merch there. and she's selling all the things.
Well, limited merch, limited, what's it called? Event
It's your
shirts.
story.
Event shirts.
There's our worn tent. There's racing tracks. David Clay's been keeping everything going. We have a couple other vendors here.
Yes, we do. With our Warren and Factor 55, Fab Tech, Fab 4s. But here we are. There's also, I hear there's a really good food vendor over there as well. People have been asking about the food here, and I have personally not had it, but I heard it's really good.
I'd give her a shot. What a beautiful day of racing. It's definitely windy, but that's the racer's friend with all this dust out here. So if you're anywhere in the Oklahoma City, Dallas area, we're only a couple hours away. We still have plenty of room. We have 2 spectator areas at our main rock sections, and then we have a spectator area right by the PCI pits where you can kind of see the high-speed sections. So it'll be fun to come out and spectate this race and then keep up on our YouTube channels and our timings at live.ultra4racing.com. Today's race, later on after qualifying, the kids' races, the Youth 1000 race is 10.3 miles. And then the big lap is 27 miles for the UTVs, EMCs, and the 4400s.
All right, so it looks like our recovery might be getting back in place here. So I didn't see Chad, but we can't see over that hill, so he might have got towed off. But I hear some horsepower. Who do we have coming up next? There is
Pip Justice with Diamond Dave riding shotgun from the Australian bush across the pond, with Rufus Racing in that Tribe 16 solid axle donkey with a Grom LS7, a Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas, a Maxxis, Vision Wheels, EcoStaff, Nike Sticks, Baja Designs, Johnny's Customs Motorsports, Mama Ange, and the man above, Sandy Willems. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2019, and we'll see what he can do with that Tribe 16 car.
Yes, Pip is always smooth. He's smooth driver, which what does smooth do? It makes you fast.
Smooth is fast. And speaking about Tribe 16, Adam Shearer, who built that car, is here on site, and he's already started the smoker for tomorrow night's appreciation dinner.
I can't wait for that.
Our Nationals banquet. So Pip is running hard. We'll see how it all plays out. Number 78, Pip Justice. So I believe we'll have another car getting ready to take off here very soon.
I have to guess that Pip and Chip would probably go right after another.
I'd assume that.
We'll see. That seems to be the running case for the drivers that are on the same teams. But yeah, Pip running really strong out there, making the same exact loop. What are we saying for the fastest on these?
We had a 144. 145 by Philip McGill.
Okay, is this going to be?
Paul Wolf. Number 1018, Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing. And that Joe Thompson built UFO single seat IFS machine with an LSX 434, ATO 4L80E, SCST case, Hickman Motorsports, Nitto, Raceline, Alltech, Radflow, VP Racing, Wheelwood, Project X, FK, JB Scales Graphics, Rugged, CBR Radiators, Holly Performance, and First Form. And Paul Wolf, I'm not going to read every race he's won, but it's been a lot of them.
He's won a lot of races. That is another man on a mission. We call him a machine because, I mean, look at his driving skills right there. You guys at home are watching it from the drone footage, which we have the best of the best drone pilots out here right now. But
oh, yeah. Jake with Belief Cams out there chasing old Paul Wolf, and Paul Wolf is laying it all on the line. I think we are going to have a new qualifier track record right here underway.
I'm gonna guess like a 137.
We'll see.
Because 144 is the fastest so far by Cole Clark, but I'm gonna guess a 137. As long as Paul keeps the rest of it all clean, he only has a few more corners to go. But man, he is out there running fast. Pip Justice is sitting in that number 2 spot right now with a 153.395. Philip McGill in the number 1 spot with a 145.344. But I honestly have to say, I'm gonna put it at a 135.
We are about to find out. He is laying it all out. And I see the Gomez brothers racing here, watching qualifying going down. And they got their timer out.
What do we have? What do we have?
Paul
Why
Wolf
does it keep updating for me? And it's not updating right for me here.
Let's see. Paul Wolf with a 138.
Oh, I said 135, but that's closer.
No, I got 135.
No,
you
I was
126.
saying, yes, those, but on that run just now.
138 by Paul Wolf.
And now we have the 618 of Casey Gilbert taking the green flag.
Wow, 138.
Man, that's 12 seconds off.
638. So off the line, here's the 618 of Casey Gilbert with Kachow. And Tranny Tom riding shotgun out of Fenton, Michigan, with Gilbert Brothers Racing in that Miller Pro chassis with a Mass Motorsports LS7. Tranny Tom Turbo 400, SCS T-Case, Nitto Tires, Threat Off-Road Wheels, Brannick Motorsports, Big B Manufacturing, Fox, Nacho Lights, Willwood, Rugged Race Radios, Ironman Off-Road, Collins Motorsports, Magnitude Suspension, FK, and Philip Casper Photography.
Sorry, he kind of nosedove just a little bit, but he, as a professional would do, saved it.
What a
Gilbert.
Smoking run by Paul Wolf, Pam.
I know, isn't that crazy? I mean, that man, again, we were talking, a man on a mission. He races in short course now as well in I believe it's a Pro 4.
Yeah, Pro 4.
And
Kyle Chaney's old truck.
Yes, exactly. And then he also, of course, races in not only a Pro 4 and his UTVs as well on short course. So that man, I don't know if he's ever not in a car, to be honest.
I believe that's Ken Hale. Looks like the 187 of Ken Hale and Donnie Kellenbach out of Conroe, Texas with Team 187. And a TMR solid axle chassis. LS3 with 525 horsepower. Turbo 400. Radflow. Vision X. Warn. Mickey Thompson. Raceline Wheels. Yukon. Gear and Axle.
All right, now we have Casey Gilbert coming through, taking the checkered flag. Let's find out. What will Casey Gilbert's time be here? You might already have it, Miles.
It looks like Casey Gilbert's in third overall with a 1:45.712, a half a second behind Philip McGilton. So a straight axle in that third spot for now is pretty impressive.
All right, here we are on the trail of the 187
of
Ken
Hale on this 1.4 mile qualifying loop.
All
and
right.
now we have Tin Hooper.
The 1505.
With Daniel Parker riding shotgun out of Bentonville, Arkansas, with Fuelworks Racing and that Trent Fab top shelf solid axle machine. Thompson Motorsports LS 427, 750 horsepower. Reed 4L80. Atlas, Fuelworks, Nitto, Method Race Wheels, Brannick Motorsports, Four Wheel Concepts, Sureway Transport, Old Town Auto Body, Brothers Construction, Oki Construction, Baja Design, Switch Bros, and Warn Industries. He started racing Ultra4 back in 2019 and has been on the podium at the MAO 918 race. So Tim Hooper with Fuelworks out there pushing along.
All right, and we just now had Ken Hale come in. Let's see what his lap time is. So Ken Hale in the number 187, sitting in that number 6 spot at a 2:08.6064.
So Casey Gilbert's co-driver, Tranny Tom, just came over and was looking over my shoulder. He says, "Is that us in third?" I said, "Yep." He gave a big high five.
For now.
Oh, we got another heavy hitter.
Oh, yes, we do.
44-56 of Brett Harrell out of Almsville, Oregon with team changeover. And that Paul Horschel built 2-seat IFS machine with a Danzio LS7, 750 horsepower. Gearworks Turbo 400, a Wiseman T-Case, Nitto Tires, Trail Ready, TubeWorks, Fox, Mac Tie Downs, Obstacle, Warn, Brett Schmidt Trucking. Great to see Brett Harrell pushing strong. I believe he got third place at King of the Hammers this year. He was leading that race for a little while, but it still had a strong finish at the end.
All right, here we have Tim Hooper crossing and getting the checkers. So Tim Hooper coming through with a time of a 1:55.651, putting him right now sitting in P5.
Very solid run by Tim Hooper as we're following Brett Harrell and team change order.
Who will be our next green flag? They will wave it here in just a moment. They let them get about halfway around the course before they wave the green flag. And here we have Mr. Chip McLaughlin.
Number 4 with Brad Christian riding shotgun out of Denton, Texas, with Rufus Racing in that Tribe 16 2C IFS machine Irene with a Grom LS7 900 horsepower, Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas, Maxxis tires, Vision wheels, EcoStaff, Nightsticks, Baja Designs, Total Racing Solutions, Precision Designs, Mama Ann's, and the Man Above Z.
I mean, we got a joke. He's getting into the trees, so you better watch out.
Yeah, he's hit more than one.
Exactly.
I promise you that. So we'll get a time for Brett Harrell.
All right. He sounds like he's popping just a little bit as well, coming down off of a hard run like that. But Brett Harrell will get that time in just a moment. As we can hear Chip in the background, but Brett Harrell in the P4 position right now at a 147.677. And next up, who is this going to be? Oh, we have Tad Dowker in the 906.
With Andy Eustace riding shotgun out of Elk Rapids, Michigan, with North Shore Raceworks. And that Trent Fab solid axle machine, Bambi, with an FTA 501 billet big block with 1,000 horsepower, with a 4L80 and an SCS behind it. TubeWorks, Mickey Thompson tires, Warren Racing, Amsoil, Baja Designs, Raceline Wheels, Hawk Performance, Off-Road Research, Tecton Tools, and Yukon. He bought Bambi from Dave Cole in 2019 and started racing it with North Shore.
Well, I have to give props to Mr. Chip McLaughlin. He avoided the trees out there. But
for now, we still got tomorrow's racing to go.
All right, sitting in that P5 position at a 149.041 for Mr. Chip McLaughlin. So right now, Paul Wolf sitting in number 1. Philip McGilton in the number 2 spot. Casey Gilbert 3rd. Brett Harrell 4th. Chip McLaughlin 5th. Pip Justice 6th. Tim Hooper 7th. Kevin Taylor 8th. Kenneth Hell 9th. And Chad Hunt did pull off course, but right now we are following along with Mr. Tad Dowker.
We will have 23 4400s starting the race, as long as they start. We have 23 eligible to race tomorrow.
Yes.
For the main show that should take off tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. They'll do 4 laps, so that's just over 108 miles to be exactly-ish.
All right, waiting to take the green flag for our next competitor. And I hear some horsepower in the background. Getting the checkered flag is Tad Dowker.
Tad Dowker be a solid run. I'm going to guess 5th.
148.579.
What place that put him in?
P5.
P5, not bad. All right. Again, thank you each and everybody for tuning in to the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch. I am Miles Haskins alongside Mrs. Pam Hall. And off the line now is K-Rod, number 7, out of Cortez, Colorado, with Jimmy's 4x4. And that Jimmy's 4x4 single seat IFS with a Mast LS, ATI transmission, SCS, Bilstein, Nitto tires, Vision wheels, Rockstar energy drink, Blackfly sunglasses, CBR, Simpson, Don Wapo hot sauce, L-Rods, K&N, RCV, Willwood, Holly, Adams Drive Shaft. Got a lot of great companies behind him.
Yes, he does, and he absolutely launched off of that jump that everybody's been taking off on earlier on, but making a great run right here, coming right in front of us for the most part. Another hop, skip, and a jump into a left-hand turn. This left-hand turn is pretty tight. It's more of like a horseshoe turn, a 180.
He won back-to-back at Kentucky and Badlands this year. He is our Eastern Series champion. We'll see what happens. He loves the short course. He dominated at Bowling Green. We'll see if anybody has anything for him. But Paul Wolf with that fastest time of the day thus far, that 1:38.
Here we have the number 82 taking the green flag of J.P. Gomez.
Our current King of the Hammers champion out of Cameron Park, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing in that 2022 beautiful UFO built by Joe Thompson. That is a single-seat machine with a Dungan's engine, ATO Turbo 400, UFO SCS T-Case, Mountain F Enterprises, King shocks, Nitto tires, Method race wheels, and Baja designs.
Man, Miles, I'm sitting here watching him, and he's like three-wheeling it so much. He was definitely trying to get into that number 1 spot because they know how important it is to be in the top spot on qualifying, especially with all of the dust. But Cade Rod in the number 7 sitting in P2 right behind Paul Wolf with a 1:58.674, but 9 seconds faster still.
I was just going to say, Paul Wolf really put on a blistering pace.
Look at JP.
He is
Drift
on
King.
it.
We're calling him a Drift King right now. That's what he looks like.
Yep, getting a little slideways out there on course.
Yes, and right now the area that he's in, you can see the dust. That's the way the wind is blowing. So the dust isn't completely clearing out for him, but it is his own dust that he's driving into with the way that it zigzags through. Kind of like the lines at the airport, the kind of the lines at Disneyland, right?
So we'll be patiently awaiting J.P. Gomez to come through. We'll get a time on him.
I think he's going to be like right there with Paul, possibly.
It's going to be, I think,
maybe
between
150.
I think it's between Paul and Cade Rod.
150, 152.
That's a guess. We'll see how it all shakes out.
What do we got? 155.651.
Right between Paul and Cade. We nailed it. So 155.651 for J.P. Gomez.
All right, I see that we have out some videos here. It must be Mr. Waylon Campbell coming up next. And here he comes. Brian's right
shaking
here.
his head. So Waylon Campbell getting ready to take the green flag.
And you can hear that horsepower. Man,
and
this
he
dude.
is completely slideways across the start finish. Waylon Campbell, number 3 out of Gilbert, Arizona, with Campbell Racing. In that Campbell Enterprise single-seat chassis with a Grom Racing LSX 454 with 800 horsepower. Q's Turbo 400, Trailworthy Hero T-Case, Monster Energy, Nitto tires, Fox shocks, Warren Industries, ARB, Motive Gear, Ron Davis radiators, Hughes Performance, Howe Performance, Klein, Evan Weller Racing, Rugged Race Radios, Arizona Drive Shaft, Impact, Justice Brothers, Factor 55, Warren, Phenom, Brannick, and Wrap Yours.
All right, he has tons of sponsors backing him, but Miles, watching him on this screen while you're going through all of his people that back him up, he is definitely setting up perfectly before he takes off on these jumps, setting himself up perfectly in these corners. He has definitely, must have came out here, studied the track when they got here, because he is driving this right now. To me, looks like a perfect qualifying run.
It is a great run indeed. Waylon has won a lot of races. He's been close to winning a lot more. We'll see how it all shakes out, but it's been a great, great run.
Getting some information right here from brother-in-law Brian Crofts. He set the pole here last time.
And 21, you're right, he did.
We should have you on here right
now.
now.
Brian, you're taking a turn.
He's shaking his head no. Come on, Brian. You and I, Brian Crofts, you're not getting to see what's going on the screen right now because our TV just flew, but let's see. Do you think that, Brian, do you think that he just beat Paul Wolf's time? Let's see.
I say he's right there with JP.
Right there with JP? I'm thinking he did a little faster on that. Let's see. Oh, 1:49, so 2 seconds slower than Paul Wolf, but okay, here I have Brian Crofts. You're out here, not in a car, your car is here, your previous car with Philip McGilton in it, but Waylon, did he come out and like study the track once you guys got here or pre-run the qualifying loop yesterday?
So, unfortunately, I wasn't out here yesterday.
Okay.
Bailey is out running the Rebel, and I was out in Johnson Valley doing testing for Baja. So I didn't get to be out here for any pre-running or anything, but his girlfriend Montana was, and he was able to go pre-run and get the car a little dialed in. But I think for him it's just getting a good finish and showing up, which I think he needs to. So he's been running hard, and he's been doing a lot better this year than he did last year. So we're excited to see what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, he just definitely showed up, and he showed out right behind Paul Wolf. I mean, Paul Wolf with the fastest time right now is a 1:47. 1:44 is the fastest time of the day so far, still set by Cole Clark and his UTV. But right now we have on the screen Cody Addington from NorCal. You've known him for a long, long time. I'm sure you have lots of background on him, but Cody Addington is another one that's to reckon with out here on the race course.
Yeah, so this is Lauren's old car, the original Dragon that Cody's been running, and I mean he's fast. He's always been fast. He's a hard worker. He's a one-man show, and he puts it on.
He does for sure. I mean, he comes out here. I don't know if I think I saw him actually bring his car out himself. Sometimes he can partner up with people to get his car to certain areas, but he also, I believe, he's pitted with the Gomez's and stuff as well. So he's got a good team to back up for him. That's what I love about this is you might not be on that team, but if you get to a race and you need help or you need a place to pit, these other teams will welcome you in. I know that you guys all have done it. So, and you raced for quite a while. How many years did you raced Ultra4?
2009 was my first KOH, but consistently with Ultra4 5 years.
Okay. Well, I mean, you are a 2023 national champion. How does it feel to step back this year, Bailey Racing, and you out here supporting Wayland? How is it not being in a car but sitting here watching everything?
It's tough. I don't miss the stress and everything that comes with it, but I definitely do miss the adrenaline rush of racing. I love supporting my family. So.
Yeah, exactly. I 100% agree with that. I know that you probably want to get back to Wayland because he just came off the qualifying loop, but we just now had Raul Gomez take the green flag, and I'm not sure. I heard rumor Darian was going to maybe possibly drive for him because he needed a sub, possibly. But yeah, our former king out there on course right now. It's not Darian.
Darian's sitting out right now, so it is Raul.
Oh, I didn't see where Darian was. Okay, perfect. So it is Raul out there.
Yep.
Awesome. Well,
and then the best part about this race is it's going to determine national champion.
Right.
So I'm excited to watch.
With no 2025 King of the Hammers.
Correct, but we do have a king here.
Yes, we do.
So he can't better his score.
Ah, you're right. Look at you.
Have a current king.
All right, so Cody Addington came through sitting in that 5th spot with a 2:08.064. But Brian, I'm going to let you get going to go check on Wayland. Thank you for setting in here, and tomorrow it's going to be a blast.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right.
Can't wait.
Thanks to Brian Cross for stepping in here for just a moment. But we do have the number 83 of Raul Gomez out of Lotus, California, with Gomez Brother Racing in a 2022 UFO single seat, Barello engine TT style, ATO, UFO, SCS, TKs, Mountain F Enterprises, King Shocks, Nitto, Baja Designs, and Method. He won King of the Hammers in 2022 and 2023. Definitely one of those groups of people that all of them are always laughing and smiling, but he was trying to go for a three-peat this last year at King of the Hammers and ended up getting it to his brother JP. But right now Raul Gomez out on course, but Cody Addington sitting in P5. Let's see, will Raul Gomez be up there in that top 5 and maybe take a spot away from his brother JP? Miles, welcome back. It's nice to get a quick break here and there.
Yeah, what a great run we just watched with Cody Addington, Raul Gomez. JP just threw down a heater. They are giving it their all out there. That is an absolute fact.
100%. Now we have the 311 of Dustin Robbins making his 4400 debut.
I love seeing that. He's had that car for a while, worked out the new car blues. Dustin Robbins out of Decatur, Alabama with all things UTV. And John Moole's old Jimmy's single-seat IFS car with a Schofield Performance LS 441. Gearworks Turbo 400. Atlas, all things UTV. Full Throttle's Power Sports, all things Bronco and Apex powder coating. He's been racing UTVs with us for quite a while. He's racing both UTV races this weekend, so it's great to see him stepping up to the 4400 class as well.
All right, so racing in 3 different classes here. I need to update myself. Paul Wolf has a 138.63. I've been reading the times off of their racer clock, not the fastest lap, but Cody Addington came through with a 1:44.454. I'm still waiting, I believe Raul Gomez came through with a 1:45.313 is what I'm reading here.
Yep, you're right.
Yes, so we do have Dustin Robbins, though, out on his debut 4400 qualifying loop. He's already been out on course twice today.
Yeah, so Paul Wolf still has 4 seconds faster than the entire field. And yeah, Waylon Campbell just threw down a heater. JP Gomez, Cade Rod, Cody Addington, Raul Gomez, Philip McGilton, Casey Gilbert, who's going to be our fastest solid axle machine, sitting 7th. Sitting 8th, and then Brett Harrell, Tad Dowker, Chip McLaughlin, Pip Justice, Tim Hooper, Kevin Taylor, and then Kenneth Hale. We did see Chad Hunt take off but have issues earlier, and now out on course is Dustin Robbins.
Yeah, so we should still have Brian Reed, Bill McGibbon, Glennie Page, Rick Levezzo, Dana Hale, and Brendan Thompson.
Well, a heartbreaker on Rick Levezzo. He has engine issues and unable to race.
Oh, that's a bummer. Okay, so I hate hearing that because you work so hard to get out to a race and then something happens so minute sometimes, but engine issues obviously not a problem for sure. But we have the 5150 Brendan Thompson taking the green
Bam
flag.
himself out of Grass Valley, California, with Outcast Racing and that UFO IFS single sheet machine with a Barello Taldeck LS 493 with almost 800 horsepower, ATO 4L80E, SCS, Maxxis, SMP Performance, UFO, Warn, Rugged, Brannick, FK, Motive Gear, Willwood, Walker, Baja Designs, and Paul Jr. Designs. This is Joe Thompson's brother that designed that chassis, and then Brendan put it together and is out here racing, coming all the way from Grass Valley, California to race here at the Crossbar Ranch. He had just gotten here yesterday. He was unloading, and then he came over and saw us at Tech, and he was kind of a little frazzled. I was like, what's going on, buddy? He's like, I just drove 20-plus hours to get here. I go unload it, and my car's running like crap.
So not fun.
But then this morning at the driver's meeting, I said, hey, did you get anything figured out? And he's like, yep. Started tracing wires, and it was a wire in the wiring harness that got pulled out and was missing whatever it was, and they got that squared away.
Missing some power?
Yeah. One of the sensors wasn't clicking off.
Oh, goodness. And that can throw codes so quickly in a car. Brendan Thompson making his way around. He has one right-hand turn that he is making right now. As you see, it's a 90 right into a slight jog into the left to the finish line.
So Brendan Thompson's coming in. We'll get a time from him here in just a moment, but it looks like a very solid top 10 run.
All right, Brendan Thompson coming through in P8 with a 1:45.648.
Very, very solid. So we still have a couple yet to go. We should see Bill McGibbon, Glennie Page, and Dana Hale. Dana Hale had steering issues last night, so I'm not sure if he's going to make it. And here comes the number 461 of Bill McGibbon out of Ontario, Canada, with Greasy Clowns Motorsports. In that, he debuted that car this year. It's a Jimmy's 4x4 single-seat Green Dragon, 700 horsepower, turbo 400, SCST case, J&A Hydrovac services, Diddy's Big Block, Hammerhead Hydrovac. His first Ultra4 race was Visions 2 years ago. And he brought that car to Bowling Green, Kentucky this year and completely wadded up during qualifying, but was able to get it back together. They sent it back to Randy Rod and the team there at Jimmy's 4x4. And look at it. You can't tell that thing took the tumble it did.
No, it took a really gnarly tumble. I was talking with him a couple days ago at registration, and I was like, how was your helmet after that? Because I hadn't talked to him a lot since then. He said it cracked his helmet in 3 different spots, and he said, jokingly, he's like, good thing I don't have a neck. He goes, that's what saved me from breaking my back.
He's definitely a ripped dude. So.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, that was an unfortunate situation that happened. But what was good about it, the precautionary, it took him away actually in a helicopter and everything as well. But he ended up being just fine, obviously, out here racing again. And like you said, Miles, the car you would never even know.
Yeah, it's an amazing car. The manufacturers we have out here with Miller Motorsports, Jimmy's 4x4, the UFOs.
Yes.
Trent Fab, Liberty Mountain. Oh, the list goes on. There's so many great manufacturers of these cars.
takes, these amazing builders out here, testing their cars and making sure they're strong and holding up for everything that these cars endure. It's amazing what these guys go through. All right, here
so
he is.
I'm going to guess P12.
Oh, look, he's got his winch lines hanging down just a little bit. We'll blame that on a little bit of drag. Okay, let's see, what did he get? He is number P14 with a 149.316, and now we have Glenny Page in the 464 taking the green flag.
So Bill's buddy Glenny Page with Chris Wyant riding shotgun out of Ontario, Canada with North Force Racing. In that Get Bent Fab solid axle machine with an LS3, Maximum Transmission, Atlas, Northern Force, Rival Hydrovac, Summit Trucks, Hammerhead Parts, Nitto Tires, Raceline Wheels, and King. His first Ultra4 USA race was last year at Visions 2023 and was a King of the Hammers rookie this year.
Yes, and that would be why his numbers are red on his car. Our rookies run a red number there at the
I hit my not so funny bone there. Ow.
I was wondering, it looked like you were in a lot of pain there, Miles. But Glenny Page doing a great job making this hairpin left-hand turn, or 180, whatever you would like to call it, horseshoe shape. Depends on how your navigator talks to you. But he's making a great run here so far.
It's a lot of fun out there. We'll see what kind of time Glenny Page will put out there on this 1.4-mile qualifier.
And then we just have a few racers to go, and then we will be moving into our Youth 1000 main event for the weekend.
They have 1 hour to go out there and run along.
And here comes Glenny Page again, making that right-hand 90-degree turn, coming around to get the checkered flag from Chris Elrod. Chris Elrod is also the one that was out here
on the dozer
yep.
Days on end. So Glenny Page across the line.
And let's see what his time is.
He didn't set any records, but it was a solid pace. So I believe...
Well, you don't win the race in qualifying. That is 100%. But Glenny Page sitting in P16 at a 154.574.
So I'm not 100% sure, but I know Rick Levezzo's out. I know Brian Reed is out, and Dana Hale is having issues. I don't know if they got that car sorted or not, so I'm going to guess that's possibly our last qualifier.
It looks like our recovery crew is headed in right at this moment, but yeah, I saw Travis in the driver's seat of the 4484 of Dana Hale yesterday, and I believe they took a little bit of a tumble, so I'm not sure, again, like you just said, you're not sure what happened with it or if they got the car running again. But we will be going into our Youth 1000 class here in just a little bit. I do have lineups for our staging order. And but right now, all of our recovery crew seems to be coming in to do a reset.
And get ready for the Youth 1000. That's why we wait. Get everything ready for the Youth 1000. That's why we wait to get this next race kicked off. I'm going to give a shout out. This coverage of Ultra4 USA for the 2024 Nationals is presented by Warren Racing and is brought to you by our official sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, by PCI Race Radios, by Metal Cloak, and by NorCal Rock Racing. So please support who supports the sport. Without each and every one of those marketing partners, we would not be racing here today at the Crossbar Ranch. So whether you're building a race car, a mall crawler, a tow rig, go check out these amazing companies.
Yes, and Warren being out here, like we were talking earlier, they were outfitting all of our recovery crew in the Warren Industries equipment, making sure they were all properly ready to come out and recover all of our crews that might possibly, or not crews, well, hopefully our crew doesn't have to get recovered, but
hey,
our racers.
Well, Benji had to get recovered the other day.
That is true, that is true. And here you can see our media director walking back this way. He's been out getting some amazing footage, Mr. Ryan Del Pont. Coming in as well. So it looks like we will be doing a reset here as in course. They're watering down the race course as well.
So let's do a quick little recap. Our Youth 170, our Youth 1000s was Brian Fulcher, Wyatt Cotter, and Caden Gamble.
Man,
Our 4,500 class was Dan Wyrick, Sean Rance, and Jesse Oliver. Our 4,600 class was Corey Day, Alex Fleming, and Doug Langford. Our 4,800 class was Chuck Crossland, Sean Reisky, and Jeff Martin.
She's getting those food right now.
Our UTV stock class was Nick Anderson, Jody Ford, and Nathan Parker.
She gave up to me. I was
Our
like,
UTV Open was Paul Wolf, Nick Anderson, and Dustin Robbins.
it's right here.
Our UTV Modified was Cole Clark, Paul Wolf, and Dustin Robbins. Then our 4,400 was Paul Wolf, Waylon Campbell, and our current King of the Hammers champion, JP Gomez. Kind of a quick recap of qualifying.
Yes, sirree, and here we are. You can still see people out here all lined up waiting for the next race to start.
That's what they put.
As Miles is playing wrestling with his papers
This
in the wind.
wind is ridiculous, ma'am.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
They last a long time, bro. Like hours.
It's good for the racers.
8 hours. Shit like that.
Exactly.
So I'll take one for the team.
man, I'm not seeing a format button or a format fucking option.
There's in there. Here. Hold it.
You can just hear the wind in the headphone.
Exactly.
So
You can
sorry
hear it.
about the little noise in the background
We
for
can't
everybody
help it.
back at home. But if you were on site, it'd be worse, I promise.
100%.
I think is the first one, and you go all the way to the bottom.
Alrighty. Looks like they're getting some water thrown down on the track.
It's in here, Papa. Hold up. Recording setting. Here we go. Recording setting. File format. Recording format.
That's why we reset and get ready for the next race. We're going to step away for just a few moments. Up next, the 4,900 Youth 1000. So if you have time right now, go get your drinks, your snacks. We'll be right back with more racing action.
Media format.
Man,
Memory
we're not dead, motherfucker.
A or B. Where's it at?
It's on A.
A.
we are back live racing with Aiden Gilbert, our pole position. Number 618 with his dad, Casey Gilbert, riding shotgun out of Fenton, Michigan with Gilbert Brothers Motorsports. And that Gilbert Brothers Motorsports Polaris with Nitto Tires, Brannick Motorsports, CA Technologies, RCV, Big B, Nacho Lights. And his biggest sponsor, our mom and dad with Alliance Tree Services. Thanks again for everybody tuning in. This is the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are just getting underway for the Youth 1000. They have the same rules as the stock class, except for you have to have a 18-year-old or older co-driver that's responsible. We leave that very loosely, Pam.
Sorry, I had to put my spectacles on again, and now we do have taking off the line the number 180 of Brian Peanut Fulcher.
With his dad, Brian Fulcher, or it could be Nathan Parker. I'm not sure.
Oh, I have to tell you, I saw them. It is Nathan Parker.
Oh, it is Nathan Parker. Thank you. Out of Fayetteville, North Carolina, with Team Momentum Racing. And that Can-Am with Performance East, High Lifter, Pocket Change Fab, CT Raceworks, Carolina Customs, EFX, KMC, Gator Waders, SD Lighting, and Air Dam Clutches.
All right, so Miles, I'm going to pull up on my screen here so we can watch the live tracking as well. So anybody at home, if you want to see the live tracking, go to racingtracks.com, and that's where you will be able to see the live trackers.
And they are going to race for 1 hour. They'll either do 1 or 2 laps, I believe. And they are going to do, and it is a 10.3 mile race, or sorry, a 10.3 mile lap. And again, they're going to do 1 or 2 laps. We'll see how it shakes out.
And now taking the line is Dylan Trent.
Out of Lake Tahoe, Nevada, with Trent Fabrication. And a Brian Tilton Racing Can-Am with Nexon Tires, Raceline Wheels, FK, Brannick, Yukon, and Mecum Alternators. And I believe he is our Western Series champion. Heading out for his first 10.3 mile lap. They are taking off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. But once the checkered flag flies for the first one, it flies for the rest of the field.
All right, here my computer's being a little bit slow out here. We're working on so many different Starlinks as well, so I will see about getting the map pulled up for us here. But yes, live tracking at Racing Tracks. You also can still watch the timing as well at live.ultra4racing.com. Next off the line is the young gentleman, the Mr. Eli Harris in the 4903. So Eli Harris taking the green flag with his dad riding shotgun with him. His dad, Will Harris, also races in UTVs, also races in the Class 11s, but we do have Eli Harris out of Pendleton, South Carolina with Underdog Racing. He's in a Polaris Turbo S, Residential Grading and Septic LLC, MRT, Raceline, G-Force, Epic Race Chassis, 5-Star Tuning, and Team DFS. Team DFS is who does the engines for a majority of all of these racers as well. All right, so here we see Eli Harris, but next off the line, the 721 go ahead.
Bailey Ford with her dad, Jody Ford, riding shotgun, number 721 out of Markle, Indiana, with Brannick Motorsports. With a CA Technology Can-Am, it's a brand new one. Brannick Motorsports, MRT, CA Technologies, and Raceline Wheels.
All right, and here we are back watching the start of our Youth 1000 class. Next up here in just one moment, taking the green flag, will be the 9513 of Jet Chambers, but we do see Mrs. Bailey Ford, going through, but Jet Chambers taking the green flag.
Jet Full Throttle Chambers with his dad, Jared Chambers, riding shotgun out of Corydon, Iowa, with Jet Full Throttle Racing. And that Polaris with CW Motorsports, Whiskey Biz, Wool Welding and Fab, Jim Traney Motorsports, and Trail Addictions Off-Road. And this is his rookie debut with Ultra4 USA. And this kid has a great following on social media. Be sure to go check him out. And
Yes.
Pam, the wind's blowing. I don't know if you can see there on screen. Those fans are turned up.
Yes, and we feel it. Let me tell you, we feel it. As long as your paperweights don't start flying, we're okay.
I may have to get some more of these crossbar rocks up here.
Crossbar Customs. There we go. All right, next on the line, the number 7007, getting her 5-second countdown, Miss Peyton Dumford.
Dirt Princess 7 herself with her dad, Jarrell, riding shotgun out of Hamilton, Ohio, with Bandit Off-Road and Dunford Racing. And that Polaris wants to thank Mom and Dad, Bill Stein, HP Tuners, MRT, Ultimax Belts, HCR, MWAC, Down to Fab, JB Scale Graphics, Bearded Stitch, All Things UTV, Tire Spine, and Bullet Wheels. Her rookie debut was Rush, Kentucky 2022, and she was a King of the Hammers rookie this year.
Yes, and she has been having some issues with her engine throughout the year. And when she took off the line, it was sputtering quite a bit.
Sputtering, yeah.
So let's just hope that she ends up getting to that finish line here in, what is it, 3 laps that they're doing?
Well,
roughly?
1 or 2.
1 or 2
They got
laps.
1 hour to go, and that's kind of what they discussed.
Oh, that's
we'll see
right.
how their first lap goes.
That is right. Well, let's see. She's getting ready to go by us. Hopefully her engine's not sputtering anymore.
Did you tell me I'm right twice today?
Oh, goodness. I'm
Man,
supposed
I'm
to be
on a
wrong.
roll.
All right. So in the number 8 position, the number 12 taking the green flag, Mason Dowker.
With his dad, Tad Dowker, riding shotgun out of Elk Rapids, Michigan, with North Shore Raceworks. And his Polaris Turbo Razor R, and his biggest sponsor are Mom and Dad. I love it. So I believe we have all of our Youth 1000s out on course. And the wind's kind of messing with the internet out here, so our remote cameras are not up and running yet, but they are actively working on it.
All righty. So 8 cars off the line. And we never did do a, what do we think the lap time will be for the youth?
I never did that course. So 10 miles.
I didn't do any of them.
Well, yeah, I guess I haven't seen a whole lot of the course this time. So 10 miles, I'm going to guess.
30 minutes.
Yeah, 30 minutes is very realistic.
Yeah. 30 minutes.
So there is Mason Dowker. He is racing his last race in the Youth 170, so he's already stepping up to the Youth 1000, and he's out here on the short course.
It's great practice for sure to be out here racing this race out here at Crossbar Ranch. It's a great course out here. It gives them all kinds of terrain like we've been talking about all day long. We do have 2 more races still to go this afternoon after we finish up our Youth 1000 class. We will be racing all of our other 4900 Pro Mod, stock, and what is the other class here? Pro Mod and stock
and open.
Open, yes.
Yep. So stock and open will be our next race, and then
Yes.
Pro Modified will be our last race of the evening. And like I said, we're running a little behind schedule, so we're going to be rolling later into the evening.
They were told might be running in the lights, so
Might be
here we
running
are.
in the dark, so you need lights.
yeah, exactly. Need lights.
So that's a great shot of the Warren Racing start-finish. And once we get our logistics out back situated, we'll show you Warren's Gate, a beautiful rock section. It's got some waterfalls and a little bit of everything in between. It's a cool area out here. We have the Metal Cloak backstretch. We have the Brannick Bump. We have the PCI pits that our Believe Cam drone can make it out to if we need them. We are in Davis, Oklahoma, just outside of Oklahoma City and Dallas, Texas. We are located in the heart of the Arbuckle Mountains. We are adjacent to the Turner Falls Park, one of the tallest waterfalls in the state, 77 feet tall.
I have to tell you, I still have not been to Turner Falls.
I have not either. We've been here a couple times, but it's Work, work, work until it's dark, and then looking at a waterfall in the dark is not worth it.
Right, exactly. Kind of pointless for sure.
The Crossbar Ranch has over 6,500 acres. They've got 150 miles of trails. The park is ran by Justin Ramsey, but it's owned by the city of Davis. They average about 3,000 people a weekend. The park is open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. They've got 28 camp spots with water and electricity, but they have basically unlimited dry camping. They do have a dump station on site.
And it's such a beautiful drive coming in here, too, and the wildlife that's around. There's tons of deer. And what were you saying, Miles? They closed down just for a little bit.
Yeah, a week or two during deer season is the only time they close down.
Yes.
Well, we glanced over it just a little bit ago, Pam. Next season is insane.
Yes,
we
it is.
start with King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley, California, and that is going to be January 23rd through the February 8th.
And then let's go through our West Coast series. We do have the first race on the West Coast will be our NorCal Stampede, which is March 28th and 29th in Rancho Cordova, California. Then we'll be moving on to Area BFE on our next West Coast race, May 9th and 10th in Moab, Utah. Then we will be teaming up with the Best in the Desert for Vegas to Reno, August 13th through 16th. Starts in Las Vegas, Nevada, obviously, and ends in Reno. And then the Joker race of the season for the West Coast will be back at NorCal Rock Racing for the September 19th and 20th race back at Prairie City in Rancho Cordova.
And then we'll go over our Central Series. We'll be right back here at the Crossbar Ranch Off-Road Park in Davis, Oklahoma, April 11th through and 12th. And then we're going back to the Badlands Off-Road Park in Attica, Indiana, June 6th and the 7th. And then Sturgis, South Dakota, during Bike Week at the Buffalo Chip, August 1st and 2nd. And the Central Joker is the Big House, Crandon, Wisconsin, for the Crandon Ultra4 Short Course World Championships over Labor Day weekend, late August.
And then we will be going on the East Coast as well. We will be going to Roush Creek March 14th and 15th up in Pennsylvania. Beach Bend Raceway, which is in Bowling Green, Kentucky. That was a racer favorite, I have to say, March 2nd and 3rd. And then we will be going back to AOP, which is in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee, June 27th and 28th. Then our Joker race for the East Coast will be at Beach Bend Raceway back at Bowling Green, Kentucky during LS Fest, which is a huge event out there. So it's going to be awesome to see. And then our 2025 Ultra4 USA Nationals will be in Laughlin.
Yeah, Laughlin for the Desert Classic in Laughlin, Nevada, October 16th through the 18th. So we've got a full jam-packed schedule. Obviously, with the transfer this year, we made it work. It was great. But next year, we're pulling all the strings out, and we're going for it.
It's called going big or going home.
100%. We aren't going home. I'll promise you that.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Yeah, it's going to be a crazy busy year. That is 100% for sure. But here we are right now just finishing up our 2024 season. We will be crowning our national champions, though, after King of the Hammers in January. So right now, this weekend, we will be crowning our East Coast and West Coast champions this weekend. And tomorrow night, what we'll be doing is Tribe 16. I'm sure you guys have already heard us say this, but Tribe 16 will be putting on an amazing barbecue for us. We're going to be doing our awards for not only the race, but also our East and West Coast champions. So it's going to be a fun-filled weekend out here at Crossbar Ranch. It's already been a fun-filled week. We've been here, since I got here Monday night. You got here on Tuesday. I mean, we both came straight from Baja, to here for the most part.
It's been a lot of fun, but we're making the best of it for sure.
Yes, we are.
And, the typical, or not typical, work hard and play harder. And that's just what we're doing.
The good old saying.
Yeah, the good old saying.
Good old saying.
So Aiden Gilbert took off first. They took off in 1-minute increments. This race is on adjusted time. I believe it's an hour race, so is it going to be 1 or 2 laps? Time will tell.
Time will tell. We'll see. I mean, they've already, I'm not sure exactly how long they've been actually running so far, but I mean, it's a 10-mile loop, and what did we say, 30 minutes? Oh, probably about 2 laps, roughly. But like you just said, time will tell. This nice little breeze. And let's talk about Warren really quick. Warren Racing sponsoring our national races out here, or our national race this weekend. They also cooked some amazing dinner for us last night. We had tacos.
Yes, Sergio, Justin, Brad, they kicked up some chicken and steak tacos, had the margaritas flowing. They kind of just did a little customer appreciation. And it's so great to see the rebranding of with Warren Racing. Justin's been working to get that off the ground for a little while, and I just texted him. It's funny you bring that up. That I was like, hey, come on over and hop on the mic with us anytime you get a chance today or tomorrow. So we'll see. He's definitely a funny character to get on the mic. He's a great dude. I've known him for a long time. He's helped out with King of the Hammers. You know, he was the face of Factor 55 for such a long time, and when they merged or when they teamed up with Warren, you know, he was a great fit and hopped right on it and doing great things.
Yeah, definitely. He's a great energy. He has great energy. I love being around. All of the whole entire Warren crew are all amazing. But yeah, no, Brad was the one cooking up the dinner last night for us. But great food out here in the middle of Davis, Oklahoma.
Yeah, Area 51 hooked us up with some fried chicken the night before.
Yep.
I mean, then Tribe 16's taking care of us tomorrow night. So we're
tonight we might be skipping dinner. We're gonna be working late. Good thing for protein bars.
What time is it? Is it lunchtime yet?
It's past lunchtime.
Oh yeah, we've been rolling.
We missed lunch.
Well, we'll be all right.
You had a protein bar. I had an Uncrustable. There we go.
So out on course we have Aiden Gilbert, Brian Peanut Fulcher, Dylan Trent, Eli Harris, Bailey Ford, Jet Full Throttle Chambers, Peyton Dumford, and last but not least, Mason Dowker. They are on this 10.3-mile lap. The rest of the races will be a 27-mile lap, except for the Youth 170s tomorrow midday. So it's kind of, we took out some of the harder sections for the Youth 1000s. Just, you know, we want to give them a taste of Ultra4, not necessarily full on.
Right.
So do you want to hop on our YouTube and chat with some of our fans, see what kind of questions they got for us?
Lots of people are chiming in here. It sounds like right now we only have one camera view, Ronald. We're trying to get everything set up. The weather out here is kind of being a factor for us. But here we are at Crossbar Ranch. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you guys have any questions or want to tell us who you're rooting for or anything, just let us know on here. We'll try to keep track of the comments on here as much as possible. But again, thank you to everybody that is tuning in.
Man, that wind is still blowing.
Well, Brian Tripp is saying great coverage. Thank you for bringing this back. Brian Tripp, have you showed up here yet?
He was 107 miles out about an hour ago.
Okay.
So he's not too far away. He's a huge shout out to him. He was down in Florida, you know, doing storm cleanup, and got off early. So he headed home, put the car together, and he drove 20 hours. He left yesterday afternoon, and he should be here soon.
Awesome. Lots of people cheering on Megan Miller as well. Oh, we have people from all over. We got UK in here. We got Baja. So, hey, Seb, who we were working with last weekend, was tuning in. Let's see who else. Sebastian, yep.
Well, hopefully we can see him once again.
Yeah, so he's tuning in. We got people from Peter from Germany. All kinds of people on here. So awesome. Brian Tripp's wanting to know what happened to Chad. I don't know what happened to Chad.
We don't either. Hey, Brian, do you know what happened to
Well, you're Tripp Racing Services.
Yeah,
you know everything.
Racing Services. He's laughing right now, too. I guarantee it.
Oh, goodness. Oh, we got Steve Lindsay from Arizona. So awesome people from around here. Yeah. Goodwin Race Team, which is a part of your...
Oh, Yellowstone, yep.
Yeah. They're watching, wishing they were here. You know what? You better come out next time then. Dirt Princess for the win. That's who we got.
Oh,
let's
Peyton
see.
Dumford, huh?
Yes. Who? We have the 170s out there. Let's do that. What do we want to do, Miles? We need to get some kind of questions going on here on this YouTube Live with what we can answer. If you have questions you want to know about Miles or I,
this ain't good.
if we can answer those. Yep, TRS is on it, Brian said. Brian, I hope you're not driving right now. Oh, goodness. Okay, Strickland says just here for the broken parts.
Yep, he'll be here.
Yard sale.
I do see Jeremy Brown's car getting recovered, so that's a good sign.
Did you know what happened?
Fire.
Yeah, you were on. I was not on.
So had a fire under the hood. Trotter went over there, put it out pretty quick, but it burned for a good 20, 30 seconds. Not out of control, but fire's hot.
Right.
So it definitely melted some wires, and we'll see. He's got to get back, and at least he has the rest of the day and all night to get ready for his 8 o'clock departure here. Well, he'll be at the end, so he'll probably be about an 8:40 departure from here.
Yeah, exactly.
And so far, our tent hasn't flown away too much yet.
Only your papers.
They've flown away, but I'm getting more and more rocks up here.
See, Brian just told us.
Chuck Crossland's actually doing something good this week. He's playing recovery.
He's racer and recovery. He got first place, he said.
Hey, he's finally beaten Jeremy Brown. He's in front of him. Just having fun with the crowd. Yeah, Chuck's out there towing in his buddy Jeremy Brown.
Brian said Chad rolled.
Okay, I was guessing a belt, but
somebody
a rollover,
driving here.
Well, they're texting their buddies, yeah.
Let's see who. We won't answer that one, Strickland, about the tattoo of Miles. But here we are, still sitting here in this wind. The 170s out, or not 170s, the Youth 1000 out on course. And who do you think? Who's your pick? We got somebody already going for Dirt Princess, but
she's got a great shot. Aiden Gilberts has a great season. Brian Fulcher's the youngest one in the field, but he's got Nathan Parker riding with him.
Exactly.
And this young man has a bright future. Dylan Trent has a good shot. He's our Western Series champ. Eli Harris has his dad Will with him.
Yeah.
They're having fun. I don't know if they're going to win, but they're having fun. They always have a chance. Bailey Ford has her dad Jody Ford riding in that brand new 24 Can-Am. Jet Full Throttle Chambers. I don't know much about this kid except for he's fast. He's new to our sport. And then Mason Dowker has his dad Tad. So everybody has a shot at this race. I think attrition is going to be very heavy out here. So I think they need to play it smart and just get to the finish line.
Yes, I agree with you on that. As we always say, smooth is fast. And you've heard us say it like 15,000 times today. But when it comes down to this, these young kids driving out here and learning everything that they're learning from their co-drivers, as in parents, I understand that a lot of these people have their seasoned parents as racers out here co-driving for them, but look at Nathan Parker's resume, and he's out there co-driving for peanuts. So I'm not sure if it's dust from the race cars or if it's dust from the wind, but in the distance here we have a little bit of dust. So maybe we might see somebody coming in here.
I hear something.
That's behind us. That's
yep, it is.
Teched.
All right. I heard a UTV, but it's not on course.
Not on course, exactly. But there is a little bit of dust, so we'll see if we're going to have somebody coming in here in just a little bit. But what a great weekend out here. Having a lot of fun.
For the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch just outside of Davis, Oklahoma. We will be racing the rest of the day today and all day tomorrow. We have the Youth 1000s out right now. Up next will be the stock and the open UTVs, and then tonight will be the pro modified UTVs. Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., will be the Everyman Challenge. The 46 will do 2 laps. The 45 and 48s will do 3 laps. Then at high noon, the Youth 170s, we got an hour to race all of those little guys and gals. And then 1 p.m., the grand finale, the 4400s, will do 4 full laps, 108 miles.
The big boys.
It's going to be exciting to see how this shakes out. So they have been out on course. When they take off?
I'm not sure exactly when they took off. I was trying to figure that out myself.
I'm going to guess they've been out there
probably
for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that. We finally agreed on something.
I think we've been doing that a lot lately because we've been working together like a lot. So. Yeah, but okay, so the Youth 1000 is a very competitive round out here for sure. It definitely, with the talent, like we keep saying, of the dads, with the kids that are up and coming racing, and a lot of them that have been racing for a while already, with Peanut being our youngest 11-year-old racer out there. He's very competitive, raced out at the Vegas Torino Youth 1000 class. He actually won that class. He also had Nathan Parker riding shotgun with him out there after that. Yes, so I have somebody telling us that we need some walls around this canopy, Miles.
No doubt, I'll take it. Bring one over.
Somebody get them a tarp.
So the stock production class is the same rules for the junior 1000s. It's an OEM chassis. Must use stock suspension pickup points. Reinforcing is allowed. Must run front body and side plastics. Rear bed can be trimmed to fit a spare tire, 1000cc max engine, and 33-inch maximum tires. So that is for the stock and the Youth 1K rules.
Which really makes sense. Now that you're saying that out loud, it's like I'm comprehending it better. But it really makes sense because you have your youth classes right now racing, getting the experience, and then they can move on over in the same vehicle in the stock class.
Yeah, you can have this same car for forever.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you start driving at 12 years old and go right into the stock class. And the cool thing about the UTVs is a stock class can move up.
Right.
A pro modified class can move up. So you could take a stock class and race it in the stock race and then race it in the open races or the pro modified with the pro modifieds as well. Because that's usually how we split the classes up is we pro modifieds run by themselves, stock and open run within each other.
Right, exactly.
So if you want to get more seat time, that's a great way to do it.
It definitely makes sense. Alrighty. Who do you think? Do you think Gilbert's going to come in still in that number one spot?
He was out front.
He started out front, so obviously clean air is better. But is he still going to be out in that number one spot when he comes through?
He'll roll through the list once again. Aiden Gilbert, Brian Fulcher, Dylan Trent, Eli Harris, Bailey Ford, Jet Full Throttle Chambers, Peyton Dunford, and Mason Dowker. 8 of our future of our sport is out there on course.
And Jet Chambers' first race with us was at Crandon. No, where was this? This is his first race with us. I was thinking it was Crandon.
Jet Fraser was Crandon.
That's right. I met Jet at a different race, and that's how I met him. And anyways, okay, so yes, so Jet Chambers is also going to be racing his first King of the Hammers in 2025, as we were saying earlier on. But I'm pretty sure, okay, going through this list, everybody has raced King of the Hammers in the youth except Mason Dowker and Jet Chambers. Because Mason was in the 170 class.
I think you're right. I'm kind of reading through it. And yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so
that's really cool to see.
Right, exactly. 6 out of the 8 racers that are out on course have already raced. They can already put King of the Hammers on their resume. That's what's really cool.
Yeah, a bucket list race, and they're doing it at 12 years old.
Exactly. Didn't Dylan win? I'm pretty sure he won. We'll have to go back and look. I can look at those results, but I'm pretty sure Dylan actually won King of the Hammers in the Youth 1000 class.
Brandon Goodwin's tuning in, part of the Yellowstone series, watching the race, but busy working on the car after Brianna took a little tumble there in Montana. Great to have that in the background while you're slaving away. Lots of people, I'm sure, tuned in the shop, putzing around on a beautiful Friday. It's Friday, right?
Yeah, I keep feeling like it's Saturday, but yeah, it's Friday.
So most everybody's at work, I guess.
Yes. Or should be. Or they're listening at work. Look at the wind is really definitely taking a toll on our wind blades over there.
I gotta keep it pressed in, right?
Well, I mean,
and it's on. No.
And I hear this is mild. It's supposed to get worse.
So just a switch. Tink, tink.
Right. So from here, it's only gonna get.
I really hope it doesn't, though.
So this being the Warren Racing Nationals, Nationals are a little bit different this year because we did something a little new with
you may want to stay in
the
extender
King
mode.
of the Hammers points. You can use either your 2024 or your 2025. So we are unable to crown the national championship here. We'll have to crown them at Hammers. But we will be giving away the East and the Western Series champions.
But if you want to
Yes, and we'll be doing that tomorrow night.
After the Tribe 16 dinner.
right, but whenever you can.
Man, that's just white out, bro. Like,
No, this is something bad.
that Instagram shoots all the way to the side.
Okay, my computer. Oh, here's the official off of the King of the Hammers website. The official countdown until KOH 2025. 97 days, 28 minutes, and 10 seconds.
Wow. Yeah, that's scary.
Scary fun.
Yeah.
A little more.
Got a little over 3
Gotta
months
be in the mix.
to get it all ready.
It works great.
Man, that is.
Race results. Let's look at our Youth 1000 results from last year. I say last year, but I mean 2024.
That's what you're paying for, you know, like all the just the little things, like all these, couple of these little things.
And I'm actually, Pam, I got one for you. Let's go over our East and West Series championships.
Okay.
For the Youth 1000, it's first place, Dylan Trent. Second place, Tice Healy. Third place, Aiden Gilbert. In the East, it is Aiden Gilbert. Second is Eli Harris. Third is Bailey Ford. And the stock on the West side goes to Trent Roberts, 1. Travis Zollinger, 2.
You know what I mean?
Mark McCleary, 3rd. And again, this is just my personal homework, so this is unofficial, but I believe that's how it's going to shake out.
I actually had that written down the other day. I just don't have it with me.
On the East, it is Nathan Parker, Jody Ford, then Jason Mills. For the Open UTV class, in the East is Paul Wolf, Patrick Murray, and Tyler Gibbs. For the Pro Modified West goes to Dustin Robbins. Pro Modified East goes to Paul Wolf, 1, Carson Atkins, 2, and Cole Clark in that 3rd spot. In the East for the UTV 170s, Eli Robbins for the stock class.
I'm getting paid tonight.
Pro Mod East, Brian Folger, Caden Gamble, and Mason Downer.
Right here, brother.
Limited on the East is Xander Walraven, Tristan Fulcher, and Hunter Biddle. Then we'll switch it up to the 4600 class. West goes to Bailey Cole, John Williams, then John Rance. For the Eastern Series champion in the stock class goes to Sergio Panilios. For the 4500 East goes to Jesse Oliver and Dwayne Garrison. In the 4800 for the West Coast is Jeremy Brown, Johnny Valadez, and Daniel Guttenberg. For the 4800 Eastern Series goes to Sean Reisky, Jeff Martin, and Brian Trimp. And then the 4400 Unlimited class in the East Coast goes to Cade Rod, 1, Paul Wolf, 2, and Casey Gilbert in that 3rd position. And in the Western Series, our current King of the Hammers champion, JP Gomez, wins the Western Series. Then it's Brett Harrell and Raul Gomez. That's my quick little homework for the East and Western Series.
The miles math.
Miles math, I like that.
All right, so let's go over our youth racers from King of the Hammers this year. So Dylan Trent was our winner. Aiden Gilbert was in 3rd place. Peyton Dumford got 4th. Eli was 6th. Bailey Ford was 8th. So that was the racers that are out here right now. Those are their finishing spots for the youth class out at King of the Hammers this year. So it's good to see them out here racing with us. Man, the wind is so strong.
It just blew off our monitor.
Oh,
but
that would have been
nice
the second
catch.
time. It's already done that one time. I'm actually surprised it's still working. But yeah, that is our finishers for our youth, though, for King of the Hammers of 2024.
And they're out there having some fun.
All right, so I wonder when they actually started. I don't know their actual. Oh, you know what? We can look on timing, Miles. 13:01 is when.
So that's 101. All right.
Yep, 101. So it's
they've
1:35.
been 34 minutes. So I think we should see our leaders come through here any moment.
But
Are they
you can
doing
see the
one
checkered
lap
flag.
or 2 laps? I'm not sure.
You can see the checkered flag because if we are supposed to get started, I don't know. We'll see how it all works out here.
This is me just thinking, but they do a
Uh-oh.
smaller loop. So I wonder if we could...
10 mile, right?
Eli Harris is the first one I physically see,
wow.
I believe.
Look at that.
So from 4th to 1st, and that's just me physically seeing. I don't really know. But wow, what a great run by Eli Harris. But I was thinking that Youth runs a modified course that I wonder if we could start the next race.
Oh. They're trying to get the white flag. So white flag. So one more lap to go for Eli Harris. With Will Harris, you can see Will pointing to go right.
So I believe this is going to be a 2-lap race for the Youth 1000s. Eli Harris, our physical race leader, and
he just pulled over
time.
right at the top of the hill. Not sure why, but he just got to the top of the hill and stopped.
I see the lights turn off and on, so we had to cycle the key.
Nope, what's going on here? Nope, they need to keep going. Somebody needs a radio to Eli Harris to keep going. They're saying come here, so I'm not sure what's going on here. We'll get...
Well, it looks like it was just a 1-lap race. So it looks like Eli Harris, I believe, just won this one.
Not sure what was going on there, but yeah. Unofficially, congratulations to Eli Harris.
I'm going to send Pam over there and have a quick little chat with Eli Harris. But I'm seeing Will giving Goodby a big old hug, so it's looking good for Eli Harris. What a great run by that young man. Eli Harris, at 12 years old, looks like he just got his first win in the Youth 1K race. Eli Harris with a lap time of 32 minutes and 21 seconds on this 10.3 mile loop for the Youth 1Ks. I see Goodby over there. I see Liam O'Donnell, and it looks like our second competitor coming in is Peyton Dumford. So where's Aiden Gilbert? Where's Brian Fulcher? Where's Dylan Trent? Bailey Ford, Jet Chambers, and Mason Dowker. 8 cars took off the line in 1-minute increments. And grabbing the checkered flag in physical second is Peyton Dumford. Physical second position. There's Eli crawling out of the car. There's Carson Hill's dad giving him the fist bump to Eli Harris. There's Matt Walraven. See Pam congratulating Eli. So unofficial first goes to Eli Harris, and then Peyton Dumford sitting in that second position. And Eli really ran a great pace out there. What a great run by Eli Harris, our unofficial winner for the Youth 1K for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. see more dust on the brown. It's a green car, so I believe it's Brian Fulcher. We'll see how all this shakes out on adjusted time. But my quick math is looking good for Eli Harris 1, Peyton Dunford 2, and Brian Fulcher in that third position. And Will Harris is all smiles, riding alongside his son, and the checkered flag flies for Brian Fulcher. See Tristan Fulcher there. See Xander Walraven. They've all raced with these Youth 1Ks before, and now they're moving on up the ranks, but they're still buddies. You see the yellow vest there. That's Justin Ramsey. He's the one that runs this park. Does an amazing job, has a great staff. He's talking to Mr. Ultra4 USA, John Goodby there. Looks like Eli and Will are getting pictures in front of their race car. Pam's jogging over here. We'll get a little update from her. But it looks like the podium is unofficially set. In that third position, Brian Fulcher. Second position, Peyton Dunford. And the top of the box, I believe, is going to go to Eli Harris. I see a little bit more dust. I can't tell if that's from the wind or a car. I just love the Ultra4 USA camaraderie. Everybody's all high fives and handshakes. Big smiles out here. Pam is back, and it looks like big smiles all the way around over there with Will and Eli Harris, isn't it, Pam?
Oh, yeah. It was, wasn't sure what was going on, so we were like, okay, let's go over there and see. But in the driver's meeting when they were all talking, it was may get 2 laps, may not kind of thing, right?
Yeah, it was 1 or 2. We did not specify. It was going to be a timed thing, and if they were over the, well, it was a 32-minute lap, which is over.
Right.
You know, they couldn't have made 2 laps in that hour, so they made the quick call at the last second to make it a 1-lap race.
Well, Will's saying over there was if you possibly was going to get that second lap, they would have saved the car a little bit more. What you can't see on the screen
It looks
right
like a flat tire. I just saw Jarrell kick it.
He goes, we don't have another lap. We don't have another lap in the car. So, yeah, they ended up, you know, obviously getting the checker flag. But right now it was only supposed to be a 1-hour race, and it would have made it more like a, you know, hour 15, maybe hour and a half race, honestly, if they would have kept on going for another lap. So. And
you just saw those two hugging right there. That's Eli Harris 1 and Peyton Dunford 2, giving each other hugs, getting a picture for the gram and having some fun.
Yeah.
The future of our sport out there putting on a show.
And I'm sure you didn't see it, or you might have seen it on your screen, but Will Harris was gave John Goodby a handshake, like, that was a great course.
That's awesome, yeah. Goodby and Trotter put on a great course out there. And we got another good one over here. We got Justin Ramsey. Let's have a quick chat with him. So we have Justin Ramsey, who runs Crossbar Off-Road out here in the Warren Racing Studio with me. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, Miles. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. I need you to turn off those big fans out there. It's still pretty windy.
I tried to pull the cord earlier. I couldn't get it completely off, so I think I'm going to have to run back over there and give it a shot.
No, it's all good fun. But, yeah, the wind can be big out here, and it's doing it, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is. Those turbines are there for a reason, for
100%.
Sure. We get our fair share of it. It's been extremely dry and dusty, so makes it a little bit of rough conditions.
Yeah, a little bit of a challenge,
yeah,
but we're making it.
That's right. That's right.
But it's been a great time. Thanks to you and your entire staff. This place is amazing, and it's got a little bit of everything to test these Ultra4 cars to their limits.
Really does. We've been very fortunate to work with Ultra4 for 7 years.
Yeah,
8
off
years
and on.
now,
Yeah, we've been here 3 or 4 times now.
That's right. That's right. Actually, this is I believe number 6.
6.
So,
I've been to 3 or 4.
Been gone for a few years and back now, and love it. Glad you're home, and hopefully we can continue on this for a while.
Oh,
so.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll be back here for the Central Series in April, I believe.
I believe so.
So that's could be a wet season. We've had a wet race here before.
We need the diversity. So
we don't need the diversity, but it might give it to us.
Absolutely.
But yeah, this place is amazing. 6,500 acres, 150 miles of trails, and you and Trotter have built a lot of trails out here.
It
I
has.
love it.
It's been a process, and we have a good time out here. This is home to us, and the crew. I can't say enough about my crew. They are here all of the time. It's one big family. I think it's a lot like the Hammers crew and the Ultra4 crew.
Oh, absolutely.
We just love what we're doing.
The off-road family. Yep.
That's right. And so we're just out here trying to put on a good show for you guys, make sure you have what you need, and it's so exciting to have y'all here.
Absolutely, and the checkered flag flies for Jet Chambers. Physical 4th position and on adjusted time, I believe. So making his Ultra4 debut, and not far behind him is Mason Dowker. But Mason Dowker started last, so he, you know what, on adjusted time, I didn't think about him. He may have just stole the podium away.
Very nice.
Wow. Unofficial, but Mason Dowker
awesome.
may have just stole 3rd position away from Brian Fulcher. Wow, this adjusted time thing is interesting. That's why I always say unofficial.
Absolutely.
Oh, man, what a good time out here running strong. Justin, always a pleasure having you up here, but I know you're wearing about 10 different hats. So
well, just a little bit.
we're
going to see if we can't keep these spectators under control, and hopefully this afternoon and this evening we'll have more and more spectators come in and enjoy the weekend. It's one of the things we really have always tried to do is make sure that they are able to enjoy the park and get out and see all the different action at the different locations.
Yeah, you got 2 great spectators out back at
Yes.
Rockface and Hell's Gate, right?
Yes, sir. And then we also have the capability to trail ride all the way to Turner Falls, a couple of different viewpoints over there. So they're still going to be able to get a ton of riding. We try to make a mini Hammers out of it, and really just have a fun thing for everybody to enjoy. So.
And Aiden Gilbert just crosses the line, grabs the checkered flag, and that unofficial 6. But yeah, anyways, Turner Falls over there at the PCI hot pits. Lots of spectating to watch, lots of riding for spectators.
Absolutely.
And then come watch some Ultra4 racing. Can't think of a better time.
Perfect weather. What more can we want in an October day?
Exactly. Could always be worse.
That is correct. That is correct.
Well, perfect. All right. Well, Justin.
Thank you very much, Miles.
Appreciate everything, and we'll see you around again, I'm sure.
Absolutely. You have a great afternoon, and we'll catch up with you this evening.
I'm sure we'll bump in once again.
Sounds great.
All right. Thanks, Justin Ramsey.
Thank you, everyone.
So Justin Ramsey, who runs the park here. Oh, and Bailey Ford just crosses the line. That's going to put her in unofficial 6, just bumping out Aiden Gilbert.
All right, so let's go through this, Miles. I mean, you had a great talk with Justin just now, but unofficially, Eli Harris in that number 1 spot with Peyton Dumford in 2nd.
And then looking like it's Mason Dowker just snuck into that 3rd position, just ahead of Brian Fulcher. Doing some math, and it looks like it's by 8 seconds.
Wow.
So on adjusted time, I think Mason Dowker was 8 seconds faster than Brian Fulcher. You can't get much closer than that.
No, you definitely cannot. Yeah. So, yeah, Jet Chambers in that number 5 spot. And then Aiden Gilbert, we just saw him come on through here in that number 6 spot. So Aiden Gilbert was our number 1 qualifier. So we still are waiting for Dylan Trent, I believe, right? So Bailey Ford came in.
Yep, Bailey Ford. Yeah, last one we have not seen is Dylan Trent.
Okay, so once we find where Dylan Trent is, and then we make sure the course, obviously the course will be all clear because all of our racers are in, except for Dylan, but doing recovery and everything will not have to happen for that. Unlike our larger classes when we have multiple cars out there, and then we have to make sure course is clear before we start our next race. But As soon as this one wraps up, we will be going into our next race here in just a little bit. Had to go.
Up next will be the stock and the open 4900 UTV class. They will be racing two classes at the same time, but scored separately. So make sure you go to live.ultra4racing.com. Up next will be a 27-mile lap. They will be doing 3 laps, I believe. Let me verify. Yes, 3 laps for the next 2 races tonight. So that is 81 miles of some of the gnarliest terrain here at the Crossbar Ranch.
Yes, it is. And like you were just talking with Justin, I mean, they put this whole entire place, great course that's been put on out here, but the different terrains that are going on, that is out here with the rocks and the rock faces and the short course right here looks nice and smooth that we know it's not. So all of the differences out here at Crossbar Ranch is definitely putting all of these cars to the test.
Oh,
or will
sure.
be putting all these cars to the test.
100%. And up next, you'll be able to follow along on racing tracks as well. That's when David Clay starts working his magic.
David Clay with racing trucks, as you just said, but such a great product to have for all of these racers and the safety behind all of it. I love that feature is available for our racers. Like we were talking about earlier, unless you just tuned in, these have the ability of being able to let somebody know that you're on the tail end of them, that hey, you need to move over, I've caught you.
And if you've been caught, you've been passed. This race is on adjusted time.
Exactly. So it's just as easy just to move on over and let that car pass you, but there's the ability of letting the drivers know, so you don't do any love taps, as we call it. Nerfing is the other word for it as well, or the hazards out on the race course that happen as well. So it lets you know medical, it lets you know mechanical, it lets you know if you've been caught, so move out of the way. But yes, right now again, our unofficial results for our Youth 1000 class in the number 1 spot, the 4903 of Eli Harris with his dad Will Harris running shotgun, the number 7007 of Peyton Dumford with Jarrell running shotgun, and then Mason Dowker in that number 3 spot in the number 12 with Tad Dowker running shotgun for Mason. So that is our top 3 unofficial. Brian Peanut Fulcher in that number 4 spot unofficial, and then Jet Chambers, number 9513 unofficially in that 5th spot. Again, we did see Aiden Gilbert come on through here, and we have seen Bailey Ford, but we have not seen Dylan Trent. So we are wondering where Dylan Trent is. I saw his dad over to the side here, but have not spoke with him yet, so I'm not sure if he has had communication with Dylan. Again, Dylan races in the Youth 1000 class also with the NorCal Rock Racing Series. Very successful out there for Dylan. At King of the Hammers this year, he raced in our very first ever Youth 1000 class, and he finished in that number 1 spot out there as well. But again, we are just waiting for Dylan Trent to come on through here. So for just a moment, you're going to hear some silence on the screen because we are going to step away for just a moment. So we'll be back in just a few.
realize how hungry I was.
Right. Cool. At least you get to the phone work. Yeah, we're down. It's like, all right. See ya.
Welcome back to the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are about to kick off the next race. We have the UTV Stock and Open, and that pole position is Paul Wolf and the number 1018. And then in that second position is the 3402 of Nick Anderson. They're both running in the open class. First in the stock class, third overall is Jody Ford. Then it's Dustin Robbins, Nathan Parker, Robert Liebel, Brandon Davis, Mark McCleary, Cody Willenborg, Cole Clark, Kurt Mackey, Roper Merrifield, Jeremy Blackburn, Brandon Anderson, Todd Rimreed, Justin Barth, Ian Parker, Cameron Dickey, Curtis Boone, Dan Hill, Rodney Van Eperen, Owen Van Eperen, Ian Dickey, Mike and Sabo, James Boone, Trent Roberts, Gavin Smith, and Eric Gilbert. I believe they'll take off in 30 seconds. We bounce between 30 seconds and 1 minute, so we'll know here very shortly. This is the stock and the open class. And then later on tonight will be the pro modified class. We'll have two separate UTV races. This race has two separate races within itself. It is a 27-mile lap. They will be doing 3 laps, so 81 miles. Should have 28 cars taking the green flag. In that pole position, it is none other than Paul Wolf, number 1018 out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing. He will race every single race the rest of the weekend, except for the Youth 170s. Should have a pretty clear course. We're dotting our I's and crossing our T's. You see Jeremy Dickinson talking to the field. It's been a great weekend. But the big dogs for the UTV class are up the next 2 races. We have the stock and the open class. Stock class has to have an OEM chassis. Must use stock suspension pickup points. Reinforcing is allowed. Must run front body and side plastics. Rear bed can be trimmed to fit a spare. 1000cc maximum engine and 33-inch maximum tires. Open is basically open. 2000cc max engine. Kind of introduced this for the Pro R class. Dream it, build it, race it. Paul Wolf is racing his Pro Mod car in the open class. There's a great shot of Jody Ford, Dustin Robbins, Nathan Parker, Robert Liebel, and we flip back to our pole setter, Paul Wolf. And we are live racing the number 1018 of Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois with Rollover Racing. It is Can-Am X3, Nitto Tires, RCV, HCR, Raceline, Alltech Motorsports, Radflow, VP Racing Fuels, Willwood, Project X, FK Halo, JB Scale Graphics, Evo Powersports, CRP, Rugged, CBR Radiator, Holly Performance, and First Form. Paul Wolf is on the short course for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. Up next will be Nick Anderson in his Can-Am Maverick car. Looks like we are taking off one at a time every 1 minute. This race is on adjusted time. So Paul Wolf is out front, and he is the fastest of the day. But off the line next is the 3402 of Nick Anderson, with Anthony Denny riding shotgun out of Canton, Georgia, with Anderson racing in the open class in his Can-Am Maverick R with Southeastern side-by-side X3 Life 530 Club G-Force. And he was a King of the Hammers rookie this year. The sun is out, so it's starting to warm up, but this wind is still blowing. What do you think, Pam?
I think that I don't want to order the wind ever again. No, the sun is out. When you're standing in the sun, it's warm. Underneath the canopy like this, it's not as warm, but it's also super windy, like you were just saying, blowing our monitor off. But Nick Anderson making a great run right here in front of us in the short course. The back end of his Mav R kicking him up just a little bit just now as he was going right by in front of us. And there we do have our next one off the line, Miles. There is Jody Ford.
With Corey Day riding shotgun out of Markle, Indiana, with Brannick Motorsports. And that Can-Am X3 Brannick Motorsports, MRT, CA Technology, and Raceline wheels. He's been racing with Ultra4 since King of the Hammers 2018. We had a fun chat with Corey Day here in the Warren Racing booth just a little bit ago, and he is riding shotgun with Jody Ford. Corey.
It's great seat time.
Oh, 100%. He gets to see the course as he is sending it over here. I was talking to Jody Ford about strategy, and he is not in the points running for Nationals, so he is checkers or wreckers this race. He's hoping that car can last for 3 laps here at the Crossbar Ranch.
Well, and then next up in line will be the number 311 of Dustin Robbins, but Jody Ford right here in front of us with another great kicker jump. And Jody Ford also just hopped out of the car with his daughter, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Miles?
Yes, it is. He just drove with his daughter Bailey. And they saw half the course. They were around 10 miles of this lap. So off the line here is the number 311 of Dustin Robbins out of Decatur, Alabama, with Team All Things UTV. And his Can-Am X3, Full Throttle Power Sports, All Things UTV, Apex Powder Coating, Schofield Performance, Wayland Speed, All Things Bronco, MRT, Vision Wheels, and Double E Racing. His first race was here at the Crossbar in 2017. He's gotten first place at Stampede and Vegas to Reno already this year. He's got a great thing going. We have 15 in the stock class, 13 in the open.
And look at that lineup. Look at all the cars on the line waiting to start their race. It's going to be a fun afternoon of racing. It looks like, would you say, a total of 28 cars between all the 2 classes
Between
right now,
both
the
classes.
open and stock. So here we do have now the young Nathan Parker in the number 150 taking off the line.
With Alex Reed riding shotgun out of Fayetteville, North Carolina.
It looks like he was by himself.
Oh, he's supposed to have a co-driver.
Well,
All right.
Alex Reed just came off of Nora himself, but I believe I just saw that right seat completely empty.
He is with Team Momentum Racing with CT Raceworks, Can-Am, Performance East, High Lifter, Pocket Change Fab, CT Raceworks, Carolina Customs, EFX Tires, KMC, Gator Waders, SD Lighting, and Air Dam Clutches.
So let's talk about Gator Waders. That's one of his sponsors, but Gator Waders are not used out here at Ultra4, but they are definitely used for his mud racing that he does. And look, a great run by the young gentleman of Nathan Parker. He's been getting mentored by Kyle Chaney the past year, the past couple years actually. So great seeing him out here. But now we do have the 441 taken off the line as we speak of Robert
With Tony Busby riding shotgun out of Quinton, Texas, with Liebel Racing, and that Can-Am with Rigid Excavation, Dallas Karting Complex, Scott's Custom Cabinets, CT Raceworks, UTV Race Shop, Double E Racing, Skinny Pedal Works, and Blue Fire Fab. He was a King of the Hammers rookie back in 2023.
And there we can see some of the terrain that Mr. Nate Parker's already going through out there. And I said he didn't have a co-driver in there with him. I didn't see another seat with him. So he's going to have to navigate this whole course by himself. So it all depends on how he has his navigation set up.
As Robert Liebel is cruising along here on the infield, the Believe Cam drone is trying to catch a little bit of everybody out here. I believe that was Nathan Parker we just saw leaving the screen, and now off the line next
is the 256 of Brandon Davis.
And his wife, Cheryl, riding shotgun. Out of Huntsville, Alabama, with Brandon Davis Racing and that Can-Am X3. Miller Brothers built car, Raceline, Mickey Thomas, Gear Grabbers, and Team Painter.
And another great view there of the 441, taking that turn just a little bit too wide, but back on course for Robert Liebel. Brandon Davis right here again. He is still in our infield. This is where they were doing the qualifying run. Of course, this qualifying part is also a part of the race course, our short course area.
So they will be running a 27-mile lap. They will be doing 3 laps.
Yes, and now taking off the line, you do see the number T717 of Mark McCleary.
With Tyler Nolik riding shotgun out of Reddick, Florida, with Tuned Up Racing. And that Can-Am X3 with CA Technologies, Wayland Speed, PATV Power Sports, Raceline Wheels, Demon Power Sports, and Morimoto Lights. His first Ultra4 race was Visions 2023 and won this year at Vegas Torino. They are taking off one at a time every 1 minute. This race is on adjusted time. The crowd is starting to show up out here. The sun is out. The wind is blowing. So a great start to this stock and open UTV race.
And that is a great view right there of him making that left-hand turn right in front of us is where he's actually at. And here we have our next competitor taking the green flag, the number 529 of Cody Willenborg.
With Randy Dassenbach riding shotgun out of Effingham, Illinois with CW Motorsports. And that Polaris Pro R with AMS, All Balls, High Lifter, Hot Cams, Tire Spine, Seismic, Cylinder Works, PPEI, PWR, and Factory Polaris. His first race with Ultra4 was King of the Hammers 2022. And look at the long line of cars we have. We're guessing we're going to be right around that 1 hour mark for lap time. So this race will be about 3 hours.
Oh, that's right. We were talking about that. We were saying it's a 27-mile loop. I think I was guessing like a 45-minute time frame. Let's see. Now taking off the line, the number 24 of Cole Clark. Cole Clark running in that number 24. He's going to be double duty. He's going to be getting out of the car, and then he will be also getting in the very next race. Cole Clark is out of Cortez, Colorado with Team J4 with RMS Build Custom, Polaris RS1 Turbo Built, Slightly Heated Podcast, ZRP, Elevated Smoke, KMC Wheels, Rugged, and PRP. Cole Clark's first race was with us here at King of the Hammers 2018. He has got a lot of stuff under his belt already. He's won Moab 2020, 2022, Reno, Oklahoma twice, and first place in the 2022 Stampede.
And this is strategy at its finest for Cole Clark, as he is running in the open class and then backing that up right with his Pro Mod car.
And then now taking off the line, you do see that is the 64 of Kurt Mackey.
Kurt the Rocket Mackey out of Omaha, Nebraska with TR Racing in the stock class, and that Can-Am with Concrete Supply, Mackey Construction, and TR Racing. His first Ultra 4 race was Rush, Kentucky, 2023.
And Miles, we're taking off, what, in a minute increments, I believe?
Race is on adjusted time, taking off 1 minute increments.
So next on the line, we do have the 998 of Roper Merrifield. But before we get to Roper, we still have the number 64 here in our infield, as you are seeing Kurt Mackey making his way through. So they're running on the partial qualifying course right now, and then they will exit a completely different way out of here. But there we do have now, with the green flag, the 998 of
Roper Merrifield out of Sweetwater, Oklahoma with Ryan Rockhold Racing. And that bone stock Polaris Pro R with Maxxis tires, Tusk, Fox, and Shock Therapy. He made his Ultra 4 rookie debut at Disney, Oklahoma 2023 and rolled on qualifying after the finish line. I remember that one. That was funny. Ryan Rockhold poked at him pretty good. We had some fun with it.
Sometimes, you know, it's a little exciting at the end, and yeah.
And that dust is thick out there, Pam.
Yes, it is. I feel bad for the people sitting in that corner, but you know what? They have an option to move. But yes, we still are seeing Roper Merrifield in the infield.
Strong.
Yes,
they
he is.
just got that car done 2 days ago to bring it out here.
And that is a Pro R, I believe.
And he takes a huge tumble.
Okay, so
Roper Merrifield takes a hard tumble.
All right, so we will have our safety crew.
So off the line there was number 40, Jeremy Blackburn out of Pikeville, Kentucky with On the Gas. And that Polaris RS1, he wants to thank Jesus Christ, Nitto Tires, Valor Off-Road, HMF, Power Sports Nation, Off-Road Beast, Team Alba, All Things UTV, and Zamp Racing Gear. He's got a couple championships under his belt, and we will get Roper Merrifield figured out, so we'll have to have a yellow flag out.
You can see he's moving. It looks like he's coming up out of the passenger side of the seat. So that is a very good sign to see him moving there.
But it looks like the right front tire is missing, so it looks like his race day is
and
over.
His fenders are down here in the bottom right-hand side. But yeah, there's all kinds of carnage. That is actually a spring that gentleman just picked up from the shocks. So it completely blew out the front end.
Tough break for Roper Merrifield.
I believe that is one of our media guys that's out here with Mickey Thompson. That was over there picking up those springs on the side, but
so there's
unfortunate.
There goes the 225 of Brandon Caveman Anderson, is his wife Jess riding shotgun out of Stacy, Minnesota with Caveman Racing. And that Polaris with Caves Customs, RCV, Sandcraft, Rugged, Minnesota Marshmallow, HCR, and Aftermarket Assassins.
Okay, so he is out of the car. I can see him over there. Roper is standing up talking to our safety crew.
Yeah,
as you can see right
break
there. Very unfortunate. Miles, you jinxed him. You talked about rolling after the qualifying.
Well, he didn't even make it out of the qualifying loop. That's got to be a lot of disappointment as Brandon Anderson's going to slow down for the local caution.
Yes, and as he's slowing down for the local caution, the number 195 of Todd Rimreed taking the green flag.
Turbo Todd out of Bennington, Nebraska with TR Racing and his Can-Am with Maxxis Tires, TR Construction, Ultra 4 USA, Mackey Construction, Maxxis Tires, and G-Force. His first race was Crandon, Wisconsin, 2021, and he's got 2 podiums with us here at Ultra 4 USA.
All right, next on the line that we can see here.
Looks like it should be Justin Barth.
Yes, the number 417 of Justin Barth.
So Roper Merrifield is okay, but you saw him take a big tumble.
That was a gnarly tumble. You could hear it. You could hear it hitting. But here we do have the number 195 Todd Rimrade slowing up because there is a local caution right there.
He'll pass the incident and back to wide open racing.
Yes, and now Justin Barth, as you see, just took the green flag.
With Paul Geisenhagen riding shotgun out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing. And that Can-Am Maverick R with MRT, Raceline Wheels, ZRP, RCV, Factory UTV, and Fox. Justin Barth will be racing his Jimmy's car tomorrow morning as well. He's pulling double duty. So we are just about halfway through getting all our competitors out on course for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch. This is the UTV stock and open class, both racing at the same time, scored separately.
Yes, and then later on we will have our Pro Modified class racing as well. So two completely different races today. We've already had our Youth 1000 race with unofficial Eli Harris as the winner, but the 323 taking the green flag as we were speaking just now, the 323 of Ian Parker.
Out of Mulvane, Kansas, with the Flying Farmers and his Can-Am with MRT tires and Raceline wheels, making his Ultra4 USA rookie debut. I love it. The Flying Farmers.
Flying Farmers.
They came from motocross, but just like we always say, with age comes the cage.
Flying Farmers. So do they do crop dusting style stuff, I wonder?
Crops, yes.
Crops. Well,
crop dusting is, the airplane
that's what I'm saying. So Flying Farmers.
No, he got that from his motocross days.
Okay,
they're farmers,
okay.
But they fly through the air when they're racing.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I see. All right, so
you
Ian
had
Parker.
your jacket off, now you got your jacket on.
It's like, can't decide. All right, next up, after we just saw Ian Parker, that should be the number 69 of Cameron Dickey.
Out of Norfolk, Nebraska with CD Racing and this Kawasaki with Craftworks Supercharger, Power Sports Nation, Brute Performance, Mickey Speed and Fab, and Sedona Tire. Thank each and every one of you for tuning in. It's been a wonderful day. We need to give a huge shout out to PCI Race Radios, Warren Racing, Metal Cloak, and Brannick Motorsports.
Okay, next up on the line should be the number 232 of Curtis Boone, but right now we are still seeing Cameron Dickey in our infield making his way through to make it out onto the 27-mile lap.
They do 3 laps, so that's 81 miles in total of some of the best terrain to test an Ultra4 car to its limits.
And there you see the 232 taking the green flag.
Of Curtis Boone and Josh Whitney out of Mahomet, Illinois with Boone Racing, and that Can-Am with Creative Dust Powder Coat, Bex Fabrication and Motorsports, Soar Construction, Wayland Speed R&D, Murray Motorsports, J. Boone Farm, HCR, CW Motorsports, FP Racing, and Raceline Wheels.
You can see right as they start exiting out of the short course area where they did the qualifying, it's already in rocky terrain, getting into the trees, but they make a left-hand turn right here. And I'm not sure if they go out into the Prairie Loop at the beginning. Okay,
Yep,
so
they start the Prairie Loop right there.
And the Prairie Loop is not smooth like some of the drivers were remembering it to be before. But now taking the green flag, that is the number 888 of Dan Hill.
Double A Dan and Tranny Tom riding shotgun out of Omaha, Nebraska with FP Racing and that Can-Am. CT Raceworks, Spider Graphics, MRT, Tire Spine, Power Sports Nation, Dr. Power Sports Racing, KWI Clutching, G-Force, and Can-Am Off-Road. He comes from the GNCC style. He's raced four-wheelers for a long time and actually raced this season quite a bit. So great to see him double dipping with the four-wheeler and the UTV. And he normally doesn't use a co-driver, so he actually has Casey Gilbert's co-driver, Tranny Tom, and I was texting back and forth with him. I said, don't worry, he works on transmissions, so you got a good co-driver in there. Looks like we have the Van Eprens up next.
All right, I am pulling up our tracking. It looks like Paul Wolf is physically out in front right now.
And Pam, how do we find this tracker?
So you'll go to livemap.racingtracks.com, and that will show you the live tracking. It updates quite often. Oh, but you know what? It looks like Paul Wolf actually is not. So Nick Anderson
has gotten around
physically
Paul
on
Wolf?
first place. Let's see. So Nick Anderson is at roughly race mile, a little over race mile 12, going about 65 miles per hour. Paul Wolf's not too far behind him, going 35 miles per hour.
But don't forget, Paul Wolf started 1 minute ahead of Nick Anderson.
And then Dustin Robbins, he's about probably almost a little over a mile back from the leaders right now. So you can go on there and you can either click on a certain racer that you're trying to track, or you can go by class as well. So that's a way of you going on to racing tracks and following your racers.
And on screen right there was Rodney Van Eperen, but taking off the line now, his son Owen Van Eperen is taking off, both out of Freedom, Wisconsin, with Van Eperen Racing. Racing Yamaha R-Maxes with Power Sports 1, Weller Racing, Yamalube, GYTR, and GBC tires. So father and son both out there on the course at the same time, racing each other, but having the time of their life.
Yes.
Looks like we got about 6 or 7 more cars yet to throw out there, Pam.
Exactly, Miles. There are just a few more left. I'm just coming on here, checking on YouTube and seeing if anybody's on here asking questions or anything. It looks like a lot of people are supposed to be doing work, but they say they can't work when Ultra4 is on. So a distraction.
Those desk jobs I like.
But the live map at .racingtracks.com is definitely, like I said, a place you can go watch this at. But here we have the number 211 taking the green flag. Now that is the 211 of Ian Dickey.
With his wife Katie riding shotgun out of Norfolk, Nebraska with Ian Dickey Racing. And that Polaris Pro R with Power Sports Nation, All Balls Racing, Double E, X-Travel, PPEI, Octane Inc., Sedona, RPM, Open Trail, Cylinder Works, Hot Cams, and Wrench Rabbit.
And like you said, there's just a few more that will be taking the green flag. The next one that should be coming up here is the 167 of Michael Sabo.
And he's got Liam Dickey riding shotgun out of Norfolk, Nebraska with Businessmen Who Race. And that Kawasaki KRX with Power Sports Nation, Double E Racing, Sedona Wheel and Tire, and Brute Performance.
Ian Dickey checking up just a little bit on that infield jump. That's also where we saw the tumble earlier on. Yeah, Roper take that nasty tumble. But again, we saw him out of the car, and he was walking on his own power, standing by himself, so that was a very good sign.
And I just got an update from David Clay with Racing Tracks. Driver is okay.
Okay, perfect.
And he did not have a co-driver, so all good on that side.
At least he's okay. The car can be fixed.
Absolutely. Again, if you're just tuning in, thanks to each and every one of you for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. I am Miles Haskus alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and it's been a great show so far, and we're just getting underway.
Just getting underway. I mean, we've been at this already since 9 o'clock this morning, but we are here now live racing for the main events. We started off the morning with qualifying with our youth racers. We did have our Youth 1000 class is already raced as well with, again, like we were saying, unofficially in that number 1 spot was Eli Harris, but now we do have the 131 that just took off the line of James Boone.
Making his rookie debut, number 131 out of Mahomet, Illinois with Boone Racing, and that Can-Am with Beck's Fabrication. Soar Construction, Wayland Speed, R&D, Murray Power Sports, J. Boone Farms, HCR, CW Motorsports. And he is out there. His son's been racing with us. Curtis Boone's been racing with us for a little bit, so he's got his dad hooked and out there racing. I love it.
Yeah, I love that the families are bringing in their kids to now start racing in the sport, and they've been growing up around it, and now they're in the driver's seats.
And I do have a physical eye. It looks like we do have Tribe 16 out there. Got Roper Merrifield flipped back over on all 3 wheels because he's missing the 4th.
Was he missing both fronts, I think, maybe?
I thought
can't
just
remember.
the one.
It could be just the one, but I did see 2 springs. So I'm not sure. But there we do have the 4911 taking off the line in that 14th position, Trent Roberts.
With Tyler Gayton riding shotgun out of Clarksburg, California with TWC Racing. Part of the stock class in that Can-Am with Vision Wheels, Mickey Thompson Tires, Factory UTV, KWI Clutching, Hen Racing, Warn, and Factor 55. And if you're following along at home, have racing tracks up on your computer, have the YouTube up on the TV, and grab your phone, your iPad, and go to live.ultra4racing.com for the live timing. You can see the overall position on your far left and then what position they are in class. And when they took off this morning, Paul Wolf was in front of Nick Anderson, but on racing tracks, it looks like Nick Anderson has taken the lead away from Paul Wolf.
I have to tell you, too, well, they keep going back and forth, so it depends on when the tracker updates as well, too, because now it's showing Paul Wolf is back out in front. But they're roughly almost they're just past race mile 15. And they have been racing now, I'm not sure how long. I have to look at the timing that they started. So it looks like Paul Wolf started at 2:15. And they're roughly at race mile 15.
Wow, that's pretty good. Off the line there was Gavin Smith, driver record, but he's got his buddy Reed and Hurry Murnahan driving for him out of St. Albans, West Virginia, with Smitty Racing in that Can-Am with Lynchworks, CT Raceworks, MRT, Raceline, CRP, Can-Am Off-Road, KWI Clutching, Double E, Tire Spine, Simpson, Rugged, Evo, Red Bull, and Leonard Electric. And don't forget they took off in 1 minute increment. This race is on adjusted time.
Can you hear me? Okay, here we are looking at the live tracker here. Looks like Paul Wolf is actually making his way quite a bit out in front now, almost at race mile 16. And I believe it looks like the 34.02 of Nick Anderson has been passed by Dustin Robbins. So not sure if Nick Anderson's timer or tracker just has not updated, because they don't update instantaneously. So he might have just not been updated quite yet. So it's showing at 15:41 and then 15:42. So Dustin Robbins might have actually passed Nick Anderson, but he could still, once Nick Anderson's tracker updates, could be past Dustin Robbins. But Paul Wolf is definitely out in front pretty far.
I love having racing tracks here, but Pam, we got our last car off the line, the number 928, Jason Mills, driver record, but is being driven by Andrew Shipman out of Cattlesburg, Kentucky with Mills Racing. And that Can-Am X3 with McCoy Motorsports, CA Technology, G-Force Racing, MRT, Rugged, Gear Grabbers, Hess, and Evo Power Sports. Great to see Andrew Shipman out there racing. That's the son of Jason Shipman, who has raced King of the Hammers and Ultra4 for such a long time.
Yes, and that is awesome. And there we do see him making his way through our little bit of a short course, making his way through the short course where they did all of the qualifying earlier on. He'll be going right by us here in front just in a minute. Making his way out into the prairie. So now the updated track has happened again. Paul Wolf still physically out in front on the tracker. Nick Anderson actually is right there with Paul Wolf. So with them going back and forth or being so close together on the tracker, they are more than likely fighting each other's dust as well. So if Paul Wolf is still physically out in front, Nick Anderson is super close behind, but he will have to deal with Paul Wolf's dust when they get into areas where there's not such a heavy breeze.
And that's where qualifying is so very important. It's going to be interesting with that tracker updating at different times, like you're explaining, Pam. Thank you. And it's Paul Wolf, Nick Anderson. Who's it going to be?
Exactly. We shall find out.
All of our 28 competitors are out on course for their 27-mile lap. They will do 3 laps in total, 81 miles. There's a great shot of the Warren Racing start-finish line. This race is on adjusted time. They took off in 1-minute increments. Make sure you check out Racing Tracks. You can follow along out there. Make sure you go to live.ultra4racing.com. That's the timing right there at that checkered flag. Once they come through,
all right, so yes, it is live.map.racingtracks.com. And now, see, it's funny how it updates because it's all about when it updates. Now it's showing Dustin Robbins physically out in the number 1 spot, but I will see Nick Anderson and Dustin Robbins neck and neck right there. And then it's showing Paul Wolf is actually still right before roughly race mile 16. So, and then physically in the number 4 spot, it looks like, ooh, is that Nathan Parker physically in 4th?
he took off in 5th spot, so if he's moving his way up, he's doing well.
Yes, it looks to me that Nathan Parker is physically in 4th on the tracker here with Jody Ford. Well, Jody Ford just now passing him. So you can see where they're at on the course, but because of the way it updates, they don't all update all at the same time. But this is a great way of tracking. But there is a little area where it does have a little, they look like a teardrop. And at the bottom of the teardrop, when it is in red, that means they're stopped. So right now, the 2:11 of Ian Dickey is actually showing stopped right about race mile 2. So unfortunate for Ian Dickey if he is having some issues so early on in the race. But right now, Paul Wolf is about 17.5 race mile is where he's at. And I think back in the area where they're headed to, that is where Rock Face is. It's not a super easy area, so we shall see how long it takes them to get through.
That second half of the course is really tough. The Rock Face, like you just said, Pam, and Hell's Gate. There's a couple waterfalls, and it's a lot slower in that back section. So it's going to be interesting.
Very interesting, but yeah, that is what we are seeing right now. So they are getting back there where it will start slowing down for them. It'll be interesting to see how long they actually take, because we were thinking like a 45-minute. We're guesstimating around 45 minutes.
But I think it's gonna be closer to an hour.
Yeah, I think so too.
They took off at 2:15, so we'll see. Time will tell.
Yeah, I mean they've only been 39 minutes out there, and they're already at roughly mile 17 and a half.
John Arnold's doing exactly what we just said, Pam. He's got a YouTube up. He's got the racing tracks on and live.ultra4racing.com for the timing.
Yes. It's fun to talk to the people that are at home that are not able to make it and what they do to watch the race. We were over at Area 51 a couple nights ago. They cooked all of us dinner, and they were talking about how they have multiple TVs up. They have everything up that they can have up, and watching King of the Hammers when we're out there for the couple weeks that we're racing out in Johnson Valley.
What's in Johnson Valley?
King of the Hammers.
So while we wait, again, the the wind is throwing some fits. We do have a couple camera crews out on course, but trying to get that figured out. So hopefully we can get a Rock Face and possibly Hell's Gate back in action here in a little bit. As you can see, those flags are blowing, and it's just throwing us some fits.
All right. Yes, the wind is definitely the racers' friends right now. All right, so Paul Wolf out physically in front still on course, and then we have Nick Anderson, Dustin Robbins, and then we have Nathan Parker is what it's showing. But again, it's all about when it updates. And if you're watching, okay, so let's see, the 998 Roper Merrifield, we saw him take a tumble.
He's
so
still
he's
here.
now, yes, he's still here, but it's showing like transparent. So when they're, I believe, out of the races when it shows that transparency. But the 211 of Ian Dickey, 0 miles per hour, roughly race mile 2.5. So when you see at the bottom of that teardrop shaped, if it's red, that means they are stopped.
Tough break for them. Oh, and here we are. We're on racing tracks. So this is exactly
perfect.
what Pam's talking about. So that's a 27-mile loop. We're in the dead center at that checkered flag here at the Warren Racing start-finish line. And you can see Paul Wolf and Nick Anderson are roughly race mile 19. And it gets really, and you can see where it gets a little tighter here in a couple more miles. That's where the tight woods are, the couple rock sections.
Yeah, so it does go, like you just said, Paul Wolf, Nick Anderson, Dustin Robbins, Nathan Parker, and then Jody Ford. Those are our top 5 physically on the course.
Robert Liebold still in the mix. Mark McClary, Kurt Mackey. Like
Cody Willenborg as well.
Yep.
Cole
the Van
Clark's
Eprens are
coming
still moving. Yeah, Cole Clark's still in the hunt.
And you can see how it just updated as well.
You see everybody skip up a little bit. and Paul Wolf and Nick Anderson are so close, we don't know.
We don't know exactly. But unfortunate, as you can see right on your screen, the number 211, it's kind of by race mile 2 where it says Well Camp Crossbar Ranch with that red bottom of the teardrop shape. That means, again, 0 miles per hour. But like Miles was saying, where they're at right now, back in the rock face area, that is the roughest part of the race course that they are on. I'm not sure if it's roughly between race mile 18 to like 21 is the roughest part, like all the rock sections.
Yeah,
are
right,
on.
right in that area. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's 2 of them, and it's. Wish we could actually get one of the Area 51 guys or Justin back on to explain the course a little bit better. I've been out to those spots, but I can't tell you exactly where they're at.
Right, right.
And I'm just looking at the infield here. It's crazy how the fluff is blown off, and there's definitely a single lane here right at the start-finish line.
Yeah, that's exactly where every single car this morning was taking off and using that, but they must be not too far away from us, even though the mileage-wise, it's not close because our drones just took off. Because the way the race course goes back and forth.
And you can hear a little muffle. I do apologize. We do have the windscreens on our mics, but that wind is howling out here, which again is great for the racers. It's not so great for everybody else.
But I wouldn't want to be
on
anywhere
the other
else.
side of the track. Yeah. No, it's been a lot of fun out here working with you once again, Pam.
Exactly. Last race of the year. It went by really
Yeah,
fast.
And then King of the Hammers will be here before we know it. Less than 100 days. We got a lot to do.
Yeah, it's going to be here quick. 97 days.
Yeah, when we get back home, the planning starts hard. They've been working on it all year, don't get me wrong.
Right, right.
I start getting a little more involved after the Ultra4 season and get geared up and be there for about 6 weeks.
All right, let's see if some updating on these trackers are going on, see where they might be at roughly. Do a little bit of a reset here. When I refresh, I have to go back in and choose the classes again.
And on that tracker, you can see at the bottom right, there's Turner Falls Park. And there is an access road to go from there to roughly race mile 5 and see the back stretch of that section as well. And then we do have a spectator area at Rockface and another spectator at Hell's Gate, and then the PCI pits.
Oh, and look at this. The 441 is now showing a red. So Robert Liebel, 0 miles per hour, roughly 17.5 mile.
Oh, and look at this shot, Pam. That shows you how vast this 6,500 acre park here in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch is. And there's all those fans that just won't shut off. Now
and look at, you can see a car with the trailing right there in the roughly the middle right-hand side of your screen.
You can see a little bit of dust trails everywhere. There's the PCI pits.
Whoops.
For just a second.
For just a second.
And there's a tree.
And dirt and rocks. Lots of dirt and rocks.
I assume that's a froze picture, so that wind is definitely battling. So this is the stock and the open UTV class. 2 races going on at the same time, scored separately. This race is on adjusted time. They took off in 1 minute increments. So we'll see who's going to be on top. It is a 3-lap race, 27 miles per lap.
A long 27 miles.
A long one, yeah. So we have Paul Wolf, Nick Anderson, Jody Ford, Dustin Robbins, Nathan Parker, Robert Lee Bull, who we just saw was stopped, Brandon Davis, Mark McCleary, Cody Willenborg, Cole Clark, Kurt Mackey. Roper Merrifield is out of the race. Jeremy Blackburn, Brandon Anderson, Tom Rimreed, Justin Barth, Ian Parker, Cameron Dickey, Curtis Boone, Dan Hill, Rodney Van Epren, Owen Van Epren, Ian Dickey, Michael Sabo, James Boone, Trent Roberts, Gavin Smith, and Eric Gilbert. There's a great shot of the pit, or of the
short course.
Yeah, the short course in our home base there with all the racer pits.
All right, let's look at this tracking on my computer end here again. See what we have going on.
I'm going to guess we could have somebody the next 15 minutes or so, maybe 20. Hey, maybe we're way off.
We shall see. All right, 10:18 of Mr. Paul Wolf, almost to race mile 21. So he's made his way through there. Okay, so yes, Miles. So physically out in first is the 10:18 of Paul Wolf. In second position, the 34:02 of Nick Anderson. And it looks like in that number 3, physically on the tracker, is Nathan Parker in that number 3 spot. And then Dustin Robbins just hopped on over. He's actually in the number 2 spot. So it's all back and forth. But then we have the 140 of Jody Ford. He's actually over in the Rockface area right now, followed behind Mark McCleary. And then the 529 right behind that is Cody Willenborg. Cody Willenborg getting ready to enter into the Rockface area.
Well, the wind died down just for a second. I was getting ready to take off my jacket.
No.
And then it kicked right back up, and no way. Crazy weather here, but it's still a perfect race day.
Well, I have a sweatshirt on and a down jacket.
I've got the hoodie on as well.
Keeping me warm. All right. Paul Wolf is now past race mile 21.
So about 6 more miles to go, and we should see our leaders through here at the Warren Racing start finish.
So our top 5 are all, actually the top 4 are past race mile 20. I'm going to actually find out if Nathan Parker is 100% by himself.
I talked to almost every single racer a week or two before the race starts, trying to get some homework done, get their information updated and who's their co-driver. And sometimes they either don't know or they tell me and then they change it. And, strategy, it goes out the window when it's race day.
Right, exactly. And sometimes things come up and people can't make it or whatnot. But yes, we will find out here. I'm asking Casey. Casey is Nate's mom. Out here, so I think she just got here last night.
Grizz is tuned in from Boston. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. We have people tuned in all over the place, Pam.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really awesome to see so many people from all over the entire world watching.
Yeah, Jim was tuned in this morning from across the pond over in Great Britain.
Okay, so getting some information from Casey, Casey Parker, Nate's mom. I asked if he was for sure by himself, and she said yes, he is.
Okay, running solo.
He does have a flat, so he is stopping at pit 2.
Oh, so let's talk about that. We hadn't brought that up. Good point. We have our main pit at roughly race mile 3, and then we have our pit 2, which is just an optional pit, roughly race mile 20, I believe. So he's going to stop there, change a flat tire, because obviously if he's by himself changing a flat tire, he's a little dude. 16 years old, change the tire by yourself takes some time.
But he does a lot of work on his own race vehicles. It's not that he doesn't know how to do it. It's when you're by yourself.
Oh, time consuming.
Exactly,
yeah.
time consuming. So if he pulls into a pit and he can have another crew change it for him, and that will save him a ton of time of having to get out. But yeah, it looks like he is past race mile 21, so I'm not sure exactly where the pit is, but she just now is telling me he had a flat, so hopefully he comes through and get some help.
I'm getting an update from David Clay with Racing Tracks, car 211, which is Ian Dickey, and 441, who is Robert Leadbull, have both stopped their mechanical alerts. Oh, but no mechanical alerts yet. They are stopped.
Okay, so that's why they're red at the bottom on the tracker.
So yeah, they've hit their stop alerts, but they have not hit mechanical or medical yet. So I think they're still trying to assess the situation.
All right, so James Boone is roughly at race mile 10. Let's see, looking at the tracker here. 304 is also stopped with a red dot at the bottom. That is Reed Murnahan on the 304A.
Does this say Reed? Okay, it was saying Gavin on our time.
It was. Yeah, so he also looks like he's stopped as well. You can hear some of the larger cars in the background. They've all qualified, so now those guys can all get their cars all fixed up and ready to go if they needed to do any kind of
check the car over.
Tightening up,
Yep.
checking it over, changing the tires, or anything, getting it all done.
Get it a nut and bolt check all your fluids, and get the car ready to rock. And then grab some beverages and come watch some UTV racing. They got the rest of the day off if their qualifying went smooth and their car's good to go.
Right. right, let's see. We should be. Looks like the 211 is either getting towed in or slowly maneuvering their way on a fire road back towards the pits. So that is Ian Dickey and the number 211, who you were notified from Racing Tracks that was stopped.
And now I'm getting an update from Racing Tracks. Brandon Anderson and Reed. Yep, you just called it. So,
yeah.
But they have not hit their mechanical, so we're hopeful they will get back at it.
And it looks like Paul Wolf is roughly just a little bit past race mile 23. So Paul Wolf making his way. I'm pretty sure he's still out in the front. He's going only 11.8 miles per hour right at this time, though. Must be a super technical area or rough. You don't want to kill the car in the first lap.
We got 2 more laps to go.
Exactly.
After they finish this first one.
Right. Now it is saying that Nick Anderson is at race mile 22. He's going about 18 miles per hour, so about roughly a mile apart from each other until it all updates. But Nathan Parker still running strong. Now that he must have got his flat tire fixed, because now he is at roughly race mile 23. Dustin Robbins running it still as well. But also number 64 of Kurt Mackey as well.
This course, I'm telling you, attrition is going to be a huge factor here. And from Australia, Moscow is tuned in.
Oh, nice. Let's go on to our YouTube here and see what we've got going on.
So the attrition is setting in. We saw Roper Merrifield take that tumble early on. We've heard multiple flat tires. Multiple people stopped out on course. Crossbar is starting to eat some of these cars alive.
All right, so lots of people cheering on Jody Ford, Nick Anderson, Team Indiana.
Team Indiana came in strong this weekend and had a great showing during qualifying.
Yeah, Greg Frazier saying he's missing being here. We got the man called Yeti. We know who he is. He's tuned in from Iowa. Yeah, and then let's see, Cody Willenborg. He's fast. He's going to go for the podium is what we're being told here, or what the predictions are. And I'm guessing the person that wraps Paul Wolf's cars must be the name Richard. John Arnold does it? Okay.
Yeah.
Richard is saying, I hear the guy that wraps Paul Wolf's cars is a stud.
Well, he's got a little man crush, huh? Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, too fun. Horse Trainer 10, I'm not sure the handle on that, but it says he's supposed to be mowing, but here I am.
Hey, you can mow and watch your phone at the same time. Funny story about that. My neighbor was doing that the other day, and he was watching his phone something and ran right into his trampoline.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
We were on the back porch having a beverage and got a pretty good laugh about it.
That's too funny. So Trent Roberts' mom's watching from Ohio, so welcome to our live feed. Thank you for tuning in, everybody.
Trent Roberts is in the UTV this race, but he usually has his 4800 car. Didn't bring it out to Oklahoma, but I'm sure he'll be racing both cars at the 2025 King of the Hammers.
I was trying to see where he was at, because earlier I saw him.
He's in Oklahoma.
Trent Roberts is at roughly race mile 14, going about 13 miles per hour. Now, when we say what their speed limit is, it's because not all of this race course is smooth. You got to really save your car. Like we were saying earlier, you don't want to completely push it 100% on the first lap.
Oh, and I got my good buddy Jonathan Terhune in pit number 2. Nick Anderson is stopping in the pit and to check some tires, but Paul Wolf is past him, so we've been bouncing back and forth. Paul Wolf is in the physical lead.
Will you ask him exactly if he knows what race mile that is exactly, please? That way we can, I don't know exactly where it's at because it doesn't say it on here. And again, I didn't see the race course, as neither did you. So that'd be kind of good to know, because if that's where Nathan Parker is going to be stopping as well and getting help.
Well, we can probably find out on the tracker. Does it show Nick Anderson stopped?
Oh, you know what? Right here. He is right before race mile 24. Right before 24, I think. I can't see his overlaying here.
Well, click on it. How fast is it
Nathan
going?
Parker. Okay, so Nathan Parker and Nick Anderson are both in the pits.
So race mile 24.
Before. Right before.
Oh, just call it, yeah.
Okay, so Nick Anderson's moving again, it looks like. So Nathan Parker was going to see if he could get somebody to help him actually change the tire. So not help him as well. No, it might be past race mile 24 because now he's at 0 miles per hour. Nick Anderson is.
Yeah, it's still roughly race mile 24. Yep, perfect.
And then it looks like Dustin Robbins is coming up onto Nathan Parker as well. But physically out in first, Paul Wolf.
Man, Paul Wolf is a man on the mission. And he's got to finish this race and then start the Pro Mod race.
I know, but again, I swear that man is like a machine. Because he will race every single race a lot of the times. And I just don't know how he does it. That, you know, him and his wife really got, I think both of them got into doing fitness because he'll see him post, you know, training for the races or whatnot. So even though you're in a race car, people that have never been in a race car, it's so physical on you. It'll take a toll on your body. If you're not physically strong, you're not going to race as good. It's just like any other sport. It's just in a race car. It's a completely different kind of endurance that you need for your body. I guess I should say that. But here we do have the tracking up once again. And it's showing the 10:18. If you see right before race mile 25, that is Paul Wolf. And then the 3:11 of Dustin Robbins, and then the 34:02 of Nick Anderson still in that pit because he's still at 0 miles per hour. Oh, it just updated. So now he is going 26 miles per hour past race mile 25.
So they're checking his tires. I don't know if they changed one or not, but yeah, that's what happened.
That's exactly what happened.
Jonathan Terhune just gave me an update with that. He is at race mile 24.
Perfect.
I just texted Chris Hickman, asked him if he's racing the same car, and here he comes back with me. And it is a yes. So he is racing the same car in this race and the next race.
Oh, wow.
So between races, and I see a yellow car. Paul Wolf is back in town. So it is a 1 hour fast lap.
Wow.
Just
there
shy.
He comes.
So Paul Wolf about to finish lap number 1 of 3. So 2 more laps to go for Paul Wolf. The car looks like it's in great shape. And again, that car is going to do double duty out there. That's going to make it tough. So Paul Wolf heading out for lap number 2 of 3.
All right, so let's look at our times because it's 3:12.
So it was a 56-minute lap. That's very impressive. We were guessing 45.
Yeah.
Everybody else was saying over an hour, but nope. Paul Wolf says 56 minutes and 52 seconds.
Oh, wow. Fast.
And I assume he's only going to get faster as the day goes on because he's going to do 6 laps today and then 4 more tomorrow afternoon.
Right.
Oh, and he's racing the EMC with Wyrick. And Wyrick said he wasn't sure if Wyrick or Paul's going to drive the 4500 car.
Gotcha. Well, whoever qualified has to either start or finish the race. So.
And that was Wyrick. So I assume Wyrick will start the race and then see what happens.
All right.
But Paul Wolf, our physical race leader, is here in town. How much lead does he have? Enough.
Let's see, because it is saying that the 34:02 is still right before race mile 25. But then again, it's also saying Parker should be the next one in. You can see dust in the distance.
There's dust
Actually,
everywhere.
It's right above the warn flag right there. There's dust in the distance here to us, so that means there's a car probably getting pretty close to coming in.
And there he is. I got physical eyes on him, and it is... Oh, I don't think that's Nathan Parker.
That is Nathan Parker, so
wow.
It is.
So Nathan Parker, physical second, and he took off in 5th position.
Wow. That's awesome for him. Riding solo, had a flat tire, by himself, 15 years old. He was going to pull into a hot pit and see if somebody could help change his tire.
And Dustin Robbins, physical 3. So that puts Nathan Parker first in class.
Yeah, that is really fast by that 16-year-old. But yes, here comes Dustin Robbins is the next one in physically.
So Dustin Robbins, second in class, third. Oh, Pam.
What?
Nathan Parker on adjusted time is our leader.
Oh my
overall.
goodness.
They are in different classes, but so Dustin Robbins is actually ahead of Paul Wolf on adjusted time as well. And here comes Nick Anderson, physical 4th and 3rd in class, but Nathan Parker just threw down a lap of 54:34. Wow. Nathan Parker is on a heater. Mechanical alert from car 131. That is James Boone, his first race, stuck at race mile 15 in a mechanical. When you hit the mechanical button, that means you're broke and you need recovery.
Right,
Hate
exactly.
to hear that.
So look at this on the infield. That you guys, what you guys are seeing, that's what we're
Dust.
seeing. Dust. It's like driving through fog. It's not so fun. But when you have multiple cars on the track right here, right now, and with the way the wind is blowing, but is that Nick Anderson making his way around the last little jump before he comes into the left-hand turn, which is that 180?
Yeah, then there goes Anderson right there, pushing
Right.
strong. So our first 4 are through.
Wow.
Where's the other 24? We know a couple are broke, a couple are stopped. Man, this is going to be a long day for some of these guys and gals.
So overall, right now, Nathan Parker, time-wise, overall, first place. Dustin Robbins, second place.
But
2
first
different
in class,
classes.
yeah.
First in each class. Paul Wolf, third overall, but second in class. That goes to show you how fast Nathan Parker is pushing
And
it, how hard.
Nathan Parker is in a stock car.
Right.
The rest of them are running their pro-modified cars in open class.
Right, exactly.
So very, very impressive by that young man. Had a flat tire and is still pushing strong. So we don't know if Paul Wolf has had issues. We know Nick Anderson stopped, but Dustin Robbins is moving strong as well.
All right, what a great race we have going on here right now. But Nathan Parker, as you're watching the tracking now, if you're looking at it on the live show or if you're looking on the actual racing tracks.
And speaking about racing tracks, David Clay just let me know there is a tip alert for Cody Willenborg. So his tracker's so smart it knows that it's sideways. So he is on his side at race mile 23.2. He has not hit a medical, so hopefully it's okay. Hopefully he's able to self-recover. This is a no-chase race. Only your fellow racers can help you, or one of our volunteers, part of the safety crew.
Correct. And on the screen with the racing tracks, you'll notice that it has changed colors. It's not orange anymore for the racers that have came through and completed a lap. It'll change colors once they're going through, but it looks like it's saying Dustin Robbins, but we saw everybody going through. We know that the way that it updates, it's not instantaneous. They don't update all at the same time. It's just when they hit those satellites and everything. But it looks like we have the 131 that is actually stopped as well, which is James Boone. And then we have the 441 is still stopped of Robert Liebel. The 64.
Kurt Mackey.
Kurt Mackey, yes. And then we are looking, and the 211 is back over here of Ian Dickey over here in the pits, and the 304 of Reed Murnahan is also back here at the pits. So
bummer. Yeah, Reed Murnahan had a tough rollover in qualifying and didn't make it very far on his first lap.
Okay, so Nathan Parker stopped for just a second right there, but we did see him come through. Might have to stop for just a quick little fix, but Nathan Parker off to the side stopped for just a moment, but
hopefully he can get back and going.
Exactly. Paul Wolf is going 64 miles per hour, roughly at race mile 3.
Yeah, so he's going to gain some time on old Nathan Parker if he's stopped. Oh, that puts Paul Wolf ahead of Nathan Parker, correct?
Well, he was ahead of him physically anyways.
Then on adjusted time.
Correct.
So race mile 2 is where the main pit is.
Okay, Dustin Robbins going about 50 miles per hour, roughly almost to race mile 2 himself. And Nick Anderson behind Dustin Robbins. We saw Nick Anderson hauling the Mel when he's coming through the short course area.
Again, if you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Range in Davis, Oklahoma. This is the 4900 UTV class for the stock and open. 2 classes racing at the same time, but scored separately.
Yes, and then later on, one more race to go for the night. They're going to be having to use our light bars.
Oh, yeah. Racing into the night.
All right, so Nathan Parker is actually still stopped. It looks like on the tracker it's still stopped. And there, now he is moving. So he is moving again. He's roughly almost at race mile 3 going 65.9 miles per hour. So hauling the mill himself.
So Racing Track said he could have landed on his tires because he got the tip over alert, and then it took off pretty quick. So, so he is back in action.
That was Cody Willenborg?
That was Cody Willenborg. He's got some fans back home rooting him on. So, yeah, I told you he was tip alert. Well, now he's untipped himself.
Oh, goodness gracious. So, yep, they're saying that he's going for a podium. All right. Lots of people going for Mr. Jody Ford.
Jody Ford, part of Team Indiana, racing for Brannick Motorsports. I know Stan the Man Haynes and Brandon Haynes are back at home at the shop keeping Brannick Motorsports running, but I don't know if they're working right now or watching the race. Probably a little bit of both.
Probably, yeah. A lot of people seem to be just putting it in the background, as they're saying.
The work or the race?
Both. It's really hard. I mean, certain races that are going on, or like when you're up racing with the Yellowstone Off-Road, like in the live show, it's so hard because you want to watch the race, but you have work to do. I find myself sometimes going, wait a minute, Pam, focus. You got to get back to work.
You're good at that.
I do
you
it.
See something shiny, you squirrel off on us.
Well, you know, it's called racing, loving racing.
Oh, I see another car coming up.
Sounds like it sounds like the Pro R.
And that may be Cody Willenborg or Ian Dickey. They look very similar.
You can see something flapping. I'm pretty sure that's Willenborg. 529.
Yep, that's the 529 of Cody Willenborg. So we had that rollover alert, but hey, look at him. He's rocking it again.
Okay, he's got his rear fender.
Rear fenders definitely fell off and missing a spare. I don't know if he started with it or not, but definitely took a tumble and back in action.
Huh. Well, he just needed to test the limits, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, there's a 717.
That's Mark McCleary. Finishing up lap at number 1 of 3, so 2 more laps to go. We have our top 6 across the line of 28.
So that puts Mark McCleary second in class, but 6th overall. His lap time was a 59.57. So in the overall, not separating by class, we have Nathan Parker in that number 1 spot, but we did see that he was stopped more than likely in the hot pit. Then in number 2 position, the 311 of Dustin Robbins. The 3rd position, the 1018 of Paul Wolf. 4th position, 3402 of Nick Anderson. And in that 5th position, the 529 of Cody Willenborg.
And then Mark McCleary, and it looks like Jody Ford's coming through as well.
All right, let's see where that puts Jody at. Jody had a great qualifying run, but here he is hauling the mill through.
He's
to
got
complete lap number 1.
Corey Day riding shotgun with him, the pole setter in the stock class.
So that puts Jody sitting number P3 in class, but P7 overall.
What a great race we have on our hands. We need to thank all of our volunteers, the Ultra4 USA staff, the racers, the fans, the marketing partners, all of the media, safety, and USAC. Without each and every piece of that puzzle, we would not be able to put this race on. So it's been a wonderful weekend so far, and it's only going to get better, Pam.
Only going to get better. Ooh, nice little handstand a little bit. Not
Jody
too bad.
Ford, and that's Jamie McCoy's old car.
And there he is in that horseshoe left-hand turn, as we saw. He has a right-hand turn right here, and then he'll be making it out into the prairie. Going right up towards those windmills.
And again, we're going to talk about it. The breeze is still here. It's not gone anywhere.
It's not gone anywhere. I don't think it's going anywhere.
you're here on site, go check out Roxy at Mega Merch. She's selling all the things. She's got a limited amount of event t-shirts, but we got a lot of King of the Hammers and Ultra4 USA swag. So go check her out and take home a souvenir. Buy a hoodie. You may need it.
Yeah, exactly. I've been seeing a lot of people with them on, so you know that they are going to buy them.
Looked like Cole Clark for just a second. We'll find out here shortly.
No.
Number 24, Cole Clark.
It is. It looks like a two-seater.
It is.
Two-seater.
Yep, that's his pre-runner, but he's running it in the open class, giving him some seat time for his Pro Mod class up next. So clicking off another lap, Cole Clark moves into third in class.
And 7th overall. That bumps Jody Ford down into P4, but 8th overall.
So got an update. Ian Parker is back underway.
So there are roughly still 10 cars that have not came through on this lap.
So a hard hit for 323 just now as well. Ian Parker, the accelerometer is what I'm reading. I don't know.
Accelerometer?
And that means he took a hard hit, but he is back underway.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, at least he's back under the way. And there is Cole Clark making his way through the short course. It looks like Paul Wolf is almost to race mile 8 with Dustin Robbins behind him, then Nick Anderson and Nathan Parker.
Well, thank you everybody for tuning in. This coverage of Ultra4 USA for the 2024 Nationals is presented by Warren Racing and is brought to you by our official sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, PCI Race Radios, by Metal Cloak, and by NorCal Rock Racing.
All right, and as you were naming off all the amazing sponsors that help take care of this series, Brandon Davis made his way through. Brandon Davis is now running in that number, let me find him here, because he started kind of back a little bit. Brandon Davis is now 5th in class, 8th overall in the number 256.
He's got his wife Cheryl riding shotgun. You talk about relationship building 101, right. Get in a race car and get after it.
Exactly.
Great to see them out there having fun and enjoying themselves with Ultra4 USA. If you're a fan of off-road, you've probably recognized Brandon Davis Racing from the National Rock Racing Series. He does all the rock bouncing with, Tim Cameron and Wade Good and all those drivers that put on a heck of a show. Rock bouncing is a lot of fun to watch.
Yes,
but there's nothing quite like Ultra4.
No. More endurance style racing, longer racing, completely different style, and then throw the rocks in.
So Brandon Davis in that new to him car pushing along, and there's the number 40. Blackburn in that naturally aspirated RS1 Polaris Razor. He's been running those setups for quite a while. He really enjoys being out here pushing hard.
Another one of those drivers that's, it's being by yourself is a completely different ball game, but being by yourself out there too, you don't have to worry about anybody else. It's all you.
But then you have the visibility, just like look at all the UFOs with, what Joe Thompson builds for the Gomez brothers and Brendan Thompson and Paul Wolf.
Right.
You sit a little more forward, you sit in the center, and your visibility is amazing. Have you ever sit in a UFO car?
I have not.
I've never drove one, but I've sat in one, and it's incredible. That's why it's a UFO.
Yeah, I don't normally sit. I don't normally get in them. I don't know. I've never been in it. I can only imagine though. Like I personally have driven an RS1, like what you're seeing on screen that Jeremy Blackburn is in.
They're fun. Yep.
They're a blast to drive. Absolute blast to drive.
Well, it's 75 degrees, Pam.
Is it really? It does not feel like it.
That wind's keeping it brisk. We're in the shade.
We're in the shade, thank goodness.
The Ultra4 USA Easy up here in the Warren Racing Studio.
I say thank goodness, but in reality, I don't know. I don't know if I'd want the sun or not. But yes, here we are out here though in Oklahoma. Very welcoming here, everybody. Everybody is so excited that we're back. Even, stopping in the mornings to get fuel or get ice or get a drink or coffee or whatever at the gas station locally, they're like,
yeah, you don't have any Starbucks. How have you made it so long?
coffee pot. I'm not bougie. Starbucks. I'm still getting Starbucks. No, but Kyle Cheney at home watching as well too. So pretty cool to see all these people watching the racing, and
he's rooting on his little buddy Nathan Parker, I'm sure, who on adjusted time is doing well, but he had a little bit of a hiccup. So I do believe Paul Wolf gained a little time on him. We'll see once they come back around.
Exactly. All right, that is our start-finish line right there. As you can see, the flags are waving.
We are in the heart of the Arbuckle Mountains, 1 hour south of Oklahoma City, 2 hours north of Dallas, Texas. Just down the road is Turner Falls Park. It's got the state's tallest waterfall. It's got 77 foot tall. It drops into a beautiful little swimming hole. Elevation around here is 850 feet. Population is 2,800 here in Davis, Oklahoma. And then on a good weekend, they can double the population here at the Crossbar Off-Road Ranch.
And they'll have all kinds of events here as well, here at Crossbar. They have one coming up, I think, next weekend. So they're back-to-back event weekends out here. Busy out here, but it's a great area, beautiful area, centrally located between east and west, which is awesome. Bring everybody together in the middle.
For the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. You can see all the yellow dots there on your screen from racingtracks.com. Those are all on lap number 2 of 3. The little red at the bottom of the teardrop means they are stopped. And you see right in the middle of your screen, 211 and 3044, they're here in the pit, so they're out of the race. So tough break for Ian Dickey
and Reed Murnahan. 211 of Ian Dickey and the 304A.
Yep. 304A, I was reading that wrong. Thank you.
That's okay. It happens. 441 is still stopped way out of Robert Liebel, and then we have over here towards race mile 22, we have the 167 of Michael Sabo going 0 miles per hour. We have the 888 of Dan Hill going 0 miles per hour. Let's see. The 417, that's Justin Barth at 0 miles per hour.
Where are they at?
Oh, they're all up here between 22 and 23.
So that's the tough rock crawl sections up there.
That more than likely probably tire issues, or you never know. Racing's racing, but they are up in the roughly between 22 and 23.
Oh, Pam, look at this.
What?
If the tracker's right, Dustin Robbins may be in front of Paul Wolf. Obviously, they could have updated at different times, but Dustin Robbins has a great run going.
Let's see here. Yeah, it definitely is showing. Let's see. Dustin Robbins going 60 miles per hour, roughly at race mile 12. Paul Wolf at race mile 11, roughly at 47.8 miles per hour. So, again, 1632. They updated pretty much in the same time frame, so they might.
They are neck and neck.
And there we have Todd Rimreed.
The number 195 clicking off another lap. Todd Rimreed. His son Tyler Rimreed's been racing with us for quite a while. Well, they've both been racing with us, but Tyler's been pulling double DD with Nitro Cross and Champ and Ultra4. So this weekend's an off weekend. He hands were tied, so he sent his dad and his uncle. So Kurt Mackey, we saw him having issues early, but Todd Rimreed's still pushing along.
Yes, Todd and Tyler have been racing with us with Ultra4 since 2020.
At Crandon was their first race with us, and that's a fun story. I'm not going to tell it perfect, I'm sure, but they bought 2 race cars 2 days before the Ultra4 race at Crandon. We picked them up, and drove straight to Crandon and came racing.
Well, they were registered to race in the short course series. And then they didn't realize what we had going on, and they sent somebody all the way back to Nebraska to pick them up.
There we go.
Yeah, because that's actually I was working registration, and it was a great way of getting to know all the drivers, and it's so fun doing that still because we have so many new drivers. I work registration with Roxy, and getting the stories from the drivers, but them coming, I believe they ended up registering 4 cars that weekend with multiple drivers, Todd, Tyler, and then they had 2 other drivers, I believe. I know that they registered multiple cars that weekend, though, with Ultra4.
Yeah,
and they've been hooked ever since.
They keep busy, that is for sure.
Well, and Tyler has raced King of the Hammers, and every King of the Hammers that he has raced, he's finished. So that's an amazing feat in itself, just to finish King of the Hammers, for not being in this rock world for your whole entire life. There's a lot of people that try to finish Hammers or podium in the Hammers or whatever, and they sometimes never get to it. And then here he, has finished every single one he's raced in. So it looks like Dustin Robbins physically out front, Nick Anderson physically second,
so
Paul Wolf physically third, and Nathan Parker physically fourth.
And Paul Wolf was our pole setter, so
right.
He's already, if he's been passed, he's way back on time. So Paul Wolf's having some issues with his not normal for him.
Right. But yes, Nathan Parker, almost to roughly race mile 12. He's going to try to be making up some ground, but he's running a great race, it looks like. Having to stop, though, in the hot pits like he did, just to do whatever it was he needed to do. Back and going again, though. I mean, that was a long time ago that he was stopped. All right, Miles has stepped away for just a minute, but I have a guest in here, and you went out qualifying this morning, and you gave me a look just now. What's your thoughts?
We didn't have the best qualifying. I pulled my spare tire off. I think I was doing a lot more spinning than going.
Yeah.
So, but it's okay. I mean, this is a brutal course, and we'll pick it up. We'll get out there. We'll figure things out and get it done.
So did you pre-run the whole entire course, though? What do you think about the course layout within the 27-mile loop?
It's rough. It's definitely rough. Hopefully we have wind like this tomorrow, so we can make some time up on guys and get some passes done. But yesterday the air was pretty stagnant, so anytime we came up on anybody, it was almost impossible to make a pass. So we'll play it by ear and go from there, I guess.
Yeah. What do you think your lap times will roughly be tomorrow if you guys have dust free?
Dust free. Gosh, the trees are super tight for big cars.
So Chip's going to have problems.
Chip's definitely going to have problems. On a side-by-side, this course is really awesome in the trees. I think you'd have way more fun in a good side-by-side, but I think fast lap time for 4,400 is going to probably be that 108 to 112 mark.
Okay.
Would be my guess.
Well, let's see. We have our UTVs right now, but you're saying bigger cars, but our fastest lap for our UTVs right now are 54:34.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to beat in a big car. I mean, there's a lot of tight sections in the trees. Are these guys actually running the 44 lines though, as well?
No.
There's some tough lines out there for sure.
So what's your plan on Hell's Gate?
Hell's Gate, I tried that last year, and it would be awesome to go play on, but for a race, I don't know. Well, I guess we'll just see when we get there. The tires are pretty dry when we got up to it, but my car's 93 wide.
Okay.
So last year when we goofed on it, we got up about halfway, and it put me on the passenger side.
Okay.
So I don't know for my big car, I don't know if it's worth it, but I guess when you're racing, things change. You know, your mind changes on things, and you take risks. But
well, not having the water that's right below that as well, too, because usually there's a lot more water here.
Yeah. When we pulled in, I was pleasantly surprised that there wasn't as much water because, I mean, we don't race boats, we race cars.
Right, exactly.
And,
well, one year there was a lot of water here,
yeah,
but
for sure.
What's good is it's not as bad this year. We don't have the whole entire huge creek whenever you guys were coming in here. But the course, I mean, we keep hearing from everybody that, you know, it's going to be a fun course, and that's what we're looking forward to the most.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun course. It's rough. I mean, the first loop out here, the desert area, there's a lot more rocks than I remember, but it's definitely going to be a brutal race and attrition race for sure.
I'm trying to see how many cars you guys have. I think you had roughly 20.
I think 20.
3 or 20 in the let's see, I'm trying to count it here just to see, but yeah, it's going to be a stacked field.
Oh, for sure, there's some good guys here, and that's what I like to race is good guys. We don't go east, and we race the west, and we try to show up to the races that have all the heavy hitters. That's where I want to be, is go up against the best guys and not cherry pick, you know. So we got a good lineup here for sure, and I think it's going to be a fun race.
Who do you have in your co-driver seat? I'm not sure who you.
Nick Priest.
Oh, okay.
He's a new co-pilot for me.
Okay. Was he with you at Vegas to Reno?
No. I had Justin with me at Vegas to Reno.
Oh, that's right. You did say that.
Yep. Justin, his back and neck has been giving him a lot of issues, and a lot of people don't know that I think Justin's got 4 or 5 steel pins in his neck.
Oh, wow.
I mean, when we were racing Vegas to Reno, we were hitting stretches at 100 miles an hour, and he was loosening his shoulder belts up and stretching his back, and like it took its toll on him there. And we had a good conversation, and these long races, they just tear him up, you know. So I got Nick in there with me. He raced 4,800 2 years ago at the Hammers, and I've known him a long time. He's a wheel man himself. Great rock crawler. He's a big dude. Move rocks out of the way, get things done. So, yeah, he's fearless. Nothing bothers him. So we'll see how that all works out, and hopefully we have a good race.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the wind stays this direction, I hope the wind for you guys as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Because Miles and I, we don't want it to be coming the other direction, sitting right here. But it's going to be a great race, though. I'm sure you're going to have some fun out there, and always cheering you on. But all those heavy hitters that will be out there with you. Any strategies going into the race? Just smooth and steady?
Smooth and steady for the first 2, and then we're going to push hard. I thought we were sitting second in the points, but I guess Kate's second in the points for national 4,400. So I'm going to let these guys go beat each other up and box it out, and just stay behind them and get split times and see where I need to be and keep pace, and then we're going to probably go for broke.
I'm sure you'll probably have somebody in the pits like telling you what's going on the whole time, of course.
Of course, yeah.
Of course.
So,
yeah, well, I'm excited for you guys. Tomorrow will be a great day. We're going to be racing probably into the dark tonight for a while for our UTVs. A little bit later start than we wanted to, but right now we do have out on the course, Nathan Parker came in. He was like physically second, but Paul Wolf physically first, but Nathan Parker, 15 years old, out there running with all these boys. And
that's pretty impressive. Yes. I love to see the young racers. We're huge advocates for young racers. You know, Brent started at 15. I like to see the young guys coming up. I love the 170 class that you guys are doing. Put the kids first. That's our future. And if we want to see this thing grow, that's where it's got to be.
Exactly.
And your boy Hank, you know, he's racing, and I don't know. I think it's great.
I need to get him here.
That would be awesome. It'd be awesome. No,
that'd be stressful, but yeah.
It's awesome, but yeah, for a 15-year-old running with Paul.
Right, exactly.
Excuse me, that's awesome.
There's a lot of fast guys out there. I mean, Dustin Robbins, Cole Clark, I mean, Mark McCleary, all these guys, Cody. I mean,
yeah, they're all studs.
Super fast guys out there, and Nathan Parker.
15-year-old kid out there running. That's impressive.
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah, it is very impressive. And Brandon Davis, he's out there racing as well. But yeah, it's been fun watching these younger kids moving up. I mean, I've only been in this sport with you guys, but the last 5 years, really. So watching the younger kids moving up into the bigger classes, and Nathan Parker being new to us, I think it was last year or might have been the year before, new to us.
Right.
And came out here swinging, and he hasn't stopped since.
That's awesome. I mean, them younger kids, their bodies will take it, and they're like sponges. You know, they listen and they pick everything up. older drivers, they're harder to teach, you know.
Yes.
But it's totally awesome that you guys have done what you guys have done for the kids. I think it's great.
Well, and when the racers like yourself in the unlimited classes in the bigger cars are supporting and cheering the kids on, it only, you know that they look up to you guys. So having mentors like yourself and all of our other, professional racers, it's only going to make them to want to keep going too. So a mentorship program basically is kind of like what I figure you guys are for them. And I know that they look up to you because I will talk to them on the side and they'll talk about who their favorite driver is or whatnot. And it's just really cool to see that they're progressing in the sport themselves. And we had an 11-year-old out there in the Youth 1000 class today.
That's awesome. That's
doing
awesome.
Amazing.
Aiden Gilbert, he's been doing good. It's awesome to see it.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
Yeah.
And it's exciting, Nationals last year, I think it was Tom Pendergast's little girl.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
You're fine.
She, I believe she went end over end twice and then rolled twice. And she was crying, but Dad got over there and said, "Do you want to keep going?" And she said, "Yes." We got the car rolled back over, and she went right back out. And I don't know where she finished, but I think she finished still top 5. That was awesome, you know. So.
Well, I mean, and you get that out of the way, too, and it's teaching the kids, okay, maybe I shouldn't do what I just did, or teaches them at a young age how hard they can push their vehicles as well.
Exactly.
So. It's really cool. But you have anything you have to do to your car, or did you already do to your car after qualifying today to get ready for tomorrow?
No, everything's good. We worked on it last night. We had a couple leaks that we had to get fixed, but I think we're looking good right now. We've already loaded the pit truck up, went down and looked at the pits, and we're going to be helping Jesse Oliver.
Okay.
I think Jesse
in the morning?
Yeah, we're going to pit for them, and they're going to help us out, and Andrew Gordman's going to help us out as well, so that's super awesome. Andrew's a great guy, so
right.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it, and we'll be out there early in the morning, I guess.
Yeah,
so.
Me too. Well, I'll let you get going. That's a seasoned racer, Owen Van Eperen, not Owen, that's Rodney Van Eperen that just went by. He's a very well-seasoned short course racer, raced for Yamaha for years. Won Crandon this year, all kinds of stuff. But we got these well-seasoned short course racers also coming over to race with Ultra4, which is awesome to see.
Speaks volumes.
Yes, it does. It does. But Brett, I'll let you get going, and we'll see you in the morning at the start line.
Sounds great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to bring Miles back over here in just a second. But yes, that was Rodney Van Eperen just now going through that you are now seeing right now on the short course. So right now, let's look at our race map once again. But it was great talking to Brett Harrell just now, getting the inside.
Yeah, I love bringing in the other racers to have a quick chat with everybody, and just get their insight. And I heard you talking strategy and talking about the kids. That's the future of our sport. I mean, picking brains, you sometimes you get tired of listening to our two knuckleheads chatting back and forth, so get a little fresh insight in there.
Exactly.
As that is Rodney Van Eperen and that R-Max cruising along.
Yes, okay.
It's great to see the Yamaha support out here.
Right.
Really cool.
Well, and Rodney, not a new racer by any means, but new to our sport as of last year, I believe is when it was. I don't know. I think he's raced for us for a little while, but
yeah, I think a couple years now.
Yeah. So, but on the tracker, I'm just trying to check it out here. We have Paul Wolf. It looks like he is still physically out in the lead on the tracker, but he is really close with the 311 of Dustin Robbins. And then Nick Anderson in that third position physically, and then still in that fourth physical position is Nathan Parker. But another racer coming through here, the number 1133.
That is Eric Gilbert and Joe Fabrizio out of Mulvane, Kansas with Gilbert Racing. Joe Fabrizio has only been to our sport the last, I believe, 3 years now. He started as a stock class driver, but had a pretty good tumble up in Broadview, Montana, and then has stepped up and been co-driver, and he's starting to get looked at more and more. He co-drives for Eric Weichel. He co-drives for Tom Biddle. Now he's with Gilbert right now, Eric Gilbert. I mean, it's great to see him. He's got his wife and kids here. They've been traveling all over. They were just at the Silver State 300, I believe, and then
they haven't been home for 3 weeks.
Yeah, then
they were at the California 300.
California 300,
yes.
And then they made their way slowly here and camped out here for a few days before everybody got here, and just making a family event of this. So
exactly.
The Fabrizio family really enjoying the Ultra4 USA lifestyle.
Yes, exactly. And, we also, speaking of co-drivers, John Dykus was also tuned in earlier on as well. But you know what happens? You start co-driving with people, and drivers want somebody that can not only help them in the car, but also help them if they have a flat tire and can get out and change something super fast or whatnot. So once you start co-driving for people, if you are a good co-driver, you now get the word out and people start wanting to have you even more. So that was the 4911, I believe, or the 4411?
Yep, 4911 of Trent Roberts.
That just now went through.
And getting an update from Racing Tracks, Nathan Parker is second overall, but first in class on adjusted time.
Good job, Nathan Parker.
But currently it's Dustin Robbins first, Nick Anderson second, and Paul Wolf third in the open class. So great running by all four of those. And Cody Willenborg's is still in the mix. We have Mark McCleary, Jeremy Blackburn, Cole Clark, Todd Rimreed. But here on Race Ops, Rimreed may have had a little mishap on course and may have went backwards. That's just what I'm hearing. And that is a DQ. If that is the case, that is unofficial. I'm just hearing a little chatter over the PCI race radio.
Gotcha.
And Brandon Davis, Jody Ford, Ian Dickey, Eric Gilbert, AA Dan Hill, Ian Parker, Trent Roberts, Rodney Van Eperen, Robert Liebel, Kurt Mackey, Roper Merrifield's out, Brandon Anderson looks like he's out, and Owen Van Eperen, he may not be. But his dad took off in front of him just a little bit, so he still has some time.
He does still have some time, that is for sure. All right, everyone tuning in to the YouTube watching the race. Let's see here. Greg Frazier said he's stuck working so he can make it out to Hammers.
Perfect. Well, I can understand skipping this race to make King of the Hammers work. Good call there.
All right, Aaron Lynch is tuning in as well. He said that Nate Parker's going to be bringing it home. Reed is running for Gavin Smith, is out of the race. That's what's going on.
Aaron Lynch was supposed to be here as a co-driver, but I guess you got caught up. No worries. Wish you were here, buddy, but thanks for tuning in.
And he's calling Blackburn the little RS1 that has won a lot of races.
Yes, that thing, and like I said, he's underpowered. He's naturally aspirated.
Exactly. But you know what? It doesn't matter. It's like driving skills, too. I mean, and he's very maneuverable, too, because the smaller wheelbase will, can make it up, like, for instance, Hell's Gate probably make it up there better than the bigger cars, the two-seaters. But, yeah, I don't know. But Sebastian checking in again with us. Chris Ambergy, he says he hates that he's not here. Well, next time you should be here. Stephen Lindsay still tuning in as well, saying what a great day. But that is a great drone shot right there that we are seeing.
Oh, Jake with Belief Cam is a top-notch drone pilot. There's an absolute fact there. It's really cool to see what they bring to the table. And we're still fighting some tech issues. We're still trying to bring you that rock section out back. We have another FPV drone back there and another camera. But being so remote and all this wind, it's really fighting us.
Yeah. Look at who we see right
Owen
there.
Van Eperen. We were just talking about him, Pam.
Yep.
Giving that little Yamaha R-Max a run for his money.
Oh, the little Yamaha that could.
It's great R&D for Yamaha. Oh, and I just talked about Brandon Anderson. I do see him on the horizon, so glad to see him back and moving. He was one of our cars that was stopped for a bit.
All right, so Brandon Anderson coming through here in just one moment, like you just said. But that is Owen Van Eperen that we are watching here live on the screen.
So Brandon Anderson and his wife, Jess, out cruising along, out for a Sunday drive.
Just took the words right out of my mouth. A Friday drive.
So we have 19 cars out of 28 all the way through lap number 1 of 3. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is the 4900 UTV stock and open race. 2 races going on at the same time. They took off one at a time in 1 minute increments. This race is on adjusted time. They do 3 27-mile laps, so 81 miles in total.
I'm going to go through and see which ones we see that are stopped that have not came through here yet. But if the tracker is updated, because I didn't click on the time right now, it looks like Dustin Robbins would be out in front.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dustin Robbins with a great run under his belt so far.
He's another one getting out and getting into a car right after this, correct?
Man, I just draw a blank. Who was it?
Dustin Robbins.
Yes, yep, he's running Pro Mod. Yep, he has 2 separate cars. Paul Wolf, I believe, is rating his same exact car, which that's a lot of beating on these cars. But Paul Wolf builds an amazing machine, and Can-Am is here to support him. Great shot of how rough it is back in this little section. Is that Rodney Van Eperen? I can't tell if that's Rodney or Owen.
It's probably Owen, if I had to guess, because
5. Yep.
Yep, because
Owen
he just
Van
came
Eperen.
through.
His dad Rodney is 45, but other than that, the cars are absolutely identical.
Right? Until we see the number, we're not sure exactly who it is.
But you can always call it the Van Eperen car.
The Van Eperen, one of them.
Thanks again for everybody tuning in. This has been a fun race so far, and we still have one more yet to go. We're probably right around the halfway mark on this race, Pam.
Yes, it is.
And then up next will be the Pro Modified.
It looks like Todd Rimreed is back here in the pits as well.
Okay, he's the one that we heard was going backwards on course towards the pit. So apparently he is out of the race. So I hate to hear that for Todd Rimreed.
Not sure.
It looks like he is out of the race.
I'm not sure. The 4911 is over here, I believe, in the other remote pit that you were talking about. That's right here, roughly around race mile 2.
So that's Trent Roberts. That's the main pit.
The main pit.
The PCI hot pit. So we'll see if he can get his situation addressed and back underway.
All right, let's see. Do we have anybody else?
Looks like our leaders are at race mile 21 roughly.
Justin Barth is still stopped. Trying to go through and do some how many have who. Curtis Boone looks like he's stopped as well. And let's see here. Lots of issues already in the race.
Oh, the attrition is going to be high during this race. It's a tough one. It's got a little bit of everything. It's got the go fast, but if you step out in this prairie, there's these basketball-sized rocks that you could clip and rip off a wheel. So you have to really pay attention. And the dust is blowing, depending on which way or where you are on course, which way the wind is blowing. And then we have the really nice rock crawl sections. We have a couple waterfalls, tight trees. I mean, Crossbar has a little bit of everything out here. I love it.
You know who else we haven't seen is the 928. The 928 of Andrew Shipman has not came through.
Yeah, you're right. That is Andrew Shipman driving.
So 928 as well.
For Jason Mills. You can have one substitute driver per season. Andrew Shipman just bought that car from Jason Mills, and Jason's like, hey, if you want to run under my name, I'd appreciate it. So he's like, I don't care. I'm just racing this one for fun. So you can do that for a buddy. It is the same car.
All right, so Justin Barth, the 417, is not moving on course. The 232 of Curtis Boone is not moving on course. 304, as we saw, of Reed Merningham out in the pits. The 211 of Ian Dickey is in the pits. Todd Rimreed in the pits. And let's see here. 928 we haven't seen yet. And then it looks like the 4911 was stopped at a pit. So 3 cars that we know for sure that are in the pits that are not going back out of. Let's see here. 6 cars. And there we do have Mackey right there.
Sweet. So Kurt the Rocket Mackey, part of TR Racing, back out there in that Maverick car, pushing strong.
We have people out at Rockface even streaming the live stream. Nice. Jeep King.
I know Area 51 crew is out there helping with recovery.
Yes, we have lots of people out in recovery working with us, and it's been a great time out here with them as well. They all cooked us dinner the other night as well for the Area 51. But here we are watching Kurt Mackey make his way through the short course, getting ready to make his way out on lap number 2.
So Kurt Mackey's been racing with us for a little while, and he's been in that RS1 Polaris Razor. So that is a brand new Maverick R. Really cool to see him out here pushing that thing to its limits and learning a new vehicle.
Right, exactly. I mean, driving in a single seat RS1, yes, fun, a lot of fun. Getting into these new Mavars, I don't know if you've driven one, Miles, but I have.
I have not.
They're fun.
When are you getting one?
I've been working on that one. I'm not winning that battle yet.
Yet.
No, they're a lot of fun though. I drove one last year actually. Matt Walraven had one out at Havasu, and so he let me take it for a spin, and it was.
Oh, I remember
amazing how that thing drives. Oh, and there we have. I believe that is Mike
Sabo. Yep. So he's limping along. He has a right rear flat tire. Hopefully that's it.
That's what it looks like. He was stopped a little bit earlier on, and it does not look like he was running a spare. So maybe that's what's going on. Is he's just on a injured Sunday drive.
Yeah, tough break there. So Mike Sabo having a little bit of rough luck on his first Ultra4 race. The Dickey brothers are buddies with him, so they got him roped in. And we have Reed Murahan is out of the race. We know he had some issues earlier, but he's already turned in his tracker, so he's done.
Okay. Well, he made his way around over here to the main pits as we were watching on his tracker when it was still on his car. Unfortunate.
Oh no, the 3402 of Nick Anderson has turned on their mechanical alert at race mile 21. So that means he is probably, when you hit the mechanical button, if I'm not mistaken, that means you're asking for assistance. So he needs a tow out. So Nick Anderson, who is battling for the lead off and on for that first lap, looks like his race could be over. I hate to hear that for him.
That is definitely unfortunate because he has been running such a great race. He had a great qualifying run as well. Yeah, he is over there, and it looks like Paul Wolf is actually running. Let me get to this area. So it looks like Dustin Robbins is still out in the lead physically. Paul Wolf second. Now Nate Parker in that number 3 spot. So our 1, 2, and 3 right now between Paul Wolf and Nate Parker, they're almost to race mile 22, where Dustin Robbins is almost to 23, but he's going to come up on some lap traffic if these guys are actually moving, because Justin Barth was stopped for quite a while, but he is no longer red. He is actually moving at like roughly 10 miles per hour, so Justin Barth is moving again. The 131 of James Boone is moving again. The 232 of Curtis Boone is still stopped, but this is now going to have Dustin Robbins come up on lap traffic.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
And I don't know the lines. I don't know how wide there are some areas that they are saying, like talking to Brett, like there's some of the areas out there that are so tight, there's no passing.
But that's where it does come in nice with that racing tracks, because
yes,
you can hit the push to pass, so that person knows next spot I see next time I see a spot, just pull over.
Right, exactly.
As Mike Sabo still limping along, he's at race mile 0.5. He needs to make it another mile and a half on that right rear flat to get to main pit number 1.
And that's where strategy comes into play. You kind of think about, should I run a spare for the weight, or it's a short enough course, there's 2 hot pits, I don't need to run a spare, I can get to the next one. And I don't know what the decision making on that was about not running a spare, but we can see that he has a flat and making his way around 2 hot pit. All right, so 3402, yes, he's a little past race mile 21 of Nick Anderson. Nate Parker is roughly at race mile 22. All right, so the 131 has moved along quite a bit of James Boone and Justin Barth. They're kind of running neck and neck here.
The leaders are on lap number 2 of 3. So next time around for Paul Wolf, which should be in the next 15 minutes or so. The white flag should be flying for him.
I don't know. He's at roughly race mile 24.
Okay, so 3 more. Oh, here we go, Pam. Here's Nathan Parker at the waterfall section. We got our camera up and running finally. We do apologize about that, but here's the Warren waterfall. And look at the crowd right there. The FPV is flying thanks to Believe Cam. Again, I apologize about, just now getting up there, but man, what a great shot we have.
Oh, and there's the 441. He was stopped earlier on as well.
Robert Liebel is back in action.
He was stopped for quite a while. I mean, it could come down to needing to have a belt change or something, but we just saw him come through running super strong. But yes, how exciting to have that camera back there at the waterfall up and running.
Yeah, Dustin Robbins just went by. Oh, so all right, here we go. I was reading it backwards. Jonathan Terhune, thank you, buddy. Paul took fuel in pit number 2. Car tires looked good, but 311 went by him while he was fueling. So Dustin Robbins is our physical race leader and on adjusted time. So Paul Wolf stopped for fuel, and that's just over the halfway mark. So he doesn't have to stop again. I wonder if Dustin Robbins will stop at the main pit or not. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not sure how large his fuel cell is on that car, but it'll come down to that strategy.
Yeah.
But then again, do you push it and try to make it to the finish, or do you just stop and just, top off your fuel?
Oh, I think I'd top off, play it safe, because if you're 1 mile from the finish and out of gas, you're out of the race.
Exactly.
But if you stop and take a 2-minute splash and go, you know you'll have enough to make it the rest of the way.
Exactly.
Well, just like that, I take my jacket off for 5 minutes, the wind picks right back up.
That's why you just got to not take it off. I did that earlier and did the same thing.
Great shot of Believe Cam chasing this Liebel. And just think of the wind we're dealing with here. Up high with that drone, you know the wind's got to be fighting him, but look how perfectly still he's able to keep that drone.
That's why he's a professional. I loved it earlier during qualifying when he was keeping up with the cars, like going super fast through this short course. It's amazing. Like I don't know how they do it. Like
it's pretty impressive.
Personally, not one of those kind of people that can fly a drone.
There's a great shot of the Ultra4 Pro pits.
All right, so the 928 is at 0 miles per hour at race mile 15, and that is the one.
That's Andrew Shipman.
Yep, exactly. So
there's Roxy with Mega Merch. Go check her out. Buy all the things. There's Warren and Factor 55. And there's the ground. He's coming in to land to swap some batteries out.
Yeah, that's one thing they have to do is keep batteries charging and keep swapping them out quickly. But we have Dustin Robbins should be coming in here any time. He's at roughly race mile 25.5, as the tracker was saying 2 minutes ago. So he should be coming in fairly soon. Paul Wolf running behind him, roughly race mile 25. And
looks like he's got about a half-mile lead over Paul Wolf.
And then Nathan Parker, roughly around race mile 22. Running about 17.4 miles per hour.
And Dustin Robbins out front. He's in an open class. Then it's Paul Wolf 2 in an open class. And then Nathan Parker in that third position. But he's first in class. So third overall, but first in class. And so overall, that's just bragging rights, Pam.
Right.
It's what you do in your class. So Nathan Parker running another amazing race. And I've got physical eyes on Dustin Robbins. The white flag will be out here in just a minute. And once the white flag flies for the next competitor, or for the first competitor, it'll fly for the rest of the field.
There's Barth right there in 131.
Barth and Boone.
Yeah. B&B show.
The Barth and Boone show.
Yep. Oh, and look at Paul Wolf.
But remember, Paul Wolf was on the pole position.
So
the white flag is out for Dustin Robbins. One more lap to go. 27 more miles.
All right, let's keep this tracker up so we can, or not the tracker, but the timing up so we can see where at everybody is sitting. But Paul Wolf will be making his way around here. And you said that you were told that it was, he stopped for fuel?
Yep.
Yeah.
Jonathan Terhune, part of Team Indiana, keeping me up to date from remote pit number 2. Thanks again, buddy. So Paul Wolf trying to chase down Dustin Robbins. He has to chase down Robbins and pass him.
Yes, he does. So,
and then put a minute on him.
Paul Wolf's time was a 57.14 this last lap, but his very first lap, dust-free, was a 56.52. And you can hear in the background that was Paul Wolf on his horn letting the people know, actually I think that was Dustin Robbins, letting Justin Barth and Boone know that, hey, I'm
leaders
behind
are
you guys.
coming.
That's the thing. Let's talk about that. So that's the reason why when you go through tech, you have to make sure your horn is working. That's one of the safety features because you're supposed to warn them that you are behind them with their horn. And that's another thing that Racing Tracks does as well. Sometimes you just do both, though. All right, so Dustin Robbins first, physically first, and on adjusted time first. Paul Wolf in second.
So I don't have a start list in front of me, so I got on live.ultra4racing.com and found it. Paul Wolf, Dustin Robbins started 2 minutes ahead of Paul Wolf. Paul Wolf started 2 minutes ahead of Dustin Robbins, so Paul Wolf has to pass Dustin Robbins and put 2 minutes on it. So, yeah, keep that handy for us. We may need it here in a little bit, Pam.
Okay. I have all of the starting orders for us.
Perfect.
So, yeah, and let's see how far out Nathan Parker is going to be.
Yeah, he should be coming to screen here very shortly. Great shot of Paul Wolf chasing down Dustin Robbins. And look at that. It looks like it's wide open, but you can see how he's having to check up for all these rocks that we keep talking about.
The tire getters.
Oh, yeah. And if you step out just a tick, you better watch out.
And that's one thing, too, about racing.
Oh, look at that, Pam.
That is a great view.
That's lap traffic as well.
Yeah, so he is having to pass, I'm not sure if Justin Barth is the one that's the last one on the screen or if he's the one up still in the dust, or Boone, which one's which from this angle. But yes, Paul Wolf, that's where it's difficult also driving in the dust because there could be a rock that you need to avoid in the middle of the track as well that you can't see because of the dust. Trust me, I know from experience on that one.
Been there, done that.
Been there, done that. And that push to pass works great. It does. I thought somebody was moving over for me one time, and they were moving over for a boulder. I ended up with 2 flats at the same time. Fun stuff, fun stuff.
So again, once the white flag flies for the first competitor, it's out for the rest of the field.
All right, so I'm surprised we haven't seen Nathan Parker yet. He wasn't that far behind, it looked on the map. All right, so now they went from orange to yellow to green. So now your leaders that have came through, completed their second lap and have the white flag out, they're now in green. But where is Nathan Parker? Why have we not seen him yet? It just hasn't quite updated. It's showing he's like at race mile 25, going about 20 miles per hour, but we should see him any moment. Oh, and they're just updated. He's now at race mile 26, and there is Mr. Nate Parker in our sights, physically third on course. He will turn 16 years old at King of the Hammers this year.
That's pretty incredible. And there he's coming into the Warren Racing start-finish line. One more lap to go for the young man of Nathan Parker.
All right, Go ahead, sorry.
Team Momentum driver out there pushing strong.
Pushing strong, riding solo. His lap time just now was roughly 5 minutes slower than the last lap, or his fastest lap, I should say. But he did stop for just a few moments whenever he was in here for lap number 2.
But I believe he has the fastest lap of the day with a 54.34. So his first lap was a blistering fast, and then either we know he had a flat tire And so it's definitely slowed him down a little bit. But to be physical third and first in class, Nathan Parker is on a mission. So we are we got about 45, 50 minutes before the checkered flag flies.
Well, you just got to keep running strong. Great footage right there of the young Nate Parker making that hairpin left-hand turn. That's where we saw that nasty tumble earlier on.
Yeah, Roper Merrifield wadded up pretty good right here in the infield at the start of this race. Tough break for him. You do all of that work, and it's just one little bad jump, and your day is over.
Exactly.
And it's Nick Anderson had such a great run going, and then something happened. And I believe he's supposed to be racing in the next race in the Pro Modified class as well. So we'll see if he can get that.
You're talking about Parker?
Nope.
Who are you talking about?
Nick Anderson.
Nick Anderson.
Let me look on my page. Yep, he's supposed to be racing next race, I believe, in the same car. So Nick Anderson hopefully knows that this race is not looking good for him, so he can get to the pits, get it shook down, and get ready for that next race.
Right, exactly.
On the tracker, let's look that up, see if he is back here, if he can make it back to the pits in time to get it reset.
Well, he was pretty far out there in the rock face area where he was broken down, but I don't see. Okay, 34.02. He's moving again. So he's 15.5 miles per hour, roughly at race mile 23. So that's a good sign.
So let's talk about strategy on that. Does he gamble and go out for another lap and possibly miss the start of the Pro Mod? I think if you're already this far back in this race, you give up and stop here and stage for the next race.
Do you give up, though, because he's running in 4th position? Do you give up, or do you keep going, see what happens, right?
Yeah, I don't know. That's tough. That's a tough call there.
Yeah. I'm sure that's something he is highly talking about with his crew.
Uh-oh. Mechanical alert for Dustin Robbins.
Oh, no.
Oh, they're starting to drop out.
He's running so strong.
Yep, and just as we were talking about it, Racing Track said Anderson is back moving.
Okay, so here is the 311. So Paul has already passed him. He's already passed that pit as well, correct? Because there was a pit at race mile 2.
And you cannot go backwards on course to get to it. So, tough break for Dustin Robbins. What happened?
Who is also racing in the next race.
Yep.
Racing happens.
The attrition is starting to set in.
Robert Liebel is still over in the pits.
And to finish first you must finish.
So, perfect example right there. Does Anderson give up, or does he keep pushing? Because now your leader has a mechanical issue, right?
Yeah.
Now Nathan Parker is now going to be physically on course in 2nd position.
And first in his class.
First in his class.
Yeah, so on racing tracks you can see green means you're on your last lap. That means go. Give it all you got. 1 lap to go.
Send it.
Well, actually don't.
Don't
Back down a little bit. Finish.
I mean, if you got the lead, yes. Keep with it.
Again, if you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch. We're in the heart of the Arbuckle Mountains. It is absolutely breathtaking views here in central Oklahoma. We are right here in the middle. Well, towards the end, actually. We're at the two-thirds the way through this race. For the stock and the open class. Up next is the Pro Modified. The leaders are on their third and final lap. here for the first UTV race of the evening. Well, I guess second, technically, because we had the Youth 1000 just a little bit ago, and Eli Harris, I believe, just won his first Ultra4 USA race in that class. Great job by that young man. And now we are towards the end on the third and final lap for the stock and the open cars. And Dustin Robbins looks like he is still stopped on course. What a heartbreaker. And we do have a drone at the Hell's Gate area. We saw the Warren Waterfall just a little bit ago. Hopefully we can get more and more action from there as the day goes on, as the weekend goes on.
Oh, wow.
We will be crowning our Eastern and Western Series champions tomorrow evening at the Tribe 16 party. Up next will be our Pro Modified class.
All right, Miles. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're
Quick
all
snack
good.
break. All right. Dustin Robbins, again, though, that is such a bummer for him with a mechanical issue on the last lap. But again, this is where, like you were saying, what does Nick Anderson do? Does he go for it?
Yeah, I don't know. That's. I think he's running this race for fun, and Pro Modify is more where he's shooting for points, I believe. I don't remember. So, yeah, we'll see how it shakes out. We still have a lot more racing action yet to go.
Let's see where he is at. 529 has a Cody Willenborg has a red arrow at the bottom of his
Bummer. So
number.
that means he has stopped once again, huh?
Yes. 3402 Nick Anderson is roughly at race mile 25, so he should be coming in here shortly because that was a minute and a half ago, roughly. So Nick Anderson should be coming through. We'll find out what he's going to do.
Carter Gonzalez just is tuning in. He's working on his race car as we speak. And a heartbreaker for Dustin Robbins. I completely agree, buddy.
The 256 of Brandon Davis is also stopped over by race mile 19, going 0 miles per hour. That's over there by Rockface. So that is unfortunate for Brandon Davis.
Yeah, man, the course is really starting to chew these cars up and spit them out.
Yes, it is. So right now, if I was Paul Wolf, well, Paul Wolf's got to come back and get in the next race. But if I was Nathan Parker, do all that you can just to keep it smooth.
Yeah, because he's leading his class. And we only have 3 on the lead lap, and one hasn't been moving for the last 5 to 10 minutes. So first in class for the Open is Paul Wolf. First in class in stock is Nathan Parker. Nathan Parker at race mile 5. Paul Wolf, looks like race mile almost 8.
For which
27.
one? For Nathan Parker?
Nathan Parker and Paul Wolf.
Yeah, Nathan Parker's at 6, and Paul Wolf is over at
8.5.
Yeah, roughly 8.5. Yes. And 311 still stopped.
Bummer.
I wonder what happened. He was running so strong. Besides racing happening.
Oh yeah, it's always something. And I do believe Dustin Robbins has 2 cars. So if he, worst case, he can leave that car there, get back to remote pit 1 there, and then get a ride back to the start line for his next race.
Gotcha.
I believe.
Okay, so Jody Ford is roughly at race mile 24, going about 24 miles per hour.
24 for 24.
And then let's see here, Jeremy Blackburn's running about 22 miles per hour at race mile 25. Cole Clark is running about 14.9 miles per hour at race mile 25. So that goes to show you that the area that they're in must be one of those really rough sections, because none of them are going super fast. They're all roughly around the same speed. So let's see who is right next to Cole Clark. He's running neck and neck with somebody. Oh, and then it just updated on me as I was trying to get in close. Here, a car in the distance. I'm wondering if this is going to be. This is either Mark McCleary.
It's Mark McCleary. Yep.
All
I
right.
just got eyes on him.
All right.
Number
So Mark.
717.
And Cody Willenborg is moving again. He's at race mile 25.
So Mark McCleary out of Reddick, Florida, with Turned Up Racing, heading out for his 3rd and final lap. So now we have 4 cars on the lead lap, and 3 of them are moving. So that just goes to show you how tough this course actually is.
All right, just saw some more dust. I'm guessing that one will be the 3402 of Nick Anderson. And yes, it is.
So we'll see if he heads back out on this lap or not. That'll be interesting. Car appears to be in pretty decent shape. He's still moving pretty good, getting a little bit of hang time there.
Well, he's moving pretty fast.
Yeah, the front end, yeah.
He's got a tie rod.
His left front is all, yeah, he's got
tie rod
some
issues,
front suspension issues.
And did you say that's the same car he's running?
I believe so. Oh, there's Cody Willenborg.
Yeah, Cody Willenborg got
Looks like
again.
he's got a right rear flat tire, Cody Willenborg does.
Well, and look at, it was his left fender whenever he came through earlier when he rolled. Now his right fender's flopping around. So
Well, that could have been from the same incident.
could have been. It could have
But
been.
look at that shot. Look how towed out the front of Nick Anderson's car is.
Oh, and there's Cole Clark, yep.
So it went from just 3 to now 3 in 1 minute.
Right. Talk about fighting dust with everybody.
So Cole Clark has moved into 2nd position in class and 4th overall. Cody Willenberg's 3rd in class. Mark McCleary's 3rd in class. Oh, Cole Clark's actually in stock class. I thought he was in open. My mistake. Sorry about that. So Cole Clark is behind Nathan Parker.
You know, it looks like Anderson might possibly have a right rear flat as well. Man.
That car is taking a beating.
That car's saying, I am almost done.
Yep. Dustin Robbins is officially out of the race.
Oh, it's such a bummer.
Yeah, he had such a great run going. Part of it.
And there comes Jeremy Blackburn making his way through.
The little RS1 that could.
And he moved up into the number 2 spot.
Wow, so he bumped out Cole Clark.
Yeah.
Look at that. Jeremy Blackburn putting on a show.
Jeremy Blackburn, let's get my starting motor out.
Look at the left front tire just completely plowing. Right rear flat, left front trying to exit the chat.
I think both fronts are kind of like this.
That car is all over the place.
Can you imagine? He's going to have some arm pump like nobody's business, trying to just steer that thing.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to try to make it to remote pit 1 there at race mile 2.
I mean, that's what it looks like. It's definitely what it looks like. That's going to be
look
another
at this.
mile of it.
Jeremy Brown, number 40, out of Pineville, Kentucky. Yeah, Jeremy Blackburn. Jeremy Brown's the one that caught fire during qualifying.
Yes,
sorry.
You're fine.
But Jeremy Blackburn out of Pineville, Kentucky, with on the gas in that little single-seat RS1 Polaris Razor.
I knew you knew what you were talking about.
Oh, yeah. I was 2 steps ahead of myself.
Yes, exactly.
But he is in 2nd place in class. Great run by Jeremy Blackburn.
All right, so.
And look at Nick Anderson pulling over for Cody Willingborg. Well, maybe not. Maybe not yet. I think he's still trying to just keep it on the road.
Jeremy Blackburn started in the 13th position.
Yep. Wow, he's moved up a lot then. Yeah. And look how thick that dust is.
Nasty. It's not fun driving in the dust.
It makes things a little interesting, that's for sure.
All right. The 167 of Mike Osebo is still stopped, unfortunately. All right, we got some cars coming around here. Let's see who we have. As we're watching Jeremy Blackburn up on the prairie area, here is Mr. Jody Ford making his way around.
Yeah, Jody Ford is back on the screen and pushing hard. He is 5th in class, 9th overall.
I'm wondering what's going on. He was running strong. Tires are a thing out here right now.
Oh, lots of stuff is what we have. And I'm getting a question for my PH group. They're asking about Andrew Shipman. He is driving for Jason Mills. And they're asking about car 120. I don't have him on my list.
Yeah, we don't have a 120. All right, and Jody Ford making his way through the short course.
With Corey Day riding shotgun. Getting some more seat time, getting him ready for tomorrow morning's race because he's our pole setter in the 4,600 stock class.
And who's riding with Corey?
Jonathan Terhune.
Okay.
Who is at remote pit number 2 feeding us our information. Team Indiana is all over the place, and they're a great help.
That's what's awesome about having like all the people here and at the other pits and getting the information for you, and it's great information for the live feed as well. But there we still have Jody Ford making his way up on the prairie area.
Leave me for a second while I take a restroom break.
And who will we have next? Let's go back to our map. Let's see here. Again, we have our stock and our open classes out on course. Nathan Parker still trucking along. Looks like he's there's quite a gap between him and Paul Wolf, but Nathan Parker running 41 miles per hour roughly at race mile 12.
So that's almost getting close to the halfway point for Nathan Parker.
All right, so Curtis Boone.
So Paul Wolf is at the halfway mark as we speak.
So Curtis Boone still 0 miles per hour. Cameron Dickey running about 7.5 miles per hour at race mile 23. Let's see, what do we have here? The 888 of Dan Hill is roughly race mile 21. Going about 13 miles per hour. 323 of Ian Parker up and running at 16.2 miles per hour, race mile 21. I mean, these guys are spread out. Eric Gilbert, race mile 19, roughly at 9.3 miles per hour, but that is back there by Rockface. It is not a fast section whatsoever. And then here we have Rodney Van Eperen as well at race mile 19. He's roughly going about 9.3 miles per hour. And then we have the 4911 of Trent Roberts at race mile 18. going about 21.1 miles per hour. And after that is the 225 of Brandon Anderson. Caveman Anderson is back up and running.
Nice. Yeah, we saw him clicking off a lap just a little bit ago.
Yep, so he's at 11.8, roughly around race mile 17. We got Owen is still moving, 928 still of Shipman, a.k.a. Jason Mills, still up and running. 64 of Kurt Mackey running. But Paul Wolf is chasing down Kurt Mackey right now, and he'll be lap traffic.
Wow. Paul Wolf is lapping Kurt Mackey. Well, we saw Mackey having some issues earlier, but Paul Wolf is really on a mission.
When is he not on a mission is the question.
Yeah, he's looking good. The race is not over. It's
No.
far from over.
Exactly.
We still have another good 12, 13 miles to go. But Paul Wolf looks like he may win his first race of 4 here. It'd be pretty wild if he could pull off multiple wins this weekend, which he can do.
Yes.
But got to have luck on his side. He's got the talent. He's got the vehicles. Then you just have to have that good old luck.
Got to have the luck, exactly, because anything can happen.
Oh, man, these race cars have a mind of their own. This course is gnarly.
I always say the jumping rocks. The trees jump out at you. The rocks jump out at you. But like we were talking about earlier, Miles, the prairie, the racers that are saying, they feel like the prairie's rougher than normal. And like you were saying, the terrain is getting worn down. Over time, the terrain gets worn down, and then the rocks start getting exposed. And it might not be something that they remember from before, but it's definitely not as smooth up there as they remembered. Okay, so Paul Wolf is now moving his way up over, getting ready to pass some lap traffic, or has already passed lap traffic.
Looks like this could
Stop
be
traffic.
Boone coming through.
232.
Of Curtis Boone and Josh Whitney with Boone Racing. Heading over the Brannick bump.
All right, let's see. Where is Nathan Parker? There's Nathan Parker right now, right behind James Boone. All right. How many cars did we have start? 28 cars.
28 cars taking the green flag. We had 3 that never finished lap number 1. We have 15 out on lap number 2. And we have 9 of them out on their 3rd and final lap. But again, once the white flag flew the first time for Paul Wolf, it flew for the rest of the field. So even if you were a lap down, that's your final lap.
I don't know the track.
Yep, white flag is out for everybody. The checker flag will be out for everybody as well. And Paul Wolf is not too far from getting that.
We've still got a good...
right, 20 minutes.
Yeah, another 10 plus miles.
Yeah. Can he keep it together is the question.
Speaking about that, heartbreaker for Dustin Robbins.
Yes.
And Nick Anderson. Nick Anderson is in the PCI pits. We saw the front end way towed out and the right rear flat. So they're assessing the situation. And now that they're having that kind of issues, hopefully they can get it fixed and get it ready for the next race.
Yeah. I think that would be the answer right there. If keep on going or not. Because technically Mark McCleary is pretty far in front of Anderson now. So right now Mark McCleary would have that number 3 spot. But there's also Cole Clark. I mean, I know they're all in different classes. Cole Clark,
Jeremy
Blackburn, and
Cody
then
Willenberg.
Also Jody Ford. So, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like physically on course is Paul Wolf, Nathan Parker, Mark McCleary, Cole Clark, Cody Willenborg, then Jody Ford. Well, Jody Ford and Jeremy Blackburn are neck and neck. And then the tracker updates. Shakes it up again. Don't forget to use the live.ultra4racing.com for the live timing. Go to Racing Tracks to get the tracker. And thanks for tuning in to the Ultra4 USA or the King of the Hammers YouTube pages. I think you've been active on the Ultra4 YouTube page, correct, Pam?
Yes. I should check over on the King of the Hammers one as well. I've just been on here watching this one.
Yeah, we're here at Ultra4.
Yeah.
So let's
but the King of the
it.
Hammers one too. Yep, exactly. There might be somebody else actually manning that one. I'm not 100%, but we're going through this one. And yes, John, that was Brett Harrell on there. Sorry about that.
Racing tomorrow afternoon.
Exactly.
And that orange 2-seat Horschel car. One of Horschel's original cars.
Let's go here and see what activity is going on King of the Hammers. Maybe.
What? Really? I can service here.
Wish somebody would turn the wind off.
It's been a long day with it, that's for sure. We started off at 7 o'clock with a meeting, and then at 8 o'clock we had a driver's meeting, and then we went straight into qualifying for the Youth 170s and then the Youth 1000s, and we are here towards the end of the UTV stock and open race, and then up next, the Pro Modified.
All right, yes, the same kind of activity over here on the King of the Hammers YouTube page. People stuck at work listening in.
Have some GBR fans, it looks like.
Okay, that's about it.
Ultimate Wrenching Commentary 2024.
It's been a great season, and we are here for the finals. Thanks to Warren Racing.
Open, who do we have here?
PSN Racing, that's one of the Dickey brothers, I believe. That was Cameron Dickey. 4th in class, 8th overall.
Okay. As this race is starting to slightly wind down, I'm wondering what's going on strategy-wise with the racers that are in the next race and in the pits right now. Like, my brain isn't working. The racer that's in the pits, Nick Anderson. Strategy. I'm sure he's probably not going back out on another lap, as we keep talking about. Miles, let's see, how long have we been racing so far for our 4900 open and stock classes?
Oh, about 2.5 hours now. We got 2 laps under our belt.
Yes, 2 hours and 27 minutes, and we were saying about probably 20 minutes left. Let's see where Paul Wolf is at on our racing tracks. And Paul Wolf is roughly before race mile 18, so he's getting ready to enter into that rock face area.
Oh, and he just updated. He has at race mile 18.
Okay, perfect. Oh, yours updated before my computer did. And then Nathan Parker still running physically in second on the race course. He is at roughly race mile 15. And then the next one back, whew, man, it's pretty far.
We're a ways, yeah.
It's Mark McCleary, and he's at 9.
Yeah. We still have a lot of cars still out there on course.
And then we'll make sure course is clear for the next race to start as well.
See some Cody Willenborg fans heading towards the Warren Racing start finish. patiently awaiting for him to come in.
Let's see where he is at. He is at race mile 8, going 42.3 miles per hour. Jeremy Blackburn's right in front of him at race mile 8 as well, but going 28. And then Cole Clark out in front of both of them. They're all roughly around the same race mile. Cole Clark going roughly 37 miles per hour.
The attrition has been high. Cars keep dropping like flies. This course is tough, and that's what you want a Nationals race to be. You want it to be hard.
Exactly. You know, it's kind of funny to watch and listen to the racers, and you know, some of the courses are like, oh, it's just way too easy. Like our cars aren't built for this. Our cars are built for hard stuff. Then you throw something hard at them,
and then they're like,
that's a little too much.
Oh,
well, ask and you shall receive, right?
100%. Yeah.
But that's what's so awesome about Crossbar is you get all of the above. You get the easy stuff and you get the hard stuff. It's you know, it's not a short course race, but it's also not a 100-mile loop. So
yeah, Brian Trotter and the Area 51 crew has really built a special course here at the Crossbar Ranch. 6,500 acres in the Arbuckle Mountains. They've got over 150 miles of trails, and they keep building trails every year.
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, and again, like we have said, they're open almost every day of the year.
Yeah, except for hunting season.
Except for hunting season, exactly. I don't know about you, but when I'm coming into here every morning, because we get out here.
Yeah, before the
sun's up.
Before the sunlight.
We got to watch for the deer.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. I've seen quite a few out here.
Yeah. Yesterday when I was heading out here to the track, as I was leaving the house that I'm staying in, we're on a little tiny lake area, and it is definitely a ton of deer.
And I got a special guest I'm going to hand my headset off to, Brian Fulcher.
Awesome. This is going to be a fun one. I don't want to jinx anything, though, but Brian Fulcher, right now, what is going through your head? Because Mr. Parker is out there right now running first in his class, but running second overall on the race course out here with all these heavy hitters.
You know, just try to keep him smooth and steady, stay race pace, and get back to the finish line because, like he says, to finish first, you got to finish the race first.
Exactly. So the reasoning, I don't know this because I haven't got to talk to you guys. Thank you so much, by the way. Let's start off with this. Thank you so much for all the work and effort you have been putting in with all the hurricane victims back in North Carolina,
yes,
our home
ma'am.
state.
It's heartbreaking to see those people. They're in a lot of need. They need help. They've got all the food and water resources they need now. They just need help.
They need help, exactly. And you've been there pretty much since you guys could get in there, and I know that you guys have been working so effortlessly there and selfishly helping everybody. But you got home, you got out here to Crossbar Ranch, and Nathan's out there running solo.
He is. He's like the solo kid. I swear he just gets his mind focused and he's going to do what he does. He said, just stay in the pits and keep me going.
That's awesome. It's I've been talking with Casey through text message, and she said he had a flat at one point. Was stopping at remote pit 2 to get the flat. You have to get out of the car. Did he find a team that would help him change?
Well, so we had Jeb at,
you did,
at
okay.
number 2. We just didn't have nobody out at the far remote pit.
Okay.
So, yeah, the tires are holding up. EFX, thank them. You know, those tires are great, and they didn't even know which tire was flat when he come in. He could feel it though. So
that's what's really cool. Okay, so you guys couldn't tell which one it was or whatnot, but yet he could feel it, and that's what is so important with him being such a young driver and the experience that he's getting. He knows what to do or what the car's doing, and something's wrong with it, like a flat tire, or he knows how to fix it even.
Yep. So he's been having a great year. He started off with hammers, you know, qualified 4th out of all the pros, you know, first time out, 14 years old, and I was just blown away and amazed by that. But you know, leading up to hammers, my whole team, we you know, went 20 days. We put down our favorite thing for God, and you know, it just shows you putting God first. There's nothing you can't do if He's in your corner. Yeah, God help everybody else on the track, you know what I mean?
Right,
so,
exactly.
You know, he had a couple mishaps this year, but he's coming back strong, and he finishes strong today. He should have this thing wrapped up, we hope. So.
Right, exactly. I mean, he is roughly right now, let me update my tracker because we've been tracking this the whole entire time, obviously, and I know you guys probably back at your pits have been doing the same thing, but he's doing such an amazing job, like we're saying, running with all of these, top drivers out there. I mean, you've got Paul Wolf that's out there with him running. Let's see here. I got to get all zoomed in.
You know what's funny with Paul is, Jeb's out there screaming at Nathan, don't worry about that yellow car. Run your race. Leave Paul alone. Paul's in his own world. Just don't try to keep up with Paul. And, it's hard for Nathan because he's a racer. He's very competitive, and he's always going to be that way. He's his daddy's son. So, Robert did very well with that youngin'. I'll say it all the time. I think Nathan's the Michael Jordan of the off-road world. He's up and coming.
You do say that a lot. And, Paul Wolf, we always say he's like a machine because he's like racing in every single class. It seems like I could see Nathan being that kind of person.
So Nathan's got to get his mind right because Paul is in a great place. Like, he is very, what is the word I'm looking for? He's working out. He's doing his ice baths and all this stuff. He's just calculated and trying to get in shape. And, these races help a lot with these guys running 2-a-days like we used to call them at football practice and getting them in shape for hammers.
Right, exactly. I mean, and this is a great workout if you want to put it that way too, with him being that. Let's see, I just saw somebody over here. I don't think it's Paul. No, that's not Paul. But it's definitely something that we were talking about that earlier. It's not just getting your mind right. It's getting your body right. It's being physically right, eating right, working out like Paul is doing. His whole family's been doing that. But Nathan being 15 years old, I mean,
he's kind of got
he's
the
a young
one
kid.
Up on everybody.
Exactly.
I look at him and I pre-ran with him out in Oklahoma last year, and I hurt for 3 days. It's like, and he's just ready to hit it and go again. I'm like, boy, I wish I was 15 years old again. But, and let's talk about Dustin Robbins. Man, what a year he had.
I know.
It's unfortunate what's happened to him today, but, he's got his mind right, too. You know, I've seen the transition this year. He's just doing a few things different, and he's doing great. Like, I hate it for him, but he's going to come back.
Yes, exactly. I mean, exactly. He's done some changes in lifestyle and everything, and getting your mind right is definitely a key thing to do when you're doing a sport like this. Like we were talking about, you got your basketball players, your football players, and all of that have to be physically shaped. But this, these race cars, like you said, you were hurting for a few days after you got out of the car. Nathan was ready to go again, but that's what it's all about and why you need to have that physically in shape body as well as not only mental.
Well, now, so we've taken Nathan out of school. He homeschools, and he's going to be going up and staying with Kyle a lot. And Kyle is he is ice bath, workout. I mean, he's tip-top shape. And, Kyle is a great
he's a great mentor, too.
He's teaching all of us. He's a great one to learn from.
Well, he became a part of Team Momentum as well.
Absolutely, and it all, God had his plan, and it all fell in place. It was, unfortunate with Robert because I loved him, but Kyle came in on the scene at the perfect time to help us pick up the pieces and move forward. And Nathan ain't looked back yet.
He's just taking it all in and learning.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what's really good. I mean, and Nathan, I mean, how old? 5 years old when he started doing the mud racing?
So I think he was 4 with the mud, and then his daddy got him into GNCC racing, and he's always done something. He don't like basketball. He don't like any of the sports, but his daddy made him play all the sports to keep him in shape year-round. And it was smart, And when he won't play sports, he was in the shop with wrenches.
You know what it does? Teaches discipline, too.
Absolutely.
Playing a team sports like that teaches discipline. But, I mean, your boys, and Parker, all the Parker kids, very highly respect those kids because you can tell that they respect everybody else.
Well, I tell everybody all the time, I'm all about the kids. I don't care about nobody else. And that's what we need. We need this youth to step up and let's invest more time and money in our youth and keep this stuff going. And that's what it's going to take.
Exactly. And you guys are doing an amazing job with it. I mean, how many 170 cars do you guys have? Do we not want to count?
Yeah. My garage is full of everything. I just can't keep up anymore. My wife tells me all the time, every time you buy a new car, I get a new horse, and I'm like, yeah, we only own 3 cars.
I'm not buying no more.
We ain't got no more.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, between all the racing that you guys do, I mean, you guys do have so many. You have a fleet.
Yes.
You can open up your own power sports store.
Well, that's what I said when we went to Mud Nationals. I was bringing a dealership and a bunch of kids.
I know when we show up to those races and you have your whole. I'm just saying with here with all of the cars you have. When we show up to the mud races, it looks like a showroom floor out there, and then 5 minutes later, once they get in the mud,
yeah, that's right. But
slightly used.
We try to be well-rounded. Robert brought us up in the mud, and then we had to branch out to get to a bigger platform. And Tony Ramos, man, he's doing a hell of a job with the mud world. Ultra4 trying to get back where they're going, and King of Hammers coming up. We're doing some desert racing this year. The Mavar is on point, so we're coming.
You're busy.
So busy. If everybody knew just what it takes to wake up and just start thinking the stuff I have to think about every morning.
Well, it's not about waking up. It's like, do you actually go to sleep and shut your brain off?
I don't think it ever quits. I have to tell it to, but it's fine.
Yeah, it's definitely a busy world that you guys live in, and it's awesome to see these kids, though. You guys, coming into the Ultra4 world and us meeting you, or me personally meeting you too, it's been a blessing. You guys are a great family, just like everybody else in this Ultra4 world. But seeing your kids progress, and now seeing Peanut up in the the Youth 1000 class, 11 years old, out there racing today. I mean, super cool.
He loves it, and we build a track at home. Most of the racing's out west, so I had to do something. We can't keep driving west to practice, so we built a 14-acre track there, and they're getting ready to start practicing every week, give us another edge, because
seat time.
If you stand still, the next person's going to come up and take it from you, so you got to keep moving.
Right, exactly. 100% agree with you on that.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm going to let you get over there with your team. I see Mama over there, so let you guys get over there. I see Miles over here finishing up his energy drink. But we'll see you guys right here at the finish line, and
absolutely. Hope we'll be taking the checker flag first on the top of the box.
As well, if it stays as it is right now, you got a good deal in mind of that for sure. But Paul Wolf, he's roughly about 22 right now, and it looks like Nate is almost to race mile 20, so almost here.
I would love for Nathan every race to stay behind Paul and just watch everything he does, because he's great to watch. What an athlete. He's good. He's really, really good. So
that's what I'm saying. It's like a machine. I don't even know if he's actually human.
I don't think so either. We were watching YouTube the other day. 20 million views on that video where he flipped that car and it kept going by the pond. Have you seen that?
Oh, I haven't seen
20
that.
20 million views. I'm like, dang, Paul, go get it, son. I hear you.
Well, and it's all about certain, he's getting seat time in so many different things, just like your boys are and your whole entire team. But between the short course racing and mud racing, and Paul's been branching out and doing a lot of other stuff as well. So
absolutely.
Once you're, like you said, if you stand still,
somebody else is going to get hungry and come get it.
Exactly, 100%. But yeah, so hopefully we see him coming through here in just a few minutes. But thank you so much, Brian.
Thank you for everything you do, Pam.
Oh, you're very welcome. Very welcome. All right, we're going to bring Miles back on over here and let Brian get back to team momentum. But yes, we have Paul Wolf is still physically out in front. He's roughly at race mile 22, going 14.9 miles per hour.
And now I see Uncle Robert over here ready to hoot and holler for his boy Paul Wolf. And what a great chat you just had with Brian Fulcher. And I heard you guys talk about the kids and what all they do, and it's such a great thing he's got going. And Nathan Parker, that guy's got a bright spot in our future. Oh, and we're here there's Hell's Gate straight ahead. There's an option to go left, or you can go straight. He does take the bypass. It's a little bit longer, and this takes us to the Warren Waterfall right here.
So there is some water in there. I wasn't sure. I thought it was a little dried up.
At the bottom of each of those climbs, there is a little bit of water.
Okay.
But how cool is that to have that Believe Cam drone there at the back section at Hell's Gate?
Yes.
And there's a pretty good crowd back there.
When I was talking to Brian, they did show this view, and I was in the middle of conversation, so I didn't want to cut it short right there, but it was such a great view to see. And let's see, I see some dust. Not sure who it is that is coming around here, but I do see a little bit of dust in the air. But Miles, we have a race still going on with a lot of cars still out on the track. But Paul Wolf is roughly at race mile 23. But there is the 4911 right there.
Trent
Roberts is who I saw going through that Hell's Gate area whenever I was talking to Brian.
Still making some good work, huh?
Exactly.
So we have some Trent Roberts fans back home rooting him on. He's still going. He's got another lap to go.
Yes, and Nathan Parker going roughly about 18.6 miles per hour at race mile 20. But definitely have a lot of stuff going on the course. All right, I'm going to move right back over here to our Ultra4 USA YouTube.
I see Van Eperen.
All right, so that I believe is Rodney, because Owen was back just quite a ways.
And there is Rodney Van Eperen in that R-Max Yamaha sponsored machine. Doing a little R&D with Ultra4 USA.
Yes, and we are out here at Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma for our Warren Racing Ultra4 USA Nationals. And there we do have Owen going through. Or not Owen.
And there's Brandon Anderson back there at the Hell's Gate area. We'll follow him along. I'm going to assume he bypasses. You saw the orange arrows just that he just passed with an either or there as he's heading up the Warren Waterfalls. Dancing back and forth just a little bit. And this is dry, Pam.
Yeah.
So just imagine when it's wet back there. It's really gnarly.
Well, we've been here when there's been more water back there, and it was not as fun for the racers. And of course, you know, the cars, the electrical parts of these cars does not like the water.
Yeah, last year when we had our race at Disney, Oklahoma, one of my favorite races, I love it there. That's where I started. That's where I broke my teeth wheeling. It's amazing, but you have to go through water there. And it really threw some fits to some of those guys and gals.
Yes, for sure. Okay, Paul Wolf is roughly at race mile 24.
3 miles to go for the checkered flag to be flying for Paul Wolf.
So Paul Wolf, Nathan Parker, the next person in line is Jeremy Blackburn.
Wow,
and he
third
is at
overall?
16. He's all the way back at race mile 16. So,
but that's still impressive for that. By that.
Right now, yes. I mean, until it could update and it could change a little bit, but that's where we see Jeremy. And then we have the 24 of Cole Clark, the 529 of Cody Willenborg, and then the 140 of Jody Ford. And then Mark McCleary, the number 717.
There's a great shot of our Warren Racing studio. It's kind of hanging out on the side of the hill. Ultra4 USA.
It's warmed up, though.
It has, yeah.
You know
the wind's
why?
still blowing.
It's because the sun's going down. It's now on our
legs.
legs.
Now it's on my leg.
We have the heater on our legs.
We got the heater on, finally. And look at the Arbuckle Mountains here at the Crossbar Ranch. 6,500 acres. It is absolutely beautiful here. We get to see a lot of cool, a lot of cool parts of the country all over the place.
Yes, we do.
Now, we were just down in Baja, Mexico, saw that. We're heading up to Pennsylvania next year. We get to go to California. I mean, everywhere. I love it.
Everywhere. Back to Tennessee. Everywhere. North Dakota. Wait, South Dakota.
South Dakota. Sturgis?
One of those Dakotas.
Yeah.
Back to Crandon.
Oh, Crandon's a beautiful place up there as well. I love the big house. I love all the little lakes everywhere up there. We get to go back to Vegas to Reno. I've never been to Laughlin, so I'm excited
Laughlин's
to
fun.
check that one out. I've heard some good things about that, so we'll finish off the year there.
It's a great course. At Laughlin, I don't know what our loop will be because I know it's combined with Best in the Desert, but we used to race, I think it was like a 16 or 17 mile loop, but there's this one area called Moon Rocks, and everyone thinks, oh, it's Moon Rocks, it's easy. No, it's not. It's a fun, you'll like it.
Perfect.
You'll like it. You jump the highway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've seen that. That's Laughlin. All right.
That's Laughlin.
Oh,
yeah.
There's Paul Wolf, possibly. I think it is.
I think that is Paul Wolf.
I think that's Paul Wolf, our physical race leader.
So that would put him.
Cam drone.
That puts him at about 24 and a half, if that's where he's at tracker-wise to where we're seeing on the screen. Well, yeah, that is definitely Paul Wolf.
Our physical race leader is coming this way.
Look how you can tell he's taking it easy. I mean, that's all rocks right there. You can see it.
Just bounce around. And think, that car gets to do this all over again.
Hey.
I assume they'll change a belt. I assume they'll inspect the tires, and hopefully Paul can take at least a little bit of a breather and get out of the car for a moment. But he's a glutton for punishment.
You know what's going to be good about it? The warm seat's already warm, but here he's
And
coming
here
in
he
right
is.
here.
We have physical eyes on Paul Wolf, our physical leader in the open class. Started on the pole, battled it out with a couple of them, but it looks like the checkered flag will be flying for Paul Wolf, our unofficial winner for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals in the open class. Great run, Paul Wolf with Wolf Racing.
Good job by Paul Wolf. He finished, the last lap was actually his fastest lap of the day with a 54:37.5.
And the all four Nitto tires still look like they're in great shape. Oh, and there's physical race leader, or physical second, Nathan Parker
at the waterfall?
Waterfall.
Yeah, so Nathan Parker still has the fastest lap of the race, though, at a 54:34. So Paul Wolf almost beat it, but he was 3 seconds off.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
All right. Let's
so
go
Nathan
back.
did have a flat tire, right? Is that what slowed him up? Yeah. Oh, the whole first lap. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so Nathan Parker had to run almost an entire lap on a flat tire. Definitely what cost him a little bit of time.
All right, so Paul Wolf in, as we just saw, getting that blue teardrop on there now for the finish. Nate Parker is roughly around 23, going 14.9 miles per hour, but we did see that he's back there in the waterfall section. All right, Nathan Parker still trucking along, and as you can see the screen, that is the beautiful terrain that our racers are going through. Miles getting some information over here. Miles is here chatting with Mr. Rimreed. Miles, I'm going to step away for just a second. We're going to bring on Todd. It's
Perfect.
Todd's turn. Todd was out there
Rimreed.
racing, so we'll get some info on him.
And while he gets his headset on, I was talking to Uncle Robert with Paul Wolf. I said, what are you going to do to the car? He's like, oh, check. He's going to change the belt, check over everything, and see what's happening with the car. I said, what are you waiting on? He's already finished. Head on over there. All right, so we have Todd Rimmery joining us in the booth. How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. How you doing, bud?
Oh, I'm having a great time. So I saw you over there. I didn't expect you to see you in your street clothes already.
Right.
So what happened out there?
Well, I qualified earlier this morning,
Yep.
but a week ago I had eye surgery, and
blind in one eye out, can't see out of the other, or what?
Well, I made the mistake of forgetting my eye drops that had prescription in them. So after qualifying, which I did pretty good, 15 out of the 30. So
yeah, that's pretty
I
respectable.
was laying in the camper, and I couldn't see out of the left eye. It was just the sensitivity of the sun, and so I got a prescription in town, so I went and got that, but Tyler decided he was going to jump in and fill in for me.
So Tyler is here.
Yeah, he was racing for me.
Oh.
Yeah.
I missed that completely. Sorry.
We were trying to give Tyler a little time to recover from all the crazy racing we did this year, but he jumped in.
He's been on fire.
Yeah, and so he was killing it. I mean, he was up to 5th position, and I helped him change a tire in RP2, and his skid plate was hanging down a little low.
Okay.
And by the time he made it to RP1, it was dragging down and was actually dragging in the dirt. And so after he actually passed RP1 and decided he better roll in, and so he came in backwards. And
backwards on.
Liam was right there, and he says, we can't do that.
Yep,
so
that's part of the rules.
But as far as racing
Whoops.
goes, we pulled the car in 100% healthy. Tyler's
right.
good, so we're just waiting for our brother-in-law now, Kurt Mackey, to
Kurt the
to come
Rocket
across.
Mackey, right?
Yeah.
And
So-
he's new to that car, right? He used to
Yeah,
race
he just-
RS1.
Yep, he was RS1. Jason Watt just built that to him. They delivered it to the track.
Yeah, Mav-R, man,
Yeah.
that thing looks beautiful.
Yeah, and him and I are going to race that together at KOH.
No doubt,
Yeah.
that'll be fun.
Yeah, he likes the more desert, and I'm going to do the rocks up
Okay.
at KOH. So,
Perfect.
yeah.
So swap up a little bit. Are you going to co-drive for each other too, or?
I'm gonna co-drive in the desert, and then we're gonna switch.
Okay, so you'll stay in the car together the whole time.
and I'll
Just
run the
switch
rocks.
seats.
So-
All right, that sounds like
Yeah.
a good time. There's some of our fans rooting on some of their favorite racers out there. I believe this may be
That's
Kurt Mackey.
That is
yeah.
Kurt, yeah.
I believe he is a lap down, but he does grab the checkered flag.
He won't mind not having to finish another lap.
No doubt.
Some of these guys just went out for another lap. I felt bad for them.
Oh, they still got
That little
lot to
Armax
go.
has got a whole other lap to do.
Oh, man. That's a long one for those guys, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you guys been racing up at Champ, Nitro Cross, Ultra4. You've been busy.
Yeah, we enjoy. I personally enjoy the Ultra4 the most.
I mean, that's kind of near and dear to my heart.
Yeah,
obviously.
A little bit of everything, and the short courses. You just got to have.
It's wide open the whole time.
Yeah, and it's 10 minutes, so a lot can go wrong, and then you're just out. So.
And that's what I like about this. I mean, they're racing for 2.5, 3 hours.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So more bang for your buck.
You get tired, you come in, you change it, and you're back in it.
Exactly. And people have won after having issues. I mean, look at King of the Hammers. You can not have a perfect day and still win that race.
Well, Tyler lost the front diff in the desert section, came into main pit,
swapped it all out,
changed it, and then went out, and then he was able to finish the race. So
it's pretty impressive.
Well, hey, good to see you, Miles. Yep. I'm going to head over to.
All right.
Kurt's been back at the pit now. So.
All right. Well, Todd, a pleasure, and good seeing you. We'll see you around, buddy.
Yep. Thanks.
All right. So Todd Rimreed checking in with us, having a quick little chat. Thank you, buddy. So we're waiting for a few more to come through. But it is Paul Wolf, the only one who has finished all 3 laps thus far. We should be saying Nathan Parker here in just a little bit. Oh, looks like Brandon Anderson hit the accelerometer at race mile 24, so that's probably rock face, but he is moving again. So he just had a hard hit on that worn waterfall, I believe. And we are back at the rock face. We have our FPV drone sitting there, probably getting ready to take off, chase some more cars. Now we're back here with Jake on Believe Cam, hovering above, waiting for our next competitor to come through, who should be Nathan Parker. So this is the 4900 Open and Stock class. Up next will be Pro Modified, all a part of the 2024 Warn Racing National Championships. We have one more race to go after this one. We still have a lot of racers out on course, but Paul Wolf has physically finished first in the open class. And it looks like Nathan Parker should finish first in the stock class. I saw a car, just a glimpse of one. That's Brandon Caveman Anderson. We heard him have a hard hit, but he is moving, and we see him back on course, and him and his wife Jess out of Stacy, Minnesota with Caveman Racing. So Paul Wolf is here in town with Wolf Racing.
Oh, and you went over and talked to Uncle Robert. What is it they're going to do for that car for the next race?
They're going to change the belt for sure, and then just check the car over. It's pretty impressive if it can take a beating like that and keep on rocking and rolling.
Yeah.
As we see the 131 of James Boone as he's bypassing Hell's Gate right there on the right.
I wonder if anybody's hit Hell's Gate. Do you have anybody there?
Well, we do now.
Well, informational?
I do not.
Okay. Well, you have people all over, so I'm wondering. All right, so Nathan Parker is almost to race mile 26, so he'll be making his way in here in just a moment.
So the checkered flies for Brandon Caveman Anderson. He is 1 lap down, but the car still looks like it's healthy. Giving some thumbs up.
All right, I just saw a car, but I didn't quite see what it looked like.
Oh, that is Nathan Parker.
There he is.
First in the stock classes, coming here to town.
So he has one more turn, and the checkered flag is out.
Oh, and he is blasting through there, giving everything he's got. And remember, adjusted time. This could be interesting.
All right, I'm going to go to live scoring because this is live updating right now.
And there is Nathan Parker.
Nathan Parker, yes. In the number 2 spot right now, unofficially overall.
Looks like he is about 5 minutes behind Paul Wolf, but what a great run.
Now Mama can breathe. She said, now I can breathe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, look, that's looks like 5 minutes, 18 seconds. But hey, that's just overall. He's first in class. All in good fun.
Love it. All right.
And look at Mama running over there, going to check on her baby.
That's why I wish I could run with her and get some of that footage because she's like, I'm going to cry. I'm like, oh, I love it. I love it. The family and the moms and the wives and everybody that's super excited for it.
The emotions are running high. That is for sure.
Yes. I mean, he literally, 15 years old, just soloed that race and got second overall and first in class. So good job by Nathan Parker, unofficially in that number 2 spot overall.
Super exciting for that young man.
Yes, and Paul Wolf, man, again, turning around and going right back out.
We'll see if he can back up his win. He just went out there, and you just said he threw his fastest lap down on his third lap. So now he's got the advantage out there over some of his other competitors. He knows the course. He knows where it's starting to fall apart. He knows what rocks have moved and what rocks are out of the way. Paul Wolf is comfortable right now, but can that Can-Am take another 3 laps across bar?
Oh, yes.
Woo! That's tough. That's hard on equipment, I'll promise.
It's hard on equipment, and especially because Paul's such a hard driver, too. He should get those hard charger awards all the time, but he builds his machines. He preps his machines. He does everything to those possible. So if he was feeling anything weird on that car, you know he's going to go back to his pit and he's going to do a whole once-over. We've seen Paul Wolf get out at a pit fully suited to figure out what was going on or change something, I can't remember what it was, during a race because he knew exactly what it was instead of trying to explain it to his pit crew. Let's see, and he qualified 3rd in the next race. So next up is the modified race in 3rd position. So he's going to be fighting some dust.
Yep, he's going to have a little bit of dust ahead of him.
I wonder if we need to get some information on Nick Anderson. I wonder if he's going to end up back out because he qualified number 2. Cole Clark is still out on the race course right now. He qualified number 1.
Let's go to Racing Tracks. Is he still at remote pit?
Yeah, let me look here.
Number 1.
Let me refresh here. And let me go here. Again, to everybody at home, if you want to look at this, you can go to livemap.racingtracks.com.
And then you have to click the open and the stock class. And yes, he is. Oh,
he's still there.
Nick Anderson's still
but that does, just
remote
because,
pit 1.
Just because that's still there doesn't mean he's not at a different. Does he have 2 cars?
I believe he's only got 1. I'm pretty sure he's only got the 1 car.
Well, they're probably wrenching on it.
Yeah.
Then. Hey, you got all your tools there.
The front end was tore up.
Right. I forgot he's towed out.
Yeah. So hopefully he can get that car back in business.
And where is Cole Clark? Let's see where Cole Clark is, because Cole Clark is our number 1 qualifier for the next segment. Obviously, we know he has a different car for the next class.
Oh, yeah. Cole Clark has his pre-runner out there racing now.
Pre-run class. Cole Clark right now is at race mile 20, going 31. Here, listen to this, though. Here's something to think about. Paul Wolf, who's racing right now, coming up again, is already in. Now he gets a little bit of rest, right?
Good call on that one.
Cole Clark still has 7 miles to go, and pretty much it's going to be a turn and burn.
So exactly what you're saying. Paul Wolf has a time for his body to rest a little bit.
Yes,
but he's racing the same car.
Right.
Cole Clark is going to have a fresh car, but be a little more wore out.
Yeah.
So that's a little interesting play of turns.
Yeah.
See how that shakes out, and who's in that 2nd position? Oh, Nick Anderson. We'll see if he makes it. I don't know.
Exactly, and then Dustin Robbins in that 4th position.
Let's talk about this, Pam. So. Cole Clark's going to take off first. If Nick Anderson does not take off, Paul Wolf will actually have a little bit of clean air because he won't have to fight through. It's 1 minute increments, but he'll take off 2 minutes behind Cole Clark.
Right, exactly. I believe that's the black. That might be Barth.
Okay, Justin Barth.
Might be Barth because I think that was him, kind of limping it along. He was stopped there for a while, but.
Here's Mark McCleary back at the Warren Waterfall section. Really cool area. And making quick work with that Maverick R. Oh, then came to a complete stop.
I wonder if he was maybe in low gear.
Well, no, because that's a Maverick R, so that's
that's true.
A manual.
That is Justin Barth.
Justin Barth. Looks like he has a right rear flat tire, so that's why he's
off
pace.
Yeah, you can totally see it.
But he's got a spare. It looks like it's intact, so I'm kind of surprised him and
not,
Paul don't pull over and change it.
He's not far from here, though, I don't think. Where this drone is, I'm pretty sure he's just like over here to our right.
There. Oh, yeah, okay. I thought he was pulling over to change it, but
I think he's almost here.
I love the rock and roll on top of the roof.
I think, but you know what, Miles? I can just go to racing tracks. I can see exactly where Justin Barth is.
Yeah, stop thinking and start looking. And look at this car dance.
Yeah, see?
Okay, so he's right almost here.
Yep, exactly.
Remember that rock wall? Oh, and here he comes. I've got physical eyes on Justin Barr. So he's one more turn to go, and the checkered flag will fly. He is a lap down, but his race will be over for today.
And then he gets to turn around and race all over again tomorrow.
He will be in the EMC race in his 4800 Jimmy's car tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. sharp. Everything is Central Time here in Oklahoma. So if you're watching right now, we appreciate it. Be sure to stay tuned the rest of the night, and then 8 a.m. sharp will kick off the next races, or tomorrow's races. Up next will be the Pro Modified. Justin Barth's car looks like it's in great shape other than a tire. Oh, and there is Jeremy Blackburn back there at the Hell's Gate.
Oh,
he's thinking about it. Oh, come on. No, he was going from high to low right there.
Exactly.
And now he's heading up the Warren Waterfall. Does a little hop, skip, and a jump. Makes quick work of that. I believe he will be our next competitor to finish his lead lap. What race mile is Blackburn at?
Blackburn is, let's see, he's right here. He is roughly race mile 22.
Okay,
almost
22.
Almost to 22.
So 22 is Rockface.
Except Rockface is over here on the map.
Oh, not Rockface, Hell's Gate.
Hell's Gate.
Trying to take some notes to keep everything flowing as best we can for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. Thank you to everybody for tuning in. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are towards the end of the stock and open UTV race. Up next, Pro Modified.
Yes, and let's do a little thing here. Owen Van Eperen
and look
is
at this.
not moving. Oh, there's Cole Clark.
Physical fourth, Cole Clark.
All right.
At the Hell's Gate, and he was taking that line last time here, and everybody is bypassing it. We'll see if he does that in the Pro Mod car. I'm super stoked to have that FPV here at this spot to show you how amazing Crossbar actually is.
As he disappears into the trees.
There's multiple lines back there at that area. And you can see that Brannick orange tape at the bottom of your screen, keeping everybody on course.
Yes, well, we have a little bit of time, Miles. Let's talk about what it takes to get a race course put together whenever it comes down to marking it, spectator areas.
It comes to pre-trip. You have to come here, make sure it checks all the boxes. Is it spectator friendly? Yes. Mm-hmm. Is the race course awesome? Yes. I mean, it takes a little bit of everything. And then you got to make a course.
Right.
You have to come out here with GPS, make the course. And then once you get all that figured out, you set a date,
right,
and then you have everybody show up.
Right.
Back to your point, you start marking course, and then you have to figure out where you're going to park all your racers,
mm-hmm,
where pits are going to be, where the race course is going to be, and start marking. I mean, there's a lot behind the scenes.
Well, and on top of that, like you were just saying, the Brannick caution tape right there, there are so many race areas that we go to, race courses or areas that have multiple routes in. So what we have to do is we have to block that, because obviously sometimes, if you're not looking at your GPS, you come up to, all these different Ys, right? And you want to make sure that you don't have your racers go the wrong direction, or you don't want anybody entering into the race course. So you put that caution tape up, and that helps keep them on course, like you were just saying. And you can see a perfect example of the caution tape right there. There's multiple lines in on the race course there to the right. So it just keeps everybody on course, like you said.
I believe that's Mark McCleary. And we had just saw, well, I think I'm wrong.
131.
That's Boone then, right?
Well.
Yep, James Boone. Great to see him still moving for his first Ultra4 USA race. And just like that, wind picks back up and it starts to chill back off.
And here Boone comes around. He's going to be making a right-hand turn, one last right-hand turn of the race, and it looks like Owen Van Efren's little red mark on his tracker is now gone.
Here's Rockface. We haven't seen this shot all day, so it's starting to come. Everything's starting to fall into place, Pam.
So that's Cameron Dickey, the number 69 Kawasaki.
And he is at
race mile 19.
Race mile 19.
And there we have the 131 taking the checkered flag.
He is a lap down, but finishes his first Ultra4 race. And for finishing points, you have to get 2/3 of your race. Well, guess what? 2 laps out of 3 is 2/3, Pam. I don't know if you're doing your math.
I was looking at the tracker. I wasn't paying attention.
There's a great shot of Rockface. So if you're anywhere in the area, head there now for the Pro Mod race or tomorrow. That's where EMC and 4400. It's a great spectator area. And then here's our hot pits, or our main pits, our pro pits for Ultra4 USA.
And the 131 of James Boone is the one we just now saw come in. Next up should be Mark McCleary and Jeremy Blackburn and Cole Clark.
There's our Believe Cam drone coming down to land. Swap out some batteries and get ready for the next one. That sun's starting to get in your eyes a little bit, Pam?
Just a little bit. Thank goodness I have a hat on.
So just think of that. That's going to be in the racer's eyes here in just a little bit.
Dust and the sun going down is never fun.
And then it's going to get dark. It's going to get cold. They're going to get scared out there.
As you were talking about Rockface, you know, I was thinking to myself, and you said, oh, if you're in the area, go head out there. I'm thinking to myself, Rockface is going to be so difficult to navigate through at night.
Oh, yeah. The shadows are going to be interesting.
The shadows are going to be interesting 100%, but also there's no lights back there. It's pitch dark, so it's whatever you have on your car. Thank goodness there's a full moon. Maybe the full moon will help just a little bit. I mean, it's not a full moon now. It was a couple days ago, but maybe that'll help a little bit being bright. I don't know, but we'll see. It's going to be pitch black out there, though.
I've seen a few full moons out here at Crossbar.
Yeah, and they're beautiful in this open sky down here. Okay, there's one of our recovery crew.
Thanks, Area 51.
Hey, brother, what you shooting on?
A lot of great spectators back there.
Okay.
And now we flip back to Hell's Gate area. So those are our 2 main rock obstacles.
Sponsor, like,
I wish. I wish. Shoot, I seriously upgrade.
In any minute, we should see the rest of our racers coming in here.
So I think for the Pro Mod class, half will be in daylight and half will be in the dark.
Finishing?
Yeah.
I don't think we'll have anybody. I don't know if we'll have anybody finishing completely in the dark. I mean, the daylight. It's 5:30.
No, I said half of their race will be daylight and half of their race will be in the dark.
I thought you meant finishers.
No, it'll be pitch black when the
so,
checkered flag flies for the Pro Mod class.
I was thinking, are you okay, Miles? I know that.
Oh, you just don't listen to me.
Twist your words around.
It's been a long day, but it's been a fun day. I always love working with you, Pam.
4 a.m. wake-ups are fun.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I don't have to do hair and makeup.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
So I get to sleep until 5.
Actually, it was a 5 o'clock wake-up.
I'm Troy.
Tomorrow will be 4.
Hold on, I gotta get this guy coming in.
Yeah, hair and makeup, you guys are lucky. All right, and here we have Mark McCleary coming in and taking the checkered flag.
So that is physical 3rd and 2nd in class. What a great run for Turned Up Racing, Mark McCleary. Now he'll switch. Does he switch cars? I believe he has 2 cars here, right? He has 2 cars for sure.
There was 2 earlier.
Yeah, so I think
yes, there were 2 qualifying earlier. Yes.
Yep. So he'll swap cars and head back out. So 3rd overall and 2nd in the class for the stock class, Mark McCleary with Turned Up Racing out of Reddick, Florida. Great run for him. See some of the young kids out here spectating, starting to throw little rocks, having fun. That's what you do out here, right?
Yep. I think that they have a few rocks to choose from.
I've got a few rocks on the desk here holding some papers down.
Here, we need to take a picture of your paperweights.
Of the office?
Of the office.
Do you shoot raw? Do you shoot like?
It's all about the gram. Right? That's what we say.
Okay.
But right now, it's all about our racers still, with Paul Wolf unofficially still in that #1 spot, and Nathan Parker #1 in class, #2 overall.
Dabble with photography.
And it sounds like my buddy Jeff Flanagan may have lost his Milwaukee Impact on the short course. So if any of our racers or volunteers out there find one, Jeff Flanagan, or bring it to me, I'll hook up with him. But yeah, if we could find a half-inch Milwaukee Impact, that would be appreciated.
Nice rigs right now. It's taking me 6 years to build those
things. Okay, I just now saw Mr. Jeremy Blackburn coming into the finish. He was setting 3rd in class and 5th overall. Once he crosses the line, let's see where that puts him. Obviously, we know Dustin Robbins is not still moving on race course. But Jeremy Blackburn coming in, taking the checkered flag.
Wow, and on adjusted time, he does get 2nd position.
2nd position, yes.
So physical 4th, but 2nd in class. 3rd overall, Jeremy Blackburn. What a great run, buddy.
Yes.
For the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. And David Clay with Racing Tracks told me that Justin Barth cut course to get back to the finish line a little sooner. I'm sure he knew that. He had a flat tire. He didn't care. He was just getting back here.
Right.
So obviously he is not in contention for a podium, but we're just keeping everybody honest. He's watching.
So let's mention that. So he cut course to get back here. If he would have stayed on the course, he could have potentially been a roadblock for people that were trying to get in here for a podium position. So that could be something else. Don't know if Justin Barth was thinking about that, but that would be a great strategy if it was what happened with him. All right, let's see. We have another. I think this is Cole Clark actually coming in for the finish.
How long you been doing it?
I caught a glimpse of it, but I'm pretty sure.
I missed it.
Started in college. That's when we had film.
Pretty positive
like a
it is.
Photography class or something?
I got an eye on the corner, and it is Cole Clark grabbing the checkered flag with the slightly heated podcast and elevated smoke.
So that puts him 4th in class and 5th overall.
Wow. So he is in the stock class. We only have one in the open class. That's Paul Wolf. And then 1st in stock is Nathan Parker. 2nd is Jeremy Blackburn. And 3rd is Mark McCleary. All unofficial until we dot our I's and cross our T's. But it's looking good for those 3. So 4th place looks like goes to Cole Clark. So he's going to hop out of this car here in just a moment. Oh, he's giving thumbs up to Jeremy Blackburn. They had a lot of fun out there ripping it up. Now, Cole Clark will go hop in his single-seat Can-Am Pro Modified car with methanol injection on it. He's got the hot rod in there.
Hot rod in there.
And he gets to run it back-to-back.
I just saw another car coming in here to the finish.
That's Cody Willenborg.
Yep. Cody Willenborg probably will.
That'll be 2nd
and
open.
2nd, yeah, 2nd and open.
I believe.
Exactly.
So it'll be 6th overall, but 2nd in class.
So Cameron Dickey would be the next one to come in then.
That's a lot,
right?
Probably so.
I looked into it. It's a lot. Yeah.
So Cody Willenborg, last turn to go. The checkered flag flies for Cody Willenborg with that AMS machine.
2nd in class, 6th overall. Good job.
What a great run for him.
Because didn't he have a rollover at the beginning?
Look at it. He's missing lots of plastics. So to be able to adapt and overcome, what a great run for him.
Heck yeah.
There's John Goodby, Mr. Ultra4 USA, checking everything out. Giving him a little smile. I love the war stories after the race. There's Benji, one of our core Ultra4 USA volunteers out there running the course, making sure everything is safe and sound.
Just now, my two real rigs, they're both mirrorless, and like I said, it's taken me 5 years to get them, but
yeah, but it's worth it because
it's worth it. It's worth it, bro.
And I said, I need something to shoot faster, and that guy let me use his $9,000 camera. I said, I don't want to. He said, why? I said, why?
So the podium is unofficially filled up for the stock class with Nathan Parker on top of the box. Jeremy Blackburn in that second position. And then in that third spot goes to Mark McCleary. And here comes Owen Van Eperen, a lap down, but grabbing the checkered flag in that Yamaha R-Max.
You know, he was stopped there for a little bit, too, and he's coming in kind of slow, so obviously having some kind of issue.
And then in that open class, top of the box, looks like it's Paul Wolf. And in that second spot is Cody Willenborg, who's going to take that third position in the open class. Could be Cameron Dickey. We know Nick Anderson's having an issue. Oh, man.
Or it could be Eric Gilbert.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, who's going to take that number 3 spot? But I believe that's a Can-Am I'm hearing over here.
You know, back in the 50s, they called that the golden age of television. No, that's right now with the internet, bro.
Trying to think of who has Eric Gilbert has a Can-Am. Is that Eric Gilbert coming in?
You got your own platform.
Oh, that is Jody Ford. Look at that.
So that puts him 5th in class and 7th overall with Jody Ford and Corey Day. And that Can-Am is still in great shape. All 4 tires holding up. And Brannick Motorsports finishes.
I like the numbers on his car. It
really
makes
bright.
it pop.
Yep.
Yeah. We always talk about that. We always say, put your number, you know, even with like the drone footage, put your numbers on your roof. Like, put it big enough where we can see it. Or like you see, for an example right there, Jody Ford with the 140 highlighted in the background with the bright color. It really helps it pop.
He rode with his daughter Bailey in the Youth 1000, and then his other daughter Ella will race tomorrow at noon for the 170 race. So the entire that is Curtis Boone still moving. That's Rockface. Here's a great shot. This shows you how tough it actually is. He must be hurt a little bit. I wonder if he has a broken front axle.
Rockface is so steep.
It's steep, and it's a little bit loose at the bottom. But again, I think he must have some broken parts. So let's see if we can stick with this shot for a little bit and see if we can get enough momentum.
He's trying.
They had that Travis Pastrana.
That is a tough section, but it looks like his front's not pulling.
Yeah, he may be in 2-wheel drive, actually.
Well, he was the one that he kind of owned this thing, right? Or he just that whatever I worked at. You
can see that worn banner. You have to keep between those sections on Rockface to stay on race course. Oh no! Look, he doesn't have a right rear pulling.
Okay.
So it looks like it has a right rear axle broke, and maybe I can't tell on the front. Can't see the left front, obviously.
I asked them to put me out there somewhere tomorrow.
Yeah, I want to be here. They said, you do? I said, yeah, bring me here. I said, but
well,
where can I hide? I said,
that does not make it for fun.
Yeah, it makes for a long day. And we have another car coming around.
Sort of like, can you sell your picture?
Looks like Curtis Boone is going to try her again. A little more throttle power, and it looks like he had a good bump. Is he going to make it? Keep on that gas and go.
Well, at least it's not steep right there, but he is in an off-camber position.
That is impressive.
When in doubt, throttle out. Don't let up.
He is beating on that car.
The tires, too. I mean, can you look at
the right front? The right front is pulling, and the left rear is pulling. But it may be just one in the front and one in the back. That is hard on equipment.
And he is pretty high up right there, too, as you can see.
And now we have a healthy car behind him. You can see he's not having to hit it near as hard. It's definitely steep and off camber, but having a healthy car makes a huge difference there at Rockface.
That's the 323.
That is Ian Parker, I believe.
Oh, I know how to shoot basketball.
That's at race mile number 19.
There we go. Got around him.
I said, what do I need to do to get down here to shoot at an OSU game?
Have you ever done a wedding?
No.
Bro, well, you know what?
Oh, and he's making it up the hill.
Don't take any money the first time.
That's what they say. You're going to fuck it up.
As Ian Parker made it up and around already.
Yeah, just give it to him. Just give it to him.
Okay, so he's stopping at the top of the hill. Looks like he's trying to go back into 2-wheel drive or put it to see what it's going. Probably went into 4 highs what he did. But Curtis Boone right there, the 232.
I'm going to tell you what, there ain't nothing like a wedding because you only get that's one chance.
So Jeremy Dickinson is running race-offs. He has not heard if they are officially out of Nick Anderson.
Yeah, you don't get a redo.
Robert Lee Bull.
There's no redoing this. Like,
Rim read, I know's
I hate
out.
doing them, but
We
once you
just saw Ian Parker, so he's still moving. Dickey's still going. Curtis Boone, I saw him moving a little bit. Dan Hill, haven't seen him in a while. We saw Owen Van Epperen, but haven't seen Rodney Van Epperen, the 167 of Mike Sebo, the 4911 of Trent Roberts, and the 1133 of Eric Gilbert is all still out on course, and we don't have a complete understanding on exactly what's going on.
That's not what we agreed to. I said, that's what you're going to run into. I said, that's why you need a contract saying, here's what I'm going to do, here's the price.
Well,
I said, as soon as you lock that,
we did get the...
here's what's going to get delivered to you.
Well, that's
and I said, if they want it
kind of a
stick it on the thumb drive.
No.
Here you go. That's it. And I said, well, what do you
little
charge? I
bit
said,
dusty.
"Depends on how many pictures I said, I charge like 20, 25 bucks. I said, I put them on there.
Whew.
Do what you want. And most people, they'll just use it for their race page.
Miles, what do you have in your hand?
You know, for their,
I've got what's left of a Milwaukee Impact, and it's got just the driver. This thing is completely junk. So,
what I really get mad about
well,
is because I don't have a watermark.
unfortunately,
People take my stuff and use it for their
that's what happens when it falls out on a race course and a few people hit it.
copyright is mine. That's what you understand. I said, I could sue you, but I said, too much of a hand. Just don't do it.
all right, there we do have the 888 making his way up over Rockface. They go up to the top of Rockface, make a right, and that is Dan Hill.
Oh, I just talked about him. So he is still moving. Glad
Yeah.
to hear. Double A Dan Hill.
Yes, I have Lightroom, but it's on my phone. I'm like,
And the wind's picked up once again as the sun's starting to set just a little bit. We got about 2 more hours of daylight, and we still have another full race yet to come. We're still trying to fill the podium for the open race.
Yes. So before you're even familiar fully with Photoshop, man, play around with Lightroom, man. Lightroom does it's all automated,
and that's what I need to
and
do.
then you tweak, right? It looks good, but then you get to tweak a little bit.
But then what's crazy is,
And there is Trent Roberts, I believe. Yes, it is. So he's at Rockface. Race mile number 19 still pushing strong.
And look
Great
at how
to see
rough.
him moving right along. He's got those Mickey Thompsons he showed up there. They're meat tires. I mean, they're ready for mud. He's like, I heard it was going to be muddy here. I was like, well, it is muddy if it rains in the last few months, but it hasn't. So we laughed. He's like, well, that's all right. I brought 3 sets of axles just in case.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, that definitely is a very, very rough section. As you could see how he was just bouncing up on it.
Well, I got a little video, like an Adobe video editor. It's called Rush.
We have a
right?
few more cars to go out on race course.
Again, I'm more a video person than I am a photographer. But, like, man, just like I said,
Let me see where everybody is located here.
like Photoshop, that's if you're going to start manipulating.
So Cameron Dickey is at race mile 24, still moving along. The 323 of Ian Parker is at race mile 20, going about 24 miles per hour. The 4911 of Trent Roberts is at race mile number 19. The 888 of Dan Hill, as we were just talking about, we saw him going at race mile 19. Eric Gilbert still moving along at race mile 18. Rodney Van Epperen, he's at race mile 17. And let's see, do we have anybody else down in this area? No, we do not. So the 167.
Wow, there's still a lot of cars out there.
Yeah, well,
man.
167, Michael Sabo, he is roughly race mile 9. He has not moved for quite a while. The 311 of Dustin Robbins is still over at a pit. 3402 of Nick Anderson, not moving. The 928 at race mile 15, Andrew Shipman racing for Jason Mills. So still moving along are a few cars. Let's see, we still have, there's a 4911 on
That's
screen.
Trent Roberts. He's made it through Rockface, so he's heading towards Hell's Gate area.
We have 6 cars that are still actually moving as the tracker is reading on course, still moving.
Yeah, so and I was like, crap, I can't get them off now. So, and like I said, somewhere in that process when I was doing that, I can't get them off.
And then we have Curtis Boone, who is not moving at race mile 19.
Been fun following along the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here with Racing Tracks. Pam's over here playing on social media, and something popped up, scared her a little bit.
Well, I kind of figured my volume was on, but I was trying to post a picture of your rocks. Oh, goodness.
Call those paperweights.
Paperweights.
I'm in the office.
Crossbar Customs.
Crossbar Customs.
I'm actually going to hashtag that.
At least they won't blow away overnight. I can reuse them again tomorrow.
If the table's still here in the morning, I don't know.
No
This
doubt.
wind is pretty gnarly. We've been in worse.
Absolutely.
I mean, way worse.
And we'll see. We're going to be in Roush, Pennsylvania in early April. It could have a little snow on the ground. It's going to be interesting. And then back here in April at Crossbar, man, that's a rain season. So it could be an interesting year with Ultra4. It's going to be adding to the excitement for sure.
Might be a small river instead of just a creek.
Oh, and here comes Ian Dickey, I believe, or Cameron Dickey.
Making a quick run through.
And Cameron Dickey,
For the finish.
whoa, on adjusted time, I think just moved into third position. Oh, no, he fills up the podium for open.
Okay, perfect. Yep, there he is.
Okay, so I think the podiums are filled up. So unofficially in the open class, number 1, Paul Wolf. Number 2, Cody Willenborg. And number 3, Cameron Dickey. In the stock class, number 1, Nathan Parker. Number 2, Jeremy Blackburn. And number 3, Mark McCleary. Again, this is unofficial, but I believe that's what it's looking like.
All right, so what do we have? 6 cars still out on course. Now, I think it was 6, still moving. So let's see what we have here. 323, Ian Parker at race mile 20. Dan Hill, race mile 20 as well, or past race mile 20. They're like roughly halfway through. Trent Roberts, almost to race mile 20. The 11:33 of Eric Gilbert is roughly at race mile 19, which is rock face. And then the 45 of Rodney Van Eperen is at race mile 18. Those are the only cars that we have still out moving on race course. The rest of them all have a red mark at the bottom, so that means they are not moving. And the ones that are still not moving are the ones that have been there for quite some time.
It's been a great showing here for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. We started early this morning with qualifying, and then we went straight into the Youth 1000s. We have just winding down on the stock and the opens, getting ready to kick off for the Pro Modified race as we see Rodney Van Eperen at Rock Face.
And
they're at the Brannock Boulders.
And it looks like the 232 is getting towed back. So that was the car that was out there by Rockface that's been stopped for quite a while. So that is Curtis Boone. So getting towed back, we have a couple cars that are over in this area as well that that are going to have to get towed back. But I am going to hand you, Miles, you're going to get to talk to the young Nathan Parker.
What a great run he had. I mean, second overall, first in class. Nathan Parker went out there by himself and ran one heck of a race. How much fun did you have out there, buddy?
I had a blast. The track was laid out good. It was a little rough, though. A lot of rocks out there shaking you around the whole time.
I'll bet, but congratulations, buddy. What a great run you had.
Thank you.
And you had a flat tire for the first lap for quite a while, right?
I did. It was about halfway, I think, through lap 1 I got a flat, but
you just kept pushing, right?
I had tire spines in, and it was able to keep the tire up the whole way, and honestly, it was hard to tell I had a flat. If I wouldn't have heard it, then I probably wouldn't have noticed.
Okay, so it didn't really slow you down a whole lot. Obviously, it did some.
Just a little bit.
But those tire spines really held up, huh?
Absolutely. I was able to make it all the way to pit 1, and they changed it out there.
And I believe you have the fastest lap of the day on your second lap with a 54:34. So you beat Paul Wolf for fastest lap of the day. What do you think of that?
I was trying to. I was pushing for it.
You were giving her all you had, and you're in a stock class. He's in a cheater car, right?
Yeah, he's out there cheating. I'm just being held back.
Well, you're in separate classes. It's all about bragging rights. But man, You've raced a little bit of everything out there, and it's really cool to see you doing what you're doing here with Ultra4.
Thank you.
What's the plan for the rest of the weekend? You just hanging out?
Just gonna hang out, watch the Pro Mod race, and watch the 170 kids race tomorrow, and maybe the 4400, and then stay for the awards, and then roll out back home.
Heck yeah, and heading back home, it's going to be a little bit of a drive for you once again, right?
Absolutely. It's 18 hours, I think, back home in North Carolina.
Yeah, that's part of it. We travel all over the country. And what's the next race? You done for the season, or do you have anything else?
I think from here out, we might do some of the Durham Town short course races.
Okay.
But
that's fairly local to you, right?
It is about 4 hours, I think. But
isn't that funny that 4 hours is local?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But other than that, I think we're going to go out to Johnson Valley and do some pre-running out there for our hammers. And
okay, so go out pre-run before KOH, huh?
Yes, sir.
At the end of this year or beginning of next year?
I'm going to try to do both.
Oh, look at you go.
Get as much as I can in seat time-wise.
Who's going to be your co-driver for King of the Hammers?
Alex Reed.
Okay, your normal co-driver.
Yep.
That's a CA Technology, right?
CT.
CT. Thank you.
Yep.
I get those mixed up sometimes, but yeah, he's builds some amazing parts, and it's great to have somebody that knows the cars so well riding shotgun
they build
with you.
Awesome cars, and he's one of the best co-drivers there is.
I wouldn't doubt that a bit. And you've learned from Kyle Cheney. I mean, you teamed up with him the last couple of years, and he's taught you a lot, and you've soaked it all up, and it's really showing.
Been trying to. I was trying to drive how Kyle would want me to drive, just smooth, keeping the car together.
He was tuned in watching with you. He was rooting you on, and apparently that helped a little bit.
I was trying to keep it smooth the whole way and just not tear the car up. But
awesome. Well,
worked out.
I love what you did. Obviously, it's unofficial, but I think you locked down first place in that stock class. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you, Moss.
All right. Well, yeah, I guess let's keep you here. There's nothing else going on. What's your plan for next year? Obviously, start with King of the Hammers, and you're going to try to run the Central and the East, or do you know what's going on yet?
I'm going to start with Hammers and see where it goes from there, but I'm definitely running Champ next year.
Okay. So you have to build another car for that one, huh?
Yep. I'm either going to have a new Mav bar for short course or run the same X3 I've been racing for short course, and other than that, I think we might dabble in the desert racing a little bit with the Best in the Desert and Baja races.
All right, and maybe hit a couple Ultra4 races, but not necessarily just kind of cherry pick, huh?
Yes,
hit
sir.
your favorite ones?
Absolutely.
I like it. Well, it's going to be fun to watch you, and I can't wait to see what happens within the next few years. I think you're a rising star in off-road.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right, buddy. Well, Nathan Parker, always a pleasure, and congratulations.
Thank you, Miles.
The young man of our sport out there doing some great things as we switch back to Ian Parker there at the Warren Waterfall. Race mile 22. And that's a great showing of what exactly is going on. There's, like I said, it hasn't rained in here in months, but there's still some standing water in some of these sections. There's the third Warren Waterfall section right there, and there's still a pretty good crowd back there. So I believe we have the podiums wrapped up for this race. First overall and in the open class, Mr. Paul Wolf. Second, Cody Willenberg. And third, Cameron Dickey. And in the stock class, we just got done talking with Nathan Parker, who should be on top of the box. And then it's going to be Jeremy Blackburn and Mark McCleary. What some amazing shots from Believe Cam back there at the Warren Waterfall section. Again, sorry for the little technical difficulties earlier, but we were able to get it figured out and bring it here. So thanks for tuning in to the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. Just wrapping up the 4900 stock and open. Up next, Pro Modified. That'll be the fastest cars, UTVs that you see out there. It's been a wonderful day of racing, and it is not over yet. This coverage of Ultra4 USA for the 2024 Nationals is presented by Warren Racing and is brought to you by our official sponsors. NorCal Rock Racing, by Metal Cloak, by PCI Race Radios, and by Brannick Motorsports. So please support who supports the sport. Without each and every one of those marketing partners, we would not be racing here today at the Crossbar Ranch. So whether you're building a rock crawler, a mall crawler, a tow rig, or anything in between, go check out those amazing marketing partners and see what they have to say. So I see Tribe 16 over there. Try to get Adam over here and have a quick chat. They're been smoking barbecue all day long, getting everything set up for tomorrow night's dinner. Brandon Haynes with Brannick Motorsports has been tuned in all day long. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. But joining me in the Warren Racing studio is none other than Adam Shear, Mr. Tribe 16. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, doing great, thank you.
All right, so you showed up last night. We had some beverages, and then you got camp all set up, and it looked like this morning during the driver's meeting you were stoking that fire already, huh?
Yeah, we're cooking barbecue.
Heck yeah.
Love it.
Texas barbecue, huh?
Yes, Texas barbecue.
Because I think you like Texas, if I remember right.
I mean, it's a good place to live.
It's a good place to visit.
There's a lot of people moving there, too. Yeah.
So you've been around Ultra4 for a very long time. Tribe 16, we see a lot of your cars racing. You used to race quite a bit yourself, but you've kind of stepped back and more focused on Tribe 16, the shop.
Yeah.
And it's great to see you back out here, buddy.
Hey, it's great to be out here. It's a close location for us, so we shot on up, and here we are.
Absolutely. So let's, you've helped Ultra4 for a long time. Kind of tell us what Tribe 16 is all about. You build Jeeps, you build race cars, you do race prep, and a little bit of everything, right?
We do a little bit of everything. I mean,
what is your bread and butter?
I mean,
off-road.
Everything off-roaded. Yes. I mean, from the general repairs to the full-on crazy custom builds.
So if I have a Jeep JK that needs some ball joints, you'll throw that in. If you got a race car, well, you'll prep it.
You bet.
And I mean, yeah, do anything.
We do it all.
Do you put ducks on the dash, or do you take those off?
We kind of take those off. Yeah. So
Yeah. No, you've been around a long time. Always a pleasure hanging out with you, and it's cool to see you bring Tribe 16 back out here and having some fun with us.
Well, appreciate you.
Absolutely. So what's on the horizon for Tribe 16? Just head down and working?
That's it. We're just keeping on.
So I heard you say yesterday you snuck out of work a little bit early and you got in trouble.
Well, I didn't get in trouble, no.
Oh, were they jealous or mad at you?
Maybe a little jealous.
And you're like, I'm leaving early, but I'm the boss.
Well, yeah. I don't know. I think everybody else is the boss.
Yeah, I get that.
No.
But yeah, you guys have been around for a long time doing great things, and love everything you do.
I appreciate you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Well, it looks like you want to go over there and have some drinks with your buddies.
Yep.
I'm glad you came over and had a quick chat, buddy.
We're going to watch the start of the race.
Absolutely.
All
well,
right.
Adam, Tribe 16, appreciate everything you do. All right. Well, we've got another guest in the booth, Jeff Flanagan. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
All right. Oh, great. You're getting ready to race tomorrow afternoon for the 4400 class.
Yeah, the 48.
Oh, 4800. Sorry,
yes,
yeah. Tomorrow
yep.
morning, EMC.
Yep.
And you texted me a little bit ago, said you were missing a Milwaukee half-inch
Yep.
impact, right?
Yep, I lost it during the qualifying.
Yep. Well, guess what? We
And
found it.
I was gonna say.
Well, what's left of it? I mean, it's yours. Merry Christmas, but I don't know what you're going to do with that one.
Yeah, I know. And I thought, well, at least I'll come and get it and just see what I'll put it on the wall or something.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to charge up very well.
Yep. If I could find the battery part, maybe
Yeah,
it'd be better.
yeah.
Because at least I'd have the battery back. But yeah, it come out of my toolbox on the way on the qualifying lap off that first jump. And I was back at the pit at my where my trailer is, and I looked around. It's going like, where did I put that? I just kept trying to figure out what I did with it, and then there it was.
Yeah, well, that's all part of it.
Yeah.
So tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., the EMC cars take off. What's your game plan?
Well, I'm gonna probably try to take it just a little easy because this course is so rough.
It's rough. You can see the attrition.
Yeah.
We've only got 8 cars that have finished 3 laps right now.
Yeah.
It's out of 20. What do we have? 28. So 20 cars have not finished. 8 have.
Yeah, I did 2 pre-run laps yesterday, and got it kind of figured out.
All right.
I'm not running GPS or nothing because I'm just by myself, so I'm just going by the signs.
Driving by Braille?
Yeah, and it's actually marked really well. The course has been really well marked, so it was not bad.
Yeah, Brian Trotter with Area 51, they've teamed up and really marked the course well. They've cut a lot of trees to make it a little easier on you, and it's great what they've done for everybody.
Yeah, it's the course is really nice. I mean, this is the first time I've ever been down here. I've never been here before.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
And which is kind of strange. My son comes down quite a bit
and
plays, but yeah, so it's all kind of new to me. But man, there is a lot of rough climbs and stuff.
Oh, it's tough.
I live in Disney, so I'm already used to a lot of rocks.
What are you, 3 hours away?
That's about 4.
4? Okay.
About 4 hours away.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you helped us put on our races at Disney, so thank you to you and Jason McMurray and the whole team out there in Disney.
Oh yeah, we love that area up there.
Super supportive of off-road in general.
Yeah.
And
I
hope we can come back once again. I love it.
I talked to John earlier. I said,
right.
"Hey, come back to Disney." And but
it takes a lot.
I mean, another year down the road or so, maybe we can get another one scheduled up here, which would be great.
Yeah, keep on, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll keep putting the word in.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep prodding him, see if he can make it happen. Because I mean, it's a nice area. A lot of the guys like it. There was a lot of people that was commenting about they wish that they'd come back again.
Oh, 100%.
So hopefully we can get something worked out there.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in the years to come.
Yep. So hopefully that'll come about. It'll be nice to have it in my back door again.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yep, it makes it nice. So.
And the after parties aren't too bad either.
No, yeah, we know how to party.
Oh yeah, we like having fun. You fit right into the Ultra4 family for sure.
Yep, for sure.
All
right. I
right.
appreciate you putting the word out there, and we'll take this.
Show the world once again your trophy
and put it on the wall.
The wall of shame,
the wall of shame for sure.
All right.
Yep.
Well, Jeff Flanagan, always a pleasure, and best of luck tomorrow, buddy.
Thank you, Miles.
All
Appreciate
righty.
it.
So Jeff Flanagan coming up to get what's left of his impact, and then we'll see him kick off tomorrow morning. It's been fun chatting with all these racers off and on all day. Pam's done a great job keeping everything honest, And we're just trying to keep things flowing best we can. We're a little bit behind schedule, but that's part of racing. We got about another hour and a half until that sun sets. So hopefully we can get this race underway. And I just see 2 cars nose to tail racing to the finish line. Believe that could be Robert Lee Bull. There's Donnie Callenbach and Brett Harrell with their back to the screen watching some racing. And it is the 323 of Ian Parker and then Trent Roberts. So I was off, but yeah, Ian Parker and Trent Roberts grabbing the checker. So that puts Trent Roberts 6th in class, 9th overall, and Ian Parker 4th in class and 10th overall. So the stock class cars are really showing out. So we have 10 that have finished the lead lap. And I'll go through here. I know Dustin Robbins is out. Nick Anderson, I believe, is out. Don't know about Eric Gilbert or Dan Hill. Rodney Van Eppern, I saw him moving once again. Kurt Mackey has finished. Brandon Anderson finished. Haven't seen James Boone for a bit. Justin Barth has finished. Owen Van Eppern has finished. Rim Reed is out. Brandon Davis is out. Sebo out. Lee Bull, not sure. So I think we got to just have a couple more cars out on course before we can get underway for the Pro Modified main event for the UTVs. As the sun goes down, Roxy still has quite a few hoodies and mega merch right here in the center of the spectator area, so make sure you go check her out. Get some Ultra4 USA or King of the Hammer swag. Got t-shirts, hats, socks, and a little bit of everything. And she's already started ordering thousands and thousands of shirts and hoodies for King of the Hammers. There's a great shot of the Brannick boulders back there at Rock Face. Looks like we got another car coming in. That's Dan Hill, I believe, the 888. Yes, AA Dan Hill. Out of Omaha, Nebraska with FP Racing. So that'll put Dan Hill, I believe, 11th overall. So a pretty solid run for him. AA Dan Hill grabs the checkered flag. Giving thumbs up from Dan Hill. Well, Pam, it's been fun catching up with some of our sponsors, some of our racers. You've been running around chatting with some people. What a great day.
It's been a great day. I've just went over and timing's all ready for the next race, and the next race is already lined up.
Oh, they're lined up. Well, then I'm going to sneak out of here, take a quick little break, and get ready.
I think let's take a small
break?
Small break for a second.
Well, while we wait for the Pro Modified class to kick off, we're going to step away for just a moment. We'll be right back with live racing action.
backpack.
Welcome back, and here goes Cole Clark on our pole position, number 24, out of Cortez, Colorado, with his RMS-built custom Polaris RS1 Turbo Razor with slightly heated podcast, ZRP, elevated smoke, KMC, rugged race radios, and PRP. This is our Pro Modified class. These are the fastest in the UTV class. So Cole Clark out front, heading out for 3 laps at 27 miles per lap. So 81 miles in total. Cole Clark just raced the last race in a different car. Up next is the 1018 of Mr. Paul Wolf. This is the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. And Paul Wolf is off the line, the number 1018 out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing. He just raced the same exact Can-Am X3 with Nitto tires, RCV, HCR, Raceline, Alltech Motorsports, Radflow, VP Racing, Willwood, Project X, FK, Halo, JB Scale Graphics, Evo Powersports, ZRP, Rugged, CBR Radiators, Holly Performance, and First Form. So Paul Wolf is back-to-back in that same car. And here comes up next the number 311 of Dustin Robbins, who also just raced the last race and who is leading the race until something happened. It'd be interesting to get some information from his pits. But out front is Cole Clark being chased down by Paul Wolf. And there it is, the number 311 of Dustin Robbins out of Decatur, Alabama, with all things UTV. In his Can-Am X3 with full throttle power sports, all things Bronco, Apex powder coating, Schofield Performance, Wayland Speed, MRT, Vision Wheels, and Double E Racing. So all things UTV, Dustin Robbins, third off the line. And up next is supposed to be Nick Anderson, but I do not see him. So I don't think he was able to get his car fixed. What a tough break for him. So I assume we'll hold his spot. So that'll give a 2-minute gap for up next, Gavin Smith. There's Dustin Robbins and his other Can-Am. And there is Caleb Rupp and John Cahy, the number 6422 out of Sturgis, South Dakota with Hit List Motorsports. And his Can-Am Maverick R, Maxxis Tires, KMC, Dexera Tech, CRB, and Evolution Power Sports. Off the line next is Scott Lesage, the number 4932 out of Syracuse, Utah with Sage Alternatives. And his custom single-seat Polaris RZR with Craftworks Supercharger, Maxxis Tires, Fox, X-Travel, RCV, Maxima Oils, Cryoheat, Impact, and Tire Spine. Had a little glitch on my box. I apologize, but we are back live racing for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. And I was just talking about Caleb Rupp. He races with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. He is their heavy hitter. So it'll be exciting to see what he can bring to the table. And off the line next is the number 999 of Jim Flory out of Prosperity, Pennsylvania with Flory Racing. And his Can-Am with MRT, Raceline, and Double E shocks. His first race was Bowling Green, Kentucky this year. So Jim Flory out there running along as we fly back with Scott Lesage. And that car is an absolute work of art. If you're ever in the area, come check out Scott Lesage's custom single-seat Polaris RZR. So Cole Clark took off first. Then it was Paul Wolf, Dustin Robbins, Gavin Smith, Caleb Rupp, Scott Lesage, Jim Flory. Up next should be Matt Walraven. Well, it should be Mark McCleary, but I don't see him in line. So I physically see Matt Walraven as Jim Flory is back on the Believe Cam screen. So Matt Walraven, number 118, with Rhett Bryan running shotgun out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina with 118 off-road. And his Can-Am Maverick R with Builder's First Source, Transit Site Solutions, CT Raceworks, Simpson, Stylo, PPEI, Murray Power Sports, Rival Can-Am, Hess Motorsports, Raceline Wheels, Double E Suspension, Rigid, Red Winches, and S3. So we're supposed to have 11, but I think we're going to be sending out 9 because Jason Mills ran the last race. I'm looking at live.ultra4racing.com. Nick Anderson or Mark McCleary never made it to the start line. So I believe the last off the line should be Perry Manahe, number 2340. Making his Ultra4 USA debut with us. He did race King of the Hammers earlier this year. So Perry Manahe with Riley Nelson riding shotgun out of Arlington, Texas with Bearded and Boosted. And his Pro Modified Polaris with Bearded Stitch, Starwood Power Sports, Love That Door, Dirt Monkey, Raceline Wheels, Maxxis, Boostane, UTVRaceShop.com, Texas Concessions, and County Fair Foods. So we have all the cars off the line for the Pro Modified. Again, we were supposed to have 11, but only 9 took off. We did not see Nick Anderson or Mark McCleary. But we are underway for the Pro Modified race for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. Pam, what a great start to this race.
Yes, I am sorry. I was over talking actually with Warren Racing. We're going to get those guys to come over here in just a little bit and chat with you or I or whoever is on here. But yeah, I was over there going, oh my gosh, we're live. But who is this right now that we're seeing?
Perry Manahe.
Perry Manahe, yeah. So also, Mark McCleary, I'm wondering why he didn't make the start line because I just heard you saying that. But obviously we know about...
I thought he had 2 cars, but he didn't make the start, and neither did Nick Anderson.
Yeah, Nick Anderson, if he was running the same car, obviously we saw what was going on with his last car. He was stuck in the pits. But I don't know if you know this, but Will Harris is actually in with Matthew Walraven.
I did not know that. Usually Rhett Bryan is his co-driver, so Will Harris hopped in, huh?
Well, Matt was actually looking for a co-driver on Rock Sports Insiders, I believe, is where he had posted that. Brian Trimp was looking to get in a seat, but I don't know if he got here in time or whatnot, but Will Harris is in with Matthew Walraven co-driving.
I believe I saw Brian Reed make it here.
Yeah, I think I did when I went that direction, but not 100% positive maybe they didn't get the connection. But yeah, anyways, so fun fact.
So
that's who was in.
And funny we talked about it. Brian Trimp just texted me. Man, Brian Trimp just texted me he needs teched.
Oh, gotcha.
So we'll get him teched after this race tonight.
Well, you have been Mr. Tech Director Assistant all weekend.
Assistant.
I was giving you the Tech Director.
No. I'm just jack of all trades.
You're just Miles. That is the assistant of the tech now. But no, obviously, yes, he has to get teched and over there chatting with people, but it is going to get chilly really quick out here as soon as that sun actually sets down. But
so that's Perry Manahe with bearded and boosted.
All right, let me update my tracker because I'm on the wrong class here.
And you can see the dust is starting to hang a little bit. Oh, there's a great shot of the PCI hot pits just above that bathroom.
We haven't seen that yet.
You see those two flags that he just bypassed. So he bypassed the remote pit number 1, the main pit, because there's no pitting at the pro pits here in town. So you do have to go to that pit or the remote pit number 2. That is all the way out at race mile 24, where Jonathan Terhune was keeping me updated. Again, if you're just tuning in, I am Miles Hesquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and this is the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch, and this is the Pro Modified class that just took off. Cole Clark was on that pole position. And then it was Paul Wolf, Dustin Robbins, Gavin Smith, Caleb Rupp, Scott Lesage, Jim Flory, Matt Walraven, and Perry Manahe.
Perry Mahaney. The Bearded Stitch.
Bearded and Boosted is his race name. I love it.
Yes, it is.
There's a great shot of the pro pits for Ultra4 USA.
So 928. Did 928 did not start
no,
either, so we have 3.
He was on that last race.
Yeah.
The registration was a little goofed up. I saw it come through earlier, and he actually raced in the stock class.
Okay, so he should not belong in here. I wasn't
Correct.
sure if he was trying to cross over as well.
Nope.
All right, so Nick Anderson, Mark McCleary. So, yeah, we have 9 out of 11 cars, like you said earlier.
We'll see how it all shakes out.
It is 6:30 now. We shall see how they're getting 3 laps, correct?
3 laps at 27 miles per lap, 81 miles in total. So Brian Trimp did make it here. He will be teched later tonight and racing tomorrow. Oh, and my good buddy Mike McClure is hitting me up saying Perry's racing his old car. Great to see him racing. He's building a new Pro Maverick R for himself, so he got rid of his old car. So Mike McClure is going to be back racing with us, I hope. But he's letting his buddy Perry Mahaney race his old Polaris.
There we go. So, Miles, really quick, we always do our times of everything. Nathan Parker led the fastest lap down.
With a 54.34, if I remember right?
I believe so, but what do you think is going to be the fastest lap for the modifieds?
Right in that area, because Paul Wolf, Dustin Robbins, Cole Clark, all just ran the same course 3 laps. So they know this course. So they're going to know where they can push, where they shouldn't. But Nathan Parker set the fastest lap. So it's going to be right in that ballpark. 54.34 is going to be hard to beat.
Exactly. And Paul Wolf was right behind Nathan Parker, though, on time. He had a 54. I can't remember what it was. It was a 54-something that Paul Wolf had put down on the last lap. So it's going to be interesting to see if any of these racers on this class in the Pro Mod beat it. But because Nathan Parker is fast.
It'll be interesting to see how it shakes out. But, yeah, what a great run by that young man. Unofficially first in the stock class and set the fastest lap of the day. And I do think the 4400s can probably go a little bit faster than that. So it may not stick for the entire weekend, but if it can stick for the entire UTV race, that is something special. Well, Pam, has anybody given us any questions on the old YouTubes?
Well, we have already answered Ralph. He was wanting to know where we were at. We answered that a long time ago. Jason Jones is telling me I was right again. I'm not sure what the comment was about there, but Daniel from CT Raceworks, they are watching. Fokker Fabs they're watching us, and a lot of people were going for Jeremy Blackburn, but that's all done. So JT is rooting on Cole Clark. Let's see. Two Toes is going for Jim Flory. So we have all kinds of people at home watching, and then we have Cameron is saying, let's go Caleb. But not any questions so far. But you guys put in there your picks. If you've been watching this all day long, put in your times. Let's see what your times are that you guesstimate these guys finishing, or the fastest lap of the race, because like we just said, the young Nathan Parker right now has the fastest lap. So put in the comments there. Let us know what you guys are thinking. We'll try to check back on there.
And I was touching base with that earlier, that Caleb Rupp is new to Ultra4, but not new to racing.
Right.
And I've been able to watch him racing with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing this season, and I really think he can shake things up and hang with the big boys here. So I'm excited to see them come through, finishing lap number 1. And it's still Paul Wolf, Dustin Robbins, and then Caleb Rupp and Gavin Smith are right on top of each other on the racing tracks. So it's going to be interesting to see how that shakes out.
Yeah, I love watching this, the live tracking like this. I can tell you, the people that are home and that are watching this, is they keep saying, you know, I've got work to do, or this or that, or I should be working, I should be mowing the yard, or whatever they're saying. I know how they feel, because I do this whenever it's a race that I'm not at personally, like, you know, the desert races and stuff. I get glued to this.
Oh,
so
yeah.
We know the feeling. We get the best seats in the house.
Oh, for sure.
We're right here next to the track. We have tracking. We have the cameras, and we're here at the race. So that's something that we always say, you know, if you can make it to the race, get out there, because it's definitely more fun live, because you can sit and watch what you're seeing out in the field as well, on top of being here.
Yeah, John Arnold with JB Graphics is thinking Paul's going to run a 51. He's got some time to make up.
51.
So shaving off 3-ish minutes? I don't know. We'll see. That's interesting. I know Paul, but don't forget that car just ran 81 miles. So now it's got to run 162 miles in total today. Plus the qualifier.
Yeah, exactly. I just saw Chris Hickman in their chase vehicle, which is a.k.a. a rental car. And I'm like, nice fuel cell in the back of the rental car. But they were heading over to pit number 2. Obviously, Paul Wolf and
he had to
Hickman.
stop in that pit the last race, so he's probably going to be doing that. He'll stop towards the end of lap number 2 at remote pit 2 and take fuel once again, because obviously he's got the fuel strategy figured out.
Yes, exactly. I mean, if he pushes it harder, I mean, he was pushing it hard last race, but we'll see if he has to do anything different for this race. Don't think he'll have to, though. And it looks like Paul Wolf and Dustin Robbins are neck and neck as the tracker is reading. Not very much difference in the last race, because at the beginning they were neck and neck as well.
And the top of your screen, I see Rufus Racing. Top middle, top right, we see Gomez Brothers Racing. Bottom right, we see North Shore. They've got Casey Gilbert, Brian Trimp. And then right in the center left of your screen, that's Jeremy Blackburn, who just got on the podium. And then we see right in the center of your screen, John Rant and Sean Rant's Bronco. I see Jesse Lee there. And the top left is where Mick Henson, Derek Auschler are hanging out. Top right, just to the right of Gomez, is where Glennie Page and Bill McGibbon are camped. There's a lot of great racers here.
And this isn't even all of them. Some of them are down the way just a little bit more in some camp spot areas. But physically, as the tracker reads, Dustin Robbins out in that number 1 spot, Paul Wolf in number 2, 304 Gavin Smith in that 3rd position, the 64-22 of Caleb Rupp in that 4th position. 49-32 of Lesage, the 999 of Jim Flory. Next up, Matthew Walraven, and then the 2340 of Perry Mahaney. So it's going to get a little bit more difficult whenever the sun sets for us to know exactly who it is when we do see them on a camera. So we'll do our best as we can. But Paul Wolf right now is roughly about mile marker 11.5, and he started what at 1933, so it's 7:33. Oh no, 12 totally off. It's the last
one of
time,
those days.
That's
huh?
the last time it updated. It says 1933 on here, but it's only 6:35, so that doesn't make sense.
Maybe that's Eastern time.
1933, so military time.
It'd be 6:30.
7:33.
7:33.
So it's actually 6:33. So
yeah,
that's
okay,
an
yeah,
hour
that's
off.
right on time.
Yeah.
Again, thanks to Take It Live for bringing you this live production here from the Crossbar Ranch for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. That we are right in the middle of lap number 1 of 3 for the Pro Modified UTV class. And it is still Paul Wolf out front.
No, it's back and
Cole
forth.
Clark, yeah. It keeps going back and forth between Cole Clark and Paul Wolf.
And
Dustin Robbins is right in the mix. And then back just a little bit is Gavin Smith and Caleb Rupp. But remember, they did take off one at a time every 1 minute. This race is on adjusted time.
Let's see, where is Cole Clark on here? I was not seeing him. Gavin Smith. Dustin Robbins.
So he must be neck and neck with somebody.
He must be neck and neck with Gavin Smith because there's one underneath, and I got to zoom in.
And I think Caleb Rupp is right there also.
Actually, no, that's Caleb Rupp. I'm not sure where Cole Clark is at right now on the course. So
Remember,
he must
you can
be
go
right.
to racingtracks.com to check out the tracker. Go to live.ultra4racing.com for the live timing. Great shot of the pro pits for Ultra4 USA.
Going by team momentum, we just saw Nathan Parker getting first place in his class, second overall. Passing by there.
There's Team Stacked with Rock Crawler suspension at the bottom of your screen right there with both those black trailers. Diesel Krentz and Doug Langford will be taking off tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
And you can see the sun is starting to set. It's going to get a little bit chillier.
And there's Tribe 16 just next to that white tent, getting the barbecue ready for tomorrow night's driver appreciation dinner to hand out the East Series championships. And the sun is starting to set. Got the big windmills in the background.
Gotta love the beautiful sunset.
Beautiful scenery here in the Arbuckle Mountains at the Crossbar Ranch. 6,500 acres, 150 miles of trails. And hopefully we can see the Brannock boulders there at Rock Face and the Warren waterfalls at Hell Gate a couple more times tonight before that sun sets, because once the sun goes down, I would assume those camera crews will be coming back to town.
Yeah, and it's dropping quick, so I'm not even sure that is going to actually happen there. But we shall see. We'll be seeing nothing but lights. I remember racing into the dark last year at Nationals.
Oh, yeah. We best try to jam every bit of racing we can into this weekend. You know, and adding the Youth 170s, adding the Youth 1000, and then splitting up the UTVs because there's so many of them.
Exactly. Time to layer back up.
It's chilling off, isn't it?
Very quick.
So on the tracker, it's still Paul Wolf out front, then Dustin Robbins.
All right.
And then we have Gavin Smith, Caleb Rupp, and I don't see Cole Clark. I wonder if his tracker must not be working at this moment.
Yeah, I didn't see him. Somebody's thinking Cole Clark's going to get a 54.
All right.
Yeah. Yor is watching, so Yellowstone Off-Road Racing, they're all watching. Cody.
Cody's do something with the dust. I'm trying. It's windy. That dust is going down the road. Cody's one of the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Corps staff. Been fun working with them off and on all season.
All righty. I can hear the cars in the background because of the way it jibber jabbers all the way. Not jibber jabbers. What is it?
Zigzags. But jibber jabbers work. That's what you've been doing. We've been jibber jabbering. They're zigzagging.
Yes, exactly.
And I believe the closest car to us should be Dustin Roberts. We can't quite see him, but we can hear him off the distance.
Yes, exactly. Let's go back to here. And again, livemap.racingtracks.com is where you can see all of this racing action that is going on. So Paul Wolf in the 1018, 311 of Dustin Robbins are 1 and 2 physically on course. Then it goes to 304 of Gavin Smith, 624 of Caleb Brupp, 4932 Scott Lesage, 999 of Jim Flory, the 118 of Matthew Walraven, and the 2340 of Perry Mahaney. We do have Cole Clark out there, but for some reason we're not seeing his tracker on here, so we will find out where he is at.
Time will tell. Tracker is working for Cole. Just refresh. Okay. All right, refresh. Log out and log back in. They had to reset something, and Cole Clark should be back in action.
Okay.
Thank you, David Clay with Racing Tracks, keeping us honest. I love these trackers because it has all the extra push to pass. Has all the extra push to pass, has the safety, the medical, the mechanic, and just all that stuff. And it can, it's got the little fancy sensors that if it G's out real hard, it knows. If it tips over, it knows they're on their side or upside down. It's pretty wild.
Well, I'm still not seeing it here on my end. Unless he's layered up with somebody else, as we were talking about. Nope, that's Matthew Walraven.
Walraven and Perry Mahaney are neck and neck.
All right, so it looks like Paul Wolf is at race mile 16 and Dustin Robbins is at 15, so they're already about a mile apart from each other.
And Cole Clark took off in that first position, so we'll have to see where they come through, because remember, this race is on adjusted time. They did take off in 1-minute increments. And yeah, that sun's setting. It's starting to chill off once again.
Yes, it is. Miles, you're layering up. I already layered up. Might have to end up getting some blankets here in a minute.
No doubt. Yeah, the sun goes down. The wind's still blowing. But I couldn't think of a better place to be here for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals with Ultra4 USA here at the Crossbar Ranch. We're over the halfway mark of lap number 1 of 3 for the Pro Modified race.
You can see the sun is setting, so we'll see what kind of footage we can get at dark.
Yeah, once it goes dark, it's going to be a...
And they're doing 3 laps.
Yeah, it's going to be a little harder to cover. But again, that's why we have Racing Tracks and live.ultra4racing.com. And we'll bring you the best that we can. Thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in. Our next race will be the 2025 King of the Hammers. Late January, early February.
We have our Warren guys over here loving the way our hats are looking on the live feed, but they look amazing. They look amazing on them, too.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're going to bring Justin on here,
yeah,
too.
Let's do it. Justin's been around for a long time.
Yeah, this one's going to be yours, Miles.
All right. Well, get out of here, Pam.
Oh, he was taking a picture.
Oh.
I can take my glasses off, too. Awesome. Okay. Well, Miles, I'm going to step
Pam,
away.
Thanks. So let's take a quick little break. We'll bring in Justin.
I might go get me
with
some
Warren
food real
Racing.
quick.
Well, joining us here in the Warren Racing studio, none other than Justin. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, man, I'm doing great, Miles. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing wonderful. And look at this. We don't look half shabby.
Hey, man, I know, right? I mean, for all the dust, I mean, that beautiful sunset out there,
it's
man.
gorgeous, isn't
I've
it?
never been to this park before, and I got to tell you, man, like to see, it's got a real Hammers vibe.
Oh, it does.
You know what
I mean, it's got the terrain, it's got the elements.
Yeah, man, it's so cool to see like the way, and it's so interesting to see like how we're set up here right now with the live feed. But dude, like the view that we're seeing out here with this beautiful sunset, man,
The big
and, like,
windmills.
It's so cool.
Oh, that's
like,
rad, yeah.
But somebody should turn those windmills off.
We've been talking about that all weekend.
Because it's blowing a little hard out here.
Oh, man.
But yeah, man, what a fantastic production you guys always put on. You guys always knock it out of the park. So happy to be here, man, and it's just been what a beautiful weekend so far, man.
Yeah, and thank you for being a part of it. I mean, you've been with
It's
Factor
our
55 for a long time.
I was the first employee.
Yeah, the
I'm
first one, huh?
I'm article number
OG.
1. I'm OG.
Yeah, you've been part of Factor 55 for as long as I can remember. Well, since the beginning.
Yeah.
Been part of the Hammers, and then you teamed up with Warren Racing, or Warren, and then rebranded to Warren Racing here recently.
Yeah, so
it's
Warren,
great.
Yeah, so Warren bought the company. It's now going on almost 5 years.
Wow, time flies.
Yeah, man, that was crazy. It was 5
I
years
remember
ago.
when that happened just a couple days ago.
Yeah, it just seems like yesterday, man. So to be able to, now to, have like, the best winches in the world to be able to out here, and supporting all these race teams, right, from the side-by-sides all the way up to the big cars. And man, and really the star-studded teams that came out for this.
Oh, it's a stacked field, absolutely.
I mean, JP's here, man. We
Oh,
got
yeah,
the
the King.
King is in the house.
And
You know what I
Raul
mean?
Gomez, the prior King the last 2
exactly.
years.
It's crazy, man. It's so cool to see everybody to come out here and to see even Brian Crofts today out here supporting Waylon. I mean, it's just what a fantastic, event you guys have put on here. And these side-by-sides, man, they have been hitting it, dude.
It's been incredible.
Crazy,
yeah,
man.
Paul Wolf just overall the last race. Can he do it back-to-back in the same car?
Man, that guy,
It's rowdy.
I mean, dude, he's been doing such a great job. I think, what an advocate for the sport. And man, that guy has just been throwing it down at every event he goes out to.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
he's
Out on
always
the
a
floor,
contender,
man.
that's
Yeah,
for sure.
You can't check that. And then and Brett Harrell being here, man. Brett's just doing such a great job. I mean, there's so many, just so many teams. And now the Tribe guys being here to
it's
come all the way
fun
out
to
here
see them,
Dude,
and they're just cooking for us.
Yeah, man, that's the wonderful thing about this racing community, right? Is that we can all come together for all of this, man, to support Ultra4 and what we're out here doing, man. It's just what a beautiful thing, man. I just can't even believe it.
Yeah,
So
what
awesome.
Dave Cole invented back in 2007 was King of the Hammers, and to see what it's evolved, I mean, it's an entire community,
Yeah,
and it's
man.
I'm proud to be a part of it. I live it, eat it, breathe it, and so do you.
Yeah, man, it's the best, man. So to be out here and be able to support everybody, I mean, we're coming fresh off of Trail Hero. We're out in Sand Hollow to do that. Some of our team is actually out at UTV Takeover right now.
Okay, yeah, I knew you split up a little bit.
So UTV Takeover is going on right now, too, in Sand Hollow. So being able to handle that for multiple events has just been fantastic. Those guys actually, man, they had a monsoon there today.
Well, we got the wind, they got the rain. I'll take the wind, huh?
Dude, and it tore up a bunch of people's awnings. And it was nasty. So Sand Hollow got hit hard today. So it's so I'm appreciating. I'll take the wind and
Yeah,
the dust.
no doubt.
Like, I'm so sorry for the guys that got wet there.
Yeah, well, you just deal with it, right?
Although I wish we had the semi-truck awning here. I tell you what, man,
Yeah.
that would be nice to bring and box everybody in and have everybody here. But man, what a fantastic weekend so far. I'm so excited to see tomorrow go off and see the big cars get out here. But man, the UTVs, man, they showed up in numbers. The kids.
Oh, the
you know what I
kids,
mean?
the future of our
family
sport's
thing.
been so fun to watch.
Yeah, man, just to see these guys grow and hear, and you know what I mean, like especially like how good, dude, how good they are on camera.
Oh, I mean,
To
practice
interview
makes
them.
perfect. Yeah,
Oh,
love
man,
it.
It's just such an interesting thing, man. How cool, man, for the parents and the people
And the
being involved in
grandparents
that.
and their teachers.
Yeah, all being out here to support them like that. It's just what a what a phenomenal thing, man. I can't even think about it enough.
Oh, and there is the Brannick Boulders there at Rockface, and there is Paul Wolf. I'm going to guess that is our physical race leader. We haven't seen much of Cole Clark, but Paul Wolf is out there at the Brannick Boulders Rockface section and still pushing strong. That car is on its 4th lap technically, but lap number 1 of the Pro Modified.
Gee, so he was out here in the previous race
in the open class. With that car.
Wow.
He swapped the belt, checked a couple other things, and I think that's about it.
Gosh, ready to throw down, man. Way to go, Paul.
Yeah, he's having some good things. So, obviously this is the Warren Nationals. The Warren Racing Nationals. Kind of give us what's going on behind the scenes with the Warren. Yeah, sounds like you have some really cool things brewing.
Yeah, so it's really kind of an interesting thing, man. And I shared this, and I shared this, and we'll have some reels that are be coming about this too. But it's such a fantastic organization to be a part of with Warren Industries. It's 76 years in business. Arthur Warren founded Warren Industries in 1948 with inventing the locking hub. So what do you got?
That was Dustin Robbins in the Brannick Boulders Rockface section. So he's coming around. We'll see him go up here in just a minute. So keep on going.
So with
74 years.
Yeah, it was 76 years.
76, sorry.
Yeah, this year. And, so Arthur Warren had founded Warren Industries by inventing the locking hub. And then his son Thurston ran the company, and then Mike Warren until when it finally transitioned into private equity. But it's still we still have so many lifer employees that are there.
That's awesome.
Still building winches there in the facility in Clackamas. And we just released earlier this year the brand new Xeon XD line.
Nice.
So the Xeon XDs released in June, and then we just dropped the 14K version of the Xeon XD.
Oh, wow.
So it's the first time,
that's a big boy.
Dude, and it's the first time you've had a low mount profile winch that's like that with the highest pulling capacity in its class.
So we're back on screen with Dustin Robbins. We believe physical second. We haven't seen Cole Clark yet, but Dustin Robbins still pushing strong. He raced the last race, but it was in a different car, so he hopped in a fresh one.
Oh, man. Freshie is
Freshie
key, man. Freshie's key, especially when you get a good group of people. For all the family members coming out here to help pit for everybody, man, you get some good guys going through that. It's been. Oh, closer to my mouth? Oh.
There you go.
Oh, okay. All right, here I am. All right.
You're back.
Yeah, good. Good timing, I feel like a Backstreet Boy.
There you go, except for you don't look like one.
Oh, come on, man.
Well, maybe you do.
I got my shirt on. I'm just kidding. So with Warren, we just released these brand new winches, and we have some really cool things in store, and a lot of stuff that we'll be seeing as soon as SEMA comes out. So just a couple weeks away,
we'll be
in Las Vegas down there for that. And man, we're just thrilled to continue pushing that innovation for this sport. And for all the trail wheelers out there, I mean, this is something that we care deeply about. We are rooted in off-road, and man, it's just it's like anything else, right? And man, it starts at racing and it gets back into consumers' hands, so you can see the hardest conditions that these things can just be beat on. Because as you think about it, racing really in one race you could put 5 years or more of abuse on a vehicle, right there into one day. And so if it can survive these things, right, it goes out there. And so the Warren Racing idea was really kind of branded in this thing. I mean, look at King of the Hammers this year. We had 900 racers, right?
It's incredible, isn't it?
Dude, so many, right? When you think about some of the classes when they used to be
100.
Yeah, really, just so small, and now it's just this massive thing, and it's so awesome to be a part of that. And when you look at the field of people, here we are with our product line for coming out here and testing to make it better, to learning from the guys that are out here in the dirt and pounding on that pre-running, all these things to make those products better. Right?
And what other better way to test it than King of the Hammers, Ultra4? The abuse out here is unreal. Man. So if it can survive this, it can do anything.
It's right your trail ride. Yeah, exactly. So it's been a really cool thing to see that we're you know what, man, that idea for that Warren Racing thing, aside from even ourselves jumping in race cars and being able to
Sergio will hop in tomorrow morning.
And that's a crazy story in itself that we can touch on, but it's been an amazing thing to really kind of brand that for the community.
Oh,
right?
100%.
And then that also opens up this whole opportunity to really share even more innovation and more messaging and perfect things that we can drive forward for our community.
Oh,
right?
For sure.
Because that's what it's about, man. It's about the people. It's about the people out here using it. It's
at
about
the end of the day, that's all that's left.
It's perfect.
And you guys fit right in.
So we got to hook up with the recovery teams out here.
Yeah,
right?
I was going to give you a shout out.
Yeah.
So thanks. You gave Area 51's been helping us out for weeks, and then they showed up. They've been doing all the things, and you hooked them up with some Factor 55 gear.
Yeah, that's
super cool. Thank you.
Yeah, man, of course. And it was perfect because, people are coming out here to volunteer their time to do that, right? I mean, the volunteers that make the hammers happen, I mean, it doesn't happen without them.
Oh,
right?
And that's why a ton of volunteers.
Absolutely. And they're just so vital to helping that thing go off and to be as organized as it can be, right? For
organized chaos is what we call it.
Yeah, dude, absolutely it is, right? Yeah, man, and breathing in, and we can't wait. I mean, we're like 100 days away?
Less than 100
Less
days
than
away.
100 days away, man.
So you better get your beauty sleep now.
I know, right? My God, it's like I feel like I'm it's the annual pilgrimage.
Oh,
right,
man,
to live there. But dude, we're not out there as long as you're out there.
Yeah, it's a long time, but 6 weeks in total. I do sneak home for a couple days in the middle, but it's a long haul. But I'm here for it.
I keep telling my wife, I'm like, I really want the girls, to come out. My daughter's going to be 4 in November, and I really want them to come out there. But I'm kind of like, I don't know, man. Just breathe into that dirt all the time. Do I really want to do that?
Tell me about it.
Man.
Yeah, my daughter Jade just turned 12. My other daughter Ella is 9, and my oldest daughter Jade, she's into racing and she wants to come, but it's just once I get here, I'm a little busy. She's came to a couple, but Hammers, she wants to come.
Let alone that she's almost, it's predetermined what her destiny could turn out to be.
Yeah.
I mean, geez, man, I don't know.
I'm sorry.
You just want to. That's where all you want. You just want your money to go that way. That's
Yeah.
do, right?
We'll see what happens, huh?
Because that comes into supporting your kids. Right? You just got to do whatever.
No,
you
she's
can
into
to make
watching
them
racing. She doesn't want to race.
Oh,
she
okay.
wants to come and watch. So,
okay.
So that part's all good.
Whew,
yeah,
that's saving yourself.
100%
there, man. That's amazing.
That is Caleb Rupp out of Sturgis, South Dakota with Hit List Motorsports. And that Maverick R there at the Brannock Boulders Rock Face section. Looks like that car is still pushing strong with John Cahy riding shotgun. Oh, that's an interesting fact I just thought about is first Paul Wolf, second Dustin Robbins are both in single-seaters. So with the sun starting to set, I think the co-driver is going to be helpful with that GPS.
Oh, my gosh, man.
I mean,
absolutely.
They know the course, but, man, those shadows can play tricks on you.
Well, it's kind of an interesting thing, right? The wind is actually, even though it can be, brutal standing around here and kind of dealing with that, but, especially from being in the right seat, during these races, man, it is your best friend out there.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can start to really get to see that. Because, dude, when it sits in those dust bowls, man, it's hard to catch up and pace those cars back in front of you. Especially when you're trying to focus in and doing this and yelling at your driver and trying to keep them on the right pace. Having to deal with that. I mean, like there was I missed some of the other regional races that Sergio was in earlier this year, and part of those things that the big joke has been is because I wasn't in the car, that's why he rolled it. So it's it's kind of my fault.
I think it's kind of facts, right?
Yeah.
You ride him, he doesn't roll. You don't ride him, he rolls.
I mean, it's played out that way. I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. Call a spade a spade. That's what it is. That's what happened right there.
So are you riding with Sergio tomorrow?
No.
So he's going to roll. Okay, I got you. Okay.
Hopefully not. So it's kind of man. He he was going to come down here. The car is being prepped for the Hammers. It's been a really interesting year.
Sergio's car.
Sergio's car. Yep. And it's been a really interesting year with the Jeep and that whole thing. And so now we're kind of getting everything ready to go to be prepped for KOH. But it's man. He really gets it, man. He gets in that mode. He always says, man, we're just going to go for a little cruise, a little Sunday drive. But, man, he just gets after it, It's amazing what he can actually do, man, to throw down when it comes to just, with the capability of just that stock Jeep can do, man. It's I mean, just like thinking about, the Visions race, right?
Yeah,
when
that
the
was
hood
wild.
popped up
Oh,
at the
yeah.
end. I mean, that was just hilarious, man, the thing it goes. So John Schaefer has not been feeling that great, and so he's jumping in the car.
Yeah, he was supposed to drive, and he was hoping to drive, but he went out for a test run, and he's like, it's just too much. He's
just too much, man.
And he's got some medical issues going on.
Yeah, man, and he's got to pace himself, and he's got to be careful. You know what I mean?
Keep yourself healthy.
And be ready to go. For the Hammers, and so to bring him to have that reliability tomorrow is going to be really cool. So we're going to be here supporting the race teams. We've already fixed a bunch of winch ropes and changed out a lot of gear. And helping out the teams that are out here. So we're really excited to bring that type of support that we bring out to King of the Hammers for Nationals. And to be a part of this has just been, man, a monumental home run. We're so stoked to be here, man. It's been really good.
It's been great. And I've got some sad news. Cole Clark is out of the race.
Oh,
so hate to hear that.
Oh, what?
He was a heavy hitter. He was our pole setter. But, hey, racing happens.
Oh, man. Do we know what it was yet?
I do not. I'm waiting to hear. And it looks like Abe Gonzalez is with Justin Ramsey out there running along. Oh, and here's Paul Wolf, our physical race leader at the Warren Waterfall.
Look at him going through the water there, man. Jeez, and you see how the sun is already now setting and just how dark it got down in those valleys already.
Yep, and you're going to like this scene right about here. Oh, next waterfall. Now you can see him in the distance. See the Warren flags floating?
I love that.
Oh, yeah.
I love that.
Thanks for letting us use those for this race.
Look at that, man.
Yep. Warren has showed up in style this weekend. So Physical 1 through Rockface and now Hell's Gate.
So cool, man. What an awesome race you guys put on out here, man.
So,
how long is the course?
It's 27 miles, and they're doing 3 laps, so that's 81 miles.
Oh, my gosh, man. Talk about throwing down, man, putting the abuse here. And what lap is Paul on?
Still on lap number 1. Yep,
wow.
So we are 3/4 of the way through lap number 1 of 3, so still a lot of racing action yet to come. And this camera doesn't do justice. The sun is starting to set, as you could just saw from the Warren Waterfall.
I know, it's interesting because as we're seeing some of the live feed that's coming in here, right, and still, it's always that really funny thing. Like, when you take a picture, you kind of see it here, man. It's getting dark out there.
Oh, yeah, just like that's a perfect spot. That's the Brannick Boulders Rockface. What car's that one? No clue. What car's the other one? Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. Exactly. We're going to look at the tracker here and find out.
Well, we got our little Cheez-Its snack in there in the Take It Live studio. So do you know how to use that racing track still there? I'm sure you can figure out a little bit. I think you got.
Yeah, I can scroll
there
up
we
here.
go.
Oh, look at that. There we go.
Making the magic happen.
How many cars do you have on course right now?
We have 9 cars out on course. We got Grizz tuned in. We have Zach Sawatsky tuning in.
So happy I'm mentioning that. I mean, thank you guys at home for tuning in and watching. First off, that is awesome. Everybody at home is supporting this sport just as much as we are as brands. It's
for sure.
And racers being out here too.
Yeah, I mean, it takes sponsors, it takes race promoters, it takes racers. I mean, it's a puzzle, and when you put it all together, we're here.
Yeah, and to have the live feedback, right? I mean, to be like live out here and being able to bring the racing to the race fans at home. I mean, that is such a key element, man, to be able to just get the buddies together, man.
Oh yeah,
it's Friday night. Doesn't matter where you are.
We got the game together.
Yeah, heck yeah, man. This is
I know
awesome.
There's people sitting at the bar watching. There's people sitting in their garage, or some people sitting in the pits right here watching.
Yeah, we got the TV up in the booth, man. It's
perfect.
It's been perfect to keep tuned in, man. Starlink is really like
changed
the game, man. It made this so awesome, man. A lot more accessible, because it's been a really, really cool.
And Starstream has been fun. We don't have it. We may have one tomorrow with Chuck Crossland, but it's been really fun to bring that. King of the Hammers, we had a bunch down at Nora. We had a bunch up in Crandon. I mean, Starstream and George Hamill, what they're bringing to the game with that Starstream is very impressive. Well, there's a car there in the Warren Waterfall.
How deep is the water going through there?
I mean, spots are inches deep up to about 1.5 foot.
God, I mean, it's almost all the way in the cab. Because what tire size are these guys running?
35s.
Wow. That's amazing, man.
Yeah.
So you got the same tire size
as what I got on my Jeep.
Yeah, it's in the stock class, dude. Jeez, man.
Oh, man, that's Dustin Robbins, I'm guessing. It's blue. No, did we ever see him go through? We saw him go through already.
And how far out is the waterfall from the short course here?
The waterfall is at race mile 22, so that's 5 miles out.
Oh, man, so they're going to be rolling through here pretty quick.
Well, Peanut just came over and gave me the update that Dana Hale had some power steering issues and is out. He won't be able to race tomorrow, so tough break there. Sorry to hear that, buddy. They were out. They were broke out on course till 2:30 last night. Got it back here and are unable to fix it. So tough break for Dana Hale and Peanut.
I didn't realize that coming out here, man, how close it was for like a lot of the Texas fans.
Yeah. I mean, Dallas, Texas, is only a couple hours away.
I mean, it's pretty. I mean, that's great.
Yeah.
I mean, so this is for a lot of like the local people. I heard this is a good wheeling spot.
Oh,
right?
it's great. Yeah. This 6,500 acres, 150 miles of trails, and it's got a little bit of everything from mild to wild. I mean, I took my stock Jeep Rubicon on 35s out and was able to check out a lot of the course. It went to the Warren Waterfall. I didn't crawl it, but I went to it and watched it.
Well, next time you can go out there and you can winch up it.
I could, because I got that Warren winch on there.
That's right, man.
And I've used it a few times.
Well, you know, a little joke that we like to say is, man, sometimes you lose and sometimes you winch.
Oh, I may use that one.
Yeah, that's
sometimes
pretty good,
you
right?
lose and sometimes you winch.
Sometimes you winch, you know?
And sometimes that gets to the finish line. So
hey, man,
that's a win.
Like we like to say out there for everybody listening is winners use Warren, okay? That's what we like to say, man. Winners use Warren.
And winching can make you win. See?
Heck yeah, it can.
Winners can winch.
Yes, absolutely.
There we go. We got all sorts of puns. This could get corny.
We have like one of that little dad jokes, man.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to see us live on TikTok later, everybody.
What's TikTok?
That's awesome. That was so good.
I think my daughter's showed me something on there. But
my wife is definitely, that's for sure. She's probably at home, like not watching this live stream. She's probably watching some kind of cooking show. That's for sure. Be like, what are you doing? You're in the dirt again?
Still, again.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, here I am. Yeah.
So you can see in the middle of your screen, Cole Clark is back here in the pits. Tough break for him. Hate seeing that. So there is Paul Wolf, Dustin Robbins, Caleb Rupp, Gavin Smith, Scott Lesage still moving, Jim Flory, Perry Mahoney. So we still have 8 cars moving out there on course. Matt Walraven. Chuck Mays is tuned in, loving you jumping on the live feed with me, buddy. He wants to say, give you a shout-out from the Co-Drivers Unlimited.
Heck yeah, man.
Oh, Brian Tripp just informed me Tad Dowker has Starstream. I forgot about him.
Oh, all right. Yeah, it's so interesting to see like some of the things, you know, the technology catching up with all of us, right? How many of the cars now out there have being able to have like Starlinks on the roof? You know, how we're seeing that even from like the Baja races, like with the trophy trucks. I mean, geez, even bringing them out on the trail, man, for just being, you know, having those things attached, being able to have that thing wheeling there. God, it got dark out there. Look at that.
Man, the sun has set.
The temperature, thank God, has not really like, you know, I mean, it's been like 80 degrees still at home. Like, so, you know, I'm up there in Idaho, and so it's been you know, the fall just kind of like turned like just a couple of days ago. So I have that, you know, it's like, I think the first time I've had pants on, it feels like in like 6 months probably.
Yeah, I don't see you wear pants very often.
Well, man, I like shorts, you know what I mean? Short shorts, you know, I try to get my Tom Selleck vibes as much as I can. Right, skies out, thighs out. Miles, you know
skies out, thighs out. All right,
That's what I try to do here. You know what I mean?
And it looks like you're ready for a rainstorm with the high water.
Hey,
so
man,
they're almost pants.
Like we're kind of in a flash flood zone. You never know what could happen out here, right? You know what I mean?
Oh, what a great time it's been, Justin. I've enjoyed hanging out with you, buddy.
Oh man, yeah. Thank you so much, Miles, man, for all the work you guys do. It just really puts, you know, it is so much. You know, information, man. Dude, you keeping up, watching you guys pull this off is just a phenomenal thing, man. You guys do such a great job, and man, we can't think enough. We got somebody coming in.
Paul Wolf, our physical
Paul's
race leader, is coming into town. And thank you, Justin, for the compliment. But it's not me. We have the Take It Live team. We have the Ultra4 staff. We have Area 51 volunteers. It takes an army to put all this together. So we've got a great team behind the scenes to bring you this live coverage and an amazing race. So Paul Wolf, physical out front once again. And there he goes, clicking off lap number 1 of 2 with a 52:42. So new fast time of the week goes to Paul Wolf. 52:42. Wow, what a blistering pace. Shaved basically 2 minutes off Nathan Parker's. And, so he picked up 2 minutes over last race. He's getting comfortable out there.
Wow. Jeez, man. I mean, the amount of seat time this guy is putting down this year has just been incredible to watch. From his short courses, You know what I mean? All the regional races. I mean, just, man, can't wait to see what he can do out here, man, with the big cars.
Oh, yeah. Tomorrow he'll be in the EMC race in the 4500 car with Dan Wyrick in that UFO Toyota, and then he'll do the 4400 car. The guy is racing every adult race of the weekend.
That is amazing, man.
Yeah, I've been following him on social media, and he's been doing the ice bath plunges, and he's taking it serious.
That's so cool. Well, for him bringing the kids out.
Oh,
right?
It brings the family out to almost every race. And Paul Wolf right there, 10:18 out of Alton, Illinois. And so I've told this story earlier, but 10:18, October 18th, that's today. That's Laney's birthday, and that's where he gets his race number. I love it.
That's so great, man.
Yeah,
I love that, man.
I'm
that's
a family
so cool.
man at heart, and I love seeing Paul Wolf doing the same, and to have his daughter's birthday on his car and racing on her birthday. Happy birthday, Laney Wolf. So he goes off into the dark.
That is so cool, man. The visual of that is just phenomenal. I'm seeing the dust out here, man. What a great thing, man. The recap from today is just going to be phenomenal.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
And good for him, hard charging, man. Because, I mean, the split right now between second. Who's coming up here in second?
Dustin Robbins is about 2 miles back, so he's already put 2 miles on Dustin Robbins. Paul Wolf is flying out there. And then it keeps bouncing back and forth between Gavin Smith and Caleb Rupp.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
see, there you go.
that
Everybody at home. See, now
epic
you can see,
backdrop.
Yeah, wow. Now you can kind of see that kind of visual that we're seeing out here right from the booth. I mean,
So,
that's amazing.
Down in the valley, it's definitely starting to get dark. But up there by the windmills, there's still some light. But, yeah, just an epic backdrop here for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. That's got a good ring to it.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
So our tracker was a little off. I see Dustin Robbins already. So he is already coming into town to click off lap number 1 of 3. This is a 27-mile loop, 3 laps in total. The leaders are out on their second lap. They took off in 1-minute increments. This race is on adjusted time. So there goes Dustin Robbins, physical second and on adjusted time. He is 2 minutes and 19 seconds behind Paul Wolf on time.
The car sounds good, man. It sounds like it's running real good still. I mean, to take that abuse and to keep up the pace that they're moving right now, that's awesome.
Yeah, Can-Am 1 and 2 right now up front. And then it's going to be, I think it's going to be either Gavin Smith or Caleb Rupp that we'll see next on racing tracks. They keep bouncing back and forth with each other. The wind's still blowing, the sun's down, starting to chill off, buddy.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, I mean, I wonder how the drivers are going to be.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, especially if you get any of that water splashing up in there too, man. It's going to get a little chilly.
And then the wind chill. I mean, they're doing 70 miles an hour in some sections. And Dustin Robbins is smooth and consistent right there, laying it down. He was running a great race last time up through lap 1 and 2 and then had some issues. Not exactly sure what happened, but tough break for Dustin Robbins on his last one. But right now, he's sitting there in P2 and looking smooth and consistent.
How's the so let me ask you this on this kind of race, because I'm not that familiar with some of the UTV race cars, but how's their fuel consumption look on a course like this?
So I think they're having to stop once for fuel.
Oh, okay.
And that's my guess. I know for sure Paul Wolf had to stop once, and if he stops, I assume everybody else does too. But yeah, they're running hard for just under an hour a lap. So I think Paul Wolf told me in the past he can run 2.5 hours wide open. Well, that's more than they're doing here.
Wow, yeah, jeez, man.
So Dustin Robbins is pushing strong there as Believe Cam is chasing him through the Crossbar Ranch. We call this the Prairie area, but there are basketball-sized boulders hidden in those weeds. So you got to really be careful.
Yeah, from being out, just setting some of the course banners and kind of being out here, you've got rocks, and then you turn the corner, and then there's some more rocks, and then then there's more rocks after that,
and then more
there's
rocks
a lot
for
of rocks.
that.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
a lot of rocks here. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, well, I mean, you look like a.
Well, Sergio brought dinner over for Pam and I, so we're going to let her eat for a little bit.
Well, that's what good sponsors do, man.
Oh, yeah.
We got to take care of our people.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Justin, Sergio with Warren, thanks for hooking us up all weekend long, always taking care of the people.
Heck yeah, man. That's what we're here about, man. It's just this community, you know what I mean? I got to tell you, if since Sergio's standing right beside us here, I'm going to go ahead and throw this out. I wish he would just stop rolling the car so that way I could actually get in it. Would be really fun for me, really. I will say this, for the last couple of years, man, for finally being able to go out and be involved in it. You know what I mean? From being out on the lake bed for over 10 years and being there supporting everybody and seeing the product development that we've been able to do just for the needs to help with the racing community, and then finally actually be
Get in the car?
Man, it is just such a mind-opening experience, right? So that way we have first-hand knowledge.
Oh, for sure.
What we're doing, and really can convey that and convince that back to tell other people, like, hey, man, these are the things that we need to work on.
It's hammers tested.
Heck yeah, man. Hammers proven.
And then here at Ultra4 USA, here at the crossbar, we'll see how much action it gets used back there in the back section. But, man, our recovery crew's been busy using that Factor 55 and a Warren winch.
Yeah, they have, man. Man, good for those guys, man, coming out here, man. Really nice Jeeps. The whole crew out of Off-Road Addiction, man. It's so cool to have those guys come out here like that.
Yeah, Area 51.
Yeah,
Justin Ramsey, Trotter, the whole gang. Jeremy Dixon running race ops. Good.
Did you see Chip's JK? Did you see his
yeah.
JK that has no body on it?
Oh,
man?
it's funny.
Yeah, it's cooler.
It just reeks of Chip.
It just so
everything.
perfect.
The more you look at that thing, the worse it gets,
Dude,
then it just makes sense.
He rolled by this morning. He's like, I got Vision wheels on it.
Yeah,
I bought it for $1,000.
The nicest thing about that Jeep is the wheels and tires that he just put on it.
Awesome, dude. It's the best. Oh, I love that. Man.
Yeah.
The guy out here's got this dude has got out here has got a 450 on 43.
Oh, I saw that
with
just
no
a little bit
doors
ago.
on it. It's awesome, man.
Yeah,
what
Oklahoma rednecks at its finest.
What are you guys doing out here, Oklahoma? I got to come out here more often, man. This is my people. These are my people. Man. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, where are you based out of?
Oh, so I'm in Boise, Idaho.
Idaho,
yeah,
okay.
I'm in Idaho.
Heck, it might be snowing back there.
Yeah, man, I don't know, dude. At this point already, man, we started hearing from everybody just even in Utah, man. Snow's coming in the mountains over rather than there from some of the homies back there in Utah already. So it's coming, man. It's coming.
That time of year.
It's weird, man. They lingered on so long. I'm actually, dude. They were calling for rain this weekend. So imagine had this been raining, these guys would be having a much different race on top of
we would have a different race as well.
Yeah, we would.
And speaking about that, Dustin Robbins is stopped at the first remote pit number 1. Hopefully it's a planned stop, but that's where he ended his race on the last race as well. So hopefully he's just shaking the car down.
And how far out here on this course is the remote pit?
Remote pit 1 is at race mile 2, and remote pit 2 is at race mile 24.
Oh, wow. So they got a heck of a jump, man, to get all the way back there, just to get any help and any assistance back there on course.
So we'll watch racing tracks and hope Dustin Robbins can keep on moving here in a little bit. And there it is. Those windmills just won't turn off.
Oh, man, it just doesn't get old. I love it. That's perfect.
But it is just a great backdrop out there. It's and everybody at home knows what we're talking about. Those things, those one blade is longer than a semi-truck.
Yeah.
I mean, they're absolutely enormous. But they're, wind turbines build electricity. Keep everybody running.
Maybe we should turn the lights on out there on course.
Yeah, no doubt.
Be a little helpful to go through there.
That wouldn't be a bad thing.
I mean, that's one of the things, man, especially from racing hammers, that you don't want it, like, you know, the whole goal, man, is trying to not get caught out there in the dark.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Well, I mean, look how much darker it is on the live feed right now.
It's
Jeez,
getting
man,
there.
it's like, whew, it's like setting in.
Yep. Yeah, we've been racing for just a little bit. We've been racing all day long. We started qualifying this morning at 9, and now it's sneaking up on 7:30. So we'll be racing for almost 12 hours by the time this race is over.
Oh,
and then
man,
guess
that's
what?
Fantastic. And then,
all over again tomorrow.
All over again tomorrow. And so tomorrow's lineup, as we're getting in there, we got EMC first.
Yep. 8 a.m. Central Time, the EMC. So we'll have the 46, the 45, and the 48s all racing at the same time. Stock class will race 2 laps. 45, 48 will race 3 laps. And then at high noon will be the 170s. We'll race them on the short course. It's about a 1-mile short course right here in front of everybody.
Oh, great.
So a
perfect
perfect
for the
little
spectators and fans,
excellent.
right? Yeah, that's great.
And then at 1 p.m., the 4400s will run 4 laps, just over 100 miles. It's going to be an amazing day tomorrow as well.
Oh, man, I think there's going to be some guys, man, coming for JP, man. Some little retribution, man. They're all talking about it. It's so cool, man.
He's got a target on his back, that's for sure.
Does, man.
It's been so much fun getting to catch up with everybody all weekend long. That's what it's all about. It's about the people.
Heck yeah,
and we're
man.
doing
It's
it.
all about the people, man. And so if you guys are listening at home, right, or you know anybody in the area, man, send them out here, man. There's great spectator areas coming through here, and I mean they've set the race course so wonderfully, man. So this is such a cool time to come out. Food trucks, vendors, the whole thing. You got to come out, man. You got to come out to the races.
Yeah, we're just a couple hours away from Dallas and Oklahoma City. So, I mean, if you're in that area, there's plenty of room to come out here. There's 5 different spectating areas. It's great. It looks like we got another one coming through, and I believe that's Caleb Rupp. And it is Caleb Rupp and John Cahy sitting in that physical 3rd position. Only 9 minutes out of the leads. We'll see.
Man, he's on a mission.
Yeah, he's
he
doing
came
great.
In hot, man. Nice.
And this is his first race with Ultra4. He comes from Yellowstone Off-Road Racing, so he is doing some really good things, mixing it up with the big boys.
Oh, man, that's great. New blood in the sport is always the thing that keeps it going.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
So with seeing these kids, man, coming out here and doing all these things, it's phenomenal. This is great.
Yeah, and he's signed up for the 2025 KOH Rookie Program as well. So Caleb Rupp with Hitless Motorsports out of Sturgis, South Dakota. Mixing it up. It's great to see those bright lights out there on the horizon.
So tomorrow,
ripping the short course.
Yeah. So tomorrow, I was going to ask too, and for the people at home, just for information. So tomorrow, what are we looking at for entry to get in? Do you know what it is to get into the gate?
I believe I've got it wrote down. $20, I believe. Yeah, I think it's $20 or $30 per person.
Oh, great.
So
okay.
And kids 12 and under are free.
Oh, fantastic.
So yeah, plenty of room to come out. Beautiful place, and bring your Jeep, bring your side by side. There's room to go riding in between races.
Oh, that's
you can't
awesome.
go out on course, but there's still plenty of other places you can go. So the sun is setting here.
These guys are going to earn it, man.
Yeah.
They're earning it out there, man.
They're
That's
giving it all they got. So getting the lights turned on. Thanks, David. He's been running racing tracks, keeping everybody safe and sound out there today. We'll worry about that one later.
Get that plug in. Oh, man, the lights are on.
Yeah, I'll take that. Is that a heater, too?
Look at that. We're not too far off for that. We can just get some mobile heaters there.
Yeah, no doubt.
Have you seen, actually, have you seen those Howe campfires? Have you seen those things?
Yeah, they're pretty wild.
Oh, man, we got to get those lined up out here, man.
Heck
get those
yeah.
to be sitting around and keep us warm.
And there is Gavin Smith, physical 4th position, only 2 minutes behind Caleb Rupp. So 1st through 4th is Paul Wolf, Dustin Robbins, Caleb Rupp, and then Gavin Smith. In the pro modified class, still pushing strong out there.
So for those at home, because I'm also a little new to this too, right, when it comes for the UTV, right,
Yep.
for the UTV
Okay.
racing setups, how are those classes separated? How are they dictated?
Yeah, so we just had the stock and the open. So stock is basically stock machine, 33-inch tires. You have to run full plastics, stock suspension points. It has to be a stock frame, but you can reinforce it.
Okay.
And then the Pro Modified, you can have an aftermarket chassis. It just has to have stock suspension location. You can boat side those. You can have hydraulic steering. And that's this class, Pro Mod.
Got it.
And you can run a 35-inch tire. So it's basically a full-built race car. And then open, you can have up to a 2,000 cc, so we let the Pro R come in, and then it's just a builder's class. We've seen Ross Pilgreen and Shannon Campbell build some wild machines, and that gives them a place to race those race cars as well.
Well, it's a perfect thing, man. You know, the more racing you can do, just like it's for Paul, right? I mean, I think the seat time is so valuable. You know, when you think about how much money gets invested into these programs and these machines, and the amount of time that it takes to put them out there and actually run them at race pace, and then also have to tear them down and rebuild them to get them race prepped, right, to come back out here. I mean, it's a lot of work.
It's a ton of work. And look at Paul. Man. At least he's only got 3 race cars to work on.
Is that all?
And he works on them by himself most of the time. That guy is driven.
Yes,
and,
he is, man.
He's made a name for himself.
Even to change the livery on the cars, right before the races and to do the thing. I think he's been a phenomenal advocate for the sport. Man, it has been awesome to watch that guy like grow in this arena. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, and he came from the rock bouncing world. He was a UTV guy and has worked his way.
No kidding, really?
Yep, he was a rock bouncer. And then
man, that's awesome.
And ran wood racing and UTVs. He's a UTV guy, and then went to do the SRS rock bouncing, and then started dabbling in Ultra4 and got hooked, and then he's a star in the 4400 class now.
Wow. And what a thing to get hooked into.
Oh, yeah.
I mean? And it's hard. For those of you that have never been out here, you got to come out and see this because it is really,
it's impressive.
The energy is just amazing, man. It's just you have so much fun. The family is such, there's so much good family activities to have out here. Bring the RC cars out, man. Bring the pit bike out. Bring out the family out here. It's just such a fun time to be able to do this. So even tomorrow too, as we get in here for, we'll be set up to our trailer. We have the Ultra4 merch trailer here, right? We've got show specials on Warren winches.
I was going to say, you have winches and recovery gear.
Recovery gear for sale. We got some of the Hammers merchandise that we have that we
nice.
did, that we still have here.
Do you have any of the Warren Racing hats for sale?
Oh man,
those are
special
limited,
deal.
Oh, special edition.
Special deal there, Miles. But it might be a new merch drop for those of you at home.
Are you calling me special? Or are you calling me special because I got one?
Yeah, a little bit of both.
All right, I'll take that.
Both there, but, you do come from the side-by-side world. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, man. But it's all right, man.
Oh yeah.
Here you are. You're here
hey,
forever, Miles.
I'm here.
How is the? I want to ask you. So even last week, though, coming in here, you were down in Nora.
Yeah.
Right.
Pam and I both went down to the Nora 500 and helped them with that race. And you've been down to Baja, right?
Yeah, of course,
It's just a special place. It's absolutely beautiful down there.
And it's awesome to see, man, over the last couple of years, especially, even from the Nora 1000 this year, man, really, man, that was a full-blown race.
Yeah.
Man,
it's incredible.
Getting it,
it's
dude,
a fun race, but it's a race.
It is a race.
And it was really cool to see how many people recognized Pam and I from King of the Hammers. So crossover between Baja Racing, King of the Hammers, and Ultra4, it comes full circle. I mean, the off-road community is a tight, and it was really fun to see the fans down there in Mexico appreciate King of the Hammers and Ultra4.
That's so cool, man. It was so neat to see you guys being able to do that, man, and being advocates for this sport, right? For us rock donkeys out there.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what, Paul Wolf, even, for him being out, of course, dude, from the whole, his viral video, that F1 car.
Oh, yeah, that was hilarious.
So good, man.
You hit you scraped a little manhole cover, your day's over. Okay, well, I can blast up a mountain. It's no big deal.
Yeah, no problem. I don't know I'm trying to see here. What are we going to do?
All right, we got another car coming through. That's Matt Walraven heading out for another lap. Well, Justin, do you mind sticking around for about 5 minutes? I'm going to take a quick break, stick you with Pam, and then I'll relieve you. Is that cool?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm going to step out for just a minute. Pam, it's all you.
Man, I looked like like a rookie there, didn't I?
No, wait a minute. You know what the difference between a rookie and a professional is, right? It's recovery time.
There we go. How's it going? I obviously stepped away, got a bite to eat, but you're up here talking with Miles. You guys having some fun?
Yeah, it's fantastic, man. It's going so great. You know, I mean, I just coming out here before coming to the races this weekend. Man, we just had Trail Hero in St. George, right? So we were there for an entire week down there doing that, and then got home. I recently moved. So that was a kind of a little challenge getting through there. So I was just in the process of building a little media wall in the house, and then was literally finishing up for my wife, and then headed to the airport at 5 a.m. to fly out here yesterday morning. So it was a long day.
Long day, but you've never been here before.
Yeah, never been. No, I haven't. Yeah, never saw the Crossbar Ranch before. I didn't really, from seeing the live footage beforehand and seeing some of the aerial coverage, and then just some stuff on social. I mean, it's so hard to grasp. It's like when you're trying to take that perfect picture of a Jeep going up an obstacle and you can never really get the angle right. And it always looks so much smaller in the photo from what the reality is. And that's exactly kind of what this was like. You come out here and man, even for some of the aerial coverage that we're seeing, you can see the lights in the background, right? And you can see how where the city and the town's coming through.
Exactly.
I mean, it's pretty phenomenal.
Did you guys see the Comet? The Comet. Okay, so I was over there with Sergio, and we were getting dinner for us, and I got a phone call, and they're like, look to the west. Abe, who, Abe.
Yep.
Look to the west. Look above all the windmills, and the comet. You can see the comet that's going on right now.
Oh.
Right about time the sun's going down, the comet is
no
visible.
kidding. Oh, that's crazy.
So tomorrow night, are you going to be here tomorrow night?
Yes, absolutely.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Tomorrow night, we'll have to make sure we point it out.
Oh, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, I've never seen a comet before.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, here goes.
Well, that looks like a comet coming right across the finish line right there.
Right, exactly.
Perfect timing, everybody.
Yeah, that was Scott Lesage. We were talking about him earlier on. He has such a unique-looking race car because he's got that single seat, and the way it's built, it almost looks like a mini UFO. It looks like a mini Gomez car. I say Gomez, but UFO fabrication is what it looks like too. Miles actually kind of agreed with me on that one, that it does kind of resemble it, just the way it's built.
It's pretty amazing, man. It's just the vastness of the amount of side-by-side racers that have shown up here over the years, and man, these guys just no holds barred, man. Just throwing it down.
Exactly.
I mean, it's crazy, dude. It's just, this the performance of even the UTVs jumping into the 4400 race, the Hammers this year. I mean, it's pretty amazing, man, to see what these guys are capable of being able to do with these machines.
Exactly. I mean, back in 2000, I think it was 2012, was the first time I ever personally co-drove in a UTV, and it was one of those I think it was a Kawasaki something. I'm not even sure what it was, but it was like farm vehicles, what it looked like. But we were out there racing. It was at the Parker 250, and I had a blast because I was used to going super fast because I was always in a Class 10 car. And so going into a UTV, I'm like, man, I can actually see the scenery around me.
Yeah, you're like, well, it's a field of view. It's like crazy there.
But compared to then and now, when you have these Mavic Rs and these X3s and stuff that are now going upwards in the 110, 115 miles per hour, it's not like that anymore.
Well, the racing development that comes out here, right? I mean, they're true to form with what these guys have done. I mean, with the trailing arms, the shock packages, and everything that gets on here. I mean, dude, especially even throwing 35-inch tires on these things. I mean, who would have thought that would have even been a possibility, back in the day? And so it's amazing to see the amount of people, because, really thinking about this, how many, I was going to ask you guys this, so, was there more UTV racers here than any of the other classes? How are the numbers stacking up?
The UTV class is still the fastest growing class all across the board in any racing association.
Wow, that's
so
amazing.
Yes, we have more UTVs. I mean, if you count the youth in all of our our stock, our mods, our open class, UTVs are the largest class. Because if you look at it, like our 4400 class, we have 20 or 23 racers. I mean, if you look at our UTV classes, it just definitely outweighs it.
Wow, that's amazing. So there's a lot of things, too, on the product development end that we've really been focusing on, too, internally about we got some really cool new side-by-side products that we've been working on. That's why our team is at UTV Takeover in Sand Hollow and St. George this week, too, as well. So it's really neat to see, that segment grow. Right. There's such a, a utilitarian value from it, because there's such kind of a difference, right? You have, sand people, right? The people that are just kind of doing the glamorous thing and sending it, right, in the desert races kind of stuff. And then you have that utilitarian value, too, where there's so many people that are just using these machines. And it's crazy to see that the machine that some of these guys are racing in is the same thing that other guys are just going out to hunt in,
Exactly.
right? And that's wild to me, man. That's so cool.
Well, and that's exactly what you just totally touched on it, too. I mean, the people doing what they're doing, and, I mean, then they see that you can actually come out here and race them. They're going to cross over and do that.
Yeah,
you know,
well, I mean, exactly.
Hey, I'm going to go buy a vehicle and race it.
Heck yeah, man. Dude, and so much more. I mean, we're all not getting any younger, right? So to be able to have something, too, that you can get out of and not feel like shook up or just beat up from it like over time, man, what a phenomenal experience. I hadn't had the chance to really wheel a side-by-side before, so I remember, like, just to even... God, this would have been maybe 4 or 5 months ago. I went for our second kind of big UTV event that I attended. And I remember a year ago doing the side-by-side adventure rally on the rocks out in St. George. And got into this Razor, I think it's a Pro R.
Okay.
Right? And got into this Razor and was like, you just push this button? And that's how you put in four-wheel drive? Like, you just push the button? Like, that's how it works? Like, I saw a guy airing his tires up with a bike pump. I was like, how are you doing that, man? That was amazing.
Okay, I have to say thank you just now to Sergio and to you guys, because just put up a wall. Miles and I have been all day long sitting here with the breeze, and Sergio goes, I think we have a Factor 55 wall over there.
Hey, well, you know what I mean? We
can
provide,
already
man.
feel the difference.
Yeah, see? We provide.
No matter if you're out there stuck and needing to be recovered, or you're freezing over here.
Or we're recovering you right in your chair.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
We're right at home, man. We recover you right here in your chair. That's how we get down, man. We're here for you every step of the way, man.
I like it. All right, let's look what's going on the tracker, because I am way behind the ballgame of what's going on. So
I'll tell you one thing. Paul Wolf is killing it. How's that? In case you're curious of that, he's out there howling in the backcountry.
Exactly right. Exactly. That's more than likely what he's doing. He's winning again. We were talking about earlier that he's here to win all of them. Of course, if you're not trying to win a race, what are you doing? But
well, like I just told Miles though, so we have a little catchphrase, man. I'd like to tell you, it's like sometimes you come out here and lose, sometimes you winch.
Winch. I like it. I like it. All right, so Paul Wolf definitely is way out front. He is, on lap 2 of 3. He's over at race mile 15 right now, going 15. But he's at race mile 15, second place. Second place is way over here at race mile 6.
Wow.
Look at that. What? Oh, wait, hold on. Excuse me. 3:11, Dustin Robbins right here. But still, he's only. Was he just past race mile 3? Well, this is 9.
Oh,
so
no,
Dustin
okay.
Robbins, and then after Dustin is Caleb Rupp, who's been on a mission too for his first ever Ultra4 race. Not first ever race, but yeah. Okay, so Paul Wolf is definitely way out front. And then Matthew Walraven looks like he is stopped in the pits. That is over by 2. So unfortunate for him. He did sound kind of funny when he went by earlier on, but I thought it was just because it was the Mavar. But yeah, that is, here's Scott Lesage. She's the one that looks like the comet going by. Perfect timing. But yeah, no, so you guys are sticking around all day tomorrow too.
Yeah, we'll be here again. You're right, for anybody that's coming out. There's going to be a lot of activity going on here. So we'll not only have, we have our very own Sergio Pinillos and Brad Goodfellow are going to be racing in John Schaefer's car tomorrow on 4600. Trying to bring that home for him because John is not feeling that great, right? So we're going to try to bring home a championship, man, for John from RPM Extreme. So very excited about that for the team to be here and be involved and having enough bodies here, right, to be able to support them to do that. So we're running show deals on winches, recovery gear. We got some KOH merch too. We got the Ultra4 trailer. It's going to be open here. I think tomorrow's going to be a bustling day, man. A lot of really good activity in the weather. I mean, other than a little windy, man, and that's just par for the course, right? So I think that the weather tomorrow is going to bring out a lot of race fans.
Well, we're protected now.
Yeah,
so.
see? Yeah, that's backdrop.
We're good.
This is like, we actually, kind of funny story about these. So this backdrop, we actually made for the backdrops at our booths for SEMA. Geez, going on, man, that's got to be like 9 years ago.
Oh, wow.
That. Yeah, man, we've had that thing we've had that for a long time. So that we kind of wanted to look like a studio back, like
the step and repeats.
red, exactly, like a red carpet type of backdrop.
That's when I saw that. That's exactly what I thought of.
Yeah, exactly.
Step and repeats.
Bring it on, man.
Well, it's great to have that kind of stuff too, because then if people do want to take pictures by it, you have it right
it's perfect.
there.
Yeah, I mean, we had all the Ultra4 guys stopping by the booth at SEMA. Right, we got SEMA just right around the corner. Right, are we going to see you at the SEMA show?
Not at this time. I will not be there. I will be going to Ormhoff.
I'm working
with Ormhoff,
Great.
and then I'm actually turning around and going to Baja. I want to go to SEMA, so if it works out that I can go a couple days, I'll go. But I don't.
Great.
I don't know if it's
over Ormhoff. So one thing that so I was just talking with Ormhoff actually this week. So kind of an interesting backstory, right, for the people listening at home. There's some really, really fascinating history with Warren Industries, and one of those things is that Arthur Warren founded Warren Industries in 1948. They owned a car dealership in outside of Seattle, where they were bringing military surplus Jeeps home at that time. And so to get them from being all-time four-wheel drive into being able to drive them more capable on the street, that's when Arthur Warren invented the locking hub, which started Warren Industries, right, in 1948.
Okay.
Then in 1959, Warren invented the first electric winch. Right?
Wow.
So now you have this capability of drivability of your four-wheel drive vehicle, and now you also have the tool to get your vehicle unstuck when you get stuck off-road, right? So it's bred in our nature, right, off-roading. When Arthur retired, when he passed, his son Thurston Warren actually took over the company. And fascinating thing about Ormhoff is that in 1978, that's when the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame was founded, right? In the first inaugural class of the Off-Road Hall of Fame, there were 17 inductees.
Okay.
Those inductees are among those people Dick Seepeck, right? Parnelli Jones, right, who just passed, Baja legend, right? Parnelli Jones. Steve McQueen, James Garner were also among that class, and so was Thurston Warren.
Oh, interesting.
So Warren, we are all the way tied in for that family history of of this legacy brand. In the first inaugural class, the Off-Road Hall of Fame.
I love it.
So there's so much more involvement, I think, that we can move forward to, like our involvement too, to also support up these heroes that are through there, and that's why we're seeing that so much of that crossover out from these desert racers and all the people that have been in there, and the amount of things that have happened, for the legend and the history that is Baja. From getting a chance to race the Baja 1000, myself, it's just been what a phenomenal experience. Right, I mean, to really see what that's like and to go there and to be a part of it.
Right.
Huge flag that's an Ensenada and the whole thing. It gives me goosebumps. It's such a phenomenal experience, right? So, to be able to, kind of see that as a crossover and be able to support the chase teams and the race teams and all these people. I mean, so there's a lot of products that we've discussed with a lot of these teams about also having to interject into that. So there could be a lot more of that kind of crossover too, with some new products coming for the desert race community as well.
Yeah, well, how super cool is that? Yeah. I just got a history lesson on Warren, and I didn't even know that.
Isn't that fascinating?
I love it.
Yeah, man, it's such a cool thing, man, to be part of a brand like that. And ever since they acquired Factor 55, man, it's just been a really awesome opportunity where they really wanted to focus between not only acquiring us, but then going into getting Fab Force and Fab Tech suspension as well, to really like supercharge American manufacturing, quality products, really listening to the voice of the customer, really developing things that are going to make your off-road experience safer and better. And that's why we're out here too, right? Because you take all that abuse and all that R&D that happens out here on the trail and it happens out here in this race course, and man, if it can survive this, man, it can survive anything.
Exactly. I mean, that's what the guys and gals out here do. They put these vehicles to the test, and but that's super. I love it. I love the history that you just told me about. But talking about Ensenada and the Baja 1000, that you gave me goosebumps because I've been there and I love it. So.
Yeah, what an amazing experience that is, man.
Yeah.
To just go down there and just see, and the circus comes to town,
right.
and then, man, everybody just comes out.
Schools are even out. It's like a
holiday.
It's
crazy. Yeah, man. What a neat time. And man, it's almost that's what King of the Hammers is starting to feel like, right?
Exactly.
I mean, the amount of family activities and stuff that are out there, and the things that to get the kids out on ATVs and pit bikes and all the different things, the concert series, all this stuff. I mean, it's just growing and growing and growing.
And the kids racing now.
Yeah, and the kids racing.
The youth classes.
The youth classes. It's some of the most fun.
Yes.
Man, to see them beam ear to ear and just watching them get it, man. Those kids are all ready, man. I was just like, man, I wish I was that cool when I was like 14. Like, oh my God, that's amazing.
I think we had 6 of our youth 1000 class the 6 out of the 9 I think we had racing today raced King of the Hammers last year for the first class of the Youth 1000.
Oh man, if that's not inspiration for good parenting.
Exactly.
Right.
Derek Trent. Where did that come from? Dylan Trent.
Dylan Trent.
He won it. He was out here racing again today. So it's just really cool to see the kids coming now into the series and racing as well.
Yeah, just fantastic, man. You know what I mean? Because that's going to be the future of the sport.
You think
right?
your little will ever get in one?
Oh, we'll see.
Yeah.
My son, my son right now is active duty in the Coast Guard, and actually just bought a LJ, just bought a Jeep, so he's, he definitely got the bug. I had him driving the Jeep off road even from the, about the time he was 8 or 9 years old. I was letting him drive that thing around over there in the backcountry, right in Idaho. And now with my daughter, I mean, she's going to be 4 in November, and so I don't know, man. She's a lot like me, man. She helps me wrench on the thing, and I remember I was just changing out. I was working on something on the front end, and it was like I had missed. You put stuff down, and you just get you get into the heyday and the hectic of it all. And I had turned around and I was looking for this little bush, this little spacer I needed to put back in, mounting a new set of shocks. And it was like, in the front of the JK where the shock comes down and the bolt goes through there and it holds on there, and they have this little spacer that goes in this thing, and it's just like the last little thing I'm going to button up on the front end to do this. I can't find it. It's now dark. I told my wife I'm only going to be out there for like an hour.
Yeah,
it's been all
4
night.
hours.
You know what I mean? Snap the bolt head. You're like, ugh, that frustration. And I'm looking around for this thing, and I was just like, I couldn't find it. I was overwhelmed. And I finally was like, I'm just going to stack washers. Screw it. I'll just deal with it later, right? Just so I could drive the Jeep. And come to find out, she had picked up a flashlight and picked up a little set of wrenches and stuff. And she was only like, 2.5 or just barely 3 at that time. And had taken that, go to put the wheel on after I assembled everything else. I'm going to put the wheel on. She had taken that little spacer and had just put it right onto the lug, man. Just put it right there onto the wheel stud.
Okay.
And it was just sitting there, like, and I go to put the wheel on, and I was like, because she picked it up, and she was like, you know what, I'm going to help my dad. And I'm going to, like, slide it right on there because it fit.
Right.
You know what I mean? She was already thinking about
like
that.
Those games where,
exactly.
The stars
just
fit
nice
the
little
circle.
thing. Man, it was just so cool, So I think that, especially for having, getting the girls involved, right? And from the late great Jesse Combs, and to and seeing Bailey still out here year after year throwing it down. I mean, the women especially involved in motorsports like yourself, it's such a really cool thing, man, to advocate, man, for women in this sport, and it's awesome.
Right.
And so I definitely think this is a place, man. These girls are destined to grow up in the dirt.
We got to get your little girl a pink Jeep, but make it a pink worn Jeep.
Oh yeah, I like that.
There we go.
There we go, man.
Pink Jeep, but
she might get out here and start crawling these obstacles, man. I'm not careful about it.
She'll be showing everybody how to do it.
My wife will be like, "Where did she go?" I'm like, I don't know. She's on course.
I don't know. She's teaching everybody how to recover.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Yeah, man.
Well, and your daughter and Bailey Campbell's daughter, same age.
Yeah, and same with Sergio.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So it's like we're all laughing about that, man. All get involved in this industry, man. These girls, like, man. All the little boys out there in the world, you guys better, this is a warning already to you dudes. Right? I mean, I would hate to be like, they're going to show up here and be like, oh man, that's going to be a rowdy bunch of girls. I keep telling Sergio what's going to happen is years from now, I'll be like, what, we're going to be we'll be Mike Sky Ranch, so we'll be somewhere in Mexico sometime and be like, it's midnight. Why's the pre-runner gone? Where are the girls at? That's exactly what's going to happen.
That's probably going to happen. 100%.
I always think about that, man. Especially when you look at even Bryce Menzies, even with his kids, man, and Oren, right, and all those guys. I mean, it's just so neat to see.
It's so cool.
Yeah, it's of course, man, because it's such a family experience to come out here, man, to support everybody to do this and push the limits like that. It's so cool, man, to see this community.
I have to say that one of my favorite childhood pictures that I actually have of my dad and I. My dad is working on his truck, and I don't know how old I am. I'm probably 3, 4, something. I was little, and it looks like I'm helping him work on it. I have a picture of my son doing that with my husband. But I was like, how cool would that be to get one of like you and your daughter doing that?
Oh my gosh, man!
It's so cool to see like the kids that when they're little trying to help out, right? That's what I was trying to do was help out. And I grew up grew up doing that kind of stuff with my
I
dad.
think those are some of the. I mean, and thinking about like even from King of the Hammer, some of the coolest moments like that. Paul Herschel, right? His kids being in the race car coming through during contingency, and all these guys
on the podiums.
It's just man.
You'll have to remind me. I'm gonna have to show you a picture
man.
of Hank when he was literally 6 months old in my arms, and I had just got my first time ever first place trophy in 2007.
Oh, that's so cool.
No, it's 2008. He was born in 2008, so it was 2008 Powder Puff in Barstow, and I got first place in the race, and I had him in my arms up on the podium.
I love that.
He had this little tiny blue ponytail
so
looking
great.
Beanie on because it was so cold. But yeah, it's so true. Like Paul Wolf's daughter last year at Crandon went up and did his she accepted his trophy for him because he had to go get in his other car, and that was like the best hit of the race. Well, not my doing. It was not my doing getting it done, but everybody loved it.
Yeah, dude. It's so cool because I mean those moments. What special memories does that build out, man? And giving them to want to be passionate about what this does, no matter what kind of way of life or whatever they decide to do, like in the future. It's so cool, man, to be like, yeah, man, that's why we're wrenching in the garage, and that's why we're doing these things, right? To have these experiences with our friends and our families out here, and man, it's just phenomenal. What a cool experience that was.
And you guys alone, like when I met all of you, I was just like instantly like connected because you guys are all so awesome and everything. And then seeing you guys interact at, King of the Hammers and stuff with the kids and just everybody that's there, it's just, you guys are just a big family, right? Like you guys make everybody feel like family, and that's what another amazing thing about everybody with Warren is.
Well, that's the one thing. It's not about just building quality products and being able to do this to make experiences safer, but man, those products could end up keeping your family safe while you're on the trail, right?
100%.
So like this gets people turned over faster during the races, getting your Jeep unstuck in the backcountry and be able to do it. I mean, there's a lot going on there.
There is a lot going on, and that's what I love about it. That like I just said, I felt like I instantly connected with you guys because of your attitude with everybody and like we said, the family atmosphere. Let's look at this tracker really quick. We've been talking a lot, so let's see who is where. Okay, so Paul Wolf is now over in Rockface, roughly race mile 19, or he's right past Rockface. So Dustin Robbins still about 5 miles back. Wow. Cole Clark is right here. I wonder what's going on with Cole Clark. We'll have to find out from Miles if he's seen anything. Have you heard anything about Cole Clark, Miles? He's out. Oh, okay. I did not realize that. So Cole Clark is not there. But look at this. Almost a 5-mile lead.
Wow.
Isn't that insane? Insane.
And so we have cameras out on course here, but and how far out are the cameras sitting? We have so there's cameras at the waterfall, and there's cameras at the Brannock Hill, right?
Yes. That's about it. We have this here. We have, I had a camera guy right here. I'm not sure
I think
if
he's moving. Yeah, he's moving.
Yeah,
Caught a beautiful sunset, though.
He did. I was watching on here,
beautiful.
But I mean, obviously it's getting dark, so I don't think the camera people are out and about.
For people at home, now that we got some light, we're down here, in the booth here, but straight out in front of us, it has turned to nothing. In fact, the only reason why we can kind of tell where the horizon is just the red lights that are flashing off the towers back here. I mean, that's going to be an eerie feeling, man. So to be in the car out there and trying to move as fast as possible right now, dealing with the wind chill, the temperature dropping, we can feel probably it's 8 to 9 degrees cooler out here, plus to deal with the wind speed coming through the car.
Right.
Man, those lights are going to come in big handy right now.
Hopefully they have them adjusted properly.
So now so how many we have in? So there's still 8 active, or
we
there are only 7?
Let's see, 2340 is also, I'm not sure, that's Perry Mahaney. I think he is still moving, but maybe not on lap 1, or actually it looks like he's off. So let me zoom in here. We have Paul Wolf, Dustin Robbins, so 3, Caleb Rupp 4, or 3, sorry, I can count really, it's been a long day. 304, so 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 cars still moving.
Wow, so the attrition is setting in.
Setting in big time. I mean, we didn't have but, 8 or 9 cars actually start, but let's see, who is that coming through? You can hear it, but we can't see it. I'm not sure who that is going to be right now because it's not showing up on the tracker, but it sounds like that could be Perry Mahaney. So there's Perry Mahaney, where right here it looks like he's up here. So I'll just have to refresh. But yeah, Perry Mahaney just not coming through. So
hard charger, man.
It's
he's still going, and so this is lap 2 for Perry.
Yes. And
Wow,
they're doing
man.
3.
That is a lot. I mean, they're putting abuse down there on these machines out there today. It's crazy, man. It's just how much action is still going through here all day. It's just been nonstop, just story after story of things going on here, man.
Well,
It's been phenomenal.
And we'll see about Paul Wolf. I mean, the car that he's in right now, obviously you know this, is the car that he just raced our Open and our Stock class in.
Back to back in.
Yeah. I said at
Maniac.
least the seat's warm. His seat was warm.
His seat was warm. Yeah. Hopefully he didn't need a catheter earlier either. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
exactly.
It could be wet and warm. Who knows?
Exactly. So, yeah. But it's definitely dark out there. We have a full moon, or partial full moon, but I don't think that's going to create much light for these guys.
Yeah, man. I mean, it seems like you see the light throw that's coming off of Mahaney's car coming through here, man.
Exactly.
I just didn't want to worry about how rocky this terrain is, man. I ain't got to worry about too much of the, that light dissipation, right? As you're going so fast, right, to keep that light out in front of you.
Exactly. I mean, you only are supposed to drive as far as you can see.
Absolutely.
So that's where it comes into where are your lights adjusted as well.
Well, man, even think about some of the open race course thing. I mean, just what happened right at just the Nora this last time too, man. That viral video, those guys tagging that Tacoma out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah.
Scary, man.
Everybody was okay, from my understanding, but yeah.
But you see, I mean, man, his visor flips up, hit him so hard. I mean, gosh, man, it's crazy. You just never know, man. That's awesome.
Mexico's a little different. I mean, obviously there's open roads everywhere. You can't do like out here at a closed course where we block off all the roads.
Exactly.
But did you get some food?
Oh man, that's my cue.
No,
Check it out, man. I haven't yet either. No, we've been busy all day, man. Splicing rope and
you guys are always busy.
So,
yeah, you guys taught me. What is that tool called again?
Fast fit.
Fast fit. I got to get all those terminologies down. But that thing, I remember learning how to use that. I was like, that's the coolest thing I've ever done.
Come out there, and that's why everybody comes out tomorrow, man. We can show you how to fix your winch rope, splice your rope, build soft shackles, whatever, man. We can talk all things recovery.
Yes.
Again, we're gonna have deals on the winches, the whole deal, and so we'll be back here with you to come in and check on these boys and stuff.
I'm gonna have to check out your deals because I got to put one on my truck.
Heck yeah, man. We got you, man. We got you. Okay.
So,
thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much too for all of this, and now our wall. That
beautiful.
Yes,
looks great.
I'm like, we need to close it in now. We got
That's right.
3 more.
All right.
Just kidding. Sergio's looking at me. You want more walls?
Keep up the good work, Pam. We'll see you.
Thank you so much. I'll see you in a little bit.
Okay.
All right. Let's bring on Sergio here for a minute. Sergio, I'm going to switch sides though. Get my headset on. All right. Sergio, how are you doing?
Right. Oh, I'm great.
I'm doing really good now that you brought us that wall over here and you fed us dinner.
Oh, I was starving.
I was getting hangry.
It was a long day. I didn't want to have breakfast in the morning since we had to qualify.
Right.
You know what happens when you eat a big breakfast before qualifying.
Yeah, it doesn't go so well. But let's talk about that. So Sergio right here, he Warren Industries, but Sergio is also a racer. You're racing tomorrow in place of John Schaefer. So you also have a lot of seat time under your belt, not just out here with this. But what are your thoughts on the race course tomorrow? Because did you go pre-run the whole thing?
I did. I did. We took the company car.
Oh, did you take the Bronco?
I did. I did. We took a couple bypasses in it, but it's a rough course. It's going to be rough for us on 35s and limited suspension, you know?
Right.
I think it's going to be a survival race. And at this point, John has been doing a hell of a year.
Yes.
He is doing very, very good on the points. That orange Jeep, I don't know how it keeps going.
That's what you kept saying all last year. You drove it last year.
And they won.
Right, exactly.
I don't know how. We keep saying, one more year.
Yes.
One more year, and it's still there. But, yeah, John's been doing a hell of a year. I've been racing the 4655. We had a couple issues on our end, so we were falling behind on the points.
Yes.
And right now, Jeremy Purick actually has the Jeep right now. He's getting it fixed up for KOH.
Nice.
We're going to try to prep it, make it look pretty again.
Okay. Are the rock crawler Band-Aids going to come off of it?
Yeah, for now. I might leave one, you know.
You have to leave one. Yes, at least one. If you leave one, then maybe no more will get put on.
But I earned a lot of those.
You did at Kentucky. Kentucky really did that one in.
Yeah. We had a rough year with that car. It is a fast car. I mean, pretty much every race that we put it in, it did a fastest lap.
Is it a 24 or 23 Jeep?
It's a 24.
24. Okay,
Yeah,
brand new. You guys, brand new.
Brand new. It had 1,000 miles before we put it at KOH.
Yeah.
I mean, before KOH, we got it off the trailer and off to qualifying. You know, we pretty much from the camp to the starting line. That was our testing for it. And Jeremy and the crew at Rock Crawler, they built an insanely fast vehicle. I mean, it was very good. We did have some electronic issues, new bugs. You know,
it's
out of a
gremlins.
car.
You call it the gremlins.
That's right. And we were learning about that car. You know, it's a little bit different than Old Orange and the JK. We got everything figured out in that car. I mean, that car has been racing for 10 years.
Yeah.
Right? So we know what that car is going to do, and we got all the unnecessary electronics out of it.
Right.
On the JL, we're still trying to figure it out. What is it? It's doing completely new things.
Right.
So, and that's what put me in the lid a couple of times.
Yeah.
We had Indiana again. We had the pole. We did fastest lap, and then boom, we were upside down. You know. And again, we're going out there to test the products that we make, and we're going out there to win.
Yes.
You know?
Exactly. And who else to test the products are the people that are building the products or on the team of the builder and all of that, because you can go back and you can know, okay, this is what I need to improve or this is what we need to change. Same with you guys with Warren. I mean, you guys putting your own product to the test.
It all started, you know, this whole Warren Racing thing that Justin was telling you about. It really started with John Schaefer retiring that Old Orange and me borrowing it to just go to King of the Hammers to set up the winch points for Warren on the course, and then peer pressure of everybody saying, why are you not racing it? You should race it. I called John. I tried to convince him to fly over and race the Jeep, and he's like, no, I have too much stuff to do. I can't fly out, but you go and have fun. But hey, we haven't touched the car since Oklahoma the year before. We can do it.
Yeah.
So we put new tires in it, and off we went. We didn't check the oil. We didn't do anything to it.
Oh, wow, you did not. I did not know that.
It passed tech. Everything was good, and off we went, right? So, but the hub finally came off about a mile away from the finish line.
Oh, that always happens.
We were right behind the three Broncos, and hey, but I couldn't even be mad at the Jeep, you know? I mean, without checking a single bolt, that thing went from start to finish almost.
Yeah.
So,
but that last mile will get you. That's why you never pre-celebrate.
That's right. Well, and that was the first time Justin was ever in the car.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah, so Justin has been at KOH for, I don't know, since Factor 55 started. 12, 15 years, and he's there every year.
But never been in a car.
He never leaves the booth. Right, and you know how busy Factor 55 gets.
Right, so you guys are like the busiest.
So
always.
He never left the booth, and this time I was like, "Hey, you want to jump in?" And Brad is like, "Well, I want to jump in too."
Yeah.
So then we alternated. Brad jumped with me in the desert lap, and then Justin jumped in for the rocks. And Justin got to experience what all the racers are experiencing out on the field. You know, he always has his techniques and all that stuff, but for him to break his own rules, he always said, "Oh, you got to winch this way and that way," and then he's like, "Oh, well, this is a whole different game." And that actually developed all these new products that we have now.
Okay.
Right. So, and Justin has a vision for it.
Right.
He sees something. He sees what the racers are doing. He sees what the consumer wants. So his brain starts going different ways. He talks to all the engineers at Factor, at Warren, and we come up with new products. And that's how we do it. You know, we're out here on the field testing our stuff, seeing what works, what doesn't work, and what we need, you know, the opportunities for new products. So that's where the Hammer Loop comes up. All these names that are KOH related.
Okay.
You know,
okay.
Hammer Loop.
Yeah.
The Ultra Hook from Ultra4.
Yes.
All this cool stuff. So, yeah, it is really, really important for us to be involved in this sport and be the ones out here using our stuff.
Right.
You know? That has tremendous value.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah,
I mean, like you're saying, though, you know, out there and he didn't realize this or that, need this or that, and now you're getting the product made. Yeah. It like goes back down to the builder driving the car or prepping the car or whatnot, like you guys being in it.
And we were so.
Like your brother driving the Datsun?
The Datsun and the Nora.
280Z, Nora. You came back and completely changed that suspension and took out the windows.
Yeah. So he was building that car with his wife in his garage to race the Dakar Rally. We have a lot of background in the Dakar. I've done that multiple years. We actually used to race it in our property down in Peru. So we're very heavily involved in the Dakar Rally. And the Dakar Rally has this new class that is the Dakar Classics. Right? So it's the old cars that have used to race Dakar back in the day. Now they can do the classics. They don't do the same course, but it's still pretty challenging for them. You're talking about Porsche and Datsuns. And, so his goal was to build a car for that, right? So his biggest problem was... All right. Whoa. Whoa.
I guess we needed to put your mic closer.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
All
there
right.
we go. Hollywood.
That's better. Yeah.
Hollywood.
Yeah. Well, I'm not. This is Justin's side of things. He's the one that is great for the radio. I'm just here. I just drive and roll over stuff. That's what I break stuff. But no, I mean, long story short, he was building that car for Dakar Classics, and he actually built his cage. And the biggest fear was passing an FIA cage. To pass it tech. That was the hardest part, and he did. He passed tech. He started racing rally, and then I told him, "Hey, why don't we do the Nora?" And he goes, "What is that?" I'm like, "Oh, you've never been in Mexico. Once you go to Mexico, that's a drug.
Yes.
You want to go back all the time."
I agree.
But it was more of a local race for us instead of shipping the car all the way to Saudi or wherever the Dakar is going to be. It gets very expensive, right? So putting all the tests that we can do to get that car ready for that was to do Nora, and I convinced him to go down there, and I was bougie. I flew in, flew out.
Oh, goodness, that's funny. Bougie, I like it. Yeah. No, you guys were the car. Your car was, I swear, I mean, the Myers makes and all those other cars, but you guys coming through in that Datsun, I swear everybody was talking about you. The recovery crew, our sweep crew, you were definitely one of the favorites out there.
Man, it was tough. I mean, I remember the guy passing his tech for the Nora looking at us and being like,
"Are you sure?
Are you sure what you're doing?" And the first stage being the hardest, the
silt.
Ensenada de San Felipe, those whoops and this.
What about the silt? The day after San Felipe was a silt,
right? When we left Bay of LA, we fell into one of the silk beds holes and we lost the whole front suspension.
Yeah.
It was a long day. I think we made it back by 3 or 4 a.m. and started at 7 the next day.
I remember I was keeping in contact with your wife. She had messaged me, and because I had service, you guys had absolutely no service, but I would have service, and so.
But that's when the guys at Nora, man, the sweepers.
Yeah, Chris and all them.
Shout out
awesome.
to them, man. Those guys were awesome. They were.
They wish you were just at the 500, by the way.
Well, I wanted to go. I mean, we were thinking about going. Bruno had other stuff going on, and I got invited.
You guys are busy.
Yeah, because then we have our real jobs too that we got to do.
Right, exactly. And it's show season for you.
Yeah. But I got invited to go race the Race Forest Challenge in Colombia the same week of the Nora.
I saw your pictures.
It was insane.
Yeah.
It was insane. It's a new style of racing that I've never done. I showed up and I'm like, what is this?
Another drug now?
Yeah. I don't know. It's not my cup of tea. It's not my thing, but I had a blast. It's completely different. It's still off-road racing, but completely different.
Completely different.
What was cool about it is that they don't see the winch as a shame on using it. The winch is part of the competition.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So the obstacles, you have to winch it. I mean, you're driving with water up to here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so you're underwater, blah, 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 and winching if you can, winching up hills, winching up. It was insane. I mean, those cars have 4 winches.
Huh, 4.
4. And
That's kind of weird.
There's PTO winches that they have a third dry shaft that goes from the T-case to a Dana 30 in the back.
Wow.
With a drum.
Huh.
So they just click, woo, they're winching too. And then they have 8274s back there. They use the RC in the front because they're pulling on every angle. But they're pulling they use our RRPs from Factor 55, the donut, and they attach it to the cage to the sides because they'll be pulling from underneath the car to the cage, back to the tree, flipping themselves over. Insane. I've never seen that kind of stuff, and it was awesome.
So all of you at home that are listening to this conversation, I mean, that goes to a true testament you know, our guys at Warren don't only sell the products to you, they're out using it.
Yeah.
They know exactly what they're talking about. So
and I mean, it was a learning experience for us, you know, because they're always asking us. Every time we see a customer at SEMA, for example, they'll be walking and he's like, "I want this and that," and you will be like, "For what?" Because us here in the U.S., we don't use it, and that kind of. And over there, it was eye-opening. But we ended up, a friend invited me, and I ended up driving his car a little bit, and we ended up winning the race.
That is pretty cool.
That was
Speaking
insane.
of winning the race, here we have Mr. Paul Wolf in the 10:18 coming through, getting the white flag.
Wow.
If he finishes this lap in number 1, guess what? He's won 2 races in one day in the same exact car.
He's a driver.
He's a machine.
He can drive.
He is a machine. Let's see.
How many cars do we have running?
I think we still have 8 running. I think it's 8 cars running. Let me look here. But Paul Wolf coming through with the white flag out. Wow. I mean, that dude right there, you know his past, but he's got so much experience in so many different styles of racing. Came from the rock bouncing world and transitioned into Ultra4 and has done nothing but
kick butt.
He's on the podium all the time. So let's see. We have.
Crazy. He can drive any car that he gets his hands on.
Exactly. Looks like we have 8 cars. I'm not sure. Wallraven hasn't really moved much from this area, so maybe he just has not completely updated yet. But yeah, I believe we just have these 8 cars going. But Paul Wolf, he's going to be racing twice again tomorrow.
Wow.
Exactly.
And that's a rough course to be there 4 times.
Right. Exactly. Well, he's already been out there twice today.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's crazy.
I don't know. The man, he qualified 3rd in this race. So for the Pro Mod, he qualified 3rd. But earlier in the Open and the stock race, he qualified 1st in class. So he had started out front and never looked back.
Wow. Well, I mean, I saw him on the first lap, and that gap was just.
Yeah.
He just has to keep the car together.
Exactly.
He got it.
It's his race to lose right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
100%. Oh, look, here are Justin and I were talking about this, or Justin brought up the only thing that we know where the horizon is are the red blinking lights.
Those fans.
The fans.
Man, will they turn them off?
I wish.
That wind never stops here.
No, it doesn't.
It's crazy. But hopefully it doesn't stop tomorrow for the dust.
Today was warmer than yesterday and the day before, though.
Yeah.
So I know you guys, as Miles keeps saying, it's your friend. It's a racer's friend, but not our friend.
Yeah, no. I'm glad we have this wall right here now because it was getting rough.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I know. And what do you think about Miles's custom crossbar or crossbar customs?
They're cool. They're different shapes. You know, it's
different weight.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
No, I mean that wind was blowing today. And
it took all of his clipboards and completely flew. The monitor flew off. My energy drink left me. It was like a gut. It's like somebody was down there and turned on like a high-powered blower. That's what it was like, because everything.
Well, but I mean, we were out putting the flags and you know the worn flags and different obstacles, and that wind was blowing. But seeing the race cars go by, and then almost immediately the dust was out. So
yeah,
that's a good thing.
Hopefully, it's like that tomorrow. I hear it's supposed to still be the same tomorrow.
Because I'm starting in the back, so it's gonna be. It's going to be fun.
It'll be fun.
It'll be fun. It's always fun. That's what we're here for.
People prove all the time that they can start in the back and win.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're not coming out to win this one. I don't think we are.
Just come out to finish.
Schaefer did an amazing job all year long, and we're just trying to get that car to the finish line. The plan was for him to drive it, and I was going to co-drive since I wasn't racing. But he had kidney stones early this week. The stones are gone, but he's not ready to get out. I mean, if the course would have been easy and short, it might have been okay. But he drove about a mile to yesterday.
Yeah, he said he did 2 or whatever. He came in and he's
jumps.
like,
no.
John Goodby. I was like, you need to talk to John Goodby. So went and talked to him instantly, and John's like, no.
Yeah, no,
you shouldn't take that chance.
Yeah, no, especially in a course this rough.
Right.
It was going to hurt him. So I know that it has to be hard for him to sit back and watch somebody else drive your car.
He was standing right here when you were qualifying.
Yeah. And I was expecting him to hear him on the radio. But I did tell him, I'm like, hey, don't yell at me when I'm going slow, because I don't want to mess this up for you.
Right.
You know, it's really a lot of pressure.
You've seen me drive, right?
Right.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
You know that I flipped every single race this year, right? So
I don't have a good track record this year, so don't push me, man.
No, and I told him from the beginning. I said, hey, this car is tired. Let's start with that. and I don't want to mess it up for him. I really, right now, the way he is in the points, we just need to finish.
Right.
We need to cross the finish line, get that car. I mean, if we get him on the podium, great, but really we're not chasing that. And during qualifying, I had that in my head, and even though you put the helmet on, you hit first gear, you hear the RPM, so you just want to go.
Right.
But
the brain bucket,
I
call it.
Yeah. But I mean,
race brain.
The course was getting chewed up, just the qualifying course. So I saw Tom Biddle in front of me. He tumbled.
Oh, that's what happened. We couldn't see him because he's on the other side of the hill.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I called John on the radio and I said, "What happened?" He's like, "Tom went," and I was like, "Oh crap, here we go again."
Right.
So I decided to just go fast where I could and slow down where I had to, and take the turns nice and easy. Don't beat up the car.
Right.
Poor Charles, John's main guy that preps the car and helps him at the shop. He's also hurt.
Oh, goodness,
He has meniscus torn apart in his knee.
No.
So we're injured. We're an injured team right now. So
injured team with the tired car.
Right. So, like we said, we can lose it all here instead of winning. We're going to lose more by breaking the car than.
So it just, smooth. And we always say smooth is fast. So you just run a smooth, your own race. Don't chase the dust. And you're wanting to do, just get to the finish line.
We did great. We're in the middle of the pack of our class, but our class starts in the back. So I'm just going to be back there chilling.
Yeah. You going to play some music?
Actually,
do you have a radio?
We don't have a radio. See, the JL does have Sirius XM. So, here we're going back, but
you just need to get a boom box and just tie it to the back.
It's funny you say that. You know what Visions last year? Yeah, last year. That I was by myself riding orange. I had no co-driver, and I thought that the comms were gone. I couldn't hear anybody, and it was me that I flipped the driver isolator off.
Oh.
So it was all my fault.
Oh, my goodness.
But I couldn't talk to anybody, so I was just singing, and that morning I had my kids with me in the RV, and that morning was the wheels and the bus go round and round.
Oh, my goodness.
All morning. So there I am racing, and the wheels on the bus go around, and they wouldn't get out of my head. And then I actually control myself by singing that. You know, I will be singing, and whenever I will start hitting the gas floor, I will sing faster. The wheels on the bus go round and round. I was like, Sarge, you got to calm down. The wheels on the bus go.
That's funny that song is what was making you calm.
It was crazy, So this year we were actually pre-running, and I had Robert and Doug with me. They're racing the 392. I'm like, what song are we going to do this year, So we were thinking about Smooth Operator. So
there you go.
Calm down, will be Smooth Operator.
There we go. There we go.
But, yeah, we're just going to be chilling back there. I always tell them it's a Sunday cruise.
Right.
We're going to go another day of wheeling. It's just get it to the finish line, and hopefully do this for John. He's helped us tremendously in building Warren Racing. I mean, he gave us a car for the whole year.
That's pretty darn
cool.
And
he even prepped it for me many times where I didn't have time, and he would be like, just bring it to the shop. I'll get it done, and go take it. Just don't beat her up too much.
Yeah.
And I lied. I did beat it up a lot. That Pennsylvania race where I crossed the finish line, the hood flew
open. Oh, my gosh. That was perfect timing. I
like to say that's my slowdown device, It's my
that's like
parachute.
The parachute, like the drag cars.
Oh, man.
That was I'm done.
Yeah, I'm done. Oh, I did have it at like 285 degrees.
Oh, that's right. You were saying that.
Yeah,
did it cool off instantly?
It did. Yeah. It worked out. Well, that's what happened. That one we wanted to race. We wanted to go win. And Doug was in front of us, and he got stuck in one of the lines. And I saw this line that was not recommended.
Okay.
But I had my brother ride with me, and he hooked up the winch. He looked at me like I have 5 eyes. Like, are you sure we're going to winch? I'm like, I trust this winch. Just go. And sure enough, we winched up.
Wait, is that where everybody was getting stuck on that one tree?
Yes.
You guys went right, I think.
Yes.
I remember seeing that.
And the problem is I was winching, letting the winch do all the work, and I got excited. I wanted to go, and I gave it gas, and I slid into the tree.
I remember that.
So when I hit that tree so hard that it tweaked the whole tub, and that's what caused the radiator. Well, the radiator started rubbing against everything there, and then it became a mess. The fan stopped working.
Aren't you just supposed to put pepper in a radiator? Isn't that the trick? You put black pepper in a radiator?
But I wasn't stopping. I mean, it didn't overheat until the last rock pile, the last mile in Pennsylvania where we had to get up the hill. that's when it started overheating. Luckily for me, Adam Collin, he was racing that same race, and he broke on the first lap. So he was sitting there on the side.
Oh, I remember all of this.
Right.
Watching all this on the live
Yes.
show, yeah.
So he was sitting there broken.
Because he's still a registered racer, and he was still racing.
So the rule is that you can help each other.
Fellow racers,
Yeah.
yes.
So he was just sitting on the side, and he had the radio on, and we were on the same channel, right? So I'm going like, I need water, get me water. And he goes, I don't have water. Oh, man, yes, I do have my drinking water.
Uh-huh.
So that's what we got. And when I got to the last ledge, just getting out to the finish line, it finally said, I'm done.
Yeah.
And we had to cool her down.
But you finished.
And we won.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
couldn't complain. That orange Jeep, man, I'm telling you, it's
a little
just,
orange Jeep that could.
It
that
just
still
keeps
can.
Going. But yeah, hopefully, we can do this for John, and I feel bad for him not being able to drive his own car.
Yeah.
But health comes first.
Right.
You know? And
right.
That's what I told him. Like, hey, man, and it's not worth it.
No,
you know?
it's definitely not worth it.
Not
worth it at all.
So.
So Paul Wolf, let's do this really quick.
Yeah.
So Paul Wolf, we saw him go through. The number 2 guy, which is Dustin Robbins, is stopped.
Ooh.
Right here, 2 miles out. Oh, that's the pit, but he's still stopped.
Pit, yeah.
Ooh, he's making his 4,400 debut tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yes, he actually. Well, he qualified today, but he's debuting 4,400 tomorrow. So he's racing today twice. He raced earlier, and then he'll be racing tomorrow in 4,400.
Man,
and his little kid was racing in the 170s. Talk about another busy man.
That's what I'm saying. I take my hat off to these guys, man. They're on this course.
I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. That's why we like talking with Justin and like talking with other people. Like it's physical, right? Like you have to like. I don't think we was talking about that. I was talking about it with somebody else earlier, but being this as racing, it's a sport, right? So you still have to keep yourself physically in shape, not just mentally in shape. You got to prepare yourself, because what you guys go out there and endure on that racetrack between the heat and whatnot. We got some people that are
some people jumping in on course,
not doing what they should be doing right now. But anyways, Miles is going to go take care of that. Miles has been like the Swiss Army knife of the race this weekend. He's been doing tech, he's been doing crowd control, and announcing, putting up flags.
It's a man of many hats.
Exactly. Normally that's what we do when we get out here, but yeah, there he is. But no, it's a mental game too. You know, you got to mentally and physically be in shape for getting out here in the elements that you guys deal with.
It will beat you up, you know.
It will.
It's
hydration is one of the biggest things when it's hot.
Yeah. Right now it will be cool, but it is, you're getting banged around and you get mentally exhausted.
Right.
And that's when you start making mistakes.
Right, exactly.
We see it all the time on long races in Baja, Dakar, all that. It's a mental game.
Yes.
You start getting exhausted, making mistakes, and that's when.
Well, and speaking of your brother at Nora, I mean, both of you guys were getting so much heat. Like it was not good at all for you guys, and that's why the windows are out now.
Yes, thank
You
God.
got air conditioning.
Trust me, I was about to kick that windshield out. I couldn't take it. It was so hot inside there. But that's another thing that you learn, right?
Right,
you
exactly.
Take the car out. You do those races to learn and make it better.
100%.
But yeah, that's another race that it's a long race.
I'm excited to see you guys out there again.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this year he'll be racing with his wife. Last time he couldn't do it, or she couldn't go because she started a new job. But they want to train together to go to do the Dakar Classics.
That is
right?
so cool. I love that.
It will be cool that she can join in, and I'm trying to convince Schaefer to take Old Orange down there too.
Yeah, shh. I thought you were just going to take it.
Yeah,
you're going to borrow it for 12 days.
I will give the option to say yes, but
you also need the title. Oh my goodness, that's so funny. Oh my goodness, I love it.
I mean, I'm going to give him the option to say yes, and if he doesn't
maybe
say
he'll
yes,
come do it with you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think that once he starts doing that stuff, he will love it too.
Yeah, it's a lot of. I mean, this is a whole nother. There's so many different levels of motorsports.
Yeah.
And you got that's rally. I mean, it's all kind of turning into where people are more, using it more as a race.
Right.
But it's a rally in reality. And then you have this, it's endurance, right? And then you have King of the Hammers. That's just insanely crazy, awesome bucket list item for myself. And then you have, desert, which is nothing but super fast.
Yeah.
So you got all motorsports. Obviously, I'm leaving out all the motorcycles and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but there's all kinds of racing. They're all fun. You know. it's all different but the same.
Right.
You know, but this particular race, this course right here, it's reminds me a little bit like a mini KOH.
It does.
I mean, it's an endurance race. You know, usually a regional race will be a sprint. You know, we push the cars a little bit more. It's a shorter course. On this one, I feel like at least us in the 4600s, we need to survive.
Right.
It's a survival race, right?
Right.
We're gonna get banged around. The cars are gonna get banged around.
Yes.
So it reminds me of a mini KOH where you just have to survive and make it to the finish line.
And you have different terrain out here.
Yeah.
You have the waterfalls, the rock face. You have the Hell's Gate. You have the prairie, which usually is like a go fast area, but people are like, I don't remember that many rocks up there in the prairie. But watching on the live stream of the drone footage, you can see the rocks. Yeah. So you got to watch out, especially in the dust.
The more cars go by, the more rocks are going to get exposed.
So exactly.
It's I think that area can get you with tires. Because there's some big rocks that come out of nowhere there, and if you're going at speed,
they like to jump out at you.
Yes, they will attack you.
They attack you with the sharpest claws they have.
Yes.
Oh, but so what time you all going to get out here in the morning?
Well, the race starts at 8, right?
Yes.
So I think we got to get ready by 7, line up by 7:30.
Yeah.
And then just go for a long day wheeling. You know?
Just a fun day of wheeling.
Yeah.
You're used to it. No big deal.
It's all good.
Easy peasy, fresh and easy.
Go for a ride and just enjoy it, you know? It's like I said, we're in the middle of the pack, so just keep going and
100%.
Don't get pressured, you know. But I know Albert is behind me. Albert and my brother are right behind me.
Oh, that's awesome.
We have somebody else coming in right now. Another UTV.
Yeah, this is Caleb Rupp, the 6422. It looks like Dustin Robbins is still stuck over here, and I think that is in the remote pit 2. And then 304 is also stopped as well. So this should be Caleb Rupp. This is his first time racing out here at Ultra4.
That's the first time?
This is his first time racing at Ultra4. He races at the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing.
Okay.
So he's not a stranger to racing. He's just never been here with us here at Ultra4.
And he's now in second?
He is now physically in second. And let me go to our live timing because this also, Paul Wolf and Caleb Rupp, yes. Dustin Robbins stopped as we saw the 304. Gavin Smith is also stopped. Matthew Walraven, who is actually, he's roughly between, he's a quarter of the way through mile 16. He technically is running in third position right now, and he's all the way over there.
On the other side.
Paul Wolf is going to end up probably catching up with Matthew because he's been kind of a little bit slower. I think he had an issue. He was in the pit a long time earlier.
He's probably trying to get to the finish
line.
Right,
exactly. Well, he now is 16 and a half, and where's Paul Wolf? Paul Wolf is right here at 9.5 roughly, so yeah.
Wow.
We'll see. He might not catch him, but I'm not sure if he's having problems or not.
Paul is flying still, even though he has his own raise already. You know, he has the raise in his pocket. I think he's a fast man.
Right?
He's still flying.
I should have looked at what time Paul came through. I don't know why I didn't do that. Look at the time he came through compared to second place. That had to be
a while.
Yeah. Were you on here with me when Paul came through, or was it Justin?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
right there.
So but yeah, it had to be a while.
I mean, it's almost half the course.
Right? Exactly. All right. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get Miles back on here. I think he had a good break, and I thank you guys for coming in and chatting with us as well.
Look, you see, I started talking about Schaefer. Look who he just popped up.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he's right there. He's like, "What are you talking about my car?"
Oh, he's been hearing the whole time.
You're talking about my car and me.
Oh yeah, you're going to race Nora with him, by the way.
He don't know. He don't know yet, but yes, you will. Well, thank you, Pam. And
yes, we'll see you in the morning.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep, and well, we gotta check the car. I guess we gotta do some kind of prep.
I feel like this is deja vu. Has this happened before?
I mean, yeah, we put air in the tires and we clean the sticker. We put 2 more stickers, so that's extra horsepower. We're good.
Yes, I really feel like this has happened before. That's creepy. This whole conversation.
Well, thank you, Pam. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you in the morning. If I don't see you in the morning, good luck. I'll see you after the race.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You're
Miles,
welcome.
here's your mic again. I know you
Miles,
miss
it. His mic wrench that he doesn't have. No, great talking to all of our people here. Warren Racing is our sponsor out here for our nationals as well. So, good times out here with everybody. I love it. It was great having Justin on here with you for quite a while too.
Oh, yeah, you talk about characters.
I know,
Justin
I love
and
them.
Sergio are two of the best in the business. And,
yes.
Warren Racing taking care of us, bringing us our little dinner break there.
Yes.
That was a nice little step away. And with
you know what I had?
What'd you have?
You can't guess what I ate? What I ate?
Uncrustable?
Cheese quesadilla.
Oh, cheese quesadilla. Oh, my goodness. Bland at its finest.
Picky Pam.
But yeah, it's been a nice little break. But I was keeping up behind the scenes a little bit. My iPad went dead.
Yeah,
It's
well,
a bit timing, so I got that pulled up on the phone. And Paul Wolf out front,
Paul
and
Wolf
then
is
Caleb
boy.
Rupp has moved into second position. Paul Wolf has a 13-minute lead. They are out on their third and final lap for the Pro Modified class during the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch. It's been a wonderful day of racing. Obviously, it's dark. We've got no cameras out on course.
Right, exactly.
So we do have one set up for the finish line, so we'll be able to see the checkered flag flying here in a little bit for Paul Wolf.
We'll just see
and
lights
Caleb
coming by.
Rupp. Yeah. So
Yep.
Dustin Robbins is still at remote pit number 2.
Yes.
He's done well in both races, but something has happened.
Something.
And
Let's
I'm
hope this
looking.
4400 is better. So the 304 also of Gavin Smith is not moving at race mile 22.
And Jim Flory
Yes.
stopped, and Cole Clark is out. So, yeah, half of our racers out there, the attrition is setting in. That's 50% attrition right now, Pam.
Exactly. And we do have Matthew Walraven technically would be in that number 2. Oh, Scott Lesage is also out there as well. But Scott Lesage and then Matthew Walraven, and then after that is Perry Mahaney. Those are the only ones that are still running behind Paul Wolf and Caleb Rupp.
So Scott Lesage still has a pretty good shot at this thing, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep, he does. He sure does. I mean, it's anybody's race right now. I mean, Paul Wolf is coming around right now to he's about roughly 12.5 mile marker, but here we are waiting to see what's going to happen, though, between, let's see here, Perry Mahaney and Matthew Walraven are running pretty close together.
And just like that, Pam, a mechanical alert for Jim Flory. We just went over that. So he is asking for assistance from Ultra4 USA and Area 51. Tough break there.
That is such a bummer. It's been craziness.
Oh, man, it's been setting in like crazy out there. Again, we need to give a huge shout-out to PCI, Metal Cloak, Brannick, and especially Warren Racing for bringing us all of this live racing action here with Ultra4 USA here at the Crossbar Ranch. The entire Take It Live team behind the scenes bringing you this live action. It was really cool to see Hell's Gate and Rockface out back. So tomorrow, obviously we had a few little technical difficulties early on, but they got it sorted, they got it fixed. So tomorrow we should be good to go.
Yes, I can't wait. And in the morning we're starting so early again with our EMC class. But yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting day tomorrow to see more camera view angle of that area back there, just because we didn't see much of it today, and that's the technical part.
Oh yeah, that's the one to watch, and both of those places have spectator areas.
Yes.
So come out and check it out. It's gonna be a fun one to watch.
It's gonna be a great one to watch.
Or stay at home, flip back the recliner, chuck the remote, grab your cooler, and let's rock and roll.
Well, or you're like Chip, who has a cooler crawler, is what I'm calling it.
A cooler crawler, yep.
No, there are lots of spectators. It seems like we're coming in today, too. So it looks like we're going to have quite a few people out here watching tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. And the weather's supposed to be even a little bit warmer tomorrow.
I hope
now we
so.
got our nice Factor 55 wind block,
yes,
so
exactly.
It'll be nicer here in the office.
Yeah, it definitely made a huge difference when you guys put that up. I'm like, we should be putting those up and putting some propane heaters in here with us.
So earlier today, Paul Wolf ran a 52.42, and his last lap was a 1 hour flat, so he definitely knows where he's at. He's slowing down, and obviously it's dark, so that's going to slow him down as well. So
yeah, for sure.
Interesting to see how this shakes out, but Paul Wolf may win back-to-back in the UTVs.
Don't jinx him. It's not over till the checkered flag waves, but wow, yeah, for sure. Paul Wolf is over here at roughly race mile 13.5, going roughly 24 miles per hour.
So he's right at the halfway mark on his third and final lap, because it's a 27-mile lap race. And Paul Wolf knows this track. So tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Central Time, he'll be taking off in the EMC for the 4,500 and that UFO with Dan Wyrick.
Yes.
I know they were still talking back and forth who's going to race what, but like you said, I believe it was Wyrick that qualified, so he will start or finish that race, and then we'll see if they switch up during the race or not.
While you were over here talking with Justin and we went over to get dinner, I saw Chris Hickman and Jason. I should have asked them who was actually going to be the start, or who qualified today. I could have got that information, but you know what? We'll know when they start the race or see him in the morning. But yeah, Paul Wolf, man, I keep saying it. He's like a machine out there. But we were talking about this earlier. These drivers, this is their sport.
Oh,
so
they
like
love
Paul Wolf has stepped up his fitness game. You watch him and his wife's stuff, and like they've stepped up their fitness game. It's not only mentally a mental game or a mental preparation. It's your body as well. And with Paul Wolf racing in pretty much every single class that we have. I mean, in every single class that we have, he has to be physically fit because how else do you do it?
Yeah, and that brings up a memory that I had. I remember one of the first times Jason Shear won King of the Hammers. They partied till 2 in the morning the night before the race, hopped in the car, rock and rolled, made it happen. And then he's turned into a complete professional now. You know, they don't party, they hang out. They're cool.
It's a business.
They take it seriously.
Right.
And every time the green flag drops for Jason Shear, he's got a chance to win.
Right, exactly. I mean, when you change your mindset, it's just like for anything in life. I mean, no matter if it's your profession or your business or building a business or your hobby or whatnot, when you change your mindset to, I want to do this and I want to do this right and I want to do this well and I want to succeed, it completely changes everything how you do it. So like you're saying with Jason Shear, I mean, completely changed his life, made it his business, and now, goes out and wins or whatnot. But it's definitely something that you have to think about, even though you're not a professional NBA, whatever, or football player or whatnot. You're a professional race car driver.
Oh, this is way better than football.
Oh, yeah. I don't even watch ball sports, I should say. Everything I watch is motorsports when I do watch TV. But we do have it's just completely different. Like I was saying, though, like changing your mindset will completely change how you look at your whole entire racing career or whatever in life you're doing. So, but yeah, Paul Wolf out there now at roughly race mile 14.5, now going 21 miles per hour. So it's like you said, Miles, it's dark, but I think Paul Wolf has gone around this course so many times he probably could do it blindfolded.
This is his 6th lap.
Not counting
during race, yeah.
Not counting pre-running.
Pre-running. Incredible. And then the only other person on the lead lap right now is Caleb Rupp. We do know Dustin Robbins is still stopped. Oh,
yes.
Let's go back up on your tracker just a little. Nope, he's still in that.
Yeah, he's still stopped. 49.32. Scott Lesage is now stopped.
Oh, Jim Flory just got called
stopped.
out.
Gavin Smith is stopped. Whoa. So technically, you have Paul Wolf. You have Paul Wolf. Sorry, my hair is everywhere because of the wind. Paul Wolf is in that number 1 spot. You have the 1-8. Actually, let me go down here. Paul Wolf. Then you have. Let me go down here because this is where second place is. Way over here. Caleb Rupp. Then you have Matthew Walraven in 3rd position, but Paul Wolf is at race mile 16 almost, and Matthew Walraven a lap down is at little over race mile 18. Wow. So Paul Wolf could technically maybe catch up in lap 3rd place.
And then it's once the checkered flag flies for Paul Wolf, nobody heads out for another lap, no matter if they're a lap down or not. Once the checkered flies for our race winner, it flies for the rest of the field.
Exactly. So Matthew Walraven, then Perry Mahaney. So, I mean, yeah, if he can catch up and pass them,
wow,
he would be technically passing 3rd and 4th place.
That is incredible. And Paul Wolf is an absolute madman behind the wheel.
This is where you play a game with yourself. Do you really push it super hard as a lead driver, knowing you have this kind of lead? I mean, he's over at race mile 16 almost, and 2nd place is all the way over here, just past race mile 5.
Yeah.
Just updated in, 6.5 roughly.
It's pretty incredible. But Caleb Rupp, let's talk about this young man coming to his first Ultra4 USA race and is in physical 2nd and on adjusted time.
Right.
Man, the Hit List Motorsports Can-Am Maverick R he's driving with an Ultra4 veteran of John Cahy out there running around with him. Co-driving is doing great.
So, Miles, I know that you know his information from working with your series, do you know how long he's been racing? Do you know that information?
He's been racing for a few years.
Okay, so he has some time.
Yeah, he definitely has some seat time, and he was quizzing me on the King of the Hammers rookie program, so we were chatting about it.
Okay.
So I put him in touch with Bailey Cole, that's helping run that, and he's joined it, so he's going to come race King of the Hammers. I was like, hey man, like if you need anything, hit me up. So we were chatting one night, and I was like, man, you're fast. And a lot of racing's like this, but there's a lot of rocks out there. He's like, oh, I used to rock crawl before I raced. I'm like, oh,
well,
perfect.
No wonder he's so fast at this stuff.
So yeah, this is right up his alley, and I expect big things coming from Caleb Rupp. Again, a dark horse to Ultra4, just because nobody knows him. But I've watched him racing up there with Yellowstone, and very impressed and excited to see him out there battling. I wish he could sneak up on Paul Wolf a little bit, but
I think there's too much of a gap, and why push it, whatever. But it's definitely cool to see a rookie of our series of Ultra4 USA out here doing so well, like you were just saying. I mean, how awesome is that to put on your resume? So let's see here who that was over there. Oh, I think that's one of our recovery crew. But Miles, I was saying you've kind of been like you always call our race car drivers or our Ultra4s like the Swiss Army knife of motorsports, right? I was calling you that earlier. You kind of done everything this weekend.
Yeah, I mean it's a team effort.
Yes, it is.
There's no I in team, and we've got a great team out there. Goodby and Trotter have really led us to succeed this year, and next year I'm super excited. I love working with you. We got Roxy selling the merch. Bird's been out on Dozer running the flag. Jeremy Dickinson has been helping with everything. He's the one that kind of helped me learn tech this weekend. He helped you with registration. Has been doing the flags. Now he's race ops.
I was teaching him registration. He'd never done registration, so he was my waiver guy.
Perfect.
Yeah, Roxy and I go down and we do the registration, and we only do it to a certain time and at a different location, and then we come back up here to the merch trailer. But yeah, it's fun doing different parts of it, and also working registration is really helpful for the new drivers.
Oh, for sure.
With this, for me, like I started taking notes in my phone the other day, and it's like I really need to do that even more. Just have a pad right there and just, hey, write your information down. I know you got it, but then it's for myself as well, too. So it's really cool to
I got
work
spreadsheets for spreadsheets over here.
Yeah, you do. You have how many? You have 4?
Four binders, and I flip pages over here and do a little bit over there. And
in your Crossbar custom paperweights. So.
Yep. And, let's run down the list. We still have Abe Gonzalez that helps run all the ops and whatnot. And then RDP.
Yeah.
He's our social media. He's our IT. He's been helping with this and that, helping with flags. I mean, he's been all over the place. Yeah, doing interviews. I mean, RDP is we've again, everybody's there to pitch in wherever they need.
Exactly.
If it needs to happen, we make it work. So the behind-the-scenes team of Ultra4 USA is super impressive. I mean, it's not a very big team. We got a lot of great volunteers. Benji's been coming with us the entire year so far. Miss Karen's out here running around helping, and then Area 51, Trotter. This is Trotter's home track, and his buddies, Area 51, have really helped tremendously this year.
Yes, exactly. Let's talk about this. It looks like we have Dustin Robbins on the move again.
Oh.
So 4932 Scott Lesage is on the move, and so is Dustin Robbins. So there we go. Dustin Robbins, roughly at race mile 25 is where he is at. But mind you, he's technically, right now, Scott Lesage is running third, and Dustin Robbins is running fourth. So that changes up the whole Wall Raven and Mahaney situation, because
we'll see how it shakes out.
If they're at 25 and they have no more stops and no more issues, they get through, they get another lap. Same with Wall Raven.
Pretty wild, yeah. I don't know if they want that lap. They may be talking like, hey, how far back's Paul? If we let him pass us, he gets a checkered, then we finish bam, bam.
Right, exactly.
I mean, I think they've got too much of a lead over Paul. Well, not a lead. Paul can't quite catch him enough.
Course, what do you call it? Ground. Too much ground.
But there is strategy that if we're playing that time game, but not on this race. So I think we'll get a couple more out. But yeah, Wall Raven on the move. Perry Mahaney. Scott Lesage and Dustin Robbins. I don't know if Paul will be able to pass any of those guys or not. And I do see Gavin Smith way off course, so tough break for him. He is out of the race.
Yes, that sucks big time. Yeah, he was stopped there for a while. All right, Miles, here we have Dustin Robbins is a little over mile 25, and we are at 27. So we should see him coming through here in just a few minutes. I wonder if we'll see his lights coming over the ridge.
So the Fosters were tuned in earlier today watching, and then they went to a wedding. They came back home, and they still listening to us gabbing. So thanks for tuning back in with us.
Exactly.
Foss and Karen back home.
They're awesome.
They take some great pictures, that is for sure. Hopefully we get to see them at a race course or a racetrack soon. I guess King of the Hammers is coming up, so I'm sure we'll see him there.
Yes, exactly. It's getting a little bit chilly again.
Thanks to everybody for tuning in. This coverage of Ultra4 USA for the 2024 Nationals is presented by Warren Racing and is brought to you by Metal Cloak.
Okay.
By NorCal Rock Racing, by PCI, and by Brannick Motorsports.
So sorry, I was going to interrupt you, but here we do have two of them coming in, so this has to be Scott Lesage coming through first in the second vehicle. We should definitely be Dustin Robbins.
So it is Scott Lesage heading out for lap number 3. There's third and final lap of the night. The white flag is out. Chris Elrod waving that white flag, and Dustin Robbins is battling out there with Scott Lesage.
That is awesome right there, seeing them coming through, because Dustin Robbins was in the pits for quite a while, so not sure what was going on with them. But
well, whatever the issue they had, look at it. They got it fixed. He's on the move, trying to chase down Scott Lesage. And you see the red blinkings in the background there? Those are those huge windmills.
Right? Exactly. That's what we were talking about when Justin was on here with me. He's like, the only way we can see the horizon where it's at is those red blinking lights.
So the horizon's just below those lights.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly where it's at.
So Scott Lesage in that custom single-seat Polaris Razor, built by Lesage Customs. And Dustin Robbins dealing with his dust, trying to reel him in, but it's got to be tough with all that dust and the darkness. You can see Dustin Robbins having to slow down just a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely not fun driving in the dust during the day, but at night, really, it's not, because what happens when your lights, I mean, they kind of blind you back. But you notice Dustin Robbins is running those yellow lights. Those are usually a lot better in the dust.
Oh, yeah, the
more
amber
visible.
color. Yep.
Yeah, so.
And I hear his, I took my earpiece off. I hear his siren. He's letting Scott know he's back there, probably hitting that push to pass. So we'll see if Lesage pulls over or not as they go out in the distance. 27 more miles to go for Scott Lesage and Dustin Robbins.
And we have 118 of Matthew Walraven. He is roughly around a mile marker, race mile 21.
So he's still moving
along. And then
Perry Mahaney.
Yep, exactly.
So we'll see if Wolf can pass either two of those guys, or if they may go out for another lap still.
Well, you got to think that Paul is at Rockface right now. They still have to go through Hell's Gate.
Oh, yeah.
So what in the... What if it got down to where Paul Wolf has to take
the bypass?
That bypass. Or not that actually take Hell's Gate to get by.
The other way's the bypass.
That would be crazy.
That'd be wild.
So are they already past it?
let's see.
I think it was 20.
Hell's Gate's at 22, so yeah, no, they haven't quite made it to it yet.
No, they haven't, so we shall see.
Rockface is at 19, so that's right where Paul Wolf. Paul Wolf is at Rockface right now.
Yes.
And then at Race Mile 22.
I can still hear the siren.
Oh, yeah, with Dustin Robbins. And then Perry Mahaney and Matt Walraven are almost to Hell's Gate.
And Matthew Walraven has Will Harris riding shotgun with him. Will Harris rode earlier with his son, Eli Harris. I don't believe it's still official, but the unofficial winners of the Youth 1K class.
Yeah, it's definitely unofficial, but it's looking good.
Yeah, it's looking good. Exactly. We will do all of the awards tomorrow night after we're completely done when we do our banquet as well.
Yeah, and again, thanks to Tribe 16, they're going to cook up some amazing barbecue for everybody. I saw Kendall and Adam, part of Tribe 16, manning the smoker off and on all day, cooking some good Texas barbecue for everybody. Excited for the Tribe 16 after party.
Yes. Me too. I'm excited. Did you see they already started a little bit of a fire over there?
Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't think I'm going to do much partying tonight.
No, definitely not.
Day.
But
tomorrow night it's
leaving.
turned on.
I'm leaving as soon as we are done, just because I cannot complain about my job whatsoever. I love my job, or I wouldn't be doing this job, and I love the people I work with, but we've been out here sitting here in this wind all day long that I'm ready to be in my truck with my heater on.
Yeah, no doubt.
Actually, in my brain, I'm sitting here thinking, why couldn't I just pull my truck right here? And we could sit in my truck with the monitors.
Oh, no, we're good.
No, it'd be the same view, just inside.
So, yeah, we are near the end for the Pro Modified class. And then tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Central Time, we'll kick off the EMC. And Jared Brazier is tuning in. Thanks for checking that out, buddy. He's turned into a world-class co-driver out there. He's been around King of the Hammers for quite some time, but now doing some desert racing.
Yes.
Chases some races down in Baja.
Yeah, it's awesome to have. Okay, so Matthew Walraven has now made it through, roughly, the Hell's Gate area, because he's at 22.
Oh, that's right where Hell's Gate area is. So he's in
the
Warren Waterfalls as we speak. And Paul Wolf is sneaking up on Perry Mahaney. So we'll see. He may be able to get around him.
Perry,
I don't know.
I don't know. Perry might know the game of let him pass me, and then I don't have to do another lap, too. Do you see me right now?
So Caleb Rupp is at race mile 14 on his third and final lap. We have Dustin Robbins and Scott. So Dustin Robbins does get around Scott Lesage right around the PCI pits at race mile 2. And then Paul Wolf, 7 more miles to go for that checkered flag to fly.
And you know he is probably ready for that. I mean, how many hours has he technically been in the car? Let's see. What time did he start earlier?
So
about 2 o'clock?
5 hours plus qualifying. So, yeah.
So we started about 2 o'clock, right? We were 2:30 is what time we started?
Yeah, so almost 6.5 hours right now. That's a qualifying.
Talk about training.
Yeah.
This is training for him.
But he's going to know this course. And, oh, man, Paul Wolf is sneaking up on Perry Mahaney. He's getting ready to pass Jim Flory.
He is still
I don't know if he'll pass Walraven or not, but it's looking like he's going to be knocking on Perry Mahaney's door with Bearded and Boosted Racing.
Perry Mahaney just went red.
Oh, bummer.
At race mile 21. Oh, that's not good. Not good at all. So, yeah, Paul Wolf will be getting by. Obviously, we'll be getting by him. If Matthew Walraven doesn't have to stop at the remote pit 2, he might have a chance of getting in one more lap.
I don't know if they want one more lap.
Oh, and then you see Caleb Rupp. I mean, he's not even to race mile 15 yet, and Paul is already almost, I mean, he's not far from getting the checkers. And then you got Dustin Robbins and Scott Lesage that are still, let's see, Dustin Robbins is about 3.5, race mile 3.5. And then it just jumps to race mile 4.5, and Scott Lesage is now at 3.5. So they're about a mile apart from each other. Roughly a mile.
Now that wind's starting to change directions just a little bit.
All right, I actually just asked Brian Trotter exactly what race mile Hell's Gate is at because I wanted to double check, and it is at 23. So, yeah, we were right there. But so race mile 23 is where Hell's Gate is. That way we now know for sure. So right now, actually, that's where Matthew Walraven is right now, is at Hell's Gate. Because he's at race mile 23.
Yeah, and
so we thought it was
and
22.
Flory are both stopped on the tracker, so Paul Wolf will be getting around both of those. So now is Paul Wolf going to get around Walraven, or is Walraven going to sneak out for his third and final lap?
All right, Paul Wolf, let's see. Paul Wolf at race mile 21. Let's do a little reset here. I do this every once in a while just to make sure where we're at. So Walraven, looks like Walraven is almost past Hell's Gate because he is at race mile 23, so he is past it. Paul Wolf has now passed the 999 of Jim Flory, who has been stopped for quite a while right there at race mile 21. He's getting ready to pass up Perry Mahaney here in just a moment, who is also stopped as well. Let's see where we have everybody else. So 64.22 of Caleb Rupp. He is at race mile 15, going roughly 14 miles per hour. So Caleb Rupp in that number 2 spot. Dustin Robbins running in the number 3 spot physically on course. But him and Scott Lesage keep going back and forth depending on when their trackers update. So now it's showing Scott Lesage physically in 3rd position. At race mile roughly 5.5, going 34 miles per hour, is Dustin Robbins. Scott Lesage, race mile 6, 42.9 miles per hour. And again at home, if you are watching this, you can go to livemap.racingtracks.com. We will be doing this all again tomorrow as well, and it'll be all the same links.
So Paul Wolf has moved around Mahaney and Flory as they're stopped out on course. He's trying to chase down Matt Walraven, but he is through the Warren Waterfall section there at Hell's Gate. So Paul Wolf still has to get through there. We'll see who's going to make it back to the Warren Racing start-finish line. Is it going to be Paul Wolf or Matthew Walraven?
Well, let's see. Matthew is almost to 24, like you're saying. If Matt Walraven ends up having to stop at 24 for any reason, it's going to. Oh, I'm getting word over here that he's broke. He has a. Oh, an
is that Walraven?
Broke.
Oh, so he is limping along. Okay, so he doesn't want to go out for another lap. Okay.
Okay, so.
So. Yeah, that would be smart. I'd let Paul Wolf pass me then.
Even if Paul If Paul's not past him yet when you're coming right here, I would like legitly like
just like, I'll wait for him. Oh, there he is. Perfect.
Go. You go first. You be the trail leader. I'll follow you.
And then we still have Dustin Robbins and Scott Lesage bouncing back and forth on the racing tracks.
Oh, my goodness. We're getting dessert brought over to us.
Thanks,
belated
David.
birthday. Oh,
appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you. I'll take the vanilla one.
Have at it.
Thank you. I love
some
it.
Late night snacks out here.
Cupcakes. I love cupcakes.
Picky Pam eats cupcakes.
White cake with white frosting.
So
no,
vanilla.
Self. Yes, vanilla or buttercream. Yes, he told me he had something for me in here. He brought it over. Super cool. All right, so Matthew Walraven still trucking along. That would make sense to why they were in the remote pit for so long earlier on. So, okay. Oh, super glue? Zip ties and duct tape. I always say flex seal. All right,
Well,
Perry Mahaney still is not moving, so he is definitely not doing good right now.
Let's talk a little bit about tomorrow's big race. Paul Wolf is on the pole position for the 4,400 class. Then it's Waylon Campbell, J.P. Gomez, our current King of the Hammers champion. Then it's Cade Rod, Cody Addington, Raul Gomez, Philip McGilton, Brendan Thompson, Kaysen Gilbert, and Dustin Robbins, our top 10 for the 4,400 race tomorrow. That is a stacked field. It is anyone's game tomorrow. The Gomez brothers are going to be fun to watch, but Paul Wolf has got so much seat time. Waylon Campbell, again, stacked field. Look at that.
I mean, really, tomorrow it's anybody's ball game.
Yeah, Paul Wolf's sitting in that pole position, but he's got to do 4 laps. That's 108 miles at 27 miles per lap. That's incredible.
After he gets out of the
MC,
4,500, right?
Glutton for punishment. So on the racing tracks, it is Paul Wolf starting to reel in Walraven, who's limping into town. So I do think next time we see somebody here, it's probably going to be Paul Wolf with the checkered flag flying. And then we'll have to wait another probably 20, 25 minutes for Caleb Rupp for second place. And then it's going to be close between Scott Lesage and Dustin Robbins. They keep bouncing back and forth on the tracker.
They're probably using each other's lights.
Yeah.
Here, I'll lead for a little bit and you lead for a little bit. Let's just get to the finish and then we'll fight at the end, right? Like for the spot that they're in.
So it sounds like Jim Flory broke a wheel.
I love it when we get information. I have not gone into here for a while and looked at the YouTube comments. Let's see here. Got to do a little reset.
Lots of attrition happening out there on course today, and I assume it's going to be even more tomorrow. We go live at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning Central Time for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals here at the Crossbar Ranch just outside of Davis, Oklahoma. Still lots of room if any spectators want to come out.
I have
Mechanical alert.
Who?
For Perry Mahaney.
Yeah, he's up.
Tough
we
break.
Saw him.
He's calling it a day, asking for assistance. Perry Mahaney is officially out of the race. Hate to see that. I know Mike McClure was tuned in watching his buddy race his old race car.
Jesse Balter wanted to, when you were up here with Justin, he's like, hey, what's up?
All right.
I'm catching up now. Excuse me, everybody, for not catching up with all of the comments. Oh, let's see. What's better, Miles? Night racing in Crandon or night racing in Davis?
Oh, man, Crandon. You just can't get much better than that. The rage on the rocks out back is incredible.
I agree.
I'm not downplaying Davis, Oklahoma.
No.
I love the Crossbar Ranch.
Definitely.
But the hillside of the Rage of Rocks for Crandon is amazing. Just watching the sparks fly on those rocks. They're giving it all they got. The spectators on the side of the hill. Bucket list race there at the Big House.
Yeah, the Big House is definitely a completely different ball game of night racing for sure. Oh, okay. So also Caleb Rupp, you might have already said this. I don't know if this has been said, but Caleb won the 12-hour race in Broadview.
Yeah, he won everything in Broadview. He won the fastest lap. Caleb Rupp won almost every single race he entered in Yellowstone. He was a series champion.
Yes, exactly.
And now to be second place here with Ultra4 USA, impressive.
Yes, exactly. That's super cool. And you said he's in the rookie program as well.
So Liam O'Donnell, 23, making sure everything's flowing along here. Our USAC representative. There's our Warren Racing start-finish line. You can barely see those flags. Jeremy Dickinson has his truck running race-offs and lights for our start-finish. And I hope to see Paul Wolf here in about the next 5 minutes or so. I want to bring up the tracker, Pam, so we can see how far out he is. Oh, here we go. Don't worry, Chris got it for me.
Chris has got it.
And it
Chris
looks like at race mile 24.5 is getting around Wallraven, so it should be Paul Wolf, the next car in. Like I said, probably the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'd say, because, I mean, it's at 25. I don't know how rough this last section actually is. But, yeah, he should be coming in here shortly. I bet you. Okay.
What do you bet?
Here's what I bet you. Paul is Paul. He's going to try to win everything that he races because he is a wheel man. But look at this. He is not going to jinx him. Almost to the finish. Race number 2 of the day. Won race number 1, unofficially. Unofficially number 2, first place in the second race. And it's his daughter's birthday.
Yep.
What a great birthday present.
Oh, man. That's really cool. 10:18, Paul Wolf with Wolf Racing out of Alton, Illinois. Has an amazing start to his weekend. And there he goes around. Paul Wolf makes it around Matthew Wallraven.
And here comes Paul Wolf to the finish line.
We see the lights. The checkered flag is in hand. Chris Elrod is about to wave the checkers for Paul Wolf for the 2024 Warren Racing Nationals. And there it goes. Unofficial first place back-to-back for Paul Wolf. What a great showing. So unofficial back-to-back wins for Paul Wolf, Pam. What an amazing feat.
Exactly. Just now talking about that. I mean, great birthday present for his daughter.
Yeah, little Lainey.
Lainey, yes.
How old is she now? Probably 4-ish, maybe
I
5?
think she's 3 or 4. She's 3 or 4. I'm not exactly sure. Sure.
We'll see if we can get Paul Wolf in here for an interview after he's been sitting in the car for 7 hours.
He might need to go eat some birthday cake.
Well, we got him one.
I got him one. Chocolate right there.
All right. You didn't eat both of them yet, have you?
Not,
all right.
I would, but I'm not going
to.
I'm good. I'm good.
It's
I'm saving them up for you.
No.
I don't know. I might give it to Liam.
He's already had 2 donuts over here. He doesn't need anything else.
Today's been one of those days. I mean, we've all had donuts today, I think. I've had 2. 2 coffees. Actually, I had 3 coffees. Trying to stay warm. Who is that driving by? That is our recovery. I think that was Benji. Almost done for the day out here at Crossbar Ranch.
Well, we're still waiting on Caleb Rupp,
almost
Dustin Robbins, and Scott Lesage.
See, Scott and Dustin, we probably have, another 30 minutes?
At least 30 minutes for them.
Yeah.
Probably 40. You can take a nap. I got this.
I'm wide awake. Did you not hear all the caffeine I've had?
Yeah. I don't think I'm going to call it wide awake for anybody here, but we're doing it.
I'm ready to have my heated seat on.
Is here in town with a back-to-back unofficial win for the Open Class, and the Pro Modified. I think I can hear Paul Wolf. I don't know where he's at. And here comes Matt Walraven. I see his lights coming into the distance.
He is
limping it back in here.
You know he's ready.
Oh, he's super excited to see all the lights here in town. And here he is.
Oh, the man of the day.
Paul Wolf, unofficial back-to-back wins. He's looking a little tired, but he's got to be excited to be here. Oh, yeah, he takes a deep breath. I'm hearing him talking to Liam. He's got no shocks in the back. That car is tired.
Oh, my goodness.
So we'll let him chill out for just a minute. We'll get him out of the car and have a fun chat with our unofficial back-to-back winner, Paul Wolf.
And 2 more races tomorrow. Will
yeah,
he be able to back that up?
And Walraven grabs the checkered flag, a lap down, but I believe that puts him in unofficial 4th position. So still a very solid run.
Yeah, so Paul Wolf, Caleb Rupp is still out. Scott Lesage, Dustin Robbins, Matthew Walraven. I mean, technically only 5 out of the 11 or the 9 starters are going to be actually finishing the race as long as they get in here.
All right, Pam. Well, I'm going to kick you to the side. We're going to bring in Paul Wolf, unofficial back-to-back winner. Man, what a great day you had. And you've been in that car for probably about 7 hours. How you doing, buddy?
A little tired, a little
I'll
sore.
bet.
That track is
it's rough, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't believe that car made it 2 races, that same car.
Back to back. So
yeah.
What'd you do in between? Just change a belt?
Yeah, we changed the belt, looked the car over, just double-checked all the joints, the bolts and stuff. Obviously, it's going to need a major, going through right now.
All of it, right?
There's nothing like this. I honestly could say I think Hammers is easier.
No doubt.
The rock trails may be harder at Hammers, but as far as just pure abuse on a car.
And you have to run it pretty hard.
Yeah. The first lap here was brutal with me and Cole. I didn't want to let him get out too far, and I kind of made my mind up. Either I'm going to run him down or I'm going to break the car trying. So we were able to run him down, got around him, and once we got around him, I don't know what happened to him, but I never seen him again. So.
Yeah, no, you ran a great race back-to-back, and it's something special about the day, right? October 18th, how cool is that?
It is. So just so happened that it's actually not my daughter's birthday today.
Oh, I thought it was.
No. It's 10/18, so it's October 2018 is when she was born.
I thought it was.
Yeah, no, but no, you're good.
Right.
It's definitely.
So it's still the same month.
Yeah,
right,
we're close
perfect.
enough. Close enough today.
I've been telling her happy birthday all day. I've been wrong.
Yeah, no, it's good. They
month.
brought cupcakes over, and I'm looking at everybody we got cupcakes for Lainey. I'm like, cupcakes for Lainey? What are you talking about?
It's the birthday month.
Number's 10/18. I'm like, oh no. It's 2018.
But it's October, so we're good.
Yeah, we're close enough.
All right, perfect.
So
but anyway,
she's
that's pretty
happy
cool.
I get to go home and do Halloween this year with her. So
yeah.
She's super thrilled. She asked me that before we came down here. Are we going to miss Halloween again? I said, no, we're not missing it this time.
Last year it was Havasu Nationals, and I was able to sneak out a day early. JT let me go home, and I drove straight home, made it in the driveway just before dark, and went trick-or-treating last year. So
that's awesome.
It's looking like this year we can do the same.
Yeah, that's her big thing. She wants me to go take her trick-or-treating.
Oh, I love it, yeah.
Yep.
I've got 2 daughters myself. They're older than yours, but man, every stage is fun, and Halloween's something special.
It is. It gets to show kind of their creativity and what they're into at that time in their life. So we let them do whatever they want, and you take pictures and we hang them on the wall and keep track of what they are every year.
Oh yeah, I love it.
So it's pretty neat, but yeah.
So the course tough. The Can-Am's tougher though, right?
Yeah, it held up. It took a thrashing out here. I'm super impressed with that car.
I heard you say the rear shocks are completely gone.
They started fading on the last lap. I don't know if I had a rock get into one. It felt like the back driver's side went first, and if something got into it and broke something on it, because there's a lot of little rocks out here, and it's easy to cut a seal, rip a seal, and shock.
Oh yeah.
So whatever it did, the back driver's side went first, and then it just beat on the everything on the passenger side.
That just beats it down.
yeah. It's about the time we got into the back rocks, the passenger side finally gave up on me too, But the car still worked. It still had springs, so it still moved and traveled. It just wasn't
as plush.
Yeah, it wasn't as plush, and so I honestly.
How's that back doing?
It's sore. I'm sore right now, but.
Well, at least you get to take all day tomorrow off, right?
Yeah.
So we've been talking about who is driving in the EMC. Is Wyrick or you going to trade?
Wyrick's going to drive
because he qualified, right?
Yeah.
So he has
qualified.
to start or finish.
Yep. So he's going to drive. I don't know. We talked about maybe switching. We talked about having his good friend Jason.
Yep. Jason Sears,
buddy
right?
Too. Yeah, Jason Sears. Co-dog with him. I don't know if he's going to, if he's not going to.
So you still don't have a game plan. Figure it out in the morning.
No, yeah. I honestly was all about it, and then after, right now, I'm, feeling a little rough. I'm like, maybe I just push that over.
If you're having fun, go ahead and do it.
Yeah. I will admit, this race course is brutal, and
but
it's
you love it.
Tough. Oh, yeah, I love it. This is awesome. It's like I said, it's definitely, it's basically like you're in the chatter rock of hammers. So you're in little rocks before you go into the
for
big
22
ones.
miles, and then some rock crawling.
Yeah, then you get some rock crawling. So it's like even out in the open fields where you see us doing 100, people don't realize there's rocks out there that are 4 inches tall that you're just constantly, the car's just chattering on top of. So the car actually skates as you're doing 100. It doesn't drive straight. It skates and drifts around.
You're just dancing the whole time.
Yeah, so you're trying to predict that because you can't get off in the grass here because then there's tombstones.
Yeah, then there's a basketball hidden that's not a basketball. It's granite.
I clipped one with the front right. We were in a big right-hand sweeper, and I was hugging the inside, and I guess I hugged it a little too much on that last lap, and it hit and shot the car up on 2 tires.
You got a little nervous, huh?
I did, and after that I made sure I kept myself in the line. I quit cheating. The inside of the turn.
Well, don't say cheat. You were snugging the inside.
Yeah,
you didn't cheat, buddy.
No. No, we're talking like 2 foot.
Yeah,
over,
I get it.
So, but no, it's an awesome race course, and the rock crawling in the back's phenomenal.
And let's talk about that. I was going to ask you, did you ever run Hell's Gate, that chute?
I did.
I saw you practicing it at the 4400.
I had plans to do it today if it came around. So basically, what I did is I was going to see where we're at on corrected time. And if I ever got close on time where somebody was really close to me or I was trying to run
you were going to take advantage of that.
I was going to try it.
Okay.
Because you have to one-shot it to make it worth it.
And if you don't, then you got to back down and you're losing time.
Yeah, you're losing time. So, and I just never was put in that position to need to do it.
Nice.
I was wondering if Dustin Robbins was going to make a late charge on me, so we were trying to keep tabs on him and everybody else behind us. And we were just looking at him, seeing what was up. Ended up, not having to do it. We ended up, staying out front far enough to keep ourselves moving.
And speaking about time, you threw down a lap time of 52:42 in that Can-Am. Do you think you can go faster in the 4400 car?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, how much faster?
The 44 car, the thing about it, it's so fast out here, and it has enough power and a big enough tire and big enough suspension that it's very easy to overdrive it.
Okay, so you have to play smart.
So you have to be very smart. Where, like, the Can-Am, you get into such big rocks that the car tells you to back off.
Okay.
It's like, hey, back off, or
you're done.
Yeah, you're gonna send shocks through the hood or something. The 44 doesn't do that. It'll do it, and you'll literally rip the tires off the car, or whatever. The weakest part's gonna give up, and the car's gonna feel real good right up until that point.
Oh, until
yeah.
So you're thinking you can shave 5 minutes off?
I think you can do that.
Maybe more, huh?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
So let's say a 45. We're shooting for 45 fast lap.
I think you could probably pull that off. I think it would be doable. A lot of it's just getting clean lap, which I got lucky. I got the first lap out front. Although the course is getting beat down, and the thing is, the EMC guys with their 37-inch tires, they take all what normally it's like a 6-inch rock ledge, and they'll have it dug out, and all of them will be a foot and a half.
Oh boy, okay.
So your stuff we're hitting tonight that's 6 inch. Like we started the ledges, you could see them in the ground.
So they're an inch or two.
And now they're all 6 inches. And there ain't a single
boy.
one that's not 6 inches out there right now. So you figure EMC's going to run. They're on a DOT tire, so they don't quite make as much traction as the big cars. And they're going to just dig them out. So all the ones that are 6 inches are probably going to go to a foot. So depending on how bad the course deteriorates, we may not run faster.
Okay.
There's a
because again, you have to save the car, and I've said it time and time again. It's it used to be an endurance race, but now it's a sprint endurance race. And 4 laps, 27 miles.
Here. This is definitely.
But you're still going to have to run hard.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You can't. I mean, tonight I think the UTV showed today that you can't back off. I got caught backing off in the first race by Dustin Robbins. I think it was lap 2. He actually came around me. I didn't know he was back there. And so I'm cruising about 70%, 80%,
And all of a sudden he was there, huh?
Yeah, I heard the sirens, and I didn't want to rabbit him because I don't think that's clean racing. So I pulled over, let him go by me.
Oh, you did let him pass. Okay.
Yes, I let him by.
Well, that's sportsmanship.
And I
like that.
jumped in right behind him, and then I started racing.
Okay.
Then I turned it on up and ran hard. And so I followed him until he made a mistake, and I got back around him. Once I got back around him, I kept it up around 90%, 95%.
Right. And let's talk about tomorrow. You got the pole set for the 4,400 race.
Yes.
But it's a stacked field. Waylon Campbell, our current king, JP.
Yeah.
Former king, Raul, his brother. Cody Addington, Philip McGilton. Stacked field. It's going to be a good race.
Waylon, when his car works right, he's fast.
He's had some bad luck lately, but he thinks he has. I hope he has it dialed in.
I tell you what, I remember it was like Disney a year ago, 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah, he was
in Oklahoma.
flying.
He threw down, and I couldn't catch him. Just flat out.
And
I'll be the first one.
think he had a flat tire, and that's what took him out. Otherwise, he would have won.
On the last lap.
Yep,
on the last lap. Took him out. And so, and then you got the Gomez's, and the thing about them guys is not only are they fast drivers, and they're very good at endurance racing from they're running the trophy trucks too, but they have a pit crew to back them up.
Oh, pit crew out here.
They have like the pit crew we all envy. Nothing against my pit crew, the nursing home pit crew does a great job.
The nursing home. Speaking of, there's
we got Chris over here.
He's not even in a wheelchair yet.
I know. I'm impressed. His mathematics skills are a little off though. He was trying to tell me people were catching me, and then he'd come back later and he's like, "Oh, you got 10 minutes on him." I'm like, "How'd you go from there?"
2 minutes or 10 minutes?
Yeah, I know. The guy was like, "Do I need to go faster or not? Just tell me how hard I need to run." But no, the Gomez's, they come in and do 2 tires in like 25 seconds.
Oh, and hammers, man! It's so
insane how fast their pit crew is. So I mean, it's straight up NASCAR style.
Oh, it is.
Crew.
Yep.
So to me, that means they can risk a little more. They can push the cars a little harder than I think I'll be able to, or want to, because they know their pit crew's there to change tires out, rip them off, put them back on, and get them rolling again. Although I got a little trick up my sleeve. I've been testing out here with Steve from Tire Spine.
All right.
So we're running spines in the 44 car.
In the 44 car now.
Yeah,
huh? Is that something new, I assume?
Yeah.
You've been doing it in UTVs, right?
Yeah, it's been UTVs since last year. Pretty much everybody in the top, 20 are running spines. And they're phenomenal. They work great.
So exactly what is a tire spine? It's basically just a liner, right?
Yeah, it's like a foam block inside there. He has this cool machine. It's like a big funnel basically, but it's a press, and it presses it down. You put the tire on the bottom, and it presses it down, and it pops it out inside the tire. The downfall is you can't get them back out of the tire unless you cut them or cut the tire. But that's besides the point. We're racing. So no, they're phenomenal. We've been testing them in the 44 car. We got them really good in the front of the car. The back of the car, though, we're struggling a little bit with them still. But
Steve's what the difference is there.
I think it's the load of the car from acceleration, transferring the weight to the back.
All right.
And you slide the back a lot more. So when you do get a flat, you're sliding, and it's just beating on the side of that spine. Where the front, I know you're turning, but normally you're coming in, you're setting the car, turning, you're not bulldozing.
Plowing,
plowing it across.
Okay. Interesting.
So we'll see how they do. Hopefully, if I do happen to get a flat or whatever, that's allows me to get it to the pit and not have to change it out on course myself.
Especially by yourself, single seater.
Yes, yeah. So I'm going to try to limp them back to the pit. Hopefully, it's not like right after pit 1.
Yeah.
And then you got 20 some odd miles to go, and all the hard rock trails. So we'll see. I think I can take care of the car. We had great luck pre-running. The car tires held up great, so I think we're in good shape.
Perfect.
We'll get out there and beat on it.
Well, Paul, unofficial first back-to-back. We'll see if you can back it up tomorrow afternoon. It sounds like you're going to maybe lay low tomorrow morning. I don't blame you a bit.
I'm going to see Dan's over there now. I think Jason got a smile on his face. So
who's driving tomorrow? All right, Dan's driving. All right, perfect. You get the morning off. Sleep in. So before I let you go, thanks for your time, buddy. Who else do you want to thank for getting you up here on top of the box?
I got
once
definitely
again?
Can-Am, the whole crew: Chris, Robert, Dan, Jason. My wife's watching 2 kids right now, probably wearing her out. And of course, Dylan, my media guy, he takes awesome shots. And then I got to think, like I said, Can-Am, Nitto Tire, Raceline, RCV, Halo, HCR suspension. And then the big one I got to thank today is Wayne Israelson with the shocks.
Oh, All-Tech, yep.
Dude, that car, obviously I think it was the fastest car on the course. So I think it proves, that. And not only that, it's a brutal course, so the shocks play the biggest role.
Yeah.
If you don't got good shocks, the car's not going to survive. And I think we proved we have really good suspension on the car, and the car lived up to thrashing today.
All right. Well, you going to get in the cold plunge tonight, or are you going to wait till next week?
I wish I had one here. I would be in it.
Well,
right
I
now.
think it's just right down the road.
Is there not?
No, I'm just saying it's cold.
Oh no! You got to get an ice one with a little bit of ice floating in there, and I feel prime tomorrow. So if anybody has one around the area,
let you know. Huh?
Yeah.
Are you going to shower first, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I can taste grit in my teeth right now.
How did you go get your hair all fixed up before you came over here?
It's helmet hair.
Helmet hair.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. That new Stilo helmet really does a good job. Which I gotta get a shot of. That thing's awesome.
And that's carbon fiber, right?
Yes.
That's
is
a game changer.
I didn't realize that. So